Chapter 1. The Draft. Distribution of Wives. In Fonglin County, Pingshan Village, during the 12th month. Su Ping'an awoke with a start, the cold wind seeping through the paper windows, causing a slight discomfort, though it was not severe. What is this biting wind? Did the border collie push the window open again? Having spent a decade in Shanghai, alone and solitary, it was only natural to desire a dog for companionship and diversion. Thus, Su Ping'an had acquired a border collie. This breed possesses obvious advantages. They are intelligent and can provide solace when needed, almost like a person. Yet, their drawbacks are equally evident. They cannot assume human form when one seeks comfort. As he opened his eyes, Su Ping'an was taken aback. On the earthen bed opposite him, a girl of about 15 or 16 was gazing at him with her large, watery eyes, her lashes fluttering like a small brush, as if she were about to cry. What the hell? Who am I? Where am I? This enchanting girl is truly beautiful, with her oval face and big eyes, reminiscent of my beloved Hatsune. How could a mere wage slave from the 21st century possibly have had an encounter with someone of such caliber? Isn't this something that only occurs in dreams? Shaking his head vigorously, Su Ping'an pondered for a moment amidst his confusion, and suddenly realized a crucial fact. A crossover. Memories surged forth like a tidal wave, leaving him no time to react, forcefully inserting themselves into his brain and flowing rapidly. Su Ping'an, courtesy named Changsheng, was a farmer in the Yanqing prefecture of the Great Jin Dynasty, on the border. His father, an old soldier, perished 20 years ago in the Battle of Jinmen Pass between humans and the demon tribes, followed by the death of his mother due to illness. He was raised by his second uncle, and due to his years of martial training, he consumed half of the family's rations each year, earning the disdain of his aunt. There was also a younger cousin, along with 2 younger female cousins. This beautiful girl is actually my cousin. Damn it, I can't pursue her anymore. Su Ping'an lamented silently while striving to digest the memories, trying to grasp his current situation. 20 years prior, during the Battle of Jinmen Pass, the Great Jin Dynasty leveraged its overwhelming power to decisively defeat the demon clans, securing 2 decades of stability along the border. However, 3 years ago, the Great Jin court fell into turmoil, and the demon tribes seized the opportunity to return. Year after year, they invaded the border. As the foremost city on the border, Yanqing Prefecture had been ravaged by warfare for 3 years, with soldiers suffering heavy casualties. The conscription system from 20 years ago was resurrected. Serving as a soldier during wartime is hardly a desirable fate. Last year, the Great Jin engaged in a bloody battle against the demon tribes at Chishui River, and according to surviving veterans, even the local garrison had lost over 1,000 men. The lower-class soldiers had perished in countless numbers, with hardly any surviving. Now, each military fortress under the command of the Wei commander was compelled to recruit soldiers due to their severe losses. Pingshan Village was one such place. In wartime, military orders are as unyielding as mountains. Defying them is tantamount to seeking death. The suffering common folk had no choice but to send their male kin to join the ranks. Once conscripted, they would remain soldiers for life. In other words, unless they died in battle or achieved great military merit, they would forever be mere foot soldiers. Su Yongda, the conscription order comes from the military governor. Do you wish to defy it? Have you made up your minds? Which of you will join the ranks? The clamor outside grew louder once more. Elder brother. Hearing the coarse reprimand from the officer, Su Mingyu's heart tightened, her eyes glistening as she looked at Su Ping'an, who had just sat up from the bed. Goodness, that elder brother makes my heart flutter. It's all right, I'm here. Feeling emboldened, Su Ping'an rose, ruffled Su Mingyu's hair, and strode out the door. Darling, why are you out? Hurry back inside. Seeing Su Ping'an emerge, his second uncle's face twitched, gesturing for him to stay out of the commotion. During the last conscription, Su Ping'an's father, who was also his second uncle Su Yongda elder brother, had served in the army. Before dying on the battlefield, he left only Su Ping'an as his sole descendant. Su Yongda would do anything to prevent the lineage from his elder brother's branch from being extinguished. A martial artist? Noticing Su Ping'an stepping out in his thin linen attire, The two officers' eyes gleamed as they simultaneously drew their long swords from their waists. With years of warfare, the young and able-bodied in the villages and counties under Dingzhou Prefecture had perished in droves, leaving little in the way of potential soldiers. Before them stood a young man, braving the frigid winter in a single garment. Yet maintaining a tall and upright posture, he could not be anything but a martial artist. If they could conscript this individual, the military governor would surely reward them generously. However, they were also wary of him potentially resorting to desperate measures to evade conscription. The two officers would not let their guard down simply because a martial artist was unarmed. Su Yongda, do you even have a conscience? If Darlang doesn't go, should Erlang take his place? Erlang is our only scholarly hope. Following the voice, Su Pinggan saw a beautiful woman covering her face, weeping. Though dressed in the humble attire of a peasant woman, her voluptuous figure was undeniable. Beside her stood a young man, fair-skinned and with a refined demeanor, clad in gray scholar's robes. Suddenly, I don't want to join the army anymore. A thought flashed through Su Pinggan's mind. It seems the original owner harbored quite a bit of resentment towards his aunt after all. Living under someone else's roof for 20 years is hardly easy. Moreover, consuming half the family's rations each year for martial training must have drawn plenty of disdain from his aunt. It is only natural for the original owner to think this way. Seeing Su Pinggan remain silent, seemingly not resisting conscription, the two officers exchanged glances and presented him with a notice bearing the seal of the military governor. Little brother, as long as you can become a regular soldier during the assessment, the military fortress will immediately provide you with land, a wife, and properties. Join the army and receive a wife, a house, and land? Su Pinggan's eyes sparkled. In his previous life as a wage slave in Shanghai, Su Pinggan had never even had a girlfriend, let alone start family. Now, the opportunity to attain it all in one fell swoop? Is this true? Seeing Su Pinggan's interest piqued, the two officers sheathed their swords and continued to persuade him. Of course, little brother, you appear strong and seem to be a martial artist. Rather than toiling in the fields at home, why not seize a future in the military? Surely it is better than living under someone else's roof, suffering their disdain. The two officers were astute. Within a brief conversation, they discerned the aunt's disdain for her nephew, who lounged at home. Su Pinggan cast a glance at his aunt. Having lost both parents at a young age, he had been raised by his uncle and aunt. Though she frequently berated him as a burden, she had never deprived him of food or clothing. Now that his uncle was aging, going to war would likely mean a perilous fate. Erlang, Su Wan, had only just become a scholar the previous year, and, as the sole educated member of the Su family, if he were to go to war, he would undoubtedly be cannon fodder. Having practiced martial arts since childhood and with no land or property to his name, it would be better to seek military glory than to remain a lodger in his uncle's home. With this in mind, Su Pinggan took the ink pad from the officer's hand, signed and sealed the conscription list, and declared with conviction, I will enlist for the Su family. Chapter 2. The Soldier System. With his signature affixed, Su Darlang officially severed ties with his agricultural status, becoming a soldier of the Great Jin Dynasty. As he departed, his aunt and Su Erlang wore expressions of shock. They had not anticipated Su Darlang would so readily enlist for the family. Su Yongda, his second uncle, kept his head lowered, remaining silent. Looks like this lad has a conscience. Watching Su Pinggan's retreating figure, his aunt's sharp tongue softened, her beautiful eyes betraying a hint of worry. Turning to grasp Su Erlang's hand, she urged, Erlang, your elder brother's journey to the army is fraught with peril. During the spring examination, you must strive to bring honor to the family. If you can achieve the status of a Jiren, perhaps you might be able to have your elder brother recalled, freeing him from military service. Upon hearing this, Su Yongda raised his drooping head, a flicker of hope gleaming in his eyes. Understood, mother. Among this year's scholars, the instructor holds me in high regard and has made an exception to allow me to prepare for the examination at his residence. I shall depart for Yanqing Prefecture at once. Su Wen's composed gaze swept across the room, as if awaiting their reactions. His aunt beamed with delight, promptly patting his shoulder. My son is truly remarkable, destined for greatness. Su Wen nodded in satisfaction, responding with an affirming HM, before continuing. I shall remember my elder brother's situation. When I return next time, I will surely bring glory to the family. Despite feeling a mix of trepidation and anticipation regarding his military enlistment, Su Pinggan engaged in conversation with the two officers, gradually grasping the historical context of his current era. The language and script shared roots with that of the previous Great Xia, yet the geography and history were entirely distinct. First and foremost, the existence of the demon tribes, along with the martial cultivation system the original owner had been exposed to since childhood, exceeded Su Pinggan's knowledge. This was a world where immortals, Buddhas, humans, and demons coexisted. However, for Su Pinggan and the two lowly officers, the concepts of immortals and Buddhas felt too distant. They lacked any relevant knowledge. The only familiar aspect remained the demon tribes, who had engaged in yearly conflicts with the Great Jin dynasty in North. Nonetheless, for Su Pinggan, the arrival in this new era warranted an adventurous spirit. Since he had crossed into this world, he intended to forge his own path. It would not be in vain that a certain deity of time and space bestowed upon him this opportunity and golden finger. Indeed, just moments ago, Su Pinggan's golden finger system had been activated. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the benefits of crossing over, the child of fortune. The host possesses the ability to perceive any individuals and entities of value to themselves, as well as to detect imminent dangers and hostility. The greater the value or peril, the more radiant the illumination. With the system now in hand, Su Pinggan felt a wave of tranquility wash over him. Even his footsteps lightened as he walked. This batch of newly recruited young men was to be sent en masse to the military governor's office in Fonglin County. There, they would undergo a unified selection examination before being dispatched to various military strongholds under the governor's command as soldiers. Traversing country lanes and crossing the official military roads, they journeyed for a good half day. By the afternoon, as the sun reached its zenith, Su Pinggan and his companions finally caught sight of the towering city walls of Fonglin County in the distance. The newly recruited young men were led directly to the training grounds of the county's military governor's office. Though referred to as a training ground, it was merely an open area cleared and filled with various war apparatus. Dust billowed in the air as Su Pinggan surveyed the scene and noticed that the number of men conscripted from various villages was not particularly large. Upon a rough estimation, there were barely 300 individuals. The quality of these recruits varied greatly. Not only were there differences in height and build, but he even spotted several elderly men with graying hair. Are these old fellows really here to make up the numbers? Even if they pass the examination and receive wives, does the military governor's office truly believe these old men can gallop on horseback and recapture the vigor of their youth? It appears that the annual warfare has placed immense pressure on the Great Jin dynasty, compelling the conscription officers to continually lower the recruitment standards. As Su Pinggan silently pondered, a sudden drumbeat resounded in his ears. He and the others turned to look. Before them stood a middle-aged man clad in armor, his stature commanding, with a standard military sword hanging at his waist, calling out to the crowd. The military governor's office has issued an order. The selection of soldiers in Fonglin County officially commences. The officer then loudly proclaimed the criteria for selection. The standards were straightforward. One must lift a stone lock to demonstrate strength. To enlist, one must possess the strength to undergo training and to wield a weapon. Otherwise, all is mere empty talk. The classification of soldiers was also determined by the weight of the stone lock they could lift. Those capable of lifting a 200-pound stone lock would be selected as regular soldiers. Those who could lift a 100-pound stone lock would be chosen as auxiliary soldiers. If one could not lift even a 100-pound stone lock, they would merely serve as laborers in the military. For the farmers accustomed to laboring in the fields, this standard was not particularly daunting. Yet, these illiterate farmers could exert their strength, but they were utterly oblivious to the differences in treatment between regular soldiers, auxiliary soldiers, and laborers. Soon, the crowd began to inquire among themselves. Su Pinggan, intrigued, wished to learn more about the nuances of the situation. Before long, he noticed a middle-aged man surrounded by a gathering of people. Pushing through the crowd, Su Pinggan caught sight of the man's features. His skin was dark and rough, his face square and rugged, with deep, penetrating eyes and an upright posture. Though he appeared simple and honest, there was an undeniable air of steadiness and competence about him. "Uncle Huang, everyone is gathered around. Why don't you enlighten us?" "All right, I do know a thing or two about the differences in treatment based on the rankings. So, since everyone is curious, I will share what I know." Seeing the crowd gathered, Uncle Huang broke into a hearty smile, scratched his head, and continued. "The regular soldiers, known as the main fighting force, are the backbone during battles. The selection criteria are stringent, but the rewards are correspondingly better. The auxiliary soldiers support the regular soldiers in combat, with slightly lower selection standards, yet they must still possess considerable strength to assist and protect the regulars during engagements. Laborers, however, have the worst fate. Once they fail to be selected, they are relegated to menial tasks within the military, receiving no benefits akin to the regular and auxiliary soldiers. Everyone willingly joins the ranks, hoping for the military governor's office to allocate land and women. Do they not? The primary distinction in treatment between regular soldiers, auxiliary soldiers, and laborers lies here. Laborers are not entitled to women. Hence, do not attempt to evade battle by feigning incapacity to lift the stone lock once on the battlefield. At critical moments, laborers must charge forth with only a kitchen knife. Upon hearing this, many in the crowd felt a tightening in their chests. What they had initially planned as a relaxed assessment now seemed futile. Since all would eventually face combat, it was better to strive for a promising future. By the way, do you know where the land and women distributed by the military governor's office come from? After speaking for a while, Uncle Huang posed a question. The crowd exchanged glances before turning to him in unison. The middle-aged man sighed, the creases on his dark face appearing even deeper as he continued. Where else could they come from? Naturally, they come from those soldiers who have perished. According to the military orders of our Great Jin, the wives, daughters, and properties of soldiers are considered assets of the military governor's office. Once a soldier falls in battle, their land and women are redistributed by the military governor's office to newly recruited soldiers. This is known as toppling the household. Upon hearing Uncle Huang's words, the conscripted young men fell into a heavy silence. This was the reality of being a soldier. As a citizen in peacetime and a soldier in war, should one perish, no one would mourn their loss. Wives, children, and land will belong to others. Thus, the cycle continued. Of course, being a soldier was not without its benefits. According to the military orders of the Great Jin, regular soldiers were entitled to 2 houses, 10 acres of land, and 1 acre of vegetable garden. In addition, they received 1 official wife and 1 maid. Auxiliary soldiers were granted 1 house, 5 acres of land, and half an acre of vegetable garden, along with 1 wife. In the oppressive system of military households, the living conditions were dire, often limited to merely 2 acres of land and a half-room dwelling, necessitating communal living. The laborers faced a peculiar dilemma at night, with a burly man on either side. Which way should one turn? A voice from the crowd inquired, "Uncle Huang, how do you know so much?" With a somber tone, Huang replied, "My elder brother perished in battle last year. It was he who shared these tales with me. What about your sister-in-law? You can't be enlisting to take your brother's place." Someone jested. "They say nothing is better than dumplings, and nothing more amusing than." Huang erupted with anger, striking the man who had made light of his situation. He indeed had a sister-in-law who had borne him a hefty nephew. With his brother gone, Huang was reluctant to witness his family's lineage call someone else father. Within this military household system, the most oppressed were the women and children. Devoid of any means to resist, as women possessed no land and depended on men for sustenance. In the borderlands of the Jin dynasty, where warfare was relentless, the imbalance of gender left women vulnerable, often leading to a grim fate if they lacked male support. Ultimately, many women were sold by the military governors. Those with beauty were sold into brothels or courtesan houses, while others were exchanged for horses with barbarian tribes. A common horse could fetch 2 young women, while a prized steed could buy 5. The barbarian soldiers coveted the delicate skin of human women, yet often treated them poorly. Consequently, unless absolutely desperate, these women showed little resistance to their newly assigned husbands. At this moment, the drums sounded again. An officer clad in armor ascended a platform and proclaimed, The selection of military households by the military governor's office has officially commenced. Chapter 3. Securing a position. Under the officer's whip and reprimands, the earlier tumult quickly subsided. Hundreds of able-bodied men were lined up in rows, with varying weights of stone locks placed before each line, accompanied by an officer responsible for evaluations and a clerk tasked with recording results. The primary focus of the military household assessment was strength, with stone locks weighing between 100 and 300 pounds. Additional tests included archery and weaponry, but these were supplementary. A soldier's ranking primarily hinged on their strength. Once that was established, other skills could be honed over time. However, those who excelled in strength and demonstrated proficiency in archery and weaponry would undoubtedly receive special attention from the military. The clerks recorded each soldier's performance to present to the commanding officer, who would select promising candidates for further training or even enlist them in his personal guard. After all, in the chaos of battle, a commanding officer needed a formidable retinue to protect him as he fought. Moreover, according to the military governor's selection criteria, exceptionally outstanding candidates could not only earn rewards but also be promoted from a frontline soldier to a squad leader, gaining priority in land and family allocations during distribution. For those accustomed to toiling in the fields, lifting a 100-pound stone lock posed no challenge. However, hoisting a 200-pound lock required considerable strength and a foundation in martial arts. The 300-pound lock was a feat only achievable by those with innate strength or rigorous training. The training ground was filled with dust as the muffled sounds of exertion echoed from the front lines. Su Pingyan focused intently on the candidates undergoing evaluations, mentally counting. In my row, 21 have been assessed, yet only one managed to lift the 200-pound stone lock. The remaining 20 lifted only 100 pounds. It seems becoming a frontline soldier is no easy task. Although the original owner of this body had trained in martial arts from a young age and was considered to have reached the refinement stage, Su Pingyan was uncertain about the true extent of that power, just as the original owner was unaware. The impoverished background had limited his ability to advance in martial arts. It was a struggle to reach the refinement stage, which had already consumed all available resources. The saying goes, wealth in literature, strength in martial arts. Yet his relatives could no longer provide for him. Thus, since stepping into the refinement stage 3 years prior, Su Pingyan had not returned to the academy to further his studies, relying solely on the teachings of his master while assisting with the family farm. As for his current level of mastery within the refinement stage, whether minor, major, or peak, or what came next, he knew nothing. Watching as nearly half of the candidates had been assessed with only one frontline soldier emerging, the evaluating officer furrowed his brow. He lamented the poor quality of candidates, wondering how so few could qualify. If this continued, the recruiting officers would undoubtedly face the ire of the commanding officer when the results were reported. Yet, it was hardly the candidates' fault. The current year was one of famine, and in the depths of winter, when food was scarce. It was indeed a tall order to expect these men, who usually subsisted on wild vegetables and husks, to lift 200-pound stone locks. Perhaps we should allow them a few days of nourishment before the assessments? No, there's no surplus in the military's granaries either, the officer thought, shaking his head in resignation. The assessments continued, and Su Pingyan remained fixated on the testing grounds. At that moment, a young man, diminutive in stature and wearing a tattered hat, approached the stone locks. Su Pingyan immediately took note of him. Unlike the common visage of northern folk, this lad, appearing to be around 16 or 17, had a pallid complexion, lacking in color, and his cheeks were somewhat gaunt. His eyes were small yet sharp, his nose slender and prominent, and his lips were thin, exuding an air of cunning and cleverness. Ha, Lai Tu Xiao Guizi, are you still not giving up? The appearance of the lean young man provoked a wave of ridicule from those around. From their chatter, Su Pingyan learned that the young man's surname was Gui. Hailing from Qingshan village, and he was the sole survivor of his family, having long lost all others. He himself was unaware of his own name, as everyone simply referred to him as Lai Tu Xiao Guizi. With no land to his name, he resided in a dilapidated dwelling, subsisting on tree bark and wild vegetables, relying occasionally on the meager charity of others, managing to survive to this age. In order to earn a meager meal, he volunteered for military service each year, yet due to his youthful appearance, he could not even secure a position as a laborer in the army. Laugh all you want. This year I didn't enlist voluntarily. I was conscripted. Just wait. I shall become a proper soldier. In the face of the surrounding mockery, Xiao Guizi curled his lip defiantly, spat into his palm twice, rubbed it vigorously, and approached the 200-pound stone lock, crouching down, bending at the waist, and lowering his shoulders. Xiao Guizi, classified as a laborer. With the shout of the official recording the results, Xiao Guizi inevitably became a proud laborer, prompting another round of laughter from the onlookers. In today's test, the number of laborers was as scarce as that of proper soldiers. Unlike most who struggled to find enough to eat, Su Pingyan had set out from Pingshan village with a substantial stash of grain cakes secretly tucked into his arms by his uncle. At least he would not go hungry, giving him a physical advantage over others. Soon, it was Su Pingyan's turn. Su Pingyan, from Pingshan village? The official beside him lifted his gaze to scrutinize Su Pingyan, inquiring, "Indeed." Su Pingyan nodded solemnly and said, "Indeed." The officer beside him also nodded, signaling Su Chang'an to commence the assessment. After surveying the apparatus for the evaluation, Su Chang'an strode directly to the 200-pound stone lock. Grasping the stone bar tightly with both hands, his well-defined muscles tensed instantaneously. He squatted, bent his waist, and lowered his shoulders. With a powerful shout, he lifted the stone lock with ease. Feeling the weight above his head, Su Pingyan's heart swelled with delight. It was no surprise that his physique, having entered the refinement stage, could effortlessly hoist the 200-pound stone lock overhead. As another individual met the standard for a soldier, a faint smile crept upon the officer's lips, nodding in approval. The surrounding crowd erupted with envious murmurs. Achieving the status of a soldier meant 10 acres of land and 2 houses. Most importantly, it entailed the privilege of having 2 wives. In a feudal society, who among the affluent would not desire multiple spouses? After setting down the stone lock, Su Pingyan felt a lingering excitement and approached the 300-pound stone lock. The soldiers and the officer in charge of the assessment stared in astonishment. Today, as they selected soldiers, not only was there no one capable of lifting it, but even those brave enough to attempt the 300-pound stone lock were absent. Was this young man truly daring to try the 300-pound stone lock? Was he not afraid of injuring himself? Steadying himself in a horse stance, Su Pingyan summoned his strength from the ground. With a fierce shout, the 300-pound stone lock steadily lifted off the ground. Under the astonished gazes of the onlookers, Su Pingyan effortlessly raised it above his head. Remarkably, he even took a few steps forward before casting it to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. The supervising officer beside him was instantly filled with surprise. To think that his team had produced a naturally strong soldier. According to regulations, he would not only escape the reprimand from his superior, but also receive a monetary reward. This was indeed a stroke of fortune, a delightful surprise from the heavens. Meanwhile, the commander overseeing the selection from the high platform had also noticed the unfolding situation. Soon, a young servant rushed over to Su Pingyan, exclaiming, "Come with me. The 100 households' lord wishes to personally evaluate you." At these words, Su Pingyan attracted a wave of curious glances. Adjusting his clothing and brushing off the dust, he followed the servant towards the high platform. As Su Pingyan approached from the training grounds, the tall 100 households' lord on the platform fixed his piercing gaze upon him, as if attempting to see through his very soul. Su Pingyan approached with a demeanor marked by neither servility nor arrogance, clasping his hands in greeting. He introduced himself as Su Pingyan from Pingshan village, courtesy named Changsheng, and paid his respects to the esteemed headman. Upon hearing Su Pingyan's self-introduction, the headman felt a sense of surprise within and inquired, "Have you, indeed, received an education?" Su Pingyan responded with a bow, affirming that he had received a brief enlightenment from his teacher in his youth. Baihu nodded in realization. An uneducated commoner would not include their own character in self-introduction. No wonder this person appeared so composed and exuded an air of dignity. In truth, the original owner had trained in martial arts since childhood and had never set foot in a classroom. However, Su Pingyan, a respectable university graduate under the 9-year compulsory education system, excelled not only in the pleasures of life, but also possessed a solid cultural foundation. In the present-day Jin dynasty, he could undoubtedly be regarded as well-versed in literature. To claim he had attended a few days of private tutoring was merely an act of modesty. Baihu, having taken note of Su Pingyan's considerable strength, inquired further, "I see you possess great physical power. Do you excel in any other martial arts?" For a soldier, literacy was merely an embellishment. True skill lay in the ability to wield weapons and engage in combat. "I have also practiced a set of saber techniques and am proficient in archery," Su Pingyan replied, Baihu's eyes visibly brightened, and he turned to his attendant, instructing him to fetch a saber. Shortly thereafter, A standard military saber was presented to Su Ping'an. Having trained in martial arts from a young age, the set of Liuha saber techniques imparted by his master was ingrained in his muscle memory. Consequently, he performed with an impressive flair on the training grounds, earning Baihu's admiration. Subsequently, the attendant brought forth a bow and arrows for Su Ping'an to demonstrate his skill. From a distance of 50 paces, he loosed 3 arrows, each striking the bullseye, eliciting a chorus of cheers and applause from the onlookers. By the afternoon, during the hour of shun, the selection of soldiers at the Fonglin County Military Governor's office concluded. A total of 33 regular soldiers, 290 auxiliary soldiers, and 19 laborers were chosen. Following Su Ping'an's impressive display, many others attempted to lift the 300-gene stone lock, yet none succeeded. Coupled with Su Ping'an's exhibition of martial prowess, he was undoubtedly designated as the leader of this selection in accordance with the regulations of the military governor's office. Su Ping'an was directly promoted to the position of banner leader of the soldier households, receiving a dark, polished waist token inscribed with his name. Thus, Su Ping'an ascended from an ordinary soldier to a leader capable of managing a small team of 3. Holding the ebony waist token made of chicken wing wood, a sense of joy welled up within him. Next comes the exhilarating phase of selecting a wife. As the chief of this selection process, Su Ping'an not only attained the rank of banner leader, but also received a monetary reward of 10 taels of silver. This bounty elicited envy among the other soldier households, their mouths watering at the prospect. For even the regular soldiers, the military governor's office only dispensed a meager 501 as a settlement fee, equivalent to half a string of cash. The auxiliary soldiers received even less, a mere 201, while the laborers earned a paltry 51, barely enough for subsistence. In contrast, 10 taels of silver, when converted into the currency of the Great Jin, amounted to a significant sum of 10 strings of cash, or 10,001. If spent judiciously, this amount could sustain an ordinary family for over half a year. In the harsh winter months, when hunger often claimed lives, being able to secure a full meal was a rare blessing. Although the other soldier households were filled with envy, and perhaps even jealousy, they were powerless to change their circumstances. After all, not everyone possessed the strength to lift a 300-pound stone lock. Following the conclusion of the selection process, each soldier household was issued a coarse wooden waist token engraved with their name. Personal details such as name, place of origin, and even physical appearance were meticulously recorded to prevent anyone from deserting. According to the military edicts of the Great Jin, those who fled from battle faced execution. The funds from the military governor's office were not easily acquired. From that moment on, these individuals were irrevocably severed from their civilian status, becoming permanent soldiers. This meant that unless they died in battle or achieved military merit, they were destined to serve on the front lines for life. By the time the rewards, waste tokens, and personal registrations were completed, it was already late afternoon. This batch of soldier households would not have time to return to their assigned military forts. The Lord of the Hundred at the military governor's office ordered that they spend the night in the grass sheds of the training ground. The following morning, designated personnel would escort them back to their respective forts. The military governor's office did not impose strict regulations on these new soldiers, even allowing them the freedom to roam within the county town. Now that they had entered military status, they were considered part of the family. A degree of leniency would foster goodwill toward the military governor's office, ensuring they fought with greater fervor in times of battle. Moreover, the military governor's office was untroubled by the prospect of desertion. After all their information had been recorded. Anyone who dared to flee would be easily apprehended and executed as a deterrent. The newly inducted soldier households were well aware that the next day they would be allocated land, homes, and wives from the villages subordinate to the military fort. Most were old bachelors who had never even touched a woman, and at that moment, they were dreaming of lying on soft breasts, savoring the warmth of a woman's embrace. Who would dare to run away? At that moment, by a pile of straw near the training ground, the middle-aged man who had just explained the intricacies of the selection process was surrounded by an eager crowd. As Su Ping'an gazed around, he noticed a large red wooden badge hanging from his waist. The red badge symbolized a soldier's rank. "Uncle Huang, don't leave just yet. The soldier's pay is merely 501. What business do you have in the county? Surely you aren't planning to visit the tavern to hear the maidens sing? Don't talk nonsense. I'm about to get married. What would I do in a tavern? The charm of a tavern girl is unmatched compared to one's wife at home. Just a little sway of the waist, and it's simply delightful. Go away. Stop bothering me." Uncle Huang waved his hand dismissively and stepped out of the crowd. The recent jests regarding his relationship with his sister-in-law clearly left him displeased, making him reluctant to engage further. Uncle Huang, with your vast knowledge, why not enlighten us about the ways of being a soldier? A tall, slender young man approached Uncle Huang, wearing a somewhat ingratiating smile. Indeed, Uncle Huang, we are all from the same village. Please share your insights. Several auxiliary soldiers chimed in, urging him on. Faced with such insistence, Uncle Huang could only shake his head in resignation, saying, "All right then, since we are all fellow villagers and will soon be comrades in arms, feel free to ask whatever you wish. I, Huang Tsunrong, will certainly share my knowledge without reservation." As Uncle Huang began to enthusiastically impart his wisdom, many gathered around the haystack, eager to listen. Su Pingyan is also one of them. At this moment, a man with a rough face grinned and said, "What we brothers are most curious about is, of course, how the women assigned from the military stronghold are. Today, I heard the officers mention that there are distinctions between upper and lower households. How is that determined?" Indeed, Uncle Huang, please enlighten us," the others eagerly chimed in. In the frigid winter, the soldiers rubbed their hands together, their faces filled with anticipation as they looked at Uncle Huang. Observing the impatient expressions of his comrades, Uncle Huang chuckled and shook his head, saying, "There is nothing difficult to comprehend here. If you are selected as a primary household, you can become the head of the household. The so-called upper household means that there is at least one young woman in the household who is capable of bearing children. The house is larger, and at least 70% of the fields are fertile." Upon hearing young women, many faces lit up with longing. A few men holding primary household tokens could not help but chuckle foolishly. Ignoring their reactions, Uncle Huang continued, "However, the lower households are much more complicated. The houses assigned will be smaller, and the fields will often be less accessible. As for the women assigned, one should not expect much in terms of beauty, but they will certainly be able to bear children. In fact, that is not the worst part. The most unfortunate scenario is when you enter the house. Not only is the wife unattractive, but there is also a child calling you father. Many in the military stronghold refer to this situation as unexpected fatherhood." Hearing this, many men burst into hearty laughter at Uncle Huang's words, while those with auxiliary household tokens hung their heads in bitter silence. But do not lose heart. Uncle Huang sighed, looking at the despondent auxiliary members. The results of the household selections are determined by lottery, which is relatively fair. Not all lower households come with unattractive wives and children. It is still fair in a sense. Ultimately, we are all heads of households, responsible for supporting our wives. Whether the selection is fortunate or unfortunate is merely fate. One cannot blame others for it. However, among us, the one with the best fate is this young man. Uncle Huang raised his hand to point at Su Pingyan, who was attentively listening from the side. He is a leader and has the right to choose a household upon entering the village, avoiding the lottery. He can prioritize selecting a woman from any household he desires. Priority in choosing a spouse? Su Pingyan's mind immediately conjured images of alluring young women clad in short skirts and low-cut tops, standing in a row at a club in his past life. Soon after, he felt the collective gaze of the crowd upon him, some filled with envy and others with jealousy. Ignoring their eyes, Su Pingyan easily squeezed through the crowd and approached Uncle Huang, inquiring, "Excuse me, Uncle. I just heard everyone mention that you plan to go to the county. What are you intending to buy? Should we prepare anything for becoming heads of households tomorrow?" Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. As newcomers, it would be prudent to bring something to please their future wives. After all, one cannot arrive empty-handed. Uncle Huang nodded and smiled, saying, "It seems this brother is not only skilled in martial arts, but also possesses a keen mind. Indeed, I am preparing to purchase some items. Tomorrow, the selected women will need to prepare a welcoming banquet for their husbands. Additionally, the village officials will also attend, and the new heads of households should offer them a couple of drinks as a courtesy." After the battle at the Chishui River, many men's wives in the village have been without their heads of households for nearly half a year. Without a head of household, many women's lives have been quite miserable. We newcomers must provide our wives with some dignity and improve their meals, right? Upon hearing Uncle Huang's words, many soldiers nodded thoughtfully. When one is well fed, one can indulge in desires. If one does not feed their wives well, who would be willing to engage in intimate activities together at night? Chapter 5. Grand Procurement in the County. After listening to Uncle Huang, everyone had an awakening, and after thanking him, they began to prepare for their shopping expedition. Su Pingyan was likewise affected. The military governor's office provided a remarkably humane sum of silver, comprising 9 taels and 1,000 copper coins, which Su Pingyan discreetly pocketed, finding it both convenient and inconspicuous. After securing the funds, he joined the throng heading towards the county town. Fenglin County is considered a significant district within Yanqing Prefecture, and the bustling intersection at its heart is vibrant and lively. Flags adorned with crimson borders, emblazoned with the names of various shops, fluttered in the cold wind, enticing passing customers. At this moment, numerous soldiers' families were utilizing their relocation allowances to shop along this street. Among them, the most prevalent were the auxiliary soldiers, each carrying 200 copper coins. They persistently inquired about prices from the shopkeepers, darting between stores to compare goods. Fresh pork was prohibitively expensive, leaving them reluctant to make a purchase. The only meat they could afford consisted of inexpensive offal. The intestines, esophagus, and lungs of pigs and cattle fetched 15 coins per pound. Even the most inferior quality of turbid wine cost 30 coins for a jug. After a few pounds of meat and a jug of wine, a substantial portion of the auxiliary soldiers' coins had vanished. Observing their dwindling pockets, many soldiers shivered with regret. However, with thoughts of meeting their wives the following day, several resolved to splurge on a few more pounds of offal. After all, first impressions could significantly influence future happiness, and men were often willing to spend generously in matters of this nature. Among the soldiers, Su Pingyan is considered the wealthiest. In his possession, besides the 10 taels of reward silver from the military governor's office, he also carries 51 that his uncle discreetly slipped to him before his departure, cleverly concealed within a flatbread to prevent his aunt from discovering it. Currently, Su Pingyan has a total of 9 qian in silver and 1,051 in cash. He is not in a hurry to make purchases. Instead, he finds a small food stall to sit down at. After a long afternoon of exertion in the training grounds, his stomach is already grumbling with hunger. The bustling intersection of Fenglin County is filled with numerous food stalls. Honored guest, what would you like? The vendor before him is a short, dark-skinned middle-aged man, adorned with a grimy apron, who greets everyone with a humble smile. 1 serving of tofu pudding. 2 baskets of steamed buns. Please, no sugar in the tofu pudding. I would like it with lard and chili. Su Pingyan emphasized, all right. The vendor called out and swiftly departed, soon returning with 2 steaming trays of buns and tofu pudding. Boss, it's time to settle the bill. At that moment, 2 officials in uniform at the neighboring table finished their meal. Sir, you are too gracious. It is a privilege for me to serve you. The vendor, observing the officials' attire and the simple blades at their waists, stubbornly refused to accept payment. His gaze fell upon the empty bowls on the table, a flicker of distress in his eyes. Are you sure? The officials exchanged glances filled with mockery. The vendor swallowed hard. These 2 officials had an astonishing appetite, consuming enough for 4 or 5 people. Running a modest business, working from dawn till dusk, he barely made ends meet. He desired to accept payment, but truly dared not. No, how could I take your money? The vendor waved his hands rapidly, clearly someone who had endured the harsh realities of life. Ha, you're quite perceptive. After a hearty pat on the vendor's shoulder, the official strode away. The vendor, now compliant, began to tidy up the bowls and chopsticks. Su Pingyan, seated nearby and slurping his tofu pudding, witnessed the scene in all its vividness. It seems the corruption within the Great Jin dynasty has festered for far too long. Even a minor official can render the common folk utterly miserable. No wonder the northern barbarian tribes, despite their lack of resources, dare to wage war against the Great Jin year after year. How could a corrupt nation possibly possess unity? Su Pingyan observed the bustling figure of the vendor and recalled the pained yet timid expression in his eyes, as humble as that of a beggar. After stuffing the last delicate dumpling into his mouth, Su Pingyan placed 5 coins on the table and departed silently. As he rounded the corner of the stall, a striking new notice captured his attention. Affixed to a weathered wooden board, the notice boldly proclaimed in vigorous and elegant script, "Recruitment for the Broken Army Martial Arts School." Martial Arts School. A thunderclap reverberated in Su Pingyan's mind. Having trained in martial arts since childhood, his innate yearning for the path of a warrior was ignited. Moreover, as a member of the military household, the prospect of further honing his martial skills to enhance his combat prowess would significantly bolster his chances of survival on the battlefield. In this day and age, it is remarkable that there are still martial arts academies recruiting in Yanqing Prefecture, albeit located in the provincial capital, which is rather distant for me. Su Pingyan's mind began to whirl. An important reason his second uncle had forbidden him from continuing his martial arts training all those years ago was that, ever since the onset of conflict at the borders, various martial arts schools in Yanqing Prefecture had gradually relocated. The rationale was simple. Martial arts training demands substantial resources, and with years of warfare at the borders, the populace was left in dire straits, unable to provide the necessary support for martial artists. As the common folk struggled to make ends meet, martial practitioners became increasingly scarce, especially since they were often conscripted into military service for various reasons. The martial arts school in Fenglin County, where Su Pingyan had trained, had moved 3 years prior. Thus, when he unexpectedly stumbled upon an opportunity to resume his training, he was determined not to let it slip away. However, his thick brows soon furrowed in concern. Beneath the enrollment information was an additional line. The registration fee was a staggering 100 taels. Why doesn't he just rob someone? Su Pingyan scoffed inwardly. In these times, ordinary farmers would go to great lengths to stretch a single copper coin, let alone procure 100 taels. It was a daunting prospect indeed. If one wishes to train in martial arts, one must first secure funds. Resigned, he thought, never mind, there's no rush. I should focus on handling the immediate matters at hand. After making up his mind, Su Pingyan headed towards the bustling intersection of Fenglin County, where flags fluttered in the breeze. Su Pingyan first visited a fabric shop, selecting coarse cloth on one end and fine cloth on the other. This end represents the common unit of measurement for fabrics in the Great Jin Kingdom, approximately equating to 20 feet of cloth. As the chief among this batch of military households, Su Pingyan not only possessed the privilege of preferential selection in marriage, but could also choose 2 brides at once. The fabric he procured would suffice for his future wives to create several elegant garments. The mere thought of soon having 2 beautiful brides filled his heart with joy. Subsequently, he purchased firewood, rice, oil, salt, half a pound of coarse tea, 3 pounds of well-balanced pork belly, a roasted goose from the renowned Xiangju, a pound of marinated pig's head, and a jug of superior clear wine, which surpassed the taste of murky liquor. All of these expenditures amounted to over 2 taels of silver. Observing the considerable weight of his goods, Su Pingyan also acquired 2 pieces of hemp cloth and a carrying pole to facilitate his journey the following day. On his way back to the barracks from the crossroads, he happened to pass through the North Street slave market. This market, where slave traders peddled their human wares, was not uncommon in the Jin dynasty. As he cast his gaze around, Su Pingyan noticed numerous individuals kneeling on the ground, with straw tags affixed to their backs, inscribed with crooked black graphite prices. Most were desperate souls, selling themselves to survive. In these tumultuous times of warfare and famine, many families faced starvation and had no choice but to barter their lives as commodities. Don't miss out. Fine slaves for sale, lovely young maidens aged 16. Only selling for 1 tael and 5 coins. The traders shouted vigorously in the market, incessantly promoting their wares to passing customers. With a heavy sigh, Su Pingyan quickened his pace. In times of poverty, one should focus on self-preservation. In times of prosperity, one ought to extend a helping hand to the world. Currently, as merely a humble soldier, he lacked the means to alter the fates of these unfortunate individuals. Suddenly, his attention was captured by a woman selling herself. Su Pingyan couldn't help but be taken aback. This was due to the activation of his ability as the child of fortune. In his eyes, there was a faint golden radiance flickering around the woman. Chapter 6. Entering the village, choosing a wife. Su Pingyan understood that this indicated the woman held significant value for him. Thus, it was only natural for him to approach and observe her. In the center of the venue knelt a woman who was strikingly different from the rest. Judging by her stature, she stood at least 7 feet tall, surpassing the average male in height, with broad shoulders and a physique reminiscent of a man's robust build. Her skin bore a healthy wheat-like hue, and her hair, as dark as ink, was tousled and wild, resembling untamed weeds. Her head was bowed, obscuring her features from view. She was clad in a coarse, patch garment made of rough fabric, her hips and legs robust and rounded, while her bosom appeared ample and remarkably full, presenting an astonishing silhouette. Affixed to her back was a wooden sign, inscribed in black charcoal with the words, "Selling myself to save my father, price 3 taels." The handwriting was reasonably clear, suggesting that a kind-hearted individual had assisted her in crafting the sign. Due to her unusual appearance, a crowd of onlookers had gathered around her. Su Pingyan, filled with curiosity, inquired of the elderly man beside him about the origins of the young woman. The old man let out a long sigh and replied, "Alas, this poor girl is indeed a wretched soul. According to her own account, her father, a hunter of the mountains, has fallen gravely ill. The physician has declared that 3 or 2 taels of silver are required for medicine to save him. Otherwise, after 3 days, even the divine cannot assist. Yesterday, she knelt here for an entire day, pleading until her lips were parched and cracked. Out of pity, I helped her draft a sign to sell herself in exchange for her father's salvation." As the old man spoke, he shook his head in resignation. His weathered face creased with sorrow. I must say, Uncle Kong, you possess a heart too tender for your own good. A 16-year-old girl can scarcely fetch more than a tael and 5 coins. What gives her the right to demand 3? Moreover, we all pay for our purchases. Why should she be allowed to collect money to save her father first? What if she absconds with the funds? Only a fool would buy into such a tale. A stocky middle-aged man in the crowd chimed in, provoking a wave of laughter. "I am not a fraud." Hearing the doubts cast upon her, the kneeling girl finally lifted her head. With thick brows and bright eyes, her high nose gave her features a striking quality, and though not conventionally beautiful, she possessed a charm that was pleasing to behold. "My father is gravely ill, and I am compelled to sell myself to save him. I only seek 3 taels of silver. If any kind soul is willing to assist, I shall serve them faithfully for the rest of my life. Should there be skepticism, benefactors may accompany me to the mountains to witness my father's condition firsthand." With this, she struck her forehead repeatedly in a gesture of desperation. And when she raised her face again, tears streamed down her cheeks. "Pa, I trust you as far as I can throw you. In these tumultuous times, with bandits lurking everywhere, who knows if you are in league with them?" The middle-aged man spat on the ground, looking skyward with an expression of disbelief. Yet, since the system had assured me of this girl's value, I found no reason to hesitate. Tall and slender, with alluring curves and a delicate visage, she was reminiscent of the majestic beauties of Russia from my previous life. Su Pingyan squeezed his way to the front of the crowd and gently helped the girl to her feet, saying, "Do not weep. I shall buy you." As he spoke, Su Pingyan retrieved a few silver coins from his bosom and handed them to her. Noticing the bruises on her knees, he also produced 2 steaming flatbreads. Offering them to her, he continued, "I believe in you. Go save your father first. Once you have accomplished this, seek me in Qingshan village at Dongha Fort. I am the banner chief there, named Su Pingyan." As he watched the girl depart, laughter erupted around him. "What a fool. That girl is surely a swindler. Once she takes the money, she will not return." Another jeered. "Indeed, he is just burning through his wealth." Only the elderly man with a weathered face and a white beard nodded slightly at Su Pingyan, quietly admiring his benevolence. With the girl now far away, Su Pingyan paid no heed to the crowd and shouldered his burden, making his way toward the training grounds. As Su Pingyan arrived at the training ground, the sky had already darkened. In the depths of winter, the night wind cut like a knife, and many soldiers who had returned early had already sought refuge in the grass huts of the training grounds. These humble shelters were originally intended for temporary respite during military drills by the commanding officers. To spend the night in them was to endure the relentless draft, forcing everyone to huddle closely together for warmth. Observing this scene, Su Pingyan could only shake his head in resignation. He had no desire to find himself in an awkward predicament, surrounded by burly men on all sides. Su Pingyan still possessed a considerable sum of silver, coupled with a load of goods requiring vigilant guardianship. After a moment's contemplation, he sought out an inn near the training ground. This establishment, known as a dian, served as a lodging for ordinary merchants and weary travelers. Although the accommodations were somewhat rudimentary, they were vastly superior to a thatched hut. With a mere 10 coins, Su Pingyan secured a cozy sleeping space, enjoying a restful night enveloped in warmth. The following morning, as dawn's first light began to break, hundreds of soldiers gathered at the training ground. The previous night's biting wind had rendered many unable to find sleep, leaving the soldiers with pronounced dark circles beneath their eyes. Su Pingyan appeared remarkably spirited, with a shoulder pole balanced across his back, each end bearing 2 substantial bundles of supplies, eliciting envy from the onlookers. Yet, the thought of soon being assigned a wife from the military camp filled everyone's hearts with delight. The military governor's office did not cater to the soldiers' meals or accommodations, and breakfast was quite simple: coarse grain pancakes accompanied by boiled water from the military pot. After breakfast, several groups set out under the guidance of officials from the military governor's office. The military governor's jurisdiction encompassed 5 forts: Dongha Fort, Ingpan Fort, Qingchuan Fort, Baoan Fort, and Dingxiang Fort. Beneath each fort lay several villages. By noon, Su Pingyan finally arrived at the assigned fort, Dongha Fort. After completing the registration of names and military status, several officers clad in military armor shouted, "Those from Shaohan Village, come with me. Those heading to Qingshan Village, gather here." Su Pingyan found the officer in charge of Qingshan Village and stepped into the lineup. This officer was a stout, middle-aged man with a round face and squinting eyes. After confirming the number of personnel, he inquired, "I have heard that a formidable warrior from the army has been assigned to our Qingshan Village. May I ask who it is?" Su Pingyan hurriedly stepped forward and clasped his hands in greeting, declaring, "Indeed, it is I, your subordinate." The stout commander chuckled heartily, his eyes narrowing into mere slits of mirth. "Splendid, splendid. At last, our Dongha fortress has welcomed a valiant warrior." Qingshan Village is not far from Dongha Fortress. After traveling for half an hour, at the hour of the afternoon, 20 soldiers assigned to Qingshan Village arrived at the village entrance. Upon their arrival, the village head and several officials, including the captain, had been waiting to greet them. Noticing the gathering of people, the stout officer shook off the dust from his military attire and proclaimed loudly, "In this selection of recruits, our county has produced a true strongman. According to regulations, he shall have the privilege of choosing his household first. Old Lu, please enlighten him on the rules." Casting a glance at village head Lu Hushing, the rotund officer gestured towards Su Pingyan. Su Pingyan clasped his hands and stepped out of the line. The village chief, smiling, examined Su Pingyan's black chicken wing wood waist and explained, "Brave sir, you have a quarter of an hour to enter the village and select any household that displays a red lantern at their entrance, inscribed with the words welcome, is one of the families participating in this recruitment. Households with red lanterns are of higher status, while those with blue lanterns are of lower status. Once you have made your selection, simply take the door plaque hanging beside the lantern and present it to me for registration. Upon registration, you will become the head of that household. Do you understand?" Su Pingyan nodded slightly, shouldering his burden as he entered Qingshan Village. This selection process has yielded truly respectable families, far superior to the young ladies who once engaged in seafood commerce at the establishments of my previous life. Although the women of this era may not possess the same playful knowledge as those from the past, the feigned smiles and hollow laughter of the seafood girls were always somewhat disconcerting to Su Pingyan. In this life, with a devoted wife by his side, it was imperative to cultivate a genuine connection. Chapter 7. Sister Flowers. Qingshan Village is not particularly large, comprising roughly 100 households. As Su Pingyan strolled along the dirt paths of the village, he cast his gaze around. The surroundings were adorned with low fences enclosing small courtyards, where modest earthen houses stood. Most of the dwellings featured thatched roofs, with brick houses being a rare sight, reflecting a poverty reminiscent of Pingshan Village, where he once resided. Half of the homes in the village displayed lanterns at their entrances, indicating that nearly half of the soldiers from Qingshan Village perished in the recent battle at Qishui River, amounting to close to 50 lives. However, this time, only 20 soldiers were assigned to Qingshan Village, an insufficient number to meet the needs. Year after year of warfare and recruitment had led to a severe shortage of soldiers throughout Yanqing Prefecture. The fate of the orphans and widows who were not allocated soldiers was even more tragic. As he walked, Su Pingyan glanced toward a courtyard marked by a green lantern. The yard was small, containing merely a thatched roof house, with a dilapidated wooden table set up inside, upon which lay some coarse-grained cakes. Behind the table knelt a frail, dark-skinned woman, yawning and appearing half asleep, so thin and weary. Su Pingyan shook his head and continued onward. Ahead lay a household adorned with red lanterns. Peering through the fence, he observed a fair-faced woman busily preparing a meal on the table. Not only were there wine and meat, but astonishingly, a river fish as well. The earthen dwelling within the courtyard was evidently much larger than the thatched roof house he had just seen. She possesses a modicum of beauty, yet her figure is rather frail, far inferior to the young maidens in the market. Su Pingyan nodded and continued walking forward, the image of the girl he saved in the market lingering in his mind. As he advanced, he observed several households, each presenting a similar scenario. The women beneath the red lanterns were undeniably more beautiful than those under the green ones, and their families appeared to be more prosperous. Gazing at the well-to-do households adorned with red lanterns and the lovely young women within, it was impossible for Su Pingyan to remain unmoved. Having never had a girlfriend in his previous life, the prospect of choosing a wife in this one was indeed a remarkable opportunity. It was imperative that he made a careful selection. Su Pingyan calculated the time. With his pace, 2 quarters would suffice for him to circle the village. At this moment, within a modest courtyard at the eastern edge of Qingshan village, a pair of sisters busied themselves at the stove. The elder sister donned a blue linen dress, her hair half cascading down and half styled into a bun, secured with a wooden hairpin. Her features were exquisitely beautiful, possessing both delicacy and depth. Her brows were finely arched, and her eyes, deep and bright, resembled a tranquil autumn pool. Most striking was her figure, which the coarse fabric could hardly conceal, curvaceous and full of charm. Her lovely oval face lent her an air of gentle grace. The younger sister wore a matching top and skirt, her features sweet and her demeanor lively. Her peach blossom eyes sparkled with a hint of allure amidst her innocence. Yet, at this moment, the pair of enchanting sisters wore expressions of deep concern. Their lovely faces bore the weight of worry. After a morning of toil, their table displayed only a pot of boiled wild vegetables and half a pot of coarse grain porridge. The younger sister, with tear-streaked cheeks, pouted and lamented, "Sister, the red lanterns hang at the door, yet our food is so meager. If the official husband arrives and sees this, will he not be furious?" Since their assignment to Qingshan village, they had often witnessed the fury of nearby soldiers manifesting in violence toward their wives. The sisters had seen it all. The elder sister's deep, bright eyes were filled with helplessness and desolation. "Alas, it is all my fault for not managing the household finances properly. Sister, do not speak so. Losing money is trivial. Our safety is paramount." It turned out that prior to the military recruitment by the governor's office, notices were sent to the villages without male heads of households, informing them that husbands would soon arrive. Upon receiving the news, these households began to gather funds for the welcoming feast. The sisters had tirelessly spun and worked day and night to save up some money. After much effort, they managed to gather a little over 100 coins, only to discover that as they went out to fetch water yesterday, their money was stolen, along with most of their coarse rice. The 2 sisters had wept through the night to prepare for today's welcoming feast. They had risen at dawn to forage for wild vegetables. In the biting cold of winter, as everything lay barren, they had toiled all morning, their hands numb from the chill, barely managing to cook a pot of wild vegetable soup and using up all the remaining coarse rice to prepare the meager meal on the table. Accustomed to the soldiers' frequent violent outbursts toward their wives, they hung the red lanterns at their door to welcome their official husbands. Yet the simplicity of their offerings would surely incite their husband's wrath, possibly leading to a brutal beating. The thought of this left the sisters pale and sorrowful. As they sat in the courtyard, gazing at the inadequate meal, a sharp knocking sounded at the door. The sisters were startled. Had their official husband arrived so soon? After glancing at her worried sister, the elder sister steeled herself, unlatched the door, and gently pushed open the dilapidated entrance. There stood a tall man, about 8 feet in height. His features were chiseled, exuding a masculine vigor that was not overly rugged. Upon closer inspection, one might even find him somewhat handsome. However, his sharp gaze, robust physique, and sun-kissed skin set him apart starkly from the refined scholar cousins. "Ah," the elder sister gasped, clearly taken aback by the imposing figure at the door. The younger sister, drawn by the sound, echoed her surprise. But soon, the 2 regained their composure. The elder sister bowed slightly and inquired, "May I ask, sir, what brings you to our humble abode?" Satisfied at the sight of the exquisite yet distinctly styled sisters, Su Pingyan clasped his hands and replied, "I am Su Pingyan, the official husband assigned by the governor's office to the soldiers of Qingshan village. From today onward, I am to be your husband." Upon hearing this, the younger sister, with her sparkling peach blossom eyes, retorted, "Nonsense. Official husbands from the governor's office are assigned through a lottery. Why is it that there is no news from the neighboring households? Yet you are the only one to arrive? Jinger, do not be rash. Let the gentleman finish," the elder sister gently chided, casting a soft glance at her sister. Unperturbed by the suspicion cast upon him, Su Pingyan produced his waist badge and handed it over, saying, "This is my proof." The elder sister, with her delicate fingers, accepted the badge, her pupils dilating upon seeing the words "First Class" engraved on the front and Su Pingyan on the back. Having been informed by officials at the governor's office, the sisters recognized the badge and understood that first class signified priority in selection. No wonder he alone could enter the village. How could I have overlooked this? Noticing the meager food on the table, tears brimmed in the younger sister's beautiful eyes. The elder sister felt a pang in her heart and hurriedly pulled her sister down to kneel, softly saying, "Mu Wanrong, Mu Wanqing, we greet our husband. Please punish us." With that, the elder sister lowered her body further, her hands grasping a vine, accentuating her alluring curves. Su Pingyan was taken aback by the scene before him. A vine? A submissive act? Observing the trembling figures of the sisters, Su Pingyan was filled with confusion. Looking inside the house, he quickly understood upon seeing the meager, watery fare on the table, as the household adorned with red lanterns. Serving such a sparse meal would surely bring shame when the village head and the captain arrived to congratulate them. It would be better to let the husband vent his frustrations beforehand. Amused by the sister's predicament, Su Pingyan crossed his arms and coldly remarked, "This is how you prepare for the welcoming feast? You truly deserve a beating." At his words, both sisters shuddered, the elder sister bowing her head even lower as her enticing curves quivered slightly. However, Su Pingyan then spoke gently, "I had intended to deliver a severe punishment. But if you agree to 2 requests, I shall forgive you." With that, Su Pingyan gently grasped the sisters' delicate hands. Seeing their husband suddenly shift from anger to kindness, the sisters gazed at him, bewildered, and asked, "What do you mean, husband? First, you must keep your nails trimmed. Second, learn to tie your hair back in critical moments." Upon hearing his words, the sisters were even more perplexed. The elder sister, Mu Wanrong, could not help but inquire, "What does my husband mean by this?" "This is merely the first lesson in your training," Su Pingyan chuckled, observing their bewildered expressions. "You will understand tonight." The sisters remained confused, but seeing that their husband did not intend to resort to violence, they both sighed in relief. Leading the 2 delicate figures into the courtyard, Su Pingyan continued, "You need not worry about the food. I have brought provisions." With that, he dramatically opened 2 burlap sacks he had carried on a shoulder pole. Instantly, the sisters' eyes brightened. A generous portion of marbled pork belly, a whole roasted goose, and a pig's head, glistening in a rich sauce, released an enticing aroma. Having not tasted meat in nearly 6 months, the sisters felt as though they were dreaming, and the younger sister, Mu Wanqing, could not help but swallow hard. Su Pingyan leisurely opened another parcel and took out the prepared fabric, saying, "With the 2 of you, radiant and lovely as flowers, how could I, Su Pingyan, fail to treat you well? Please keep these 2 pieces of cloth. In due time, you may fashion yourselves some new garments." He continued, "These meats, roast goose and pig's head, are all cooked. Simply warm them in the kitchen, then slice and arrange them on the table. The pork belly should be blanched to remove its odor. After changing the water, add scallions and ginger to simmer. I shall entertain guests shortly. And this pot of fine wine, let us pour it out to prepare for our visitors." Sister Mu Wanrong reacted swiftly, immediately pulling her sister Mu Wanjing to help. Observing the 2 sisters bustling about, Su Pingyan nodded with a smile, saying, "Prepare well. I shall attend to some matters at the village entrance and return shortly to converse with you." With that, Su Pingyan removed the nameplate from beneath the red lantern at the entrance and strolled towards the village, secretly admiring her husband's broad back. The 2 sisters felt as if they were in a dream. They had anticipated a rough, ill-tempered man, as most of the soldiers in the neighborhood were known for their volatile tempers and lack of refinement. Yet, the gentleman chosen for them turned out to be a tall, graceful figure, eloquent and courteous, a true paragon of gentlemanly virtue. The arrival of Su Pingyan rekindled the sisters' hopes for the future, which had dimmed in the face of life's challenges. Inside their home, the younger sister often found herself lost in thought, her mind conjuring images of Su Pingyan's handsome visage. Observing her sister's demeanor, Mu Wanrong couldn't resist teasing. "Jing'er, is our gentleman not striking? Perhaps I should arrange for you to share a room with Su tonight?" "Ah, sister, what are you saying?" Mu Wanqing's cheeks instantly flushed with embarrassment, but she quickly retorted, "Such a delightful affair should naturally be shared with you, dear sister." "Ah, sister, what bold words you speak." This time, it was Mu Wanrong who turned crimson. Laughter echoed through the kitchen as the sisters playfully bantered, their giggles a melody of joy that had been absent for many years. Meanwhile, Su Pingyan arrived at the village entrance, holding the sisters' household sign. At that moment, a stocky middle-aged officer was deeply engaged in conversation with the village head, Lu Hushing, and the squad leader, Yang Jinshan. Su Pingyan stepped forward and clasped his hands, announcing, "I, Su Pingyan of the military household, have chosen the 3rd residence at the eastern entrance of the village, the Mu sisters as my wives. Here is the household plaque. I kindly request the esteemed officials to enter it into the records." Upon hearing that this valiant man had selected the Moose sisters from the eastern household, the village head stroked his beard, his aged face breaking into a multitude of creases with delight. Li Qichong truly possesses remarkable discernment. Securing the Moose sisters is indeed a significant fortune. It was evident that the village head had already gleaned Su Ping'an's basic circumstances from the stout officer moments prior. At this point, he addressed him as Li Qichong. Although the trio was under a flag, each flag leader could only oversee one main soldier and one auxiliary or labor soldier. It still carried a degree of authority. Hearing the village head Lu Hushing's words, Su Ping'an felt perplexed, and he clasped his hands, inquiring, "What do you mean by that?" "Village head, please enlighten me." The old village head, observing that Su Ping'an was not only adept in martial arts, having attained the rank of a military chief, but also displayed such courtesy, felt satisfied and patiently explained. "The individuals selected from our Qingshan village this time are all relatives of those who perished in battle at the Qishui River half a year ago. Most of them are widowed households. A widowed household refers to one where the husband has died, necessitating the recruitment of a new husband. However, the Moose sisters do not fall into this category." "What do you mean by that?" Su Ping'an inquired, clasping his hands again. He had assumed the Moose sisters had previously served other men, and it was only after their husbands' deaths that they became available. Though the sisters were undeniably young and beautiful, a sense of regret lingered in his heart. Now it appeared that the deceased and their family were not husbands. The village head chuckled. "Do not be anxious, Li Qichong. Allow me to elaborate. The Moose sisters have never been married. The ones who fell at the Qishui River were their father and brothers." Upon hearing this, Su Ping'an's eyes brightened. Such a charming pair of sisters were, in fact, still unmarried. The old village head continued, stroking his beard. "It is said that their father once held an official position in the capital but was implicated in a factional dispute, resulting in his family being exiled to the border. Such families of officials were originally meant to be sent to the Yanqing Prefecture's brothel to cater to the pleasures of wealthy merchants and officials. However, due to the continuous warfare in recent years, the military governor's office urgently needed to stabilize the morale of the troops. Thus, it was an exception that allowed the Moose sisters to remain in the military residence as the wives of the selected households. Li Qichong, you have truly stumbled upon a remarkable opportunity." The village head laughed heartily, patting Su Ping'an on the shoulder. Realization dawned on Su Ping'an as he listened to the village head. No wonder when he first encountered the sisters, the aura of fortune immediately activated within him. Their graceful demeanor was clearly indicative of a noble upbringing, and the names Mu Wanrong and Mu Wonking were not ones that common folk could easily claim. "By heavens, old he, it is a pity that you do not pursue storytelling," the stout officer chuckled heartily. "After such a lengthy discourse, I find myself yearning for a taste of your fortune." The stout officer then patted Su Ping'an on the back, adding, "Brother Su, you are indeed fortunate. Even I, old Gu, am envious of you. As the military chief among this selection, the military governor's office has treated you generously, bestowing upon you two noble daughters as wives. In the future, on the battlefield, you must fight valiantly and earn great merit for our Donga fortress." Upon hearing the village head's words, the surrounding soldiers awaiting selection cast envious glances at Su Ping'an. Many rubbed their hands together, fantasizing about what their own wives might resemble. Sensing the envious yet jealous gazes from Gu Zuoling and the others, Su Ping'an quickly clasped his hands in gratitude, stating, "I shall remember your words, Gu Zuoling. I have prepared food and wine, and I would be honored to invite you, village head Lu, and Captain He to my humble abode for a small gathering." Seeing Su Ping'an's politeness, the officials nodded in satisfaction. After registering the information of him and the Moose sisters, they proceeded to oversee the subsequent selection process for the common soldiers. The other military households, having learned of Su Ping'an's acquisition of two noble brides, were already impatient with anticipation. Given the village head's earlier remarks, there might still be other unmarried daughters in the village. What if fortune smiled upon them as well? The soldiers eagerly urged the village head to expedite the drawing of lots. Su Ping'an, perceiving that his presence was no longer required, hastily made his way towards his home at the eastern edge of the village. Henceforth, this would be the place where he would reside. He felt the necessity to thoroughly explore this expanse of land and familiarize himself with the circumstances surrounding it. Chapter 9. The Blossoming of Youth. Su Ping'an did not hurry home. Instead, he wandered around the village. To the east of Qingshan village lay a vast plain, largely cultivated into neat rectangular fields, with a slender stream meandering through. To the north, The undulating mountains stretched out, and in the depths of winter, they appeared a desolate yellow from afar. Save for a few hardy plants that adorned the mountains with hints of green, it was indeed a time when the green and yellow clashed. And most villagers wore haggard expressions, with few able to satiate their hunger. After gaining a basic understanding of the geography of Qingshan village, Su Pingyan returned home. Upon entering the courtyard, he found that the meager fare on the table had transformed remarkably. The pig's head and roast goose had been reheated, emanating an enticing aroma of meat. The pork belly had been cooked and sliced, glistening with translucent lard. In these times, the poor yearned most for the rich fragrance of fatty meat. The coarse grain rice had been replaced with glossy white rice. Although this fragrant white rice originated from the countryside, very few farmers could afford to enjoy it. For these farmers, the white rice they cultivated each year had to be exchanged in the county for a mere handful of coins, only to be used to purchase coarse grains, barely sufficient to feed a family for a year. Thus, serving white rice to guests was a matter of great prestige. Seeing the two sisters bustling about both inside and outside the house, Su Pingyan felt a wave of contentment wash over him. Having drifted in the capital for a decade in his past life without ever having a home of his own, he was astonished to find himself so quickly in possession of a warm little abode in this era, along with two enchanting daughters-in-law. Every time he contemplated this, he felt that fate had been kind to him. "Stop your fussing and come sit down." With the wine and meat ready, Su Pingyan beckoned the two sisters to take their seats. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the village gradually grew lively. The soldiers, having drawn lots, rushed eagerly into their respective courtyards, impatient to see what their brides looked like. Before long, the small courtyards of the village erupted into a cacophony of sounds, with some laughing heartily while embracing their wives, and others cursing their brides for their lack of beauty, a myriad of voices rising and falling in a vibrant chorus. Su Pingyan gazed outside the courtyard and smiled softly to himself, feeling immense satisfaction with the small yard and his wives. He resolved to diligently nurture this little home from now on. However, upon turning his head, Su Pingyan discovered both his wives kneeling on the ground, their bodies upright, hands resting on their thighs, timidly gazing at him. "Wanrong, Wanxing, what do you both mean by this?" Su Pingyan felt a sense of astonishment within. She had heard from the neighbor's sister that this was a customary practice in military households. A wife must kneel to serve her husband and guests. Only then could she partake in the food herself. Her younger sister, Mu Wanxing, spoke in a delicate tone, her eyes fixed on the meat on the table, gleaming with longing. "Please, rise. My family does not adhere to such traditions. If the two ladies are hungry, feel free to have a bite to satiate your hunger." Su Pingyan immediately discerned the hunger in the two ladies' bellies and reached out to assist them, only to be stopped by his sister-in-law, Mu Wanrong, who raised her hand in objection. "My husband is concerned for Wanrong and Wanxing, and we, as sisters, are deeply grateful. However, when the military officer arrives for the banquet, my husband must not breach etiquette, lest we become the subject of ridicule." Observing Mu Wanrong's earnest demeanor, Su Pingyan reluctantly acquiesced. He couldn't help but think that she truly epitomized the grace of a noble lady, her manners exceedingly considerate. Noble ladies are indeed delightful. I hold a particular fondness for them, for by day they maintain a facade of decorum, yet after their husband's guidance, by night, they are sure to indulge in merriment. Just as this thought crossed his mind, Mu Wanrong's stomach audibly protested, causing her face to flush crimson with embarrassment as she lowered her gaze. Unable to meet Su Pingyan's eyes, Su Pingyan took out the leftover multigrain pancake from this morning and handed it to the two sisters, gently saying, "Ladies, please indulge yourselves. This is not food meant for the banquet, so consuming it does not contravene decorum." Since losing their money the previous day, the sisters had been so distressed that they had not eaten anything, their hunger gnawing at them. Upon seeing the multigrain pancake Su Pingyan offered, they could no longer restrain themselves and eagerly accepted it. Tears glistened in their eyes, and their gratitude towards their husband deepened significantly. At that moment, the sounds of drums and music began to echo along the dirt road at the village entrance. Su Pingyan understood that this was Guzhua, accompanied by the village chief and the captain, visiting each new soldier's household to extend their congratulations. According to tradition, the three were expected to partake in some wine and meat at every home. However, what was served as wine and meat were merely entrails and bitter, murky liquor. In this era of the Great Jin Kingdom, there were no abundant spices to mask the pungent flavor of offal. After visiting several homes, the trio quickly lost their appetites, finding the bitter taste intolerable. Exiting a humble abode marked by a green lantern, Guzwa could not help but suggest, "Let us visit Su Ping'an's home. That lad surely has rewards from the military governor's office, and his feast must be splendid." Hearing their leader's words, the village chief and the captain exchanged glances. Their hearts lightened, and they nodded in agreement. Before long, the sound of drums and gongs reached Su Ping'an's doorstep. Upon hearing the cheerful music outside, Su Ping'an rose to greet them, offering polite exchanges before ushering the three into his courtyard. Once seated, the sight of the sumptuous spread before them caused their eyes to gleam with delight. In this year of famine, even a commanding officer like Guzwa, who led 100 men, found it difficult to enjoy roasted goose or pork at every meal. Yet today, at Su Ping'an's home, such delicacies were plentiful. To our esteemed officers, the Mu sisters promptly served a bowl of clear liquor to each of the three dignitaries. They raised their cups, uttering a few auspicious words before downing the liquor in one go. "Su Chi-chan, what a fine drink," Guzwa remarked, smacking his lips. At his words, the Mu sisters hurriedly refilled their cups. Picking up their chopsticks, they savored several pieces of delicious meat and polished off their fragrant rice. This was indeed a banquet at Su's residence. The gathering of the military officers and the village chief, along with the captain, was primarily an opportunity for the new soldiers in the village to familiarize themselves with one another. This was a necessary formality. However, compared to other households, the fare prepared by Su's family was truly a culinary delight. The roasted goose and pig's head meat came from the county's most renowned barbecue shop, known for its exquisite craftsmanship. The liquor was also celebrated for its delicate fragrance. The three officers were thoroughly satisfied with the meal, and their esteem for Su Ping'an grew considerably. After exchanging more congratulations, they departed with contented hearts towards the next soldier's household. Once the officers had left, Su Ping'an secured the door and returned to the table, encouraging the two sisters. "The guests have been sent off. There is no need for you to adhere to formalities. Please, join me and partake in the meal." The Mu sisters initially declined, but after Su Ping'an's persistent urging, they finally took their seats at the table. "Let us eat." Su Ping'an served 2 bowls of fragrant rice to Mu Wanrong and Mu Wanning. "My husband, how can you allow us to indulge in such exquisite rice?" Mu Wanrong was taken aback. Having spent considerable time in the military encampment, she was well aware of the customs. The men toiled in the fields by day and fought valiantly in battles by night to ensure the robust health of the male members of the family. It was customary that the finest provisions be reserved for them first. Even if the meal could not be finished, it must be saved for the next. "We shall suffice with the coarse grains from the pot," she insisted. Observing the two ladies' yearning yet hesitant expressions, Su Ping'an felt a twinge of helplessness within. Although his sister Mu Wanrong possessed a generous bosom, her physique was frail and delicate, emblematic of the saying, "a slender branch bearing rich fruit." Years of insufficient nourishment had rendered both sisters remarkably fragile in appearance. Su Ping'an furrowed his brows and insisted, "The Su family has no such rigid customs. Eat, please. Indulge yourselves, there is plenty. If you do not nourish your bodies well, how shall you bear children for me in the future?" Upon hearing these words, both sisters felt a rush of crimson color spread across their faces, compelled to lift their bowls and chopsticks to mask their embarrassment. The fragrant, tender rice, combined with the distinctive aroma of pork belly, brought them such overwhelming joy that tears nearly welled up in their eyes. After the death of their father and brothers in battle, their lives had been steeped in hardship. Day and night, they toiled at spinning thread, yet the majority of their earnings were seized by the authorities. They survived only on coarse grains mixed with rice husks and wild vegetable soup to stave off starvation. The half-remaining pig's head, the roasted goose, and the pork belly on the table were culinary delights that the sisters had scarcely dared to dream of. The younger sister, Mu Wanqing, savored the pork belly, the glistening fat coating her palate, while tears streamed down her lovely cheeks, falling into her bowl. Her elder sister, Mu Wanrong, was equally tearful. The sisters had feared they would not be able to host a welcoming banquet for their husband, thus inviting a reprimand from him. To their astonishment, this husband not only refrained from reproach, but also encouraged them to partake of the meat. Most importantly, this husband treated them with kindness and possessed strikingly handsome features. In fact, his appearance was superior to that of the wealthy young masters they had encountered in the capital during their childhood. Each time they reflected on this, their hearts swelled with gratitude, mingled with the tender stirrings of youthful affection. Chapter 10. An enchanting night within the room. After dining with his 2 wives, Su Ping'an found himself in the late afternoon, with the sun descending yet not fully set. The Mu sisters began to tend to household chores, clearing the tableware. Sated and invigorated, Su Pingyan felt a surge of energy and prepared to practice in the courtyard, honing his physique as was customary. This was the advantage of a martial man. As long as one had a full belly, there was an inexhaustible reservoir of vigor. Drink, drink, drink. Steadying himself, Su Pingyan remained as steadfast as a mountain, yet his fists moved with the swiftness of the wind, executing a series of punches that stirred the air with a fierce momentum. The sisters, while tidying the household, cast furtive glances at Su Pingyan as he practiced martial arts. Observing his robust physique and handsome features, the younger sister, Mu Wanqing, felt her cheeks flush with warmth. Her heart fluttered. Mu Wanrong playfully smacked her sister's rounded backside, causing Mu Wanqing to let out a startled cry. Sister. Mu Wanqing's delicate brows furrowed slightly, her enchanting peach blossom eyes reflecting a hint of playful ire. After a satisfying meal, both sisters felt unusually buoyant, their youthful spirits shining through. Looking into her sister's eyes, Mu Wanrong too felt a blush creep onto her fair cheeks, on the verge of speaking yet hesitating. Sister, if you have something to say, do not hold back. There is no need for such formality between us. After a gentle bite of her rosy lips, seemingly gathering great resolve, Mu Wanrong finally whispered, Tonight. Who will be the first to attend to Su Lang as he retires for the night? Upon hearing this, Mu Wanqing's face also flushed. Being 2 years younger, her thoughts were more innocent and untainted, not having considered the intricacies of such matters. Nevertheless, she promptly asserted, Sister, according to the rules set by the governor's residence, you are the legitimate wife, and I am the concubine. From now on, Qing'er will follow your lead in everything. This declaration stirred mixed emotions within Mu Wanrong. She had always shared a deep bond with her sister and had never wished to see her at a disadvantage. Now that she was the legitimate wife and her sister the concubine, Mu Wanrong felt a certain unease. Then, this evening, let me serve Su Lang first. Mu Wanrong gently caressed her sister's lovely face. As both were innocent young maidens, Mu Wanrong, with the intention of protecting her sister, decided to first attend to their husband, hoping to gain experience to later share with her sister. By understanding Su Lang's preferences first, she could help her sister avoid unnecessary missteps. Outside, Su Pingyan continued his training until darkness fell, finally entering the house, drenched in sweat. Su Pingyan was allocated a modest earthen dwelling. The ceiling was relatively low, approximately 3 meters high, topped with a thatched roof. The walls were constructed of ordinary clay. Within this compact space, 2 bedrooms, a kitchen, and a shed for storing firewood were delineated. The doors and windows were akin to those of Su Pingyan's uncle's home, consisting of wooden planks covered with a layer of hemp paper, allowing for ample ventilation. This living environment could aptly be described as one of utter simplicity, reminiscent of a house stripped bare. Su Pingyan entered the main house, expecting to be greeted by drafts and biting cold, only to be pleasantly surprised by the warmth that enveloped the room. It turned out that Mu Wanrong had thoughtfully kindled the heated Kong in advance. Just as in his previous life, the northern region of the Great Jin Kingdom, particularly in Yanqing Prefecture, relied on earthen Kong for warmth during the winter months. However, Su Pingyan had never experienced such comfort at his uncle's home. As a martial artist in the refinement realm, his robust physique rendered him impervious to the cold. To conserve firewood, his aunt had never bothered to provide him with the luxury of a heated Kong. The first sensation of its warmth made Su Pingyan feel as if spring had arrived within the confines of the house. Su Lang, came a gentle call, pulling his attention to Mu Wanrong, who, with her plump lips slightly bitten, shyly suggested, Allow me to assist you in changing and preparing for bed. At that moment, whispers of feminine moans and cries wafted through the air from various courtyards in the entire Qingshan village. It was evident that the newlywed soldiers, eager to celebrate their recent unions, were engaged in fervent activities throughout the night. The sounds, reaching Mu Wanrong's ears, only served to deepen the blush on her cheeks. Yet, Su Pingyan was not like those impetuous young soldiers. Despite lacking romantic experience in his previous life, he had sought companionship in the form of encounters with merchants at social clubs to alleviate his loneliness. As a result, he had become acquainted with several seasoned individuals in the realm of romance. These connoisseurs had advised him that such matters should never be rushed. It was best to engage in conversation with the ladies first, transitioning from mundane topics to more intimate ones, patiently waiting for the opportune moment to make his advance. Su Pingyan took a sip of water, alleviating the dryness in his throat caused by the intense exercise he had just completed outdoors. He casually initiated a conversation. "Rong, I have observed your sisterly grace and courteous discourse. You both appear far removed from humble agricultural origins. How is it that you find yourselves in Qingshan village, living as widows for the new soldiers?" Although he had heard the village chief recount the sisters' background, Su Pingyan was eager to hear their own narratives, deepening their mutual understanding. After all, in marriage, the bond between spouses transcends mere physical familiarity, delving into the very essence of their souls. Mu Wanrong sighed softly, her expression tinged with melancholy. "My father once held a position in the capital, serving as deputy minister of the Ministry of Revenue. 3 years ago, he was ensnared in the border military fund scandal. In the wake of the sovereign's fury, my family was exiled to the frontier. The harshness of the border was unforgiving. Ultimately, only my father, my brother, and I, along with my sister, managed to reach Yanqing Prefecture alive. Half a year ago, after the deaths of my father and brother in battle, only my sister and I remain, relying on one another for solace." The border military fund scandal from 3 years ago? Su Pingyan's thoughts stirred. 3 years ago marked the time when the demonic barbarian tribe launched a massive assault on the borders of Jin. The deputy minister of revenue held a significant rank, a third-grade official. It appears that the invasion by the demonic barbarians not only exerted immense pressure on the border, but also caused considerable upheaval in the court far away in the capital. No wonder, upon first encountering Ronger, I felt an extraordinary aura about her, with such beauty. It is likely that no one else in the entire Jin dynasty could rival her. Complimenting her beauty while guiding the conversation towards playful banter is one of the secrets imparted to Su Pingyan by seasoned veterans of flirtation. Indeed, as soon as these words were uttered, the previously troubled Mu Wanrong burst into laughter, her heart brimming with joy, though she feigned indignation, saying, "Su Lang, do not jest with me. The only reason you say such things is that you have yet to behold the Princess of Pingxi. In the capital, she is universally acknowledged as the most beautiful woman in the Jin dynasty." She playfully shifted from referring to herself in a humble manner to a more familiar tone, infused with a hint of coyness. "The Princess of Pingxi? The most beautiful woman in Jin?" With the aid of the internet and beauty-enhancing filters, Su Pingyan had seen countless beauties in his past life. Since his arrival in the Jin dynasty, he had first encountered his cousin, a flawless beauty reminiscent of the anime realm, and now stood before Mu Wanrong, a captivating figure exuding the allure of a mature woman, alongside Mu Wanqing, a lively and ethereal beauty. Su Pingyan truly could not fathom the extent of beauty possessed by the Princess of Pingxi, who was bestowed with the title of the most beautiful woman in the Great Jin. Perhaps it was merely the allure of her noble status, he mused inwardly. Noticing Su Pingyan lost in thought, Mu Wanrong gently called out to him, playfully chiding, "Su Lang, why do you forget about me the moment you hear of the most beautiful woman in the Great Jin?" She rose gracefully, her delicate hand resting lightly upon Su Pingyan's waist as she began to assist him in loosening his garments. The faint sounds of other soldiers' revelries filtered through the window, while Mu Wanrong's demeanor was a tantalizing blend of invitation and hesitation, exuding a captivating allure. Su Pingyan felt a surge of heat within, yet maintained an air of composure upon his face. Within the confines of the room, Mu Wanrong had thoughtfully filled the bath with warm water, complemented by the heated bed beneath, creating an atmosphere that was as warm as spring. Chapter 11. The Enchanting Night. 2. Although Su Pingyan had engaged in deep conversations in his previous life, he had never encountered a beauty of Mu Wanrong's caliber, a level beyond his past experiences. Thus, it was impossible for him not to feel a sense of nervousness at that moment. Mu Wanrong's delicate, snow-white arm had already draped over him as Su Pingyan, rigid under her attentive service, prepared to bathe. As his long robe was removed, Mu Wanrong's eyes widened in astonishment, beholding a physique that was both elongated and robust, exuding a virile charm. The contours of his muscles were fluid and full, brimming with strength and the allure of a strong man. As a maiden who had never before seen a man's body, Mu Wanrong found herself entranced, her gaze fixated on Su Pingyan's sculpted chest and abdomen. Such a well-proportioned and athletic form, coupled with an explosive potential, she had only encountered in literature. Before her family's decline, the tales of noble young ladies in the capital often featured male protagonists with such physiques and appearances. This exemplified the extraordinary nature of a martial artist at the refinement stage. His body was in the prime condition for intimate arts, devoid of any excess flesh. yet not overly muscular to the point of sacrificing flexibility. A sudden flash of insight struck him. If one wishes to continually progress in martial arts, one must remember not to lose one's youthful essence before advancing to the next level. Su Pingyan recalled the words of his original master, the martial arts mentor, who had once imparted crucial advice. In that moment, he found himself in a predicament, caught between two choices. A delicate fragrance wafted into his nostrils. Mu Wanrong had shed her outer garment, now adorned in a sheer, form-fitting attire, seated gracefully at the edge of the Kong. He gazed at her, her face flushed with embarrassment, beautiful eyes lowered, as if she wished to speak, yet hesitated. Su Pingyan was on the brink of explosion. The allure of beauty was indeed a double-edged sword. In a desperate attempt to swiftly restore control to his superiors, Su Pingyan abruptly rose from the bathtub. The cold wind seeping through the paper window, coupled with the droplets clinging to his torso, instantly whisked away the warmth from his body. Hiss! Su Pingyan could not help but shudder, his mind becoming significantly clearer. I am a soldier from a humble background, and now the front lines are perilous. It is uncertain whether I will be summoned to the battlefield within a month. If I cannot swiftly acquire the funds to travel to Yanqing Prefecture to seek a master and hone my skills, with my current level of proficiency, even if I were to emerge as the leader among the new recruits, I would inevitably meet my demise in battle. By then, my two delicate wives would be left to the mercy of other men. He did not burrow into the warmth of his blankets. Su Pingyan walked directly to the coat rack, donned his attire, and then sat beside Mu Wanrong. Mu Wanrong sat with her body perfectly straight, accentuating her figure to an even more exquisite degree. Su Pingyan could distinctly sense her nervousness. Mu Wanrong, who had been a lady of grace since childhood, was the daughter of a father who once held the esteemed position of a third-rank official, ultimately serving as the Minister of Revenue. Her husband was supposed to be a high-ranking dignitary, perhaps even a royal relative. Yet now, she was wed to me, a mere soldier who might face death on the battlefield by tomorrow. Truly, life is unpredictable, akin to a grand tapestry woven with contrasting threads. Su Pingyan felt a surge of emotion within. Su Shulong, do you intend to remain seated indefinitely? Asked Mu Wanrong, her cheeks slightly flushed and her voice tinged with nervousness. For the time being, I cannot leave this position. If I do not remain seated, must I stand? Su Pingyan replied with a warm smile, glancing at the bashful Mu Wanrong perched on the edge of the bed. My lady, you hail from a distinguished family in the capital, and it is indeed a disservice to you to be wed to a mere soldier like myself. Although I am unable to formally take you as my wife as the affluent families in the capital would, I assure you, until you have fully understood, accepted, and embraced me, I shall not lay a finger upon you. As Mu Wanrong gazed upon Su Pingyan's solemn expression, she felt deeply moved. Her beautiful eyes, reminiscent of clear autumn waters, shimmered with unshed tears, and her anxious heart gradually settled. Though she recognized that if Su Pingyan were to insist on consummating their marriage, she would find it difficult to refuse, she might feel a sense of discomfort within. Yet, Su Pingyan's chivalrous demeanor profoundly touched her. Perhaps it was only through such a gradual and natural progression that she could wholly entrust both her body and soul to Su Pingyan. After extinguishing the candlelight, the weary Mu Wanrong soon fell into a deep slumber. Yet Su Pingyan did not rush to sleep. He had already listened to the Mu sisters elaborate on the incident of lost money and grain the previous day. However, it was the half-barrel of coarse rice remaining in the granary that piqued Su Pingyan's interest. As expected, in the middle of the night, he suddenly heard a faint rustling sound emanating from the yard. As a warrior of the refining essence realm, his auditory senses were more acute than those of an ordinary person, and his vision surpassed that of the average human. Turning over in bed, Su Pingyan donned his outer garment, casually picked up a wooden stick from behind the door, and quietly made his way into the yard. Upon surveying the scene, he noticed a shadow attempting to scale the wall. Su Pingyan was instantly consumed by a surge of anger. Stop right there. Su Pingyan let out a fierce shout and swung his club upward. The man let out a cry of agony, yet his movements showed no sign of hesitation as he leaped down from the low courtyard wall. Su Pingyan sprang into action, swiftly vaulting over the courtyard wall, intent on pursuing the thief. As his feet touched the ground, a muffled thud echoed, followed by a voice that struck a chord of familiarity. Huang Pitsi. I've been waiting for you for quite some time. Do you dare to steal from the Su Chichong family? Upon closer inspection, Su Pingyan noticed a figure sprawled on the dirt path before him, a bulging cloth bag lying discarded nearby. Standing beside him was a diminutive young man. wielding a wooden stick and donning a tattered felt hat. The commotion of the scuffle drew the attention of the night watchman from the village, who hurried over with lanterns in hand. As Su Pingyan gazed at the approaching figures illuminated by the flickering lantern light, his mind eased. It was Yang Jinshan, the village's sergeant, accompanied by several burly men. Observing the late-night fray, Yang Jinshan inquired, "What is the meaning of this? Why engage in a brawl at such an hour?" The recently subdued individual, upon seeing the sergeant's arrival, sprang up from the ground, eager to cast blame. Pointing at Su Pingyan and the young man in the tattered hat, he shouted, "Sergeant, these two are robbers. They attacked me and stole my purse. Seize them at once." Yang Jinshan paused momentarily, then turned his gaze towards Su Pingyan, asking, "Su Pingyan, what transpired here?" Su Pingyan let out a cold snort and, clasping his hands in respect towards Captain Yang, declared, "This man trespassed into my home under the cover of night to commit theft. Captain Yang, he is the one who attempted to steal from me." Upon hearing this, the man fell to the ground, wailing loudly, "Oh, Captain, do not heed their slanderous accusations. Just look at who is accusing me. It is the notorious Lai Tu and his accomplice. I suspect they are simply desperate and starving, resorting to robbing me in the dead of night. Please, Captain, I implore you to advocate for me." Chapter 12. Evil begets evil. Captain Yang Zhenjun furrowed his brow. The individual seated on the ground, kicking and shouting, was known as Huang Lin, infamously referred to as Huang the Scoundrel. He was a well-known idler in Qingshan village. His brother had enlisted in the military 3 years prior, while he squandered his days in idleness, frequently engaging in petty theft. Su Pingyan's words bore a ring of truth. Yet as he had only recently settled here, and given that Lai Tu was also a famished man, it was uncertain how much credence to give to Su Pingyan's claims. "Huang the Scoundrel, do you possess any evidence to substantiate your claim that Su Pingyan conspired with Lai Tu to rob you?" Huang pointed to a burlap sack on the ground and exclaimed, "That is the evidence. It's filled with my money. And look here." In a brazen display, Huang unfastened his belt and removed his trousers, revealing a dark purple bruise on his thigh, a mark of the blow Su Pingyan had just delivered. As a martial artist of the refined essence realm, had Su Pingyan struck with full force, Huang would have likely suffered a fractured leg. In this bitter cold, a severe injury could prove fatal. Upon his arrival, Su Pingyan had no intention of causing a death. Thus he had only exerted 30% of his strength in that strike. Nevertheless, it had still left Huang with a significant bruise. Observing the injury on Huang's leg, Captain Yang's brow tightened further. He then turned to Su Pingyan and inquired, "What do you have to say in your defense?" Su Pingyan let out a cold laugh, picked up the cloth bag, and drew out a money pouch, holding it aloft in his hand. He then pointed to the characters embroidered in green hemp thread on the pouch and inquired of the yellow rascal, "You claim this money pouch belongs to you. Do you comprehend the meaning of these characters?" Upon hearing this, the yellow rascal was momentarily stunned. Being illiterate, he had no inkling of the significance of the writing on the pouch. It bore the character for Wood. "My wife's family is the Wood clan, and this is indeed their money pouch." As these words escaped his lips, a chilling realization struck the yellow rascal, and he felt an ominous foreboding. Yet his eyes darted about quickly, and he soon replied, "Lord Captain, you may not be aware that since the Wood sisters lost their father and brother, their household has been left unattended, leading to their restlessness. 3 months ago, as I passed by their door, the sisters lured me inside, tempting me into an illicit affair. In a moment of weakness, I succumbed and became their paramour. This money pouch was given to me by the Wood sisters. This evening's incident must surely be a plot by Su Pingyan, discovering my relationship with his wife, to conspire with that leprous fellow, Little Gue, to take revenge on me. Lord Captain, you must stand up for me." The last sentence was shouted with great fervor. This was a vile tactic, not only tarnishing the reputation of the Wood sisters, but also aiming to incite Su Pingyan's wrath. Should Su Pingyan act upon his anger, the yellow rascal could smear him with accusations of rage-fueled violence. A cold smile crept across the yellow rascal's face, and he felt secretly pleased. Today, this new recruit would learn of Huang Ye's formidable nature. "Just wait. Once you fall on the battlefield, not only will I claim your house, but I shall also take your woman." Captain Yang Jinshan furrowed his brow. He knew the yellow rascal all too well, like a stubborn adhesive plaster. Once one got entangled with him, they would be sullied. However, he did not exhibit favoritism, instead turning his gaze towards Su Pingyan. He wished to observe how this young newcomer would resolve the predicament at hand. Su Pingyan, having lived 2 lives, How could he fall for such lowly schemes? His eyes gleamed with a chilling intent to kill, yet he refrained from attacking the ruffian Huang. Instead, he placed the money pouch before him and coldly inquired, "Very well. You claim this pouch was gifted to you by the Moose sisters. Enlighten me. How much wealth does it contain?" This query left Huang momentarily speechless. During his burglary the previous day, he had been startled by the return of the Moose sisters and found himself in an unfortunate encounter with patrolling guards. To evade suspicion, he had concealed the money pouch among the clutter in the courtyard while he hid in a haystack, separating himself from the stolen goods. Seizing an opportunity, he slipped out of the small courtyard while the Moose sisters were distracted. He had intended to retrieve the stolen funds along with a half bucket of rice under the cover of darkness, but unexpectedly, the new male owner caught him red-handed. In the rush of the moment, Huang had not had the chance to count the money in the pouch, relying instead on its size for estimation. "Humph. I was in a hurry and cannot recall exactly. It should be around 151. No, that's incorrect. Perhaps 171. Su Pingyan's expression grew even colder. After handing the pouch of coins to Yang Jinshan, he cupped his hands and said, "Captain Yang, this pouch contains a total of 157 copper coins and 2 small pieces of silver, amounting to a value of 357 won. I implore you to personally verify this and restore the innocence of the Moose sisters and myself." Upon receiving the pouch, Yang Jinshan poured out the copper coins and silver pieces and meticulously counted them twice in front of the gathered crowd. Indeed, it matched exactly what Su Pingyan had claimed. He had already inquired about the theft at home, and the moment he received the pouch, he recognized it belonged to the Moose sisters. At this point, Huang the rascal was drenched in cold sweat, unable to argue any further. Su Pingyan then picked up the wooden stick from the ground and addressed Yang Jinshan, saying, "Captain Yang, this man committed burglary and has maliciously defamed the dignity of my wife. I, Su Pingyan, in the name of the East River Army Fort's Qingshan village, vow to ensure that this Huang rascal faces justice. In Qingshan village, burglary and defaming the honor of military households women are grievous offenses." Su Pingyan once again invoked his identity as the banner chief of the military household. Coupled with Yang Ginshuan's already favorable impression of Su Pingyan, it was inconceivable for him to show favoritism towards a scoundrel from the village. He patted Su Pingyan on the shoulder and coldly directed his gaze towards the ruffian Huang, stating, "You may break one of his legs. He deserves this punishment. Just ensure that it does not result in death." Su Pingyan nodded and reassured Captain Yang, "Rest assured. Captain Yang, I wield my strength judiciously. I would not put you in a difficult position." With that, he wielded the wooden stick and struck fiercely at the ruffian Huang. "Ah, Master Su, I beg you to cease." The relentless barrage of blows fell upon him like a torrential downpour. Huang, overwhelmed with anguish, cried out for mercy, yet his body bore little visible injury. As a martial artist of the refinement realm, Su Pingyan shattered Huang's left leg with a single strike. The remaining blows were delivered with controlled force. Internally injured, Huang would soon suffer the consequences of his wounds in the frigid depths of winter, rendering him unable to survive the season. When that time came, should he perish from the cold, it would bear no consequence to me, Su Pingyan. Initially, Su Pingyan had no intention of inflicting lethal harm. However, upon hearing Huang's slander against his wives, his resolve to deliver a fatal blow was solidified. One must be ruthless to stand firm. No one shall insult my wives. Seeing Su Pingyan vent his frustrations, Yang Jinshan clasped his hands and said, "Brother Su, we shall take this ruffian away now and hand him over to the military authorities for further action tomorrow. We'll take our leave first." Following the events of the night, Captain Yang regarded Su Pingyan with newfound respect, recognizing his composure and keen intellect, which kindled a desire for camaraderie. Their address shifted to a more familiar tone. Calling him Brother Su, as Yang and his companions dragged the ruffian away, the shabby little geezy hurriedly approached Su Pingyan with a grin, saying, "Brother Su, could you acknowledge my contribution in capturing Huang today?" At that moment, his face reminded Su of the defiant youth he had seen during the military selection. Su Pingyan recalled the young man with the tattered felt hat, yet he deliberately spoke in a cold tone, in the biting cold of winter. "What brings you to linger at my doorstep in the dead of night?" Chapter 13. Though I cannot be compromised, I may indulge in a gentle embrace. "Brother Su, you unjustly accuse me," the young man protested. "If you inquire around the village, you will find that although I, Shao Gizi, may be impoverished, I have never committed any wrongdoing. Even in hunger, gnawing on tree bark, I have never resorted to thievery. Faced with Su Pingyan's inquiry, Xiao Gizi grew somewhat flustered and, pulling off his felt hat, defended himself. Then why were you loitering at my door in the middle of the night? Su Pingyan harbored certain suspicions within his heart. Yet he required further information to substantiate his thoughts. Su Qichong, I wish to follow you, exclaimed Xiao Gizi, his face flushed with excitement. Follow me. Su Pingyan echoed, intrigued. Indeed, I witnessed you lift a 300-pound stone lock in the training grounds. For years, I've eagerly enlisted whenever the military governor's office called for recruits. Yet no one has managed to lift such weight in recent times. Associating with you promises a bright future. This lad is rather straightforward, Su Pingyan mused, suppressing a smile while adopting a stern demeanor. What makes you think I would allow you to accompany me? Speak up, Su Qichong. I was merely stationed outside to assist you in apprehending thieves. Xiao Gizi swallowed hard and continued. We, the laborers, have no wives to speak of. My family possesses a house, thus I need not rely on military quarters. Once I confirmed my eligibility to serve as a soldier in Qingshan village, I returned home early. On my way, I happened to pass by the entrance of the Mu sisters' courtyard and saw Huang Pitzi sneaking inside. I deduced he intended to steal something, so I lingered outside for a while. Eventually, I observed him climbing back over the wall, glancing back repeatedly. Soon after, I heard the Mu sisters weeping, leading me to surmise that Huang Pitzi had indeed succeeded, yet was frightened off by the patrolling soldiers and could not carry away his loot. Thus, I have been waiting here tonight to help you, Su Gu, catch the thief. Upon hearing Xiao Gizi's account, Su Pingyan nodded slightly. The lad's words aligned closely with his own suspicions. Having just arrived in Qingshan village, I indeed need to swiftly cultivate my own influence. This boy, while naive, possesses a certain cleverness. Perhaps he can be of use to me. Intrigued, Su Pingyan regarded the slender youth donning a tattered felt hat. In these years of incessant conflict along the borders, where soldiers are scarce, why do you wish to become a soldier yourself? My family is impoverished, and I cannot marry. Xiao Gizi replied eagerly. Yet, as a soldier, one can receive a wife. I desire to marry and have children, to carry on the Gizi name. Having grown up in a military encampment, Xiao Gizi understood well that the flag leader could command a subordinate and laborers, and held the authority to recommend their advancement. By closely aligning himself with Su Pingyan, he envisioned a promising future, perhaps even securing a beloved among the villagers. Is there someone in the encampment who catches your eye? Su Pingyan inquired. Feng Ro at the western village entrance. Feng Ro? In Su Pingyan's mind, there immediately appeared an image of a towering woman, standing at 7 feet tall and weighing 200 to 300 pounds, resembling a sumo wrestler, a veritable hippopotamus. He found it quite peculiar that in such a barren year, there existed a woman of such ample proportions. Glancing at the slender figure of Xiao Gizi, he pondered, if this were to succeed, wouldn't Xiao Gizi be crushed under her weight? As if sensing Su Pingyan's confusion, Xiao Gizi shyly adjusted his felt hat, and, with a touch of embarrassment, chuckled, hee. Su Qichong, my mother used to tell me that a large backside is a sign of bearing sons. Feng Ro has a generous figure. She is likely to be fruitful. Contemplating the thought of having children with Feng Ro, he visualized her appearance, and then turned his gaze back to Xiao Gizi. An image of the vast African savanna filled Su Pingyan's mind, where a massive hippopotamus sat squarely upon a diminutive meerkat. Su Qichong, what are you laughing at? I am not laughing. Su Pingyan endeavored to maintain his composure and continued. All right, I am aware of your situation. You may leave now. As he observed the figure of Xiao Gizi vanish into the biting wind, Su Pingyan shook his head, reflecting on how challenging it is in this world to aspire for marriage and children. Upon returning home, Su Pingyan discovered the Mu sisters vigilantly guarding the courtyard gate with wooden sticks in hand. Bang! Su Pingyan gently patted the ample posteriors of his 2 wives, chuckling. Let us retreat indoors. The 2 lovely ladies felt a rush of warmth to their cheeks, unable to suppress a soft exclamation. Indeed, one is soft, the other perky. As for the rest, well, I have yet to discern. Further exploration is required. After securing the courtyard gate, Su Pingyan placed the purse in his hand upon the table and addressed the Mu sisters. Pray tell, is this yours? Upon seeing the purse, the sisters' previously bashful expressions transformed instantly into delight. Indeed, it was the very purse that had been lost that day. How curious. It had been lost just yesterday. So why did it appear in the possession of that scoundrel Huang? Su Pingyan gently squeezed the lovely faces of the 2 ladies. Chuckling softly, The two madams mentioned the other day that money and rice had gone missing from their home. Subsequently, I observed that only half of the rice in the jar was taken, indicating that not everything had been stolen. This led me to speculate. The thief must have intended to ransack the entire house, yet left behind half a jar of rice, suggesting that an unforeseen circumstance interrupted his thievery, preventing him from completing his task. Thus, it is highly probable that he did not manage to abscond with the loot. Therefore, I chose to forego sleep tonight, awaiting the moment when the thief would return to reclaim his ill-gotten gains, so I could catch him in the act. Upon hearing Su Ping'an's analysis, the sisters finally grasped the situation. Mu Wanqing's eyes sparkled with joy, illuminating her delicate features in the flickering candlelight. Su Lang, having you around is truly wonderful. She suddenly placed a gentle kiss on Su Ping'an's cheek, her own face flushing a deep crimson. After casting a lingering glance at her sister and Su Ping'an, she retreated to her room. Su Lang, please do not take offense. Qing'er is simply a child at heart, Mu Wanrong said, her emotions complex as she offered an explanation for her sister. Although they had always shared everything since childhood, ever since encountering a man as remarkable as Su Ping'an, Mu Wanrong felt her perspective had shifted. Gazing at Mu Wanrong's graceful and exquisite countenance in the candlelight, Su Ping'an smiled and reassured her, Ronger, worry not. This place is now my home as well, and I shall never allow anyone to bully you again. That scoundrel, Huang, has already had his legs broken by me and will be delivered to the military fortress tomorrow. After verifying the funds, Mu Wanrong handed the money pouch to Su Ping'an, her face brimming with delight. Su Lang, not a single coin is missing. Su Ping'an found it rather puzzling. Ronger, this money was earned by you and your sister. Why must it be placed in my hands? Mu Wanrong replied gently, Su Lang, you are the pillar of our household, with a keen mind and exceptional intelligence. I entrust all the family's finances to you, so I can rest assured. From now on, how to spend the household money will be entirely at your discretion. Upon hearing this, Su Ping'an felt a surge of joy within. Had it been in my previous life, I would have scarcely dared to hide even a small sum for myself. I never anticipated that this wife would not only allow me to manage the finances, but also grant me complete authority over them. How delightful! Lying in bed, gazing at his alluring and voluptuous bride beside him, Su Ping'an's thoughts ignited once more. Though I may not be able to consummate our union, I can certainly indulge in some gentle caresses. A soft, playful protest escaped her lips. That night, Su Ping'an cradled his wife's soft form and enjoyed a particularly sweet slumber. The Mu sisters also slept soundly, relishing the comforting presence of a man guarding their home, which felt utterly wonderful. At dawn, Mu Wanqing rose early to prepare breakfast, while Mu Wanrong drew hot water to assist Su Ping'an with his morning routine. The breakfast consisted of a deliciously soft and creamy rice porridge, accompanied by the leftover meats from the welcome feast held the previous day. After their meal, the village head, Lu Hushing, sent someone to announce that at the hour of the morning, the newly registered soldiers were to gather at the village entrance. The clerks from the military fort would then allocate the designated fields. For these soldiers, as long as there was no warfare, their primary task was to tend to the fields, making this allocation of land a matter of great significance. After breakfast, Su Ping'an stepped outside, heading toward the fields at the eastern edge of the village. The hour had just passed, but a considerable number of soldiers had already gathered, eager to discover which plots of land would be assigned to them. When the appointed hour arrived, the clerk, accompanied by the village head and the squad leader, also arrived. The clerk, surnamed Liao, was named Liao Rong, a middle-aged man with a pointed chin and small eyes. He spoke with his nostrils flared and a haughty demeanor, clearly relishing his position. The village head, Lu Hushing, seemed quite intimidated by him, continuously bowing and uttering auspicious phrases. Yang Jinshan, bearing dark circles under his eyes, likely due to a long night spent dealing with troublesome matters, stood nearby. After a pretentious pause, Clerk Liao swept into the fields with the group. The village head, along with several respected elders, conferred with Clerk Liao to verify the land records before commencing the allocation of fields to the new soldiers. The fields adjacent to the mountain and near the small river on the eastern side of Qingshan village were deemed upper fields due to their convenient irrigation. In contrast, the fields situated at the southern foothills, being distant from water sources and uneven in terrain, were classified as lower fields. The land assigned to these new soldiers had previously belonged to soldiers who had died in battle, a customary practice within the military village. Rather than a distribution, it was more an act of confirmation. The allocation process involved the clerk pointing to the land records, followed by the elders leading the new soldiers to walk around their designated plots, marking the boundaries with lime powder. This way, the soldiers became aware of the locations of their fields. Subsequently, they would sign and seal documents, which, upon submission to the military fort, would gain legal validity. These soldiers were primarily illiterate farmers, lacking basic arithmetic skills and estimating their land area based on experience, which left ample room for manipulation. Su Pingyan observed for a brief moment and soon realized that most of the soldiers' households were allocated insufficient land. The records stated that each auxiliary laborer was entitled to 10 mu of arable land. However, the soldiers received, at most, just over 8 mu. Nevertheless, Su Pingyan refrained from voicing any objections. He understood the principle that in times of poverty, one should cultivate personal virtue, while in times of prosperity, one should benefit the world. Before long, the allocation turned to the regular soldiers. Typically, a regular soldier would receive 10 mu of upper field and 10 mu of lower field. These lands were fragmented into numerous small parcels in the record books. As long as the total amounted to 20 mu, the clerks paid no heed to the quality of cultivation. If the division were to be overly complicated, how could the clerk conveniently embezzle land? The outcome of this arrangement was that each soldier's household found themselves with 2 plots by the riverside and 3 at the foot of the mountain, all distanced from each other, making farming exceedingly troublesome. However, the soldiers had little recourse to voice their grievances. This had been the norm for many years. Soon, it was Su Pingyan's turn to receive his land. Su Pingyan, there you go. Those 2 plots by the river and the 4 at the foot of the mountain are yours. Hurry and sign. Don't waste my time, the clerk Liao said, his face betraying impatience as he pointed towards the designated fields. Su Pingyan remained silent. After the division, the entire expanse of land was densely covered with straight lines of lime powder, segmenting the fields into irregularly sized plots. Upon inspection, Su Pingyan effortlessly calculated the area of his land. Liao Shuli, it appears that there is an error in the division of my fields. The area seems to be lacking. Su Pingyan does not seek trouble, yet he is unafraid of it, maintaining a demeanor of neither servility nor arrogance. Nonsense. What are you, a mere soldier? Understand? Liao Shuli snapped the account book shut and glared at Su Pingyan, his indignation palpable. I cannot possibly be mistaken. Su Pingyan coldly smirked, snatching the land ledger from Tian Su's hands with a sharp motion. He opened it and pointed at the plots of land, meticulously cross-referencing each entry. Along the riverbank, the 2 parcels measured 2 acres and 9/10, and 4 acres and 3/10 respectively. At the foot of the mountain, the 4 plots were recorded as 1 acre and 3/10, 2 acres and 7/10, 1 acre and 9/10, and 1 acre and 8/10. The upper fields you allocated to me total 7 acres and 2/10, while the lower fields amount to 7 acres and 7/10, bringing the total to 14 acres and 9/10. These plots combined fall woefully short of the 20 acres mandated by the military governor's office. In the autumn, I am obligated to deliver grain to the governor's office calculated on the basis of 20 acres. At this moment, although Su Pingyan maintained a facade of calmness while patiently reasoning with the clerk Liao, a tempest of rage surged within him. This insufferable clerk had merely to flick his fingers to withhold 5 acres of fertile land from him. If allowed to prevail, he would be compelled to submit military grain based on 20 acres during the autumn harvest. The disparity between what he would owe and what he possessed could lead to significant losses, reminiscent of the day spent at the market in Fenglin County. The mere presence of these small-time officials wielding a modicum of power was sufficient to torment the common folk to the brink of despair. Clerk Liao, do you not wish to verify this once more? Su Pingyan's tone grew increasingly frigid. A surge of unnameable fury welled up within Liao Shuli. His embarrassment stemmed not only from having his petty tricks unveiled, but also from the audacity of this mere soldier daring to oppose him. The former scribe of Qinshan village was the father of the Mu sisters. After the father fell in battle during the Qishui River campaign, Liao Qingzhou secured the position of village scribe through a relative in the military stronghold. Observing that most soldiers in the garrison were illiterate and incapable of understanding agricultural calculations, he took advantage of the new recruits by deliberately muddling the order of the fields and complicating the land registers. His aim was to appropriate dozens of acres for his exclusive use. These additional plots, all conveniently located near the river and exempt from military grain taxes, could be leased out once the soldiers signed the documents, allowing him to profit handsomely from the exploitation of others' labor. However, today, his scheme was unexpectedly unraveled by a soldier, igniting his rage. "How dare you? This mere soldier has the audacity to slander a scribe," he thundered. "I possess no land for you. If you disagree, take your grievances to the military stronghold." As Liao Shuli's fury erupted, the village chief, Lu Hishing, lowered his head, not daring to utter a word. He had long seen through Liao's ruse, but recognized the latter's strong connections within the military. Thus, he chose to turn a blind eye. He had not anticipated that this new soldier would be so bold as to expose Liao's duplicity. At this moment, he opted to distance himself from the conflict and preserve his own safety. Meanwhile, Sergeant Yang Jinshun stepped forward and pulled Su Ping'an aside, saying, "Su, my young friend, as you are new here, you may not be aware of the village's dynamics. Liao Shuli has a cousin in the military governor's office, and his connections are quite formidable. It would be wise for us not to provoke him." Seeing the earnestness in Yang Jinshuan's gaze, Su Ping'an understood that his intentions were to protect him from trouble. Yet, the matter of the land was intrinsically tied to his own interests, and he could not simply back down. Patting Yang on the shoulder, Su Ping'an replied with a smile, "Rest assured, Brother Yang, I know what I am doing." As Su Ping'an approached once more, Liao Shuli's nostrils flared, his demeanor growing even more imperious. He was confident that the villagers had already informed Su Ping'an of his background, assuming that this insignificant soldier would not dare to lodge a complaint upwards, especially considering his own influential connections. Little did he know that Su Ping'an was undaunted by such threats. With a sudden motion, Su Ping'an clasped Liao Shuli's shoulder, his strong arm exerting pressure that made Liao grimace in pain. "What do you think you're doing? In broad daylight, you dare to act violently?" Liao Shuli stammered, panic rising within him. "In broad daylight, I believe it is you who is acting brazenly. Beware that I may find a stick and retaliate." Su Ping'an showed no intention of releasing his grip, his voice cold as he continued, "Liao Shuli, should I decide to submit a complaint to the military stronghold, it would not merely address the issue of inadequate land allocation. I may lack many skills, but I am quite adept at arithmetic. As you distributed the land earlier, I was discreetly calculating alongside you. If I am not mistaken, the acreage allocated to each soldier is insufficient, is it not? You appropriated how much for yourself? 16 acres and 3/10, if I recall correctly. Once the documents are scrutinized, the truth will inevitably surface. I have heard that Lord Zhang, who oversees our Dongha military stronghold, is fiercely opposed to corruption. If he were to become aware of this matter, do you think your relatives in the garrison would dare to speak on your behalf?" Upon hearing Su Ping'an's words, Liao Shuli's corpulent body trembled, cold sweat breaking out from his pores. He realized that if this issue escalated, his cousin would never risk offending the powerful Lord Zhang for his sake. You, well, very well." Liao Shuli's face turned a deep shade of red, his anger rendering him speechless. Su Ping'an maintained his composure, softly asserting, "I cannot concern myself with the affairs of others, but the 20 acres of land belonging to the Su Ping'an family must not be diminished by even a fraction." At this moment, Liao Shuli finally comprehended that this soldier was not to be trifled with. "I must devise a cunning plan to discreetly ensnare him, or my vexation shall remain unresolved." Liao Shuli contemplated meticulously within his mind. As his eyes darted about, a nefarious idea swiftly took shape in his thoughts. In an instant, his demeanor shifted with remarkable agility, and with a warm smile, he patted Su Ping'an's shoulder, saying, "Ah, dear brother, why the haste? Perhaps I have indeed miscalculated. Allow me to make amends." Not only would he compensate Su Ping'an, but he would also bestow upon him a greater share as a gesture of goodwill. "Here, what do you think of this parcel of land?" With that, Liao Shuli marked another piece of land for Su Ping'an from the land ledger. Su Ping'an focused his gaze and discovered that it was a barren land at the foot of the mountain, which had been left uncultivated for many years. The soil was not only compacted but also so infertile that even wild grasses refused to grow. If one were to insist on cultivating this land, it would require considerable effort to loosen the soil, and additional funds would be necessary to purchase fertilizers. Furthermore, during the autumn harvest, it was uncertain whether any crops could be yielded. Cultivating this plot of land would indeed be a futile endeavor. How cunning of the scribe to conceive such a devious scheme. Chapter 15. Oh dear, I have stumbled upon a treasure. Su Ping'an furrowed his brow. The newly designated wasteland, assigned to him by the clerk Liao, spanned a considerable 10 acres. Coupled with the previous allocation of 15 acres, this amounted to a total of 25 acres. This, in turn, signified that Su Ping'an would be required to pay military grain based on the cultivation of 25 acres come autumn harvest. However, Among these, 10 acres were nothing but barren land, utterly incapable of yielding any crops. This cunning clerk truly knows how to manipulate the figures. Su Pingyan couldn't help but curse inwardly. Yet in that moment, he found himself at a loss for a suitable plan. He could only gaze at the desolate land from a distance. Suddenly, a glimmer of gold caught Su Pingyan's eye, as if he had discovered something amidst the wasteland. Suppressing his emotions, he lowered his head and approached Liao Shuli. Beside him, Liao Qingzhou reveled in Su Pingyan's predicament, feeling an unmeasurable sense of triumph. A mere soldier dares to challenge me, an official? Today is merely an appetizer. Just wait and see how I will continue to toy with you. We have all the time in the world. Liao Shuli, I want this piece of wasteland. Let's finalize the agreement. Upon hearing these words, a broad grin spread across Liao Shuli's face, reaching from ear to ear. Not only had he successfully deprived Su Pingyan of his prime farmland, but he had also tricked Su Pingyan into accepting a plot of barren land. Moreover, the entire affair was conducted in such a manner that no one could find fault with it. Should Su Pingyan dare to appeal to the military fortress, Liao Shuli would turn the tables, accusing Su Pingyan of being dissatisfied with the allocation of 25 mu of land and deliberately seeking trouble with him. With his cousin backing him, Su Pingyan would undoubtedly find himself in dire straits. Well, it seems you were wise enough to comply. Please place your handprint here. Liao Qingzhou exhaled a breath of frustration, feeling elated as he registered Su Pingyan's details. Liao Shuli, providing me with a land deed for the soldiers' plot is no issue. Is it? The land belonging to soldiers essentially belonged to the military fortress, with soldiers holding only usage rights. However, according to the fortress's regulations, once land was allocated, soldiers could request a deed as proof. Many soldiers were unaware of the existence of such a deed. Liao Shuli's eyes began to dart around. He was uncertain of Su Pingyan's intentions for the deed. Yet, having already gained an advantage and successfully outsmarted this young man, Liao Shuli did not wish to engage in further disputes with Su Pingyan. Thus, he readily handed the land deed over to him. Su Pingyan tucked the land deed into his bosom, snorting coldly before making his way home. The dog clerk thinks he can scheme against me. Does he? We shall see. Upon returning home, Su Pingyan organized his farming tools and briefly recounted the events of the morning to the sisters of the Mu family before leading them to their allocated fields. With Su Pingyan's troubles resolved, the subsequent distribution of land for Clerk Liao proceeded with much greater ease. By midday, the plots for the newly registered military households in Qinshan village had all been successfully allocated. The military families, having received their new lands, were filled with delight. Many returned home to fetch their tools, eager to devise plans for cultivation. Su Pingyan, along with the Mu sisters, arrived at the barren land allocated to him, wielding farming tools. Alas, what a needless endeavor this is. The youth is too impulsive. A moment of patience would have led to calm seas. But now he faces a significant loss, lamented the old village chief, Lu Hushing, as he shook his head at Su Pingyan and returned to the village. Sergeant Yang Jinshan approached Su Pingyan, expressing concern. Brother Su, this wasteland is not to be trifled with. The agricultural tax from the military garrison is quite burdensome. Come autumn harvest, you will truly understand the hardship. Meanwhile, Mu Wanrong, having surveyed the field, wore a troubled expression and said anxiously, Husband, Brother Yang speaks the truth. This land has been barren for several years, and no one has claimed it. We must not take on this plot. Indeed, dear husband, why not beseech that scribe to see if we might relinquish this land? Chimed in Mu Wanqing, supporting her sister's sentiment. Su Pingyan smiled gently and said, There is no need to worry, Brother Yang, nor for the two ladies. Seeing Su Pingyan's resolute demeanor, Yang Jinshan felt it inappropriate to say more and could only sigh before turning to leave. Although he felt a sense of injustice regarding Su Pingyan's plight, he was merely a humble captain from Qinshan village and dared not offend Liao Shuli, who had the backing of the military fort. Nonetheless, he held Su Pingyan in higher regard in his heart. This young man remains composed in the face of adversity. If he were to achieve military merit, he might soar to great heights. Glancing around, Su Pingyan crouched down and pried open a clod of earth, examining it closely. He discovered that the soil was not only compacted but also contained glistening white salt and alkali particles within. Su Pingyan shook his head, realizing that this land was indeed unfit for cultivation. At that moment, many idlers from the village, having heard that Liao the clerk had forcibly assigned the wasteland to Su Pingyan, gathered to spectate. They stood on the ridge, pointing and whispering about Su Pingyan and his wife. Occasionally, someone would sneer softly, Hey, I thought the new leader was a person of intellect. but it seems he is merely a brute with brawn. Indeed, of all the people to offend, he had chosen to anger Liao the clerk, whose malice was sharper than a needle's eye. Mark my words, he would surely seek revenge. Being allocated this plot of land, what future could he hope for? During the autumn harvest, this would mean an unexpected burden of grain taxes for 10 additional acres, while the remaining 15 acres could hardly compensate for the losses incurred from this wasteland. He might as well prepare for starvation come next winter. Heh, old shoe. I reckon you are wishing for Su Qizhang's demise. When he is gone, you could take over his household and perhaps even court his 2 lovely wives, wouldn't you? Laughter erupted among the crowd, which continued to swell, growing increasingly raucous. Ignoring the commotion from the onlookers, Su Pingyan grasped a shovel and began to dig at the very spot he had been observing. The idle spectators, intrigued, exchanged curious glances. Some whispered, "Could it be that Su Qizhang has lost his wits? It's not yet the planting season. What is he digging for? This isn't how one loosens soil." In the rural expanse of the Great Jin, there were few recreational activities, and many found their greatest pleasure in watching the misfortunes of others. Soon, more people began to call their friends, gathering to witness Su Pingyan's predicament. In truth, many military families harbored resentment towards Su Pingyan. They were all soldiers, bound to fight for their lives. Why should he be blessed with 2 beautiful daughters while they were left with nothing but a gaunt and weary widow? With this thought, many couldn't help but mock him. Su Qizhang, stop digging. Even if you were to dig until next year, this land will yield no crops. Besides, don't you have 10 taels of reward? Why not offer it to Liao the clerk and beg him to spare you, reclaiming this wasteland instead? Su Pingyan paid no heed to the mockery of the idle men. Instead, he devoted himself to digging the earth. Before long, a muffled sound of a thud echoed through the air. Su Pingyan's shovel seemed to have struck something. Replacing the shovel with a small hoe used for weeding, Su Pingyan swiftly cleared the soil surrounding the object. An antiquated earthen jar emerged from the earth. Chapter 16. The clerk Liao's discontent as the onlookers witnessed Su Pingyan excavating an earthen jar from the ground. Their laughter gradually subsided. They began to murmur amongst themselves, speculating about the contents of the jar. Bang, bang, bang. Su Pingyan deftly wielded his small spade, excavating a few more times until he completely unearthed the earthen jar. He then beckoned the Moose sisters to approach, and the 3 of them cautiously unwrapped the jar's tattered burlap seal. Inside, they discovered it brimming with copper coins. The onlookers surrounding them erupted into uproar. Those who had just been mocking from the ridge were suddenly rendered speechless. Money, actual money. This fellow, Su Pingyan, had managed to unearth wealth from the fields. It was utterly incomprehensible. Why was he so handsome, married to such a beautiful wife, and now striking gold from the earth, all while possessing such a full head of hair? Meanwhile, I, with my unappealing looks, have a wife who is both dark and unattractive, and I am bald. Oh, the despair. Many who harbored secret envy towards Su Pingyan could no longer contain their dismay. However, Su Pingyan paid no heed to their reactions. Instead, he poured out the contents of the earthen jar with a resounding clatter and began to count. Within the jar lay a substantial sum of 7 guan, equivalent to over 7,000 copper coins, valued at 7 taels of silver. This represented an immense fortune in Qingshan village. It is essential to understand that due to the backward agricultural techniques of the Great Jin dynasty and the climatic conditions of the northern regions, a well-irrigated mu of upper fields could yield only 2 sure of rice per year, which translates to 240 jin. Conversely, a mu of lower fields could produce at most 1 sure annually. Typically, when the local grain store came to collect rice, the price for a sure ranged from 150 to 200 won, depending on the market conditions each year. Now, Su Pingyan had unearthed over 7,000 won directly from the soil, sufficient to exchange for at least 30 sure of rice. This amount could cover the taxes for his 10 mu of uncultivated land for at least 5 years. The onlookers, who had initially reveled in his misfortunes, now shifted their expressions, casting envious glances in his direction. With this jar of coins, Su Pingyan could comfortably sustain himself for an entire year, enjoying wine and meat. As for the future, contemplating the likelihood of falling in battle the very next day, the soldiers seldom pondered what lay ahead. Su Pingyan, however, began to devise plans for the future. Currently, combined with the 160 coins bestowed by the Moose sisters, the 50 coins discreetly slipped to him by his second uncle upon his departure, and the remaining 5 taels of silver plus 70 coins awarded by the military governor's office. Su Pingyan possessed a total of 12,381, which equates to 12 taels, 3 qian, and 81. This sum of money was more than sufficient to serve as the initial capital for Su Pingyan's entrepreneurial endeavors. It was only through engaging in business that Su Pingyan could amass 100 taels swiftly, enabling him to seek apprenticeship in Yanqing Prefecture, refine his skills, and enhance his chances of survival on the battlefield. At this moment, Liao Shuli had not ventured far. He stood by the edge of the field, lost in delightful reverie about his future rental income, basking in the flattery of several elder villagers from Qingshan. Upon hearing that Su Pingyan had unearthed treasure from the wasteland, Liao Shuli was momentarily taken aback, then hastily shuffled his plump feet towards the barren land, eager to uncover the truth. From a distance, he indeed spotted Su Pingyan cradling an earthen jar, flanked by two stunningly beautiful wives, joyfully making their way home. In fact, it was just moments ago that Liao Shuli had directed Su Pingyan toward the wasteland. Su Pingyan, the fortunate child of destiny, activated his extraordinary ability. He discerned several faint golden beams of light emanating from the desolate land, leading him to surmise that there must be something beneficial buried beneath. He feigned a displeased demeanor while signing documents with Liao Shuli, securing the land deed. Subsequently, he called upon the Mu sisters to excavate along the luminous columns in the wasteland. Indeed, they unearthed a pot of ancient copper coins. Su Pingyan thoroughly examined the coins, noting the inscription Jinda Tongbao, which had been issued during the reign of the last emperor of the Great Jin. Remarkably, these coins remained in circulation during the current Shinda era. As Su Pingyan, clutching the earthen pot, wandered further away until he vanished from the village entrance, Liao Shuli was seething with frustration. In their rural community, it was a customary rule that whatever was unearthed from one's fields belonged solely to them, without dispute. Now, with the land deed firmly in Su Pingyan's grasp, Liao Qingzhou had no grounds to contest, leaving him only to watch enviously as Su Pingyan struck it rich. Upon returning home with his newfound wealth, Su Pingyan promptly set off for the county town, exchanging all his money for silver ingots for ease of transport. He also purchased 5 pounds of fresh pork and 5 pounds of cured pork to bring back home, since he had resolved to continue his martial arts training. He understood the necessity of physical conditioning. Maintaining his body in peak condition was essential for swiftly breaking through when he sought to apprentice in Yanqing Prefecture. Thus, it was imperative to eat well. The two delicate wives, accompanying Su Pingyan, were naturally overjoyed to enjoy meat, which also deepened their affection for him. That night, Su Pingyan successfully imparted the subtle art of nail trimming to Mu Wanro. Initially, she blushed a deep crimson, retreating into her blankets, reluctant to practice. Su Pingyan was not in a hurry. After offering gentle words of comfort, he continued to maintain the image of a virtuous gentleman in front of Mu Wanro. The following morning, Su Pingyan once again observed his family carrying shovels and farming tools to the barren land. This time, the number of onlookers had increased. Although fewer people were gossiping, there were still those who mocked him. Has Su Pingyan gone mad with greed? Does he truly believe that such good fortune will fall upon him every day? Indeed, some remarked, I think this man is quite deranged. Let's ignore him lest we catch his madness. As Su Pingyan toiled in the field for an hour without unearthing anything, the crowd gradually dispersed. Only a handful of idlers remained, tossing roasted beans into their mouths while watching Su Pingyan's family dig, treating it as mere amusement. Yet, no one anticipated that around noon, Su Pingyan would unearth an entire vat of copper coins from that desolate land. This time, the haul was even greater, 10 guan, equivalent to 10 taels of silver. Once the news spread, Qingshan village erupted in excitement. Have you heard? Have you heard? Su Pingyan's barren land has yielded money again. How much did he find this time? According to the Mu sisters, it was a full 10 guan. Goodness, 10 guan. That's enough to cover our family's living expenses for 2 years. Su Pingyan's luck is simply astounding. Indeed, I heard that a feng shui master from the county came to take a look and claimed that beneath Su Pingyan's barren land lies a treasure. What? What sort of treasure? I heard it's the hidden wealth of a former landlord. Nonsense. You don't know what you're talking about. I heard it was the private stash of a count from the previous dynasty. Not a count. I heard it was a prince who buried military funds underground to raise an army for rebellion. In any case, the rumors spread like wildfire. Liao Shuli, however, remained skeptical of such hearsay, yet he could not shake the uncomfortable feeling gnawing at him like a restless kitten. Strangely enough, he did not hasten to report the registered land records to the military fortress. He became intrigued by the prospect of the land that could yield wealth, but he refrained from acting hastily, choosing instead to observe further to confirm whether he had indeed assigned a potentially lucrative piece of land to Su Ping'an. Chapter 17. Liao Shuli takes action again. After unearthing the copper coins, Su Ping'an, as was his custom, made a trip to the county town. In addition to purchasing some meat, he specifically acquired a new set of garments for each of his 2 wives. They were the most fashionable waist-cinching dresses available in the town, accentuating a woman's figure and grace. That evening, it was Mu Wanqing's turn to share the bed. With Su Ping'an's newfound wealth, he sought out a woodcutter in the village and purchased a substantial amount of firewood. The Kong was still ablaze, filling the room with warmth akin to the gentle embrace of spring. Su Ping'an intentionally refrained from unveiling the garments he had procured in advance, choosing instead to unveil the package with a flourish just before retiring for the night. "Qing'er, come and see what this is," Su Ping'an exclaimed with a smile, lifting the parcel. "Ah, it's a new dress." Upon beholding the vibrant crimson waist-cinching gown, Mu Wanqing's enchanting peach blossom eyes sparkled with delight, reminiscent of blossoms unfurling in the warmth of spring. "Thank you, Su Lang, you are so kind to Qing'er," Mu Wanqing exclaimed, bounding before Su Ping'an, eagerly measuring the dress against her figure. "Do you like it?" "I do. If you adore it, why not try it on for your husband?" Upon hearing these words, Mu Wanqing's cheeks flushed a deep crimson, yet she obediently proceeded to change attire. It must be said that the genes of the Mu sisters are exceptionally remarkable. While the younger Mu Wanqing may not possess the same voluptuous proportions as her elder sister, her silhouette is undeniably exquisite. As she sat on the bed, changing her clothes, the fabric clung gracefully to her form, accentuating her alluring curves. Such a figure. She could easily be mistaken for a sultry DJ who once captivated the dance floor in a past life. Su Ping'an let out a sigh. As images of Mu Wanqing wearing shorts, her hair styled in cascading waves, swaying gracefully on the dance floor flooded his mind. Should I invest the money I unearthed from the fields into the fashion industry? I could name the store Urban Beauty, starting with a pilot project in the county's entertainment district. Once those esteemed gentlemen see the ladies adorned in outfits crafted by me, Su, the illustrious designer, they would undoubtedly be captivated. No, that simply won't do. I would surely be apprehended for corrupting social morals. Su Ping'an immediately dismissed this notion, although he could not indulge himself at the moment. The opportunity to observe the beautiful woman changing clothes from a close distance still provided him with immense psychological satisfaction. He reiterated to Mu Wanqing the words he had previously shared with Mu Wanrong, evidently indicating that Mu Wanrong had not disclosed these intimate details of their relationship to her sister. Mu Wanqing was deeply touched by this, her admiration for Su Ping'an growing stronger. Under the visual stimulation of Su Ping'an's robust physique, Mu Wanqing's delicate body quivered slightly, and a faint blush crept onto her cheeks. Such a scene once again caused Su Ping'an's blood to surge, yet for the sake of future happiness, he employed his skills. With just 3 seconds on the pillow, he drifted into a tranquil slumber. Snoring softly, Mu Wanqing nudged him. "Su Lang?" Snoring continued, and Mu Wanqing pondered in confusion. The following morning, Su Ping'an once again took the Mu sisters to the wasteland, armed with hoes, where even more explosive news awaited them. Su Ping'an, that rascal, has once again unearthed an earthen jar from the desolate land. This time, the jar is filled to the brim with silver ingots, amounting to a staggering 30 taels. Such a fortune is sufficient to purchase 10 acres of arable land in Qingshan village, land that is genuinely owned, not merely leased from the military fort. At this moment, Liao Shuli could barely contain himself. Although he was skeptical of the notion that such barren land could yield wealth, he was now utterly convinced that beneath that soil lay the hidden vault of some wealthy lord from a bygone dynasty. Given Su Ping'an's uncanny ability to strike gold with a mere dig, it was clear that the buried treasures were plentiful. Liao Shuli, observing Su Ping'an's daily windfall, felt an insatiable envy gnawing at his insides, one that was even more disconcerting than the loss of his own money. Regret coursed through him. Had he known this would transpire, he would have claimed that piece of desolate land for himself. In that case, he would have been in a rightful position to demand the riches Su Ping'an had unearthed. However, the villagers were well aware that the land belonged to Su Ping'an. His mind raced with thoughts. How could he possibly make that land his own? Alas, he saw no other option. Reluctantly, Liao Shuli paced around his dwelling, and with a grimace, he resolved to utilize the land deed he had yet to deliver. He would propose a trade, 10 acres of riverbank land in exchange for Su Ping'an's desolate plot. To ensure that Su Pingyan didn't act rashly, Liao Shuli sought the assistance of 3 soldiers, armed with sabers, from his cousin at the military fort. With his entourage in tow, he approached Su Pingyan, who was still busy digging and tapping the earth. Presenting the land deed, Liao Shuli initiated negotiations with Su Pingyan. Onlookers were perplexed. One inquired, "Didn't the land get allocated 2 days ago? What is Liao Shuli up to now?" The answer was apparent. He aimed to seize the land. Did they not notice the soldiers standing behind him? Clearly, Liao Shuli, envious of Su Pingyan's daily discoveries, sought to claim that land for himself. How shameless of him! Many soldiers echoed this sentiment, noting how Liao Shuli had bullied the villagers, leveraging his connections to the military. At that moment, a square-faced man squinted his eyes and remarked, "Surely Su Pingyan wouldn't relinquish his land so easily." Several soldiers exchanged glances, and one declared, "If it were me, I'd never yield. Who knows how much treasure lies beneath that barren earth? Uncovering just a few more would secure a lifetime of comfort." Although the villagers initially believed Su Pingyan would stand his ground, they were taken aback when he merely exchanged a few words with Liao Shuli before conceding to the land swap. "Su Pingyan, you've shown your sense," Liao Shuli boasted. "I'll trade you 10 acres of arable land for your 10 acres of barren land. You've struck a grand bargain. Hand over the deed." Su Pingyan, maintaining his composure, extended his hand. "Here you go." With a definitive slap, Liao Shuli placed the deed for the 10 acres of arable land into Su Pingyan's hands, while Su Pingyan returned the deed for the desolate land. Success! After meticulously examining the deed, Liao Shuli leaped with joy, hastening to the military fort to register the transaction, fearful that Su Pingyan might reconsider. As he ran, he relished his cunning, grateful that he had delayed submitting the land records. Otherwise, he might have missed out on this lucrative opportunity. Liao Shuli's motives for exchanging Su Pingyan's barren land for arable land were far from altruistic. He aimed to silence Su Pingyan and prevent any complaints. That very evening, Liao Shuli returned from the military fort, accompanied by soldiers, each carrying a bundle of ropes, wooden planks, and tools. They swiftly cordoned off the desolate land, inscribing on the planks, "Property of Liao Qingzhou. Outsiders are prohibited from excavating." Subsequently, Liao Shuli and his crew commenced their digging under the cover of night, laboring until dawn, then through the midday sun. Yet, as onlookers gathered in increasing numbers, filling the ditches, nothing of value emerged. By now, Liao Shuli's corpulent body trembled from exhaustion, his mind rife with curses. "How is it that Su Pingyan can unearth treasures while I find nothing?" he lamented. "Could it be that he has completely scavenged the land clean?" Feeling drained and parched, covered in mud, he was anxious beyond measure. He had assured his cousin that he would unearth treasures, and if he failed, his cousin would not let him off lightly. Suddenly, a resounding thud echoed as Liao Shuli's host struck something solid. Eureka! His heart soared as he hastily bent down and began to excavate. He unearthed an earthen jar even larger than the one Su Pingyan had found days prior. Judging by its size, if it contained copper coins, it could hold several hundred strings, equating to hundreds of taels in silver. But if it contained silver, it could be worth thousands. Enough to procure a grand estate in the capital. Wealth was within his grasp. Bursting with joy, Liao Shuli celebrated, then eagerly pried open the jar's clay seal. As soon as the jar was opened, a noxious black gas surged forth, enveloping Liao Shuli in a foul cloud. "Ah!" Liao Shuli let out a piercing scream, causing him to fall to the ground in fright. The armored soldiers beside him, with their swords at the ready, stumbled back in shock. The surrounding villagers were perplexed, unsure of what had transpired. They initially thought the large earthen jar was filled with money. Given its size, Liao Shuli should have been delighted, yet his expression conveyed horror. Soon, a few daring villagers crossed the makeshift barrier of rope that Liao had set up and ventured into the desolate land, peering into the jar from a distance. To their astonishment, they discovered that it contained not treasures, but a foul-smelling heap of bones. The sight horrified the onlookers, who quickly turned and fled back to the safety of the fields. Those who had rushed from the wasteland, still trembling with fear, soon embellished their accounts of the discovery. Upon hearing their descriptions, several elder villagers recognized the jar unearthed by Liao Shuli. It became clear that this large jar was not intended for storing valuables, but rather served as a burial vessel. This desolate land was likely once a graveyard. In rural customs, excavating another's burial remains is considered extremely inauspicious. At this moment, the crowd began to murmur among themselves, Intrigued by the stark contrast of events, Su Pingyan had unearthed a jar of coins from the same land, while Liao Shuli had uncovered a pile of bones. One villager, often bullied by Liao, exclaimed passionately, "Can't you see? This is divine retribution." Su Pingyan found copper and silver because heaven favors him. It appears this new military banner leader is no ordinary man. He possesses great fortune. We must not oppose him, or we may meet a fate akin to Liao Shuli's. Look, he dug up the bones of the dead. This is heaven's punishment. Many villagers nodded in agreement. For in the countryside, such superstitions are approached with a belief in their potential truth. After all, the founder of the Jin dynasty became emperor after slaying a colossal white serpent, hailed by the locals as a favored child of destiny. Listening to the villagers' discourse, Liao Shuli felt a profound dread. He pondered whether he had indeed committed too many wrongs and angered heaven. As he contemplated how to handle the situation, he glanced up and saw the village chief, Lu Hushing, not far away. At 65 years old, Lu was a venerable elder in a time when life expectancy barely reached 40. Having lived long and seen much, villagers often sought his wisdom for matters beyond their understanding. "Old Lu, come here. I have something to ask you," Liao Shuli called out, beckoning him over. Despite his age, Lu moved with surprising agility and soon stood beside Liao. Liao gestured toward the jar of bones, saying, "Old Lu, I unearthed this thing from the ground, and everyone says it's ominous. Is there any way to mitigate this?" Lu Hushing gazed at Liao Shuli with a contemplative expression. Although he had previously kept his distance during land distribution to avoid conflict with Liao, he recognized that today he was the only one who could offer guidance. Thus, the old chief resolved to let the greedy scribe taste some hardship, avenging the villagers' grievances. He stroked his gray beard and replied, "Master scribe, it is indeed an inauspicious event to unearth a burial jar in our village. If mishandled, it could provoke the spirit of the deceased, bringing misfortune upon oneself." Upon hearing this, Liao Shuli felt a chill run down his spine, his face turning tense. He quickly clasped his hands and implored, "Village Chief Lu, what should I do? Do you have any remedies?" Lu pondered for a moment before letting out a deep sigh. "You must find a site with good feng shui, procure a fine coffin, and properly bury the remains. Then, have a priest perform 3 days of rituals to appease the spirit. Only then can you dispel the evil and avert disaster." Upon hearing this, Liao Shuli's face contorted with distress. Following Lu's advice would surely require a considerable sum of silver. As he gazed at the jar of bones, regret surged within him, and his loathing for Su Pingyan reached a pinnacle. "Damn Su Pingyan. He made me toil all day, covered in mud, with blisters on my hands," he fumed. "In the end, I found not a single coin, but this misfortune instead. Just wait, I won't let this go." With a fierce glare directed towards Su Pingyan's direction, Liao Shuli's anger flared. Yet, the thought of returning empty-handed and facing his cousin's wrath caused his resolve to crumble. He resigned himself to the misfortune, deciding to sacrifice his wealth to appease fate and return to the military fort to accept the consequences from his cousin. Meanwhile, Su Pingyan was at home, joyously counting the coin he had unearthed, laying it all out on the table as he meticulously calculated with his 2 wives. The money he had recently found, along with what he already possessed, was carefully balanced against the expenses incurred from purchasing meat, new clothing, and firewood. Su Pingyan currently has 49 taels and 5 chien, along with 70 when in his possession. Having come into such a substantial windfall, his spirits are remarkably high. With ample funds at his disposal, he contemplates the prospect of venturing into business to amass wealth. Just as he is basking in his own sense of accomplishment and preparing to seize opportunities, he looks up to find his wife, Mu Wanrong, wearing a worried expression. Su Pingyan felt a sense of confusion and could not help but inquire, "Rong, we currently possess such wealth and our lives are improving. Yet why does your face betray such sorrow?" Chapter 19. The maid Xiao Yi. After a moment of contemplation, Mu Wanrong gazed deeply at Su Pingyan before responding. "Su Lang, I perceive that this unexpected fortune is both a blessing and a curse. While I am naturally delighted by our family's newfound wealth, it inevitably draws the scrutiny of the entire village. I fear that the envy of others may abound. People are not troubled by scarcity, but rather by inequality. This is particularly true among the villagers. My father once held the esteemed position of Deputy Minister of Revenue, overseeing the treasury, and I have been influenced by such circumstances since childhood, supplemented by a solid education. Thus, my words are thoughtful and well-founded." Su Pingyan couldn't help but nod repeatedly upon hearing this. Previously, the Mu sisters toiled day and night, earning a meager 100 coins, only to attract the attention of a petty rogue like Huang. Now that he had come into a substantial fortune, it was inevitable that envy would brew among the villagers. Unbeknownst to him, he may have unwittingly fostered animosity with many. Although Su Pingyan, as a martial artist at the refinement stage, considered himself unmatched in martial prowess within Qingshan village, he had only just arrived and had yet to establish his footing. He feared that someone might resort to underhanded tactics, much like Liao Shuli. Moreover, he could not remain confined to his home indefinitely. Should someone take advantage of his absence to exploit the Mu sisters, he would be powerless to intervene. Thus, it became evident that Mu Wanrong's concerns were not without merit. Su Pingyan nodded. His wife spoke with reason. Yet what should they do? As a product of 9 years of compulsory education, Su Pingyan, although not necessarily the foremost individual in the Great Jin dynasty, undoubtedly ranked among the elite. Su Pingyan had long harbored his own calculations, yet he wished to ascertain whether his wife shared his thoughts. He observed Mu Wanrong deep in contemplation for a moment before she smiled gently and said, "My dear Su, why not allocate 30% of this unexpected fortune to the villagers of Qingshan village? At present, we are in a season of transition, and many families in the village are enduring hunger. Bestowing them some financial aid at this time would be akin to delivering coal and snow. In doing so, you would undoubtedly win the hearts of the people in Qingshan village." Su Pingyan could not help but nod, feeling immensely satisfied that his wife shared his long-term vision, undeterred by immediate gains. Indeed, he had acquired a virtuous wife, possessing both grace and character. After sipping some warm tea from the table, Su Pingyan added, "My dear, you speak wisely. However, I intend to convert 30% of our wealth entirely into rice, which I shall distribute among the villagers. A substantial sack of rice that can satiate hunger will have a far greater impact than a small pouch of coins, fostering a more profound sense of community." Upon hearing Su Pingyan's words, Mu Wanrong and Mu Wanqing could not help but be illuminated by his insight, exclaiming, "Su Lang's actions are commendable." As dusk descended, a series of knocks echoed from outside the house. Mu Wanqing hurried to see who it was. Upon unfastening the door and pushing it open, she gasped in surprise. Hearing her exclamation, Su Pingyan and Mu Wanrong quickly emerged from within. At the threshold stood a tall young woman, towering over the Mu sisters by nearly half a head, her stature surpassing that of most men, with broad shoulders and a physique reminiscent of strength. It was no wonder Mu Wanqing was startled into a cry. "Benefactor, Xiao Yi has come to seek you." Upon spotting Su Pingyan inside, the tall girl immediately knelt at the door. It was only then that Su Pingyan realized this was the very girl he had rescued a few days prior in the market of Fenglin County. At that time, he had not disclosed his exact location, merely mentioning his name and the military garrison he served. To his astonishment, this robust young woman had indeed sought him out. After briefly explaining Xiao Ye's background to his 2 wives, the family welcomed her into the courtyard. Once inside, the girl knelt once more, bowing her head as she expressed, "Thanks to the money bestowed by my master, my father has fully recovered. I, Xiao Yi, am willing to serve you faithfully for a lifetime." Upon hearing the term master, Su Pingyan was reminded of the enchanting young women from his previous life who would kneel in catgirl attire, softly calling out to their masters. Truly, the utterance of master was a call that few could resist. Su Pingyan could not help but gaze at Xiao Yi, who possessed striking features, thick brows, large eyes, and a pronounced nose that rendered her quite pleasing to behold. She was clad in a coarse, patched garment, her rounded hips and strong legs giving her a robust and statuesque appearance, reminiscent of the graceful charm of a Russian mare from a bygone era. "I must certainly have a maid's uniform tailored for Xiao Yi in the future." A Russian maid, Su Pingyan resolved fervently in his heart. Upon learning of Xiao Ye's selfless act of selling herself to rescue her father, the sisters Mu Wanrong and Mu Wanqing found their admiration for her greatly increased. After all, a person so devoted to her father must surely possess a heart that understands gratitude and loyalty. Xiao Yi was also adept at reading the room. She quickly discerned that Mu Wanrong was Su Pingyan's legitimate wife. Without hesitation, she bowed thrice before Mu Wanrong in deference to her status as the matriarch. Subsequently, she acknowledged Mu Wanqing as well. The sisters promptly assisted her to her feet. At that moment, Su Pingyan inquired of Xiao Yi, "Has your father's health improved?" Upon realizing that her master still cared for her father's condition, Xiao Yi felt an even deeper sense of gratitude and replied earnestly, My father's health has fully recovered. He is now able to venture into the mountains to hunt and provide for himself. I am deeply thankful for the silver you bestowed upon us." Su Pingyan nodded. "That's good. Xiao Yi, you have arrived just in time. Come and dine with us." Xiao Yi hurriedly replied, "I dare not. It is proper for me to serve my esteemed master and the two ladies first. I shall suffice with the remnants. In the Great Jin Kingdom, it is against the law for servants to dine at the same table as their masters. Although she is a mountain dweller, Xiao Yi is well aware of this custom." Su Pingyan felt a sense of amusement within. "Since you acknowledge me as the master, then heed my words. The rule in my household is that the family must sit together in harmony for a meal. Tonight, the Su family's dinner consisted of a bowl of lean meat and wild vegetable soup, accompanied by a large platter of steamed pickled pork and a sizable pot of rice. Xiao Yi sat beside them, her arms tensed with a hint of anxiety. Mu Wanxing served her a generous bowl of rice, drizzling it with meat broth and adding some pickled pork on top. "Xiao Yi, please eat," she encouraged. Xiao Yi hurriedly accepted the bowl with both hands, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, master, and thank you, ladies." The fragrant rice melded beautifully with the savory broth, and each bite of the succulent, flavorful pickled pork brought her immense satisfaction. During her life in the mountains with her father, meals had often been scarce, and such delectable dishes were a rarity she had never experienced since childhood. After dinner, Xiao Yi unwrapped her bundle, revealing a pair of leather boots and a leather coat, which she presented to Su Pingyan, saying, "These were crafted from the animal skins my father hunted. Please try them on and see if they fit." Upon hearing Xiao Yi's exchange with Su Pingyan, Mu Wanrong smiled gently and said, "Xiao Yi, you will attend to Su Lang's rest tonight." At this remark, Xiao Yi's cheeks flushed crimson. Despite being an innocent young lady, she fully understood her mistress's words. Although a flutter of nervousness gripped her heart, she responded softly, "Yes, madam." Without haste to try on the boots and coat, Su Pingyan settled onto the Kong in his room. Soon, Xiao Yi returned with steaming hot water for foot washing. The delicate fingers of the young girl glided gently over Su Pingyan's feet, soothing the fatigue accumulated from a day of training. Watching Xiao Yi, who knelt earnestly before him, attending to his needs, filled the atmosphere with a tender warmth. Su Pingyan could not help but exclaim, "Call me master." Xiao Yi lifted her head, her pair of watery eyes reflecting a hint of confusion, and then gently responded, "A master. How obedient." Su Pingyan affectionately ruffled Xiao Yi's hair, a look of contentment gracing his face. Chapter 20. The money-making scheme. The following morning, as Su Pingyan rose from his slumber, he was greeted by the sound of bang 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 emanating from the courtyard. Upon opening the window, he discovered that Xiao Yi had risen early to begin chopping firewood. In the northern regions of the Great Jin Kingdom, the warmth of fire depended entirely on wood, particularly during the frigid winter months when the demand soared. Chopping firewood is a labor-intensive task. Achieving appropriately sized pieces for burning requires considerable effort. The Ji sisters, having lived in the capital during their youth, were well protected by their family after being exiled to Qingshan village. Although they were industrious, they were only accustomed to lighter tasks such as spinning thread, leaving them somewhat unprepared for the arduous work of chopping wood. Before marrying Su Pingyan, they struggled with a decrepit axe to split the wood, which was quite taxing. After their marriage, it became Su Pingyan's responsibility to handle the firewood. However, today, the task had fallen to the maid, Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi was remarkably robust, rivaling even men in strength. After Su Pingyan completed his morning routine, he found that she had already chopped enough firewood to last 2 or 3 days. Once the wood was prepared, Xiao Yi then hoisted a water bucket onto her shoulder and set off to fetch water. After several trips, she filled the water tank in the courtyard, a task that Su Pingyan had typically managed. This arrangement freed up some of Su Pingyan's time, allowing him to practice martial arts and refine his physical condition. Observing Xiao Yi diligently laboring in the morning light, Su Pingyan nodded in satisfaction, feeling that the few silver coins spent were indeed worthwhile. While both of his wives were gentle, he felt it inappropriate to burden them with tasks such as foot baths and massages. Although chopping wood and fetching water were not physically demanding for him, they consumed valuable time. The training of a martial artist requires relentless diligence day and night to achieve continual improvement. Now that Xiao Yi was present, her superior physique compared to ordinary women, coupled with her obedient and sensible nature, made her perfectly suited for these responsibilities. After breakfast, Su Pingyan called Xiao Yi to accompany him to Fenglin County to procure grain. In addition to purchasing grain, he intended to stock up on various supplies during their visit to the county. Thus, each of them carried a bamboo basket, and he had brought along a sum of 20 taels of silver and 500 won in loose change. Su Ping'an and Xiao Yi set out early. The wintry Qingshan village enveloped in a steely gray chill, with frost flowers whispering upon the branches in the breeze. As they traversed the ice-coated wheat fields and the frozen country lanes, by mid-morning, the outline of Fenglin County finally emerged amidst the biting wind. Observing the empty basket carried by Su Ping'an and his companion, the gatekeeper's face betrayed a flicker of disappointment. The absence of goods in the basket indicated that the pair were not merchants and could not be charged a toll. After presenting their military identification to one of the soldiers, Su Ping'an and Xiao Yi were granted passage into the county. Their primary purpose for visiting Fenglin County was to procure grain. Su Ping'an naturally first visited the grain market in the southern part of Fenglin County. This street is entirely lined with rice shops engaged in the grain trade. As far as the eye can see, the street is bustling with mule carts tethered at the shop entrances, most of which are laden with bulging sacks of grain. The shop assistants are busy coming in and out, tirelessly handling the goods. Currently, during this lean year when the harvest is scant, grain prices have skyrocketed to several times their usual rates. After inquiring at several stores, Su Ping'an discovered that the price of fine rice has reached exorbitant heights, with a stone, approximately 120 pounds, commanding a price of 2 guan. Even the relatively cheaper brown rice costs 1 guan and 5 chien for a stone. The mixed rice, which contains husks, is the least expensive, yet still costs 700 chien for a stone. After comparing prices at 3 shops, Su Ping'an chose a grain store of moderate standing. The proprietor of this establishment was a remarkably capable middle-aged woman, clad in a light yellow jacket with an extravagant fur coat draped over it. Her figure was not that of a delicate maiden, but rather voluptuous and alluring, akin to a ripe peach. Generally, only seasoned connoisseurs of beauty could truly appreciate the charm of such a curvaceous woman. Ah, this young gentleman has returned. The rice shop owner greeted him with a beaming smile. Upon their first encounter, she felt a spark of recognition, as it had been quite some time since she had seen such a tall and handsome man in Fenglin County. At that moment, she had already developed a modicum of affection, and seeing him again now, her delight was unmistakable. Su Ping'an found it rather peculiar that a woman would be entrusted with the role of a host in a rice shop, a position that often entails public exposure. "Excuse me, dear sister, are you the proprietress of this establishment?" Su Ping'an inquired. "Indeed, my husband was responsible for transporting military provisions during the Battle of Chishui River, and amidst the chaos, he was struck down by an arrow." The proprietress of the rice shop, her crimson lips slightly parted, released a waft of delicate fragrance that danced into Su Ping'an's nostrils. "Oh dear, a man has perished, and he was still in the prime of his life," she lamented. "I see, my lady, please accept my condolences." Su Ping'an offered a respectful gesture. "Oh, young sir, do not take it to heart." The proprietress, her well-maintained, fragrant and tender hand gently patted Su Ping'an's chest. What does this mean, my sister?" Su Ping'an, leveraging his charm, engaged in a subtle game of negotiation with the enchanting proprietress of the rice shop. After a series of back-and-forth exchanges, he ultimately secured a deal to purchase 10 stones of coarse rice at the price of 1 stone and 2 coins, in exchange for a future invitation to enjoy a drink at the Zui Xianju. He paid a deposit of 1 coin and requested the shopkeeper to prepare the rice in advance, agreeing to return at the hour of shun, or 3 o'clock in the afternoon, to collect his goods. With the proprietress's lingering gaze upon him, Su Ping'an departed from the southern rice market of the city. Now that he had acquired the initial capital, Su Ping'an intended to thoroughly investigate the opportunities within the city to discover potential avenues for profit. After all, relying solely on the 17 mu of upper fields and 8 mu of lower fields, he could not amass the 100 taels required for the registration fee of the Broken Troop Martial Arts School. Furthermore, the military household also necessitated personal armaments and armor for deployment. Thus, Su Ping'an needed to swiftly identify a means of livelihood and diligently pursue financial gain. He took a leisurely stroll around the expansive Fenglin County. Su Ping'an had already formed some thoughts in his mind. He first eliminated the salt and iron industries, which were the most profitable. These were monopolized by the state, and any involvement would be a capital crime. With these 2 significant sectors ruled out, the remaining opportunities were limited to daily necessities. Su Ping'an's primary focus was on alcohol. In his previous life, he had worked in a small tavern, making him quite familiar with brewing. In Yanqing Prefecture, located at the border of the Great Jin Dynasty, The authorities were not particularly strict regarding private brewing and selling of alcohol. Upon observation, Su Ping'an noted that there were 5 or 6 taverns in Fenglin County alone, with numerous shops specializing in alcoholic beverages scattered throughout the streets. The demand was substantial. However, due to the local backward brewing techniques, the prices of alcohol in Fenglin County were high, yet the supply was severely lacking, and the quality of the beverages served in taverns was quite poor. Therefore, as long as Su Ping'an could brew some quality alcohol, selling it would not pose a problem. The primary raw material for brewing was grain. Thus, to embark on the brewing business, he first needed to secure a stable and low-cost supply of grain. With this thought in mind, the image of the rice shop proprietress's charming face resurfaced in Su Ping'an's mind. If necessary, I shall make a sacrifice and forge a deeper friendship with the rice shop proprietress. Chapter 21. The most difficult to bear the affection of a beauty before long. It was already noon. Su Ping'an pointed towards a modest eatery and said to Xiao Yi, "Come, let us partake in a meal." After a busy morning, Xiao Yi felt a twinge of hunger. Upon hearing Su Ping'an's invitation, she immediately responded with a sweet smile. "All right, thank you, my lord." The term "my lord" was uttered daily by a charming and alluring Russian girl who followed closely behind him. Su Ping'an relished this sensation. Upon entering the quaint little shop, he discerned that Xiao Yi had been famished for quite some time and had quite an appetite. Thus, he promptly ordered a generous portion of steamed cakes, 2 servings of braised beef, accompanied by a flask of murky wine. As she gazed at the steaming plate of aromatic braised beef, delight filled Xiao Ye's eyes. Ever since she had accompanied Su Ping'an, she had enjoyed meat at every meal. In the past, such a luxury was something she could scarcely have imagined. Her admiration and dependence on Su Ping'an deepened even further in her heart. Su Ping'an, standing nearby, remarked, "Do not feel shy. We still need to carry goods back to the village this afternoon. Eat more, indulge yourself." "Yes, master." Gazing at the fragrant braised beef on the plate, Xiao Yi could no longer contain herself. She spread a piece of flatbread in her palm, took a generous chunk of the beef, and added some scallions before rolling it all together. With a hearty bite, the aromas of the dough, the meat, the sauce, and the scallions instantaneously mingled and fermented in her mouth, filling Xiao Yi with bliss. Tears, however, betrayed her joy and streamed down her cheeks. Such a delicacy was something she had never tasted since birth. Her master had been exceedingly kind to her. Observing Xiao Yi relish her meal with delight, Su Ping'an smiled gently and decided to order a few more plates of appetizers. Su Ping'an has always been generous to his acquaintances, never one to hold back. While partaking in his meal, he engaged in conversation with the proprietor of the small establishment, inquiring about matters related to brewing and selling wine. Observing the distinguished appearance of this patron and his lavish spending, the shopkeeper felt inclined to share freely, offering a comprehensive introduction to the various types of wines popular in the city. This enriched Su Ping'an's understanding of the diverse alcoholic beverages of the Great Jin dynasty. After enjoying his lunch, Su Ping'an once again set out with Xiao Yi to the bustling intersection of Shiziji in Fenglin County, where he procured a substantial array of daily necessities. Among these were iron pots, wooden tubs, cured meats, and, notably, an assortment of wines. Since he intended to embark on a venture in winemaking, it was imperative for him to familiarize himself with the myriad flavors available in the market. Additionally, Su Ping'an purchased several sets of bedding. During his time in the Grand Jin, he had been sleeping on a bed of straw, which was both dry and coarse, leaving him with an incessant itch, as if ants were crawling upon him, making for a rather uncomfortable slumber. The only bedding that Su Ping'an had ever encountered was at his second uncle's home, reserved solely for the female members of the family, namely his aunt and his 2 younger sisters, Su Yueyao and Su Yuenka. Even his aunt's most cherished second son, Su Wan, had to make do with a straw mat for sleep. In the realm of the Great Jin, most families found their finances insufficient even for daily sustenance, leaving no spare funds for the luxury of bedding. Su Ping'an fondly reminisced about the sensation of sleeping under blankets from his previous life. Thus, upon encountering a shop in the county town that sold bedding, he promptly purchased several sets. Su Ping'an had procured a considerable amount of goods, swiftly filling the large baskets on his and Xiao Ye's backs. Fortunately, after having eaten their fill, Xiao Yi possessed strength that rivaled that of men. Upon concluding their purchases, Su Ping'an directly led Xiao Yi back to the grain store. 10 shur of rice weighed over 1,000 jin, making it impossible for Su Ping'an and Xiao Yi to transport it back to the village on their own. Su Pingyan requested the shopkeeper's assistance in procuring 3 unicycles specifically designed for transporting goods. The proprietor of the rice shop seemed to have a particular fondness for Su Pingyan, making every effort to accommodate his requests. The unicycles were provided by the rice shop, and Su Pingyan was merely required to pay each of the 3 drivers a modest fee of 10 won. He gazed at the shopkeeper's wife, who stood at the entrance of the grain store, exuding an enchanting allure as she fixed her gaze upon him. Su Pingyan sighed inwardly. The affection of a beauty is indeed the most challenging to bear. One cannot foresee how this emotional debt will be repaid in the future. Offering a meaningful smile to the innkeeper's wife, which conveyed an understanding, Su Pingyan turned and made his way towards Qingshan village. As he traversed the winding country path, his companions remained silent. By the hour of the rooster in the afternoon, Su Pingyan and his party returned to Qingshan village. Upon arriving at the village entrance, several idlers, loitering about, caught sight of Su Pingyan, who was laden with a large basket and trailed by 3 carts of provisions. Envy and jealousy flickered in their eyes. Whispers began to circulate among them. Look at Su Pingyan. He merely dug up a few coins from the ground, yet he buys so much grain. Can he possibly consume it all? Indeed, with so much grain, his family of only a few could hardly finish it even through several winters. A gaunt villager, who had just returned from the mountains with a small basket of wild vegetables, could not help but sigh deeply as he passed by the village entrance. Oh, how I envy Su Langjun. My family has been out of food for several days. We have been surviving solely on wild vegetables and elm bark. Such envy. Why can they enjoy grain while we are left gnawing on tree bark? Well, one can only blame our misfortune for not having luck like Su Chichang. Weren't you also digging in your own fields? Why didn't you unearth a pot of money? Enough of your jests. Li, old man, do you think I should borrow grain from Su Langjun? Would he lend it to me? Stop dreaming. In these times, borrowing grain is akin to borrowing one's life. Instead of daydreaming, you might as well go dig for some wild vegetables. Soon, Su Pingyan led his convoy along the dirt road to the village entrance. Observing the eager faces of over 10 fellow villagers gazing at his convoy, he clasped his hands and smiled, addressing them. Dear compatriots, I, Su Pingyan, have had the fortune to unearth some silver recently, a gift from the heavens. However, I cannot keep it all to myself. Today, I specifically traveled to the county to exchange the money for rice, and I shall distribute a dough of rice to every family in Qingshan village. Please return home and await the grain. I will bring it to your door shortly. Upon hearing these words, the crowd stood in astonishment. Did Su Langjun just say he would distribute rice? A dough for each family? Is such good fortune truly possible? A dough of rice could sustain a family until spring. This was wonderful news. My youngest son is saved from starvation. Li, old man, clutching his basket of wild vegetables, was filled with excitement, quickly making his way home, eagerly anticipating Su Pingyan's promise to deliver grain. Meanwhile, Su Pingyan unloaded bags of rice in his courtyard and then paid the 3 cart drivers 31 for their services. The 3 drivers pocketed the money and departed joyfully. After catching his breath, Su Pingyan and Xiao Xia shouldered the rice bags, preparing to distribute the grain from house to house. Naturally, he began with the neighbors closest to his home. However, despite having resided in Qingshan village for several days, Su Pingyan was unaware of who his neighbors were, as the adjacent household had been unusually quiet of late. Only when cooking did faint wisps of smoke emerge from their courtyard. At this moment, a ruckus erupted from across the way. A woman's piercing and vehement voice rang out in sharp rebuke. Chapter 22. A reunion with Uncle Huang next to Su Pingyan's home. Spring-Yi's palm struck heavily against the edge of the grain bin, causing the straw covering its mouth to tumble down. Damn that Huang Lair. You dare to use the rations meant for your own son to feed the woman and children left behind by your late brother, do you? She cried out in despair. I can no longer endure this. I truly cannot. With that, Spring-Yi collapsed onto the ground, her body aflame with emotion, her hands repeatedly pounding against her abdomen. Startled, Huang Lair rushed forward and seized her hands. The woman referred to as Huang Lair was the new head of the household, a capable man. Spring-Yi had initially been filled with joy at the prospect of building a life with this newcomer, dreaming of children and familial bliss. To her astonishment, however, this new man could not bear the thought of his children calling another man father. He had secretly reached an agreement with a neighboring village's sister-in-law, promising her that she would not have to contribute to the household responsibilities, while he, Huang Lair, would provide for the orphaned mother and her children. The 500 coins granted to him as a head of household were reduced to a mere 300 coins given to the sister-in-law, further exacerbating the already dire financial situation. Coincidentally, Spring E had discovered that she was pregnant with her late husband's child, which led to the confrontation with Huang Lair. In truth, the quarrels of couples struggling to make ends meet played out daily in Qingshan village. The sorrows of impoverished couples are manifold. Su Pingyan was preparing to deliver grain when he overheard the circumstances of his neighbor with remarkable clarity. This incident inevitably evoked memories of his own origins. Like the protagonist before him, he too had lost his father at an early age and was raised by his uncle and aunt. Had it not been for the modest inheritance left by his father prior to his passing, it would have been impossible for his uncle to support both his martial arts training and the sustenance of such a large household. Tears nearly brimmed in his eyes as a profound and inexplicable emotion began to well up within Su Pingyan's heart. Alas, I wonder how my uncle and aunt are faring now. I must find a moment to return and visit them. Su Pingyan couldn't help but marvel inwardly. He could sense the profound emotions that the original owner harbored for his second uncle. Thud, thud, thud. As he contemplated, Su Pingyan knocked on the neighbor's gate. Upon hearing the knock, the quarrel within the yard ceased. With a creak, a middle-aged man pulled open the gate. A rugged, dark-skinned, square-faced man appeared before Su Pingyan. This individual looked quite robust, with deep, penetrating eyes and an upright posture, exuding an air of simplicity and honesty, yet possessing an underlying steadiness and competence. Uncle Huang, Su Pingyan exclaimed in surprise. Previously, during the selection of soldiers at the training grounds, it was this very person who generously shared an abundance of knowledge about military families with everyone. They all affectionately referred to him as Uncle Huang. Su Pingyan also remembered this individual, harboring a favorable impression of him in his heart. You are the young brother who obtained the first prize. Uncle Huang grinned widely, warmly welcoming Su Pingyan and Xiao Yi into the courtyard. Upon entering, Su Pingyan discovered that Aunt Chun-Yi, Uncle Huang's wife, was just preparing to cook. Dinner consisted of a yellowish-brown powdery substance contained within a tattered cloth bag. Su Pingyan recognized it as flour made from elm bark. Unfortunately, although Uncle Huang held a respectable position, his remuneration was still inadequate, as he had a sister-in-law and a nephew to support. Thus, he had no choice but to exchange the remaining meager rewards for this coarse and unsatisfying sustenance to sustain life. Initially, his wife did not wish to create a fuss, but upon realizing her pregnancy, she understood that subsisting solely on elm flour would deprive their child of essential nutrition, thus prompting her to confront Uncle Huang. It was evident that the Huang household was in dire need of provisions. Surprised by Su Pingyan's arrival, Uncle Huang inquired with a smile, "Hero Su, what brings you to see me?" Su Pingyan retrieved 2 bags of grain from the basket behind him and cheerfully remarked, "Uncle Huang, do you recall that I unearthed some silver coins in the wilderness a few days ago? I could hardly bear to keep it all for myself. Therefore, I exchanged the coins for rice to share with our fellow villagers. I recently heard, quite by chance, that your wife is expecting. Hence, Uncle Huang, I have brought you an additional bag. It is merely corn, and I hope you do not find it lacking." As he spoke, Su Pingyan extended the 2 bags of rice into Uncle Huang's hands. A look of disbelief flickered across Huang Tsunyong's honest face as he murmured, "Brother Su, are you truly offering me grain?" Su Pingyan nodded in agreement. Indeed, Uncle Huang's eyes sparkled with excitement as he rubbed his hands together. For the ordinary families in Qingshan village, their daily sustenance typically consisted of coarse rice, mixed with rice husks or rough flour blended with elm powder. Although this corn was not as fine as polished rice, it was considered a delicacy among the villagers. Such provisions were generally reserved for households anticipating the arrival of a newborn. "Brother Su, is it true that you are gifting me such exquisite rice?" Uncle Huang's hands trembled slightly as he accepted the rice. Yet, he felt a twinge of discomfort, for he believed that no reward should come without effort. At that moment, Chun-Yi, who had been silently observing, seized the 2 bags of rice. She shot a disapproving glance at her husband and boldly declared, "If you won't eat it, our son will." As she rubbed her belly, she continued, "If you truly wish to express gratitude to Captain Li, then commit yourself to assisting him diligently. You are both soldiers, and there will be ample opportunities to support one another on the battlefield. There is no need to rush your repayment." Hearing Chun-Yi's words, Su Pingyan felt reassured and recognized that despite her fiery temperament, Uncle Huang's wife was quite sensible and decisive in her actions. Nodding in agreement, Su Pingyan smiled and said, "Uncle Huang, what my sister-in-law said holds merit. I happen to have a matter for which I would like your assistance." Uncle Huang, filled with joy and gratitude from receiving the grain, patted his chest, and exclaimed, "Brotherly, whatever you need, just let me know. From this day forth, your affairs are my concern, Huang Quniao. If you require my assistance, do not hesitate to ask." Su Pingyan smiled and remarked, "It's not a significant matter. I intend to distribute grain to everyone in the village, a measure for each person. However, I find myself somewhat short-handed. Uncle Huang, would you be willing to lend a hand?" Upon hearing that his assistance would merely involve exerting a little effort in the distribution of grain, Uncle Huang readily agreed. With the robust support of Uncle Huang, Su Pingyan and Xiao Yi were able to conserve considerable energy. Turning down a street, Su Pingyan arrived at the home of the old man Li, whom he had encountered at the village entrance. He knocked on the door and saw that, aside from the old man Li, there was a frail old woman and 3 children inside. The old man's wife had tragically passed away during the birth of their 3rd child, and the emaciated old woman was his mother. Among the 3 children, the youngest was merely 7 or 8 years old. The family lacked the funds to purchase firewood for heating, leaving the child shivering on a cold bed covered in weeds. Too frightened to get up and move around, the fear of hunger kept him still, as any activity would only exacerbate his discomfort. In the pot simmered a concoction made from elm powder, mixed with some rice bran and wild vegetables. Su Pingyan could discern that if there were no more food, the youngest child would likely starve to death. Su Pingyan felt an overwhelming sense of sorrow as he handed over a bag of corn. Old man Li's tears flowed freely. That single bag of rice represented the very livelihood of his family of 5. With this bag, they could endure the harsh winter and await the arrival of spring in the coming year. Departing from old man Li's home, Su Pingyan quickened his pace, delivering grain from house to house in the village alongside Xiao Yi and Uncle Huang. The villagers expressed their heartfelt gratitude upon receiving the provisions, with many even bowing in appreciation. In these past few days, the envy and resentment towards Su Pingyan's unexpected fortune had dissipated entirely. Numerous individuals began to extol the virtuous deeds of Lord Su from Qingshan village. Chapter 23. A visit to Xiao Ye's home. The final destination for Su Pingyan's grain delivery was the homes of the village head, Lu Hushing, and the squad leader, Yang Jinshan. As the 2 most influential figures in Qingshan village, it was only natural that Su Pingyan prepared different offerings for them. Alongside a measure of rice, he also brought a flask of fine wine and a piece of cloth. Coincidentally, when Su Pingyan arrived, the squad leader was at the village head's residence enjoying a drink. This fortunate timing spared him considerable effort. Both men were delighted to see Su Pingyan bearing gifts during his visit and graciously invited him to join them for a toast. Su Pingyan harbored the desire to foster a rapport with the 2 village officials. Thus, he did not hesitate to indulge in convivial drinking with them. As several cups of wine were consumed, the atmosphere gradually became more vibrant. Both officials of Qingshan village were virtuous individuals, initially concerned that many families in the village might struggle to endure the harsh winter. However, upon hearing of Su Pingyan's benevolent act of distributing grain within the village, their worries began to dissipate. Indeed, Su brother, your generosity in providing grain to the villagers is truly commendable. The village chief and the military leader, slightly inebriated, extolled Su Pingyan's virtues at the table. Thank you for your kind words, esteemed officials. As a newcomer to Qingshan village, it is my duty to contribute to the community, Su Pingyan replied, raising his cup in a toast. He then lamented, however, while distributing grain earlier, I noticed numerous households with no male members, leaving many young women in dire circumstances. Such is the plight of our times. The old village chief drained his cup and looked at Su Pingyan, saying, with the constant warfare, the military office has fewer and fewer able-bodied recruits each year. This year, we are witnessing a troubling surplus of widows. Su, you possess a robust physique, perfectly suited for tilling the land. If you find any of these young women appealing, perhaps you could consider taking them into your household. Military leader Yang sighed and concurred, indeed, Su brother, in these harsh years, as long as one can provide sustenance, I am certain these young women would be quite willing to accompany you. Feeling the intense gaze of both officials upon him, Su Pingyan chose not to respond, instead lowering his head to sip his wine. Currently, his household already boasted the exquisite sisters Mu Wanrong and Mu Wanqing, along with the alluring Russian beauty, Xiao Yi. He had also encountered a voluptuous and charming proprietress of a rice shop in the county town. The ordinary village women, to whom he was being suggested to extend an invitation, did not particularly pique his interest. After pondering for a moment, Su Pingyan spoke earnestly to Lu Hushing and Yang Jinshan. To be candid with you, esteemed officials, I am contemplating establishing a workshop in the village. This would allow some of the village's young women to find employment, providing them with a means of livelihood. Curious at his proposal, Lu Hushing and Yang Jinshan were intrigued. Yang Jinshan was the first to respond. The military office does not prohibit us soldiers from starting workshops. If you are interested, Su brother, you need only visit the East River Military Garrison to request a business license, should you wish to set up in Qingshan Village. Both Lu and I can vouch for you. The only requirement is that you pay a fixed business tax to the garrison each month. The village chief nodded in agreement with a smile and then inquired, May I ask, Su, what type of workshop do you wish to establish? Su Pingyan did not conceal his intentions and spoke candidly. To be honest, I wish to establish a distillery in the village. To his surprise, the village head and the captain were momentarily taken aback, then exchanged glances and erupted into hearty laughter, exclaiming, What a coincidence indeed! Perplexed by their sudden mirth, Su Pingyan hastily clasped his hands and inquired, Esteemed officials, what does this mean? Yang Jinshan picked up a roasted peanut, chewing it while savoring his wine, and replied, Brother Su, you may not be aware, but I happen to possess a distillery right here in Qingshan Village. However, since winter has set in and grain prices have soared, it has been idle for quite some time. If you wish to open a distillery, I could relinquish it to you for 6 guan. Is that true? A sense of joy enveloped Su Pingyan. Previously, he had calculated that establishing a new distillery would require no less than 8 guan for purchasing land, constructing the facility, and acquiring tools and equipment. However, there was an existing distillery in Qingshan Village that not only spared him the trouble of handling bureaucratic procedures, but also allowed him to commence operations directly for merely 6 guan. It was indeed a most advantageous deal. This was confirmed by Sergeant Yang, who nodded in agreement with a smile. Amidst their light-hearted banter, the two men successfully negotiated the transfer of the distillery. With the business deal concluded, the three of them indulged in their drinks with even greater enthusiasm. Before long, the hour of high had arrived. The cold wind intensified, and the night deepened. Su Pingyan then rose to take his leave. Before departing, Yang Jinshan embraced Su Pingyan's shoulders and said, Brother Yang, there is one more matter I nearly forgot to mention. The day after tomorrow, I shall lead you new recruits to Dongha Fortress to collect our military armaments. We shall set out at the hour of Qin. Do not let it slip your mind. For the recruits, acquiring weapons and equipment is indeed a significant affair. Su Pingyan quickly clasped his hands in acknowledgement. Upon returning home, the Mu sisters and Xiao Yi awaited him inside. Upon seeing her husband swaying unsteadily, reeking of alcohol, Mu Wanrong promptly went to kindle a fire and prepare water for Su Pingyan's washing. Mu Wanquan fetched a bundle of firewood from the storage room to stoke the Kong. Meanwhile, Xiao Yi assisted her master in sitting at the head of the Kong, removing his shoes and socks, and began to knead his shoulders and massage his legs, alleviating the fatigue of the day. The Kong had already been adorned with fresh bedding purchased that day. After a long day of travel and distributing grain from house to house by evening, they finally returned home. Su Pingyan was indeed somewhat fatigued. After being attended to by 3 women, he quickly fell into a deep slumber. The following morning, after having breakfast, Su Pingyan instructed Mu Wanrong to prepare a gift: 2 jars of fine wine, 2 pieces of cured meat, a bolt of cloth, and a packet of coarse tea. These were the provisions Su Pingyan had procured yesterday at the crossroads of the county town. With the items in hand, Su Pingyan called out to Xiao Yi and stepped out of the house. Master, where are we headed today? Can you guess? Su Pingyan gently pinched the delicate face of Xiao Yi. Yanqing Prefecture is situated in the northern region of the Great Jin Dynasty, and coupled with Xiao Ye's upbringing in the mountains where sunlight was a rare luxury, her skin had become remarkably fair and supple. Over time, Su Pingyan developed a habit of affectionately pinching her cheeks. Observing the abundance of gifts Su Pingyan carried, Xiao Ye's face was filled with curiosity as she pondered. Is the master preparing to pay a visit to the esteemed official of the military fortress with such an array of offerings? Su Pingyan smiled and shook his head. Today, we shall venture into the mountains to see your father. Ah, Xiao Yi could not help but exclaim. Su Pingyan continued. Now that I have taken you as my maid, Xiao Yi, you are considered part of the Su family. In my hometown, you may even be regarded as my wife. And thus I shall treat you with the respect due to a spouse. After all, when one marries a new bride, is it not customary to pay a visit to the father-in-law? Upon hearing Su Pingyan's words, Xiao Ye's delicate face flushed crimson. and she could not help but lower her gaze, replying, "Xiao Yi is merely a servant. There is no need for the master to be so concerned." She had not anticipated that her master would hold her in such esteem. Although she spoke these words, her heart was filled with sweetness, and her feelings of gratitude and affection for Su Pingyan deepened. "You have entered the gates of the Su family. From now on, we are family, and you need not belittle yourself." Su Pingyan said, "Xiao Yi, lead the way. Once we reach the village's edge, I am unfamiliar with the path to your home." "Certainly, Master," Xiao Yi replied. Seeing Su Pingyan's resolute demeanor, she refrained from further protest and took the lead as a guide. Chapter 24. Visiting Father Yi. A treasure encountered in the mountains. After departing from Qingshan village, they walked for over an hour, and finally, under Xiao Yi's guidance, Su Pingyan entered the mountains. The area was adorned with vast coniferous forests, and the ground was strewn with rugged stones. Suddenly, Su Pingyan spotted a black lump among the scattered rocks. As he approached and picked it up, he found the black lump to be surprisingly heavy, its surface adorned with a matte black texture, interspersed with faint cracks. "Master, what is this black lump?" Xiao Yi inquired, observing Su Pingyan's expression of delight as he examined the stone. "This is coal, also known as carbon stone," he exclaimed. Su Pingyan felt a surge of joy within. To his astonishment, there lay coal within the mountains. Ever since he devised a plan to brew wine for profit, he had been troubled by the lack of affordable fuel. The fermentation of wine mash requires a suitable temperature, and during the frigid winter months, maintaining warmth in the entire wine cellar is exceedingly fuel-intensive. Relying solely on firewood would incur substantial costs just for purchasing the wood, potentially leading to losses. Little did he expect that, while accompanying Xiao Yi into the mountains today, he would stumble upon such a precious resource as coal. It was indeed a delightful surprise. Keeping this discovery in mind, Su Pingyan followed Xiao Yi deeper into the mountains. The mountain path twisted and turned, making it easy for outsiders to lose their way. Had it not been for Xiao Yi leading the way, Su Pingyan would have certainly been unable to find the route into the mountains. The mountain breeze whistled through the trees, bringing with it a biting chill. Fortunately, he wore the fur vest that Xiao Yi had gifted him previously, which kept him quite warm. The two traversed the mountains, meandering until midday. Su Pingyan finally beheld the village nestled within the mountains. Although it was termed a village, it merely comprised a sparse collection of several dozen households. The dwellings were primarily constructed from locally sourced materials, featuring wooden cabins built from pine. Hanging in front and behind the houses were various animal pelts, along with dried fruits and cured meats. The villagers subsisted mainly through hunting and foraging for wild fruits. "Oh, Xiao Yi is back," exclaimed Aunt Zhang. "Indeed, Aunt Zhang. Is that not Xiao Yi? It has been several days since I last saw you. You have grown even more beautiful." "Xiao Ma, you tease me again," Xiao Yi replied. "Nay, Xiao Ma speaks the truth. Xiao Yi, you are the renowned beauty of our area, the dream of many young men," Aunt Zhang continued. "Speak to Aunt Sun. If there is someone you fancy, she shall act as your matchmaker." "What are you saying, Aunt Sun?" Xiao Yi laughed. Along the way, numerous villagers greeted Xiao Yi with warmth. From their exchanges, Su Pingyan discerned that she was quite popular in this mountainous region, a coveted bride for many young men. "Alas, your dream girl has already found her place in my home," he thought, a smirk of satisfaction curling at the corners of his mouth. Not long after entering the village, they arrived at the abode where Xiao Yi had previously resided. She pointed at the wooden cabin before them and said, "Master, that is my home. Please wait a moment while I call for my father." However, as Xiao Yi opened the door, a wooden bucket flew out from within, startling her. Almost immediately, a gruff roar erupted from inside the house. "Xiao Yi, you wretched girl. You ran off without a word. Speak. Where have you been? Do you still remember your father?" In the midst of his bellowing, a rugged middle-aged hunter emerged, wielding a stout wooden stick, raising it as if to strike Xiao Yi. "Ah!" she shrieked, but made no attempt to evade. The raised stick halted mid-air, ultimately refraining from coming down upon her. Observing this scene, Su Pingyan could easily deduce that this bearded man was indeed Xiao Yi's father. Noticing the tense silence between them, Su Pingyan stepped forward, drawing Xiao Yi behind him, and respectfully clasped his hands together, addressing the hunter. "I am Su Pingyan, your son-in-law, honored uncle. You are the one who took my daughter away." The middle-aged hunter's brows furrowed, his sharp gaze fixed intently upon Su Pingyan. The stick lifted once more, threateningly. Xiao Yi quickly interjected, "Father, were it not for this Su gentleman, you would have long succumbed to your illness." Upon hearing this, the hunter turned to Xiao Yi, shouting, "You little rascal. Come here." Have you forgotten your father so easily after marrying? Xiaoyu lowered her head, pouting slightly, before obediently stepping out from behind Su Pingyan. She knelt upon the ground, trembling as she spoke. Father, please do not be angry. Although the middle-aged man's face bore a semblance of anger, he had already gleaned the truth from Xiaoya's words. He recalled being gravely ill, bedridden and helpless, while the neighbors had been at a loss for solutions. In her desperation, Xiaoyi had rushed down the mountain in search of a doctor, but after several days, she had not returned. As a penniless young woman, how could she possibly afford a physician? It must have been this tall, handsome young man who provided the means for her to secure the medicine that saved him. You, young man, where do you hail from, and what do you do? As Xiaoyu softened her stance, the father's demeanor shifted. The wooden stick cast aside as he regarded Su Pingyan with a more amicable tone. In response, Su Pingyan bowed respectfully. To answer, esteemed uncle, I am the banner leader of the Qingshan village at the foot of the mountain, Su Pingyan. Here is my badge. Su Pingyan removed the ebony waist token from his belt and handed it over. The middle-aged hunter extended his large, sturdy hand to receive it, scrutinizing it carefully. Young Yi interjected from the side. Father, Su Sir possesses the strength to lift a 300-pound stone lock and has been selected as a candidate for military service. Having grown up in the mountains, Xiaoyi was well aware that the men in these hills held the strongest warriors in the highest regard. As anticipated, upon hearing this, the hunter's eyes immediately sparkled with interest. After returning the waist token to Su Pingyan, he nodded. Not bad, lad, you possess some skill. What brings you to me this time? Su Pingyan spoke with a serious demeanor, stating, I heard from Xiaoyu that your uncle fell ill a few days ago, so I have brought some food and wine to pay my respects. As he spoke, Su Pingyan handed over the goods he had carried on his shoulder. The middle-aged man twitched his nose a few times. The aroma was exquisite, fine wine. Upon catching the scent of alcohol, Xiaoya's father immediately shed his earlier stern expression, revealing an eager, childlike excitement as he quickly unwrapped the package to reveal 2 bottles of Qing Zue Xiang. In the frigid mountains, the hunters favored drinking to stave off the cold. However, due to their impoverished circumstances, they could only afford the cheapest, bitter, murky liquor. For someone like Xiaoya's father, a true connoisseur of wine, Qing Zue Xiang was a rare delicacy. Lifting the 2 bottles of Qing Zue Xiang, the middle-aged hunter smiled and said, Very well. Come inside with me. According to the customs of the mountains, granting entry into the home signified acceptance of the son-in-law, thereby tacitly agreeing to Xiaoya's companionship with Su Pingyan. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyi immediately sprang to her feet and rushed to Su Pingyan's side, whispering, Master, my father has just consented to my following you from now on. Su Pingyan smiled as he playfully pinched Xiaoya's cheek before stepping into the wooden cabin. The interior, modest in size, spanned approximately 20 square meters. The furnishings, a wooden bed, a wooden table, and wooden chairs were all crafted from raw timber. At the heart of the room lay a fire pit constructed from slabs of bluestone, where a fire crackled, supporting a coarse earthen pot above the flames. Ye's father patted Su Pingyan on the shoulder, urging him to find a seat and join him for a drink. Just then, the sound of footsteps echoed from outside as 2 middle-aged men entered. Old Yi, why didn't you call us when there was wine to be had? One remarked. Indeed. I just happened to catch a couple of wild rabbits with Old Yang. Thought I'd bring you a dish, the other added. Ah, Xiaoyu has returned. You've grown even more handsome in these past few days. The 2 men, evidently well acquainted with Xiaoya's father, settled comfortably around the fire pit. After Xiaoyu greeted the 2 elders, she took the rabbits from Zhou Bo's hands and went outside to prepare them. The cabin was now left with Su Pingyan and the 3 mountain men. Through introductions by Xiaoya's father, Su Pingyan learned that these 2 middle-aged men were the leaders of the hunters in the mountains. The darker-skinned one was Zhou, while the more robust was Yang Shi, both close friends of Xiaoya's father. With their hearty dispositions, the 2 men soon struck up a conversation with Su Pingyan over several cups of wine. Finding common ground easily, their dialogue primarily revolved around life in the mountains. As they recounted their struggles, both hunter leaders lamented their plight. The local mountain dwellers, largely oppressed and unable to survive in the outside world, sought refuge in these rugged terrains. Their existence relied heavily on foraging and hunting, leading to a life of extreme hardship. They faced not only shortages of clothing and food, but also the absence of medical care when illness struck. Additionally, they were constantly harassed by bandits, rendering their lives unbearably difficult. As they spoke of their sorrows, the 3 men shook their heads in shared lamentation. Zhou Bo took a sip of his drink and remarked, After all we've said, it all comes down to the poverty of the mountains. There are scarce avenues for making a living. Su Pingyan took a sip of wine, contemplating in his heart. If I can enlist these mountain dwellers to transport coal for me, it would not only provide them with a means of earning, but also address my fuel needs. Truly a win-win situation. Having made up his mind, Su Pingyan spoke up. Gentlemen, I believe I have discovered a lucrative opportunity. Would you care to hear it? Upon hearing this, the three men were initially taken aback, but soon their eyes sparkled with intrigue, clearly captivated by the proposition. Chapter 25. My dear host, we are in the wilderness here. What opportunity? Don't keep us in suspense. Speak up. Young Ye's father chuckled as he gave Su Pingyan a friendly pat on the shoulder. Su Pingyan pointed to the black stone in the corner of the room, which was used to block the door, and inquired, Gentlemen, is there an abundance of such coal in these mountains? Uncle Shotsong was the first to respond. You mean this black stone? Indeed. There is plenty of it in the cave behind our village. The black stones they referred to were, in fact, coal. Yanqing Prefecture, situated on the border of Great Jin, is renowned for its rich iron ore deposits. These black coals are a byproduct of the iron mines. However, due to the limited understanding of the people in this era, they were unaware that coal could be utilized for heating purposes. Thus, whether for warmth or iron smelting, charcoal remained the primary choice. Initially, Su Pingyan assumed that this world did not produce coal. It was only after venturing into the mountains that he stumbled upon scattered pieces of black coal along the mountain path. Young Master Su, are you suggesting that this black coal can be sold for profit? Uncle Shotsong inquired, rubbing his hands together. Su Pingyan pondered for a moment and said to Uncle Shotsong, if someone is willing to transport this black stone to Qingshan village, I shall offer 21 for each load. Do you think anyone in our mountain village would be inclined to undertake this task? Upon hearing this, Shotsong and Yang Shirtu exchanged glances, their eyes lighting up with excitement. Indeed, there would be volunteers. The journey from the mountains to Qingshan village merely required half a day on foot. When Su Pingyan had previously hired someone to transport grain to Qingshan village from Fenglin County, it also took half a day's trek, for which he merely paid the driver 10 won. Transporting a load of coal would similarly take half a day, although it was somewhat arduous and the path was challenging. One could earn 21. Furthermore, the caves behind the mountain were brimming with this black coal, making it exceedingly easy to procure. Once this information spread, it was likely that everyone in the small village would eagerly vie for the opportunity. Seeing the two hunting leaders readily agree, Su Pingyan promptly retrieved 101 from his pocket and placed it on the table, saying, Uncle Shotsong, Uncle Shirtu, this is 101. Please deliver 5 loads of coal to me by tomorrow as a deposit. The two hunters quickly waved their hands in refusal, saying, No, Su Langjun. You are the son-in-law of Old Yi. We trust you. Su Pingyan, however, insisted on paying first. When his refusal was met with persistence, the two had no choice but to accept the 100 coins. With a profitable venture secured and an advance payment received, the two hunting leaders felt immense joy. Unable to contain their admiration, Old Yi, my friend, you are indeed fortunate to have found such an excellent son-in-law in Su. Just look at Su, tall and handsome. Not to mention so capable. You are truly blessed. If only I had a daughter, I would certainly welcome him into my family. They reminisced about the time when Xiao Yi had run away, and Old Yi had threatened to break her legs. In my opinion, your daughter possesses far better judgment than you. The two hunting leaders exchanged compliments, praising Su Pingyan without restraint. Old Yi's lips curled into a smile, growing increasingly fond of his prospective son-in-law. With the approval of Xiao Ye's father and a stable supply of coal secured, Su Pingyan's heart swelled with joy. This coal burned with a higher calorific value than firewood and had greater longevity. It would prove immensely useful for brewing, glassmaking, and iron smelting. As long as the mountain village could provide him with a steady supply of charcoal, the fuel dilemma for his future workshop would be effortlessly resolved. At that moment, Xiao Yi brought forth a platter of assorted wild fruits from the mountains to aid in digestion. The vibrant array of fruits, red and green, including apricots, plums, and many unfamiliar varieties, emitted a fragrant aroma. Picking one at random, Su Pingyan took a bite and was greeted by a delightful balance of sweet and tart flavors. The fragrance of the fruit overwhelming. This revelation sparked his interest. These fruits, rich in sugar and boasting a unique scent, could indeed be utilized for brewing. He turned to Uncle Zhou and Uncle Shirtu and inquired, Dear uncles, are these wild fruits abundant in the mountains? After a moment of contemplation, Uncle Shirtu responded, Quite so. There is a vast expanse of wild fruit groves on the northern slope of the village. During the harsh winter, when vegetables are scarce, the villagers survive on these wild fruits. However, one must be cautious, as overindulgence can lead to stomach troubles, and they are not particularly filling. What is your interest in these fruits, Su? After contemplating for a moment, Su Ping'an remarked, if these mountain fruits can be transported to Qingshan village, I shall offer the same price of 20 won per fruit. Is there anyone willing to undertake this task? Upon hearing this, Uncle Shirtu burst into hearty laughter and replied, my wife can certainly handle this matter. Tomorrow, I shall summon a few brothers from the mountains to deliver them to you. Su Ping'an nodded thoughtfully. He contemplated utilizing the wild fruits from the mountains to brew wine, reminiscent of his previous life, when he would leisurely craft grape wine at home. Should he fail, it would matter little, as these wild fruits were certainly more affordable than grain. Once the plan was established, the two leading hunters clasped their fists in farewell and proceeded to attend to their tasks of gathering charcoal and picking fruits. Meanwhile, Xiao Yi assisted her slightly inebriated father to the inner room for some much-needed rest. After resting for a brief moment in the wooden cabin, Su Ping'an began to wander through the village. He discovered that this quaint mountain hamlet nestled in a valley between two peaks was not only picturesque, with abundant water sources and wild fruits, but also rich in resources. On the northern slope, there lay a considerable quantity of iron ore accompanied by coal. What a treasure trove of natural wealth. Su Ping'an couldn't help but sigh inwardly. After Xiao Yi settled her father, she stepped out of the house in search of her master. Su Ping'an's decision to bring her home allowed Xiao Yi to present herself in a favorable light. With such a capable, tall, and handsome husband, many unmarried young women in the village secretly envied Xiao Yi. Even several married women found themselves stirred by thoughts of him. Soon, Xiao Yi located Su Ping'an on a rocky slope to the north of the village. Master, Xiao Yi called softly. Having indulged in a bit too much wine during lunch, Su Ping'an found the elegantly curved figure and delicate features of Xiao Yi particularly alluring. Ah, master, this is... Xiao Yi exclaimed in surprise, writhing slightly before ceasing her struggles, her face flushed with embarrassment. A gust of mountain wind swept by, the cold air brushing against Su Ping'an's cheeks, bringing him back to clarity. Damn it, I must quickly break through to the refining essence realm. I can't keep bottling this up. It is better to let things flow than to block them. Tomorrow, I shall commence my winemaking experiment. Releasing Xiao Yi's delicate white hand, he strolled around the village for a while longer. After leaving some money at home, the two bid farewell to Ye's father and hurried back to Qingshan village before nightfall. That evening, after having dinner at home, Su Ping'an ventured out to the winery that Captain Yang had sold to him. The winery, situated in the northern part of the village, comprised an independent courtyard containing 4 earthen huts and a thatched shed. The courtyard housed several large earthen stoves and an array of vessels used for brewing. Within one of the earthen huts were hundreds of empty jars intended for storing wine. What delighted Su Ping'an the most was the presence of a well in the courtyard, still capable of providing water. Su Ping'an immediately fetched a bucket. The water was crystal clear and tasted sweet, perfect for brewing wine. Su Ping'an was exceedingly pleased, awaiting the arrival of wild fruits and fuel the following day. And with a few additional hands, the distillery could soon commence operations. Chapter 26. Acquiring military supplies, an unprecedented sense of crisis on the following morning after breakfast. Su Ping'an awaited at the distillery. He bestowed 6 guan of silver upon Captain Yang, thereby securing the commercial license and land deed for the distillery. From this moment forth, the quaint distillery in Qingshan village would officially belong to Su Ping'an. Situated in the northern part of Qingshan village, it was a mere 10-minute walk from his home. The 3 women in his household were mobilized to ensure that the distillery was impeccably cleaned both inside and out. Every tool used for brewing was washed thoroughly with fresh water. Around noon, Uncle Zhou and Uncle Shirtu, accompanied by several villagers, arrived at the entrance of Qingshan village, carrying 10 loads of mountain fruits and 10 loads of coal. Su Ping'an cheerfully paid the subsequent sum of 300 won. Each of the mountain villagers received an average of 31, which greatly lifted their spirits. Uncle Zhou patted his chest and smiled at Su Ping'an, saying, "Young Master Su, from now on, no matter how much you need, just call upon Xiao Yi to relay the message, and we shall deliver whatever you require." Indeed, young Master Su, we are truly grateful. The hearty laughter of the villagers resonated at the village entrance. With this money, they would no longer have to rely on wild fruits and vegetables for sustenance and could instead exchange it for some grain to eat. After bidding farewell to the 2 uncles and the villagers, Su Ping'an immediately commenced the experiment of brewing wine from mountain fruits. This process is, in fact, not overly complex. The fragrant mountain fruits are thoroughly washed, peeled, and then crushed. The resulting puree is poured into meticulously cleaned ceramic jars, mixed with malt syrup, and stirred until homogeneous. After sealing to exclude air, the remainder is entrusted to the passage of time, a process requiring several days to unfold. Su Pingyan could not guarantee success in a single attempt. Thus, the brewing process was conducted in batches, each with varying ratios of fruit pulp and maltose. To expedite fermentation, all the ceramic jars filled with fruit wine were placed indoors, surrounded by a clay bed filled with burning coal to maintain the indoor temperature. It must be said that the coal from the mountains proved to be remarkably effective, costing less than 1/5 of the price of firewood while burning significantly longer. Soon, the entire wine cellar was enveloped in a warm ambience. This coal is like me, hard and enduring, Su Pingyan mused, feeling pleased with the rapidly rising temperature in the cellar. With the assistance of 3 women from his household, along with Uncle Huang and his wife Chunyi, the 6 of them toiled throughout the day, ultimately sealing over 100 jars from the 400 to 500 pounds of mountain fruits brought by the villagers. Once the winery was settled, Su Pingyan did not succumb to idleness. He dedicated his spare time to practicing martial arts in the courtyard, honing his physique. Another day passed, and it was time to meet with Captain Yang to collect the weapons and equipment as previously arranged. Although the imperial court mandated that soldiers provide their own weapons and rations for military campaigns, the military administration was acutely aware of the situation. It was the depths of winter, a season not conducive to farming. For these newly enlisted households, even sustenance was a challenge, making the acquisition of weapons utterly impossible. Therefore, the military fortress would distribute some weapons in advance, allowing the soldiers to train during their leisure time and ensuring they would not be empty-handed when they reached the battlefield. At the morning hour of Chun, dozens of newly enlisted soldiers from Qingshan village arrived successively at the threshing field at the village entrance. After accounting for everyone, Captain Yang led the group out in a grand procession. Along the way, the young lad, Lai Tu Xiao Guizi, approached Su Pingyan and clasped his hands in gratitude, saying, "Brother Su, thank you for your food and money. Henceforth, you shall be my elder brother. I will not hesitate to shield you from harm on the battlefield." Su Pingyan was momentarily taken aback by the lad before him. In just over 10 days, Xiao Guizi had grown taller and more robust. In truth, he was merely 16, a time of growth, but his previous erratic meals of nutrient-poor elm flour and wild vegetables had left him appearing frail. The day Su Pingyan distributed rice in the village, Xiao Guizi's family had received a measure. With no one else at home, he had been able to eat well during this period, gradually restoring his health. Seeing Xiao Guizi come to express his thanks, Su Pingyan nodded in acknowledgement. He felt the lad was grateful and possessed commendable character, so he smiled and said, "A few days ago, I heard Captain Yang mention that during the weapon distribution, the auxiliary soldiers and laborers could take an additional test. I have registered you. Give it a try. You may just bring home a wife." Upon hearing this, Xiao Guizi leaped for joy and exclaimed, "Brother Su, is that true?" "Of course. If you desire Feng Rou, once you pass, I shall speak to Captain Yang on your behalf." The mention of Feng Rou reminded Su Pingyan of the love story between the hippopotamus and the meerkat on the African savanna. He thought it prudent to procure some vitality-enhancing medicine for Xiao Guizi to prevent him from being overwhelmed. Uncle Huang, witnessing the exchange, could not help but chime in. "Xiao Guizi, give it your all. If you can bring home a wife this time, your parents in the heavens will surely rejoice." Qingshan village was not far from Donghe Fort. As they strolled and conversed, they arrived at Donghe Fort in about half an hour. Captain Yang first led the soldiers to the garrison's command office. The garrison commander, named Zhang Chonglin, possessed a fierce appearance with piercing eyes and a robust frame. Despite his formidable demeanor, he was among the rare, upright officers in the current tumultuous times. The soldiers collecting weapons were not solely from Qingshan village. Households from over 10 neighboring villages had also arrived. Under the guidance of their respective village captains, all the soldiers gathered in the training ground, numbering in the hundreds. Zhang Chonglin first offered some words of encouragement to the soldiers before directing the military officers to take the soldiers to the armory to collect their equipment. This armory was specifically designated for storing weapons within the fort. Under Yang Genchuan's leadership, Su Pingyan and the soldiers formed a line in front of the armory. One by one, they entered, signed their names in the ledger, and received their designated weapons and equipment. Soon, it was Su Pingyan's turn. As he stepped into the armory, a musty scent of rust filled the air. Observing the weapons stored within, Su Pingyan could not help but shake his head. Most of the weapons were either dulled sabers or rusted spearheads, many still stained with traces of blood, evidence that they were the remnants that seasoned soldiers had deemed unworthy even to collect after battles. As for armor or shields, none were in sight. "Hurry and choose," urged the sentry at the entrance, tasked with maintaining order. Su Pingyan, feeling a sense of helplessness, could only select a seemingly intact iron spearhead and a dull iron dagger. In these tumultuous times, iron implements were exceedingly precious commodities. For individuals like Su Pingyan, who belonged to the lower echelons of the military households, the distribution of such substandard items represented the utmost limit of what the military stronghold could provide. The notion of armor was utterly out of the question. Even within the military stronghold, only the higher-ranking officials, such as the supervising officers, were entitled to allocate a set of short armor for protection. As for the ordinary soldiers, each was merely issued a blue cloth uniform, intended to facilitate recognition among the troops on the battlefield. Additionally, there were some miscellaneous items like military bags, water containers, and flintstones. Su Pingyan could not help but furrow his brows. A sense of unprecedented crisis surged within his heart. The surviving veterans recounted that the monstrous foes they faced on the battlefield were all well-equipped and physically formidable. A soldier clad in tattered rags, wielding a rusted and dull blade, would be courting death if he encountered them. Merely standing there to strike would be futile, as even their worn-out swords could not pierce the armor of their adversaries. To survive on the battlefield, one must devise a means to obtain sharp weapons and sturdy armor. Ultimately, it all boils down to the matter of finances. In this chaotic era, lacking funds is insufferable. The mountain fruit wine is insufficient. We must develop several brewing techniques. Su Pingyan fell into deep contemplation. The entire assembly was called. Clad in the freshly distributed military uniforms and equipped with weapons, the troops gathered in the parade ground. A commanding officer bellowed, and soon the sound of bugles resonated throughout the field. The soldiers hurriedly made their way to the parade ground, raising clouds of dust in their wake. Chapter 27. The grain and wine brewing clan dressed in their uniforms, with rusted sabers and military bags hanging from their sides. The soldiers finally bore the semblance of true warriors of the Great Jin after lining up on the parade ground. Today's agenda included not only the distribution of weapons and equipment, but also familiarizing themselves with various military regulations and the opportunity to reclassify the white laborers. According to the military orders of the Great Jin, soldiers were required to engage in drills and tactical exercises for 4 days each month, all while bringing their own provisions. This led to considerable lamentation among many soldiers, as training in the parade ground was already arduous, demanding immense physical exertion and thus greater sustenance. Many soldiers could scarcely afford to supply their own rations, rendering it excruciating to endure intense training on an empty stomach. Yet, having taken on the role of a soldier, they were obliged to obey the commands of the military garrison. Failure to report for 3 roll calls would result, per the orders of the military governor's office, in a severe penalty, execution. Moreover, should an invasion from the northern barbarian tribes occur and the garrison signal a call to arms, all soldiers from the villages must gather at the garrison within half a day, bringing their own supplies. Those who failed to comply would similarly face execution. Numerous such regulations were recited by the garrison officials, sending shivers down the spines of many soldiers. Unlike common citizens, soldiers were allotted land and wives by the military governor's office, a scheme designed to ensure their participation in battle. Historically, the benefits bestowed by the government were seldom easily obtained. While soldiers from other villages lamented their plight, those from Qingshan village found themselves in a considerably better situation. This was due to Su Pingyan's recent distribution of grain in the village, ensuring that the homes of Qingshan soldiers were well stocked, their grain bags appearing plump and full. Many soldiers from Qingshan village cast grateful glances towards Su Pingyan as a result. Once the garrison officials concluded the reading of regulations, the reclassification of the white laborers commenced as per usual. When the bald-headed young noble took the stage, he was met with derision from the other soldiers, who urged him to abandon his futile efforts, proclaiming that he would never find a wife in his lifetime. However, to everyone's surprise, this time the young noble wobbled forward, lifting a 100-pound stone lock, thus meeting the requirements for promotion. "Hooray! I did it! Brother Su, I succeeded. Feng Ro, here I come!" the young noble exclaimed, leaping with joy and embracing Su Pingyan. "Now, go home and feast with your family's hippopotamus." Su Pingyan disdainfully lifted Xiao Gizi off himself. To his surprise, Xiao Gizi fled while covering his rear end, exclaiming, "Brother Su, what are you thinking? I merely wished to celebrate with you, not in that manner. While I am indeed grateful to you, it does not imply that I am willing to offer my backside." Xiao Gizi's playful banter elicited hearty laughter from everyone present. Su Pingyan, wearing a frown, delivered a kick to his rear. Given the limited number of individuals, the reclassification of the white laborers concluded swiftly. Among the 20 or so white laborers, only the bald-headed Xiao Gizi and a stout man from another village successfully elevated their status from white laborers to auxiliary workers. The military fort rewarded them with additional monetary compensation. As for their wives and farmland, arrangements would be made for distribution by designated personnel after the training concluded. Prior to the training, the military fort traditionally organized the soldiers into formation. As the leader of the last recruitment, Su Pingyan was assigned 2 subordinates, 1 regular soldier and 1 auxiliary worker. In the theater of war, selecting trustworthy comrades is of utmost importance. Hence, without hesitation, Su Pingyan chose Uncle Huang and Xiao Gizi. Once chosen, these 2 men were placed under Su Pingyan's command and would follow his directives during their expedition. Following the formation, the military fort commenced a rigorous 4-day training regimen. The drills were arduous, yet Su Pingyan exerted himself diligently. As a martial artist, he was accustomed to practicing his punches and wielding his blade daily, channeling the energy within his body to enhance his physical condition. For him, this training was also a form of martial refinement. The 4 days swiftly passed, and after the drills, the soldiers returned to their respective homes. On the journey back from the military fort, Su Pingyan wished to foster a camaraderie with his 2 subordinates. Thus, he proposed that he host a gathering at a nearby tavern to indulge in some wine. Su Pingyan, as usual, summoned the village captain Yang Jinshan of Qingshan village. Upon hearing that Su Pingyan was treating them, the 3 were filled with delight. Entering the tavern, they reserved a table. Soon, 2 plates of marinated beef, a platter of roasted goose, a mound of peanuts, and 2 jugs of clear wine were brought to their table by the waiter. Such exquisite food and drink were not something the common soldiers could ordinarily enjoy. Even Captain Yang Jinshan seldom had the pleasure of such fine fare. This indulgence was a rare treat for Uncle Huang and his companions, who had long been deprived of such delights. Su Pingyan, known for his loyalty and camaraderie, gradually established a reputation among his peers. The bond among the group deepened as they spent time together. After indulging in a hearty meal, Su Pingyan took a stroll to the grain store near the military fortress. Here, the prices of grains were generally 10 to 20% higher than those in Fenglin County, and the prices offered by the beautiful rice shop owner were even 30% steeper. However, Su Pingyan discovered that purchasing rice bran alone was significantly more affordable, costing merely 120 coins per stone. If I were to buy it from that enchanting shopkeeper, I wonder if it would be any cheaper, he mused. If I could successfully brew alcohol from rice bran, the profit should be quite substantial. With this thought in mind, Su Pingyan bid farewell to Uncle Huang and the others and set off alone towards Fenglin County. The journey from the military fortress to Fenglin County took him approximately 2 hours. Upon arriving at the grain market in Fenglin County around noon, he was greeted by the rice shop owner, who exclaimed, "Oh, Su Langjun, it has been so long since you last visited. I thought you had forgotten about me." Today, she wore a plum-red satin dress adorned with a fur cloak, perfectly accentuating her curvaceous figure. "Madam Hu, such words are unnecessary. Today, I have come to fulfill my promise to invite you to the drunken immortal tower for a drink," Su Pingyan replied, playfully pinching the delicate waist of the shop owner. Ever since his last encounter with Xiao Ye's supple body, he had developed a fondness for such sensations. Although he had yet to cross certain boundaries, indulging in these small pleasures was delightful. "Are you feeling impatient, Su Langjun? If so, there is a room behind the rice shop where I rest during midday. No one else has the key but me," Madam Hu whispered softly, her cherry-red lips brushing against his ear, leaving a fragrant trail that stirred his desires. "Humph, what kind of man do you think I am? I am as steadfast as iron. My resolve is unshakable. How could a little enchantress like you disrupt my grand plans?" Su Pingyan retorted, giving her a gentle squeeze of her soft, tender hand before making his way towards the drunken immortal tower. Madam Hu shot him a disappointed glance, a fleeting shadow of discontent crossing her face as she followed him. Inside the drunken immortal tower, the 2 settled into a private room, exchanging cups and engaging in a bit of physical contact. Under the influence of Su Pingyan's charm, the price Madam Hu offered for rice bran was indeed quite alluring, only 80 coins per stone. Su Pingyan arranged for the delivery of 20 stones of rice bran, a total of 6 carts, to arrive at Qingshan village the following day. After a few rounds of wine, Su Pingyan's cheeks flushed red, and he felt slightly inebriated. Once Madame Hu returned to the rice shop, he seized the opportunity to leave the city. It had been 5 days since he successfully sealed the fruit wine. Su Pingyan was eager to discover the progress of his fruit wine fermentation. Chapter 28, Recruitment in the Village. When Su Pingyan returned to Qingshan village, it was already the hour of the dog, around 8 o'clock in the evening. Su Pingyan went straight to the winery. Upon pushing open the courtyard door, he beheld Mu Wanrong, Mu Wanqing, and Xiao Yi still diligently engaged in their tasks. Assisting them within the winery was also Aunt Huang's daughter-in-law, Chun-Yi. She had always harbored gratitude for Su Pingyan's gesture of delivering rice to her family. Those 2 dough of rice were akin to preserving her child's life. The women of the countryside are not so delicate. Despite being with child, Chun-Yi remained industrious, helping out in the winery. This only reinforced Su Pingyan's belief that Uncle Huang's family were indeed people who recognized and repaid kindness, having been separated from their husbands for several days. The 3 women's eyes brightened upon seeing Su Pingyan enter the courtyard. They wiped their hands on their aprons and approached him. "Su Lang, you have returned," Mu Wanrong called softly, her voice imbued with warmth. Mu Wanqing gently grasped Su Pingyan's broad hand, her eyes sparkling with delight. Meanwhile, Xiao Yi stood shyly behind the Mu sisters, stealing glances at Su Pingyan with a bashful expression. She couldn't help but reminisce about the events that transpired on the northern slope of the village a few days prior. The absence of their man had left a sense of emptiness within the hearts of the 3 women. Now, with Su Pingyan's return, they felt a profound sense of security. After gathering the 4 women in the courtyard, Su Pingyan shared his intention to brew wine using a mixture of rice bran and coarse grains. In the women's minds, rice bran was unsuitable for winemaking. Even when combined with coarse grains, the resulting liquor would be bitter and unpalatable. However, since Su Pingyan had made up his mind, they refrained from expressing further doubts. Subsequently, Su Pingyan led the women to the storeroom where the fermented wine was kept. As he opened the door, a wave of warmth enveloped him, and the charcoal in the stoves continued to burn vigorously. Su Pingyan could distinctly perceive that the temperature within the room was a good 10 degrees higher than that outside, rendering it exceedingly comfortable. Noticing Su Pingyan's slight nod, Chun-Yi beside him chuckled. "Rest assured, dear Su, I have diligently followed your instructions these past few days, consistently adding coal to the stove. The entire room has been maintained at this pleasant warmth." Su Pingyan smiled and nodded, realizing that during his absence, several women had diligently taken care of the distillery. He then proceeded to inspect each ceramic jar filled with fruit pulp and malt syrup. Each jar was equipped with a homemade hydrometer, which gently oscillated. Through the hydrometer, Su Pingyan could easily discern that the fermentation process of the liquor within was progressing splendidly. However, it still required some time to complete. Fine wine necessitates patience and maturation. Without a sense of urgency, Su Pingyan led the women out of the fermentation room and instructed Mu Wanrong, "The distillery is in need of more hands. Ronger, please select 4 impoverished orphan girls from the village to assist at the distillery. They should come from humble backgrounds and possess a sense of gratitude. Make sure they understand that the work at the distillery will pay 10 won per day and provide 2 meals. Will you be able to find suitable candidates?" Mu Wanrong smiled charmingly in response. "Given the current circumstances, even if you only offer 2 meals, I am certain there will be eager applicants for work at the distillery." Hearing this, Su Pingyan nodded in agreement. "Very well, then please find 4 familiar orphan girls tomorrow, and they can begin work at noon." After attending to the matters of the distillery, Su Pingyan handed Chun-Yi her wages for the past 5 days, amounting to a total of 101 at 21 per day. Chun-Yi persistently declined to accept the payment. Su Pingyan found himself in a predicament and had no choice but to hand the money to Xiao Yi, who forcefully pressed it into her hands. Uncle Huang and his family were kind and honest people, and Su Pingyan resolved to win their favor. Moreover, he detested the thought of honest individuals suffering losses. Upon returning home from the distillery, the hour had already turned late. This evening, his first wife, Mu Wanrong, attended to Su Pingyan as he washed up and prepared for bed. As they lay together, Su Pingyan continued to treat Mu Wanrong with courtesy. Yet she could not suppress her thoughts. Ever since her husband had ventured into the mountains with Xiao Yi, she had noticed Xiao Yi frequently stealing glances at him. Her cheeks flushed. While her husband understood her and Qing'er, Xiao Yi belonged to the mountain folk. Could it be that her husband had engaged in some indiscretion with Xiao Yi? This thought stirred a pang of jealousy within Mu Wanrong. Did her husband prefer women who were more assertive? Lying in bed, Mu Wanrong recalled the secrets Su Pingyan had once shared with her about trimming nails and tying hair. Since these were his preferences, she resolved to give it a try, unbeknownst to him. Thus, she would still maintain her image as the dignified and graceful lady of the household. Her delicate hands trembled slightly, and a flush crept across Mu Wanrong's cheeks. Meanwhile, Su Pingyan, lost in slumber, remained unaware that he had unwittingly opened a door to a new world for Mu Wanrong that night. The following morning, as was his custom, Su Pingyan rose early to practice martial arts, channeling energy and honing his physique. By 10 o'clock, he awaited the arrival of the mill owner's wife at the entrance of Qingshan village. True to her word, she delivered rice bran and grains. He instructed the porters to unload the goods at the distillery's rear, compensating each of them with 10 won for their labor. At that moment, Mu Wanrong arrived at the distillery, accompanied by the carefully selected orphan girls. Upon seeing Su Pingyan, the 4 young women immediately bowed and greeted him respectfully. Greetings, young Master Su. Su Pingyan glanced at them. The 4 orphan girls all possessed delicate features, yet each was clad in coarse, patched garments. With their hands clasped nervously and heads bowed in modesty, they truly appeared to be pitiable souls, abandoned and alone in the village, exuding an air of sincerity and simplicity. Su Pingyan nodded appreciatively. He was quite satisfied with Mu Wanrong's ability to discern character. At that moment, Chun-Yi arrived at the winery. Not for the sake of earning wages from Su Pingyan, but out of genuine belief that he was a good person, willingly offering her assistance. Once everyone had gathered, Su Pingyan commenced organizing the day's tasks. The method of brewing liquor from rice bran was something he had stumbled upon during a casual visit to an online forum in his previous life. He had spent a mere 10 minutes absorbing what he initially thought to be useless knowledge, yet it had proven invaluable today. The process of brewing with rice bran was not particularly complicated. First, rice bran was mixed with a small amount of coarse grains in warm water until well combined. After letting it sit for an hour, it was steamed over high heat for another hour to eliminate any harmful bacteria. The cooled rice bran was then transferred into a ceramic jar designated for fermentation, where it was mixed thoroughly with the fermentation starter before sealing the jar, thus completing the primary steps. While the brewing process itself was not overly intricate, meticulous attention to temperature and timing was essential. Under Su Pingyan's guidance, the women labored diligently throughout the afternoon, ultimately packaging all 6 carts of rice bran and coarse grains. Out of gratitude for Su Pingyan, the 4 newly recruited female workers exerted themselves wholeheartedly. By evening, Xiao Yi had prepared an enormous pot of coarse rice. She then brought forth a large jar of her homemade pickles, which constituted the work meal Su Pingyan had arranged for the female workers. Xiao Yi fetched ceramic bowls and filled each with a generous serving of rice, topping it with a hefty spoonful of pickles. The hands of these orphan girls, who were accustomed to hunger and inadequate clothing, trembled as they received their bowls. It had been a long time since they had tasted a full meal. The fragrant aroma of the coarse rice nearly brought tears to their eyes. Here, under Su Pingyan's care, the food was plentiful. As long as there was rice in the pot, he encouraged the orphan girls to eat freely. In the end, even the thinnest among them managed to consume 3 bowls of coarse grains. In the following days, these 4 orphan girls continued to stay at the winery, each one working with remarkable diligence. Su Pingyan estimated the time and instructed Xiao Yi to inform the mountain village to deliver 20 bundles of coal and 20 bundles of assorted fruits from the mountains. Su Pingyan, as per his customary practice, remunerated his workers with a daily wage of 21. Subsequently, he instructed someone to inform the proprietor of the rice shop and procured an additional 10 carts of rice husks and miscellaneous grains. Given that the distillery was now operational, the fermentation of the mash proceeded with remarkable success. Su Pingyan decided to keep the winery in continuous operation. On this day, the specific gravity tube on the ceramic jar for brewing fruit wine finally sank. The mountain fruit wine brewed by Su Pingyan has finally reached the day of its unveiling. Chapter 29. The Strategy of Selling Wine. The wine jars from the fermentation room were moved to the courtyard. Su Pingyan cautiously opened each meticulously sealed jar of mountain fruit wine. The fermentation results exceeded his expectations remarkably. Out of more than 100 jars, only a mere dozen had failed, while the rest exuded a rich and intoxicating aroma. Su Pingyan was filled with immense joy upon inhaling the fragrant scent. Indeed, I am the favored child of fortune, everything I undertake flourishes. Su Pingyan could not suppress a faint smile at the corners of his lips, observing the joy on his face. The women in the courtyard felt a sense of relief wash over them. As operators of the winery, it was their inaugural experience in brewing. They had been meticulously caring for the process over the past few days, fearful of making even the slightest error that could jeopardize Su Pingyan's significant undertaking. The successful fermentation heralded the imminent commencement of the next procedure, distillation. In truth, it was this very distillation method that provided Su Pingyan with the confidence to establish a winery in the Great Jin dynasty. The people of this era lacked knowledge of purification techniques. Presently, all varieties of alcoholic beverages on the market were essentially low-alcohol, turbid wines. Even the finest clear liquors available were merely the result of filtering the fermented mash through coarse cloth a few times before being sold. Such beverages were fraught with impurities and bore a slightly sour taste. In contrast, distilled spirits offered a richer flavor and superior palate. In recent days, Su Pingyan had preemptively commissioned carpenters from the neighboring 2 villages to craft 3 sets of distillation equipment. For Su Pingyan, who had received 9 years of compulsory education in the 21st century, designing the distillation apparatus, essentially a system to extract distillate through a condenser, was not particularly challenging. Yet, he remained vigilant in safeguarding his distillation techniques from falling into the hands of others. Su Pingyan specifically sought out 3 carpentry workshops, instructing them to craft various components of the distillation apparatus. Upon returning to the winery, he meticulously assembled the parts himself. After a span of 5 days and 2 rounds of distillation, Su Pingyan ultimately produced a spirit with an alcohol content of approximately 30 degrees, imbued with a subtle fruity aroma. From over 700 pounds of mountain fruits, he yielded around 100 pounds of exquisite liquor. Gazing at the fragrant brew bubbling within the wooden barrel, he felt a profound sense of accomplishment. Su Pingyan was in exceptionally high spirits. He poured a small cup of the brewed mountain fruit wine and offered it to Mu Wanrong with a smile, saying, "Rong, I am immensely grateful for your assistance in managing the winery during this period. Do taste this wine." Upon receiving the cup from her husband, Mu Wanrong did not hesitate to take a sip. The wine was rich and flavorful, with an enticing aroma of fruit, surpassing even the tribute wine she had previously tasted in the capital. "Su Lang, you are truly a genius. This wine is even more exquisite than those bestowed by the palace." Having never consumed alcohol of such potency, Mu Wanrong felt a rosy flush spread across her cheeks after just 1 cup, her delicate features resembling a beautiful sunset. "What shall we name this wine?" Su Pingyan admired the charming visage of Mu Wanrong and smiled as he inquired, "Su Lang, this wine is crafted from a medley of mountain fruits. Why not call it Fragrant Bounty of 100 Fruits? What a splendid name." Su Pingyan gently pinched Mu Wanrong's cheek, deciding to adopt the name she had suggested. During the time spent distilling the fragrant essence of various fruits, another fermentation process in a separate brewing chamber, utilizing rice bran and assorted grains, had reached completion. The success rate remained delightfully high. After a few more days of distillation, Su Pingyan yielded approximately 90 pounds of white liquor, with an alcohol content of around 50 degrees. From 10 stones of rice bran and 2 stones of coarse rice. Su Pingyan took a sip, and the taste was strikingly reminiscent of the exquisite high-quality liquor from his past life. Although it still fell significantly short of the renowned national spirit, Moutai, it effortlessly surpassed the sour and murky brews of the Great Jin Kingdom. Upon savoring the familiar flavors of his homeland, an overwhelming sense of nostalgia washed over Su Pingyan. This robust rice bran liquor, he confidently named Erguo II. Recognizing the importance of presentation in commanding a higher price for his goods, Su Pingyan meticulously commissioned several hundred exquisite Celadon wine bottles from the pottery workshop in a neighboring village. The investment in these bottles alone amounted to a substantial 5 taels of silver. He carefully bottled the Bai Guixiang and Erguo II into the custom-designed bottles, sealing them securely with wooden corks. The first batch of wine crafted by Su Pingyan is now ready for sale. As the cold night wind howls, Su Pingyan sits in the courtyard, gazing at the myriad of stars overhead, his heart ablaze with passion. After a period of arduous effort, beginning with the acquisition of the distillery, he has subsequently procured grains, rice bran, mountain fruits, coal, customized distillation equipment, ceramic bottles, paid the laborers, and maintained his daily martial arts training with the necessary purchase of meat. In Su Pingyan's possession, he held 49 taels and 5 coins, along with 71 but only 2 taels of silver remained after his expenditures. However, he now boasted an impressive collection of 178 bottles of fragrant ginkgo and 143 bottles of erguo. With products in hand, it was imperative to seek out clients. At present, Su Pingyan had staked everything on this batch of liquor. If the wine fetched a handsome price, he would acquire the funds necessary to continue his martial arts training, allowing him to purchase iron armor and weaponry to enhance his survival on the battlefield. To this end, Su Pingyan devised a meticulous plan for selling the liquor. Early the next day, he enlisted the help of Uncle Huang and Xiao Gizi, setting off for Fenglin County with the freshly brewed liquor. Following Su Pingyan's previous banquet at the tavern, their camaraderie deepened significantly. On the journey, Uncle Huang couldn't resist teasing. "Xiao Gizi, it seems you've had quite the stroke of luck. I heard the military governor's office assigned you a wife just a couple of days ago." The sounds from your house echoed through the night. At this remark, a flicker of pride crossed Xiao Gizi's face as he adjusted his felt hat and replied, "Indeed. Don't let my stature fool you. When it matters, I'm quite formidable. Pray tell, who is the fortunate lady you married?" Su Pingyan interjected, intrigued by their banter. Having been preoccupied with matters at the distillery, he had not kept abreast of Xiao Gizi's marital arrangements. "She hails from the west end of the village. Named Fengro," Uncle Huang answered, winking at Su Pingyan as he walked alongside him. Su Pingyan immediately comprehended the situation. He had encountered Zhang Fengru at the western village entrance before. During their first meeting, he was astonished that in such a time of scarcity, someone as plump as Fengru could exist. At that moment, Su Pingyan estimated her weight to be at least 200 jin. Goodness! How on earth can this little Gizi stir a large vat with a toothpick? Su Pingyan finally realized that Uncle Huang's earlier remarks were sarcastic. Observing the profound smiles on their faces, Xiao Gizi came to his senses and exclaimed, "Oh, Uncle Huang, so you were mocking me. Let us see your skills." The trio engaged in playful banter, making the journey quite enjoyable. By midday, they arrived at the bustling city of Fenglin County. At the crossroad of Fenglin County, within the famed Zui Xianlu, the largest tavern in the area, the atmosphere was vibrant. Spanning 3 stories, the establishment was adorned with private dining rooms and communal tables, all teeming with patrons. It was the peak dining hour, and the tavern buzzed with activity. The waitstaff skillfully navigated through the throngs of diners, delivering fragrant dishes to each table. Almost every table featured a jug of Zui Xianyang, the tavern's signature wine, which was the most coveted by its guests, contributing to the establishment's popularity. In a corner of the first floor, a table was occupied by a group of patrons, seemingly rustic folk. Among them was a burly man, exuding a composed demeanor, alongside another who appeared shrewd and cunning, wearing a tattered felt hat. Seated in the prominent spot, with his back to the window, was a tall and handsome young man. At that moment, the waiter had just served 6 dishes ordered by the guests, accompanied by a bottle of Zui Xianyang at the center of the table. The stout man poured himself a bowl of wine and, with gusto, downed it in one go. However, he soon frowned, slammed the table, and exclaimed, "Waiter, why does this Xianyang taste so bland?" This statement drew the attention of other diners, who paused their meals and cast puzzled glances. "Dear guest, you jest. Our Zui Xianyang is renowned as the finest wine in Fenglin County. Has it not always tasted this way?" A waiter, clad in a black scarf and blue short sleeves, quickly interjected with a beaming smile. The burly man frowned in dissatisfaction and retorted, "Who claims this Zui Xianyang to be the best in Fenglin County? Allow me to enlighten you." With a resounding bang, he slammed a delicate celadon bottle onto the table, capturing the attention of most patrons. As he lightly tapped the bottom of the bottle, the moment he uncorked it, a rich aroma of wine wafted through the hall. Many seasoned drinkers among the onlookers were instantly intrigued. Sensing their gaze, the robust man grinned and poured the clear wine into a bowl. Unlike the murky wines typically found in the market, this liquor appeared remarkably pure and transparent. As the bowl filled, the scent of the wine intensified, captivating the diners, some of whom closed their eyes to savor the fragrance, giving a thumbs up in admiration, exclaiming, "Such clarity! The aroma is exquisite. What a splendid wine!" In the midst of the curious crowd, the burly man raised the bowl, gulping the fine wine down in one go. Wiping his mouth, he smacked his lips and declared, "Refreshing." His actions provoked a chorus of swallowed saliva from the nearby diners, who began to speculate whether the wine in his hand was truly that delightful. "Make way, clear a path." At that moment, a long-faced gentleman clad in fine garments, adorned with a jade ring and jingling ornaments, pushed through the crowd. Though he donned the attire of a wealthy gentleman, his age suggested he was nearing middle age. He bowed slightly to the burly man and politely inquired, "Good sir, may I ask what wine you are drinking? I must confess, I am a connoisseur of wine, and I could tell from afar that this is no ordinary brew. Might I have a taste?" The stout man glanced at the well-off middle-aged gentleman, a flicker of reluctance crossing his eyes. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, "Very well, since you are a fellow wine lover, it would be a pleasure to share. Do savor it thoughtfully." The gentleman, known as Shin, was a notorious libertine in Fenglin County, with a penchant for two pastimes, indulging in wine and enjoying music. He had earned the monikers Drunken Three Passes and Song of Broken Heart for his exploits. Every midday, he would frequent Zui Xian Lu to partake in Zui Xian Yang. However, today he had caught a whiff of an even more aromatic wine, inciting his curiosity. The burly man generously poured a bowl of wine for Shin. He accepted the bowl, inhaling deeply the rich aroma. The wine was undeniably fragrant and clear, devoid of impurities. Unable to resist any longer, Shin tilted his head back and consumed the contents in one swift motion. A spicy warmth surged down his throat, followed by a fruity sweetness that lingered. A warm sensation blossomed in his chest, the delightful taste dancing on his palate. With eyes half closed in ecstasy, he could not help but exclaim, "Magnificent! What a splendid wine! In my lifetime as Drunken Three Passes, I have never tasted such a fine vintage." Though Shin was a rogue, he held considerable respect in the local drinking community. Regular patrons of Zui Xian Lu knew well of his discerning palate, and for him to praise a wine indicated its exceptional quality. His enthusiastic endorsement stirred the crowd, igniting a desire among the onlookers to sample the exquisite drink held by the robust man. "Step aside, clear the way for me." Just then, a group of towering, muscular men, their faces adorned with toughness, pushed through the crowd. Ignoring Uncle Huang, who held the celadone bottle, the leader approached Su Pingyan, slamming his hand on the table, coldly stating, "Dear guest, have you come here to stir trouble? Our master awaits you on the third floor." Observing the encroaching crowd, Xiao Gizi adjusted his hat anxiously. While Uncle Huang silently returned to his seat, Su Pingyan cast a discreet glance at the burly man leading the group. His hands were calloused, his muscles taut, and his frame robust, clearly indicative of a seasoned fighter. However, in the decaying martial realm of Yanqing Prefecture, his combat prowess was likely quite limited. Should it come to a confrontation, Su Pingyan was confident he could emerge unscathed from the clutches of these more than 10 formidable men at the drunken immortal pavilion. Yet, he was not here today to engage in battle. Today, Su Pingyan sought to capture the attention of the shopkeepers while simultaneously enhancing the reputation of his wine. At this moment, he received an invitation from the owner of Zui Xian Lu, which perfectly aligned with Su Pingyan's intentions. Su Pingyan rose, his gaze sharp. He gestured towards Uncle Huang and Xiao Gizi, then fixed his eyes on the burly leader and said with a slight bow, "These two are my companions. Do not trouble them. I shall accompany you." Su Pingyan followed the robust man, leading the way as they ascended to the third floor of the Zui Xianju. Unlike the bustling chaos of the main hall, this floor was adorned with elegant private rooms, each separated by intricately carved screens featuring auspicious cloud motifs. The leading figure navigated ahead, while the others closely trailed behind Su Pingyan. Soon, Su Pingyan found himself ushered into the innermost private chamber on the third floor. The strong man lifted the curtain with a subtle twitch of his lips, gesturing invitingly for Su Pingyan to enter. Su Pingyan refrained from idle chatter and strode confidently into the room. This was a private chamber adorned with a fresh and elegant decor. The walls were embellished with exquisite calligraphy and paintings by renowned artists, while the air was imbued with a subtle, enchanting fragrance. "Is this a refined space often frequented by distinguished women?" Su Pingyan pondered, as his gaze traversed the sandalwood table. He indeed beheld a captivating woman in a purple gown seated across from him. Her figure was alluring, her beauty striking, exuding a mature charm that starkly contrasted with that of the tavern owner's wife. If the tavern owner's wife could be likened to a passionate red rose, then the woman before him resembled a beguiling rosemary, her gaze sparkling with an irresistible allure. To her right sat an elderly gentleman clad in blue, his hair a snowy white, wearing a beaming smile as he observed Su Pingyan with keen interest. Upon the entrance of Su Pingyan, the two individuals merely scrutinized him without uttering a word. After a brief pause, the alluring woman spoke first. "Young sir, you exhibit quite the audacity to wreak havoc on my territory at the Zui Xianju. Do you believe I won't dismantle your sinews and skin, meticulously chopping you into pieces to concoct a fine brew? As her words echoed, the 10 or so burly men immediately formed a semicircle, encircling Su Ping'an, each wielding a glinting, slender willow leaf knife. Chapter 31. The beautiful scheme of San Yung faced with the formidable figures armed with blades. Su Ping'an did not even cast a glance their way, his gaze steadfastly fixed upon the woman in purple. Despite the tense atmosphere, a smirk graced his lips as he jested. Fair maiden, I have paid for my drinks at the Zui Xianju. You summoned me here without providing a seat or even a cup of tea. Is this establishment hosting a banquet of treachery? At his words, the purple-clad woman was momentarily taken aback. Her cheeks flushed slightly, and a surge of indignation coursed through her. Here I am, on my own ground, and he dares to promote his own beverages while I have yet to hold him accountable. How audaciously sharp-tongued this young man is. Just as she was about to unleash her wrath, the elderly man with a white beard raised his hand and chuckled. San Yung, do not be so hasty to anger. I find this young lad rather amusing. Besides, he raises a valid point. You called him here, but offered no tea, only knives. As a businesswoman, this is hardly the way to treat your guests. After the elder's intervention, the purple-clad woman could only huff in response, with a couple of sharp claps. The group of burly men retreated a few steps, sheathing their willow leaf knives. Subsequently, a servant brought forth a chair for Su Ping'an and placed a cup of tea on the table before retreating. Su Ping'an, not one to be polite, settled comfortably into his seat. Cradling a cup of warm tea, he indulged in its soothing warmth, his demeanor reflecting a profound sense of relaxation. The woman clad in purple pouted slightly and addressed the elder with a gentle tone. Du Lao, surely this will suffice. Du Lao nodded in acknowledgement, then turned his gaze towards Su Ping'an, saying, Young sir, please do not take offense. San Yung is the proprietor of this drunken immortal inn. It is only natural for her to feel displeased upon witnessing the commotion you caused during the midday meal. If there has been any discourtesy, I kindly ask for your understanding. Upon encountering the venerable elder with a white beard, who exuded courtesy and grace, Su Ping'an set down his teacup and returned the gesture with a respectful bow. Observing that this young gentleman was also a person of sensibility and understanding, the old man, Du, chuckled as he stroked his white beard and said, I shall not conceal from you, young sir, that I, Du Kong, am the head of the wine guild in Fenglin County. Having dedicated my life to the craft of winemaking, I have yet to encounter a rival within the county. I have just heard that the wine in your possession has garnered high praise from the connoisseur Shen. My curiosity is piqued, and I wonder if you would permit us to indulge in a tasting together? Upon realizing that this elder was indeed the head of the wine guild, Su Ping'an promptly offered a polite bow. To introduce his wine into the market of Fenglin County, it was imperative to cultivate relationships across the board. The guild leader represented a crucial link in this endeavor. His endorsement would signify that Su Ping'an's plans for selling wine had achieved significant momentum. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Ping'an retrieved from his bosom a bottle of Baiguxiang and a bottle of Erguo too. As he produced the bottles, the enchanting proprietress of the tavern, with a playful smile, teased, Young sir, you cannot claim that you are not here to promote your wine in my establishment. You have brought wine with you, and now I have caught you red-handed. Her words were laced with charm, captivating the heart. Su Ping'an smiled and responded, Who says that beautiful women lack intelligence? In my eyes, madam, not only are you breathtakingly lovely, but your thoughts are also astutely clear. Humph, such flattery, San Yung retorted playfully, waving her handkerchief, clearly pleased by Su Ping'an's compliment. Meanwhile, Old Du paid no heed to their playful banter. Ever since Su Ping'an had produced 2 bottles of wine, his eyes had been fixated on them. Having spent a lifetime brewing, he could already discern the extraordinary quality of the wine from the faint aroma seeping through the cork. With practiced ease, he removed the cork, and in an instant, the elegant chamber was filled with a rich fragrance of wine. San Yung exchanged astonished glances with Du Huisho, their expressions reflecting their surprise. A nearby servant adeptly placed 2 exquisite blue and white porcelain bowls on the rosewood table. Du Huisho eagerly poured the wine, filling both bowls to the brim. The intoxicating scent of the wine intensified within the room, causing even the dozen or so burly men waiting nearby to swallow hard. As brawny thugs, they were naturally fond of fine wine. Gazing at the crystal-clear liquid, astonishment deepened in the eyes of both Du and San Yung. One had brewed wine all his life, while the other had sold it, and neither had ever encountered such a remarkably pure and luminous beverage. They locked eyes once more, each lifting a bowl to savor the exquisite concoction. As the liquid slid down their throats, it was both sharp and robust. Soon, the aroma mingled with fruity notes, filling their mouths and nostrils, resonating like a lingering melody. From the moment it entered their mouths to its descent into their bellies, it was an unparalleled indulgence. This peculiar flavor was a first for both of them. Nodding in appreciation, their hands remained in motion. Before long, their bowls were empty. After relishing the fruit-infused wine, Old Du opened the erguo. This batch had an even richer and more intense flavor. The moment it touched their lips, they both felt as if a ball of fire had ignited in their throats, causing their innards to blaze. The wine swirled within them like a stampede of wild horses, reminiscent of crashing waves against the shore. Both were connoisseurs of wine and seldom found themselves inebriated. Yet after these two bowls, Old Du felt a slight sway, struggling to maintain his composure. San Yang's cheeks flushed, her body warmed, prompting her to loosen her garment. Realizing her uncharacteristic behavior, Old Du grabbed the tea on the table and took a large gulp, while San Yang hurriedly buttoned up her garment after sipping some tea. A hint of fluster in her demeanor. Indeed, this is splendid wine. Although the wines he usually consumed paled in comparison to what Su Pingyan had offered, which he likened to sour rice soup, Old Du endeavored to uphold the dignity of his position as the head of the brewing guild in Fenglin County. San Yang, however, remained silent, her alluring gaze fixed intently on Su Pingyan. After consuming 2 bowls of wine, the tall and handsome young gentleman before her suddenly appeared even more captivating. Noticing their admiration for his exquisite wine, Su Pingyan clasped his hands and proposed, "If you both find this wine to your liking, I can consistently supply you with this fruit-infused wine and erguo too." Du Huaishou and San Yang exchanged a glance, a flicker of excitement and unease passing between them. The excitement stemmed from the prospect that once the fruit-infused wine and erguo hit the market, they would undoubtedly overshadow all other beverages available in Fenglin County, bringing immense profits to their business. The unease arose from the concern that if Su Pingyan supplied other wine houses, their own business would face significant repercussions. Thus, they found themselves uncertain regarding the pricing. If they offered too low, they risked Su Pingyan seeking other partners. If too high, they feared diminished profits. At that moment, San Yang stood up, loosening her garment once more, and charmingly proposed, "Young sir, I shall offer 100 taels of silver if you sell me the brewing recipes for these 2 wines." Su Pingyan wore a smile as he shook his head gently. "Is it truly impossible? Could one not offer you a variety of delightful treasures?" San Yang pressed her soft form against him, her lips, fragrant with the scent of wine, brushed against his ear, releasing a delicate aroma. Chapter 32. 100 taels at sunset I long for you, yet you seek to procure my recipe for wine? Su Pingyan gazed at the striking figure before him, a faint smile gracing his lips as he shook his head. San Yang was merely jesting. This recipe was vital to the livelihood of hundreds of soldiers and their families in our fortress. How could I dare to sell it to anyone outside? Su Pingyan, with an air of nonchalance, subtly invoked the formidable backing of the military stronghold. Although he held the humble title of a mere soldier's banner captain, this did not deter him from wielding the banner as a guise of authority. Upon his declaration, Du Huaishou's countenance shifted to one of solemnity. San Yang, after casting a sidelong glance at Su Pingyan, quietly donned her jacket and returned to her seat with an air of melancholy. This young gentleman is a soldier-s banner captain? No wonder. He remained so composed even when surrounded by more than a dozen of San Yang's subordinates. As thoughts swirled in his mind, Du Huaishou stroked his beard and inquired. Su Pingyan nodded, and then began to recount a half-truthful tale he had long prepared. When one ventures outside, one's identity is self-assigned. To be perfectly candid, I am indeed employed at Donghe Fort. Su Pingyan employed a particular rhetoric here. Serving as the flag leader in Qingshan village of Donghe Fortress, he could indeed be considered as serving in Donghe Fortress itself. However, upon hearing his words, the audience would instinctively assume that he was referring to a position within the town's administrative office. The distinction between these 2 roles is far more significant than one might realize. The position within the administrative office serves the local magistrate directly, while the command of a fortress entails wielding authority over hundreds of soldiers, a factor that would compel San Yang and Du Huaishou to treat him with utmost gravity. Observing San Yang and Du Huaishou leaning forward, their bodies taut with attention and not questioning his identity, he recognized the weight of his words. Su Pingyan nodded with satisfaction and continued, "After the fierce battle at the Qishui River, Our Dongha fort suffered catastrophic losses. Our armory is depleted, with incomplete armor and damaged weapons. The male soldiers have faced heavy casualties, and the number of widows among the women is countless. In our desperation, we devised a means of self-preservation through the brewing and sale of liquor. In other words, this recipe for wine is the lifeblood of our Dongha military fort. Anyone who dares to covet it and threaten our livelihood will find that the soldiers of Dongha fort will not abide by it. Su Pingyan emphasized his final words, the aura of a refined warrior emanating from within him, subtly revealing a hint of menace. San Yang pressed her red lips together, nervously swallowing, as her desire for the recipe was completely extinguished. In her heart, she had initially resolved to obtain the recipe for her tavern's independence, contemplating methods that ranged from gentle persuasion to outright coercion. However, Su Pingyan's words dissuaded her from such thoughts. His sudden surge of power made her realize that her lackeys might not stand a chance against this imposing figure. If she failed to seize the recipe and consequently offended Dongha fort, the repercussions would be dire. Indeed, should she provoke them, 100 soldiers could descend upon her, and her drunken immortal tavern would surely be doomed. As the two exchanged glances filled with longing for the exquisite wine, silence enveloped the air, leaving their desires unspoken. Su Pingyan continued, both of you are connoisseurs and must surely understand the rarity of this exquisite wine. The craftsmanship involved is exceedingly intricate, and the ingredients are meticulously selected. It takes an entire month to produce, but a limited quantity. Should you find yourselves disinterested, I shall. Su Pingyan deliberately prolonged his statement. San Yang and Du Huaishou discerned the underlying implication and hastily inquired, may we ask, esteemed Su, what price do you intend to set for this remarkable wine? Su Pingyan remained composed, lightly tapping 2 porcelain bottles as he stated, this bottle of white ginkgo fragrance is priced at 400 coins, while the erguo is set at 600 coins. Upon hearing these prices, both San Yang and Du Huaishou could not suppress a sharp intake of breath. Such costs were 7 or 8 times higher than those of the drunken immortal brew from Zui Xianju. Yet, considering the exceptional quality of the wine, Du Huaishou gritted his teeth and declared first, young lord, I will accept your prices, but I require exclusive rights to sell this wine. At this proclamation, San Yang could no longer contain herself, pouting playfully, Du Lao, what do you mean by that? If your distillery sells wine, does that mean San Yang Zui Xianju will no longer sell? Both of us have tasted this wine, and we are all aware of its quality. Once it hits the market, the drunken immortal brew will have no place to stand. You are cornering San Yang into a desperate situation. As she spoke, she subtly gestured to the thugs in the private room. Dozens of burly men immediately cast fierce glares at Du Kong. Why must you two resort to such hostility? Harmony brings prosperity. Su Pingyan interjected at the opportune moment to diffuse the tension. He continued, rest assured, though my production is limited, I assure you both that you will have priority. Starting next month, I will supply each of you with 200 bottles of Baiwa brew and buy Guixiang monthly. How does that sound? Su Pingyan's words were understood by San Yang and Du Huaishou. The gentleman Su had no intention of relinquishing the exclusive rights to sell the fine wine. However, his promise to prioritize supply for himself was indeed a significant concession. Du Huaishou exchanged a glance with San Yang, nodded towards Su Pingyan, and agreed to the transaction. The deal was swiftly concluded, with Su Pingyan selling all 178 bottles of Baiguxiang and 146 bottles of erguo to Zui Xianju and the wine shop of San Yang and Du Huaishou at the previously stated price. The two divided the proceeds equally. From this transaction, Su Pingyan directly received 167 taels of silver. After deducting costs, he realized a substantial profit of 133 taels of silver, a profit margin of several times over. This was indeed a remarkable windfall. As he gazed at the 100-tael banknote, the 50-tael banknote, and the 17 taels of silver in his hand, Su Pingyan felt an overwhelming sense of joy and relief. With this newfound wealth, he could immediately embark on his journey to Yanqing Prefecture to seek a master and hone his skills. As long as he successfully transcended to the next realm, a knowing smile curled at the corners of Su Pingyan's mouth. He remained grounded, not allowing elation to cloud his judgment. After Su Pingyan exited the tavern, he headed straight for the carriage shop in Fenglin County, following the establishment of a long-term supply agreement with San Yang and Du Huaishou. It was imperative to arrange for the transportation of goods. Thus, acquiring a horse-drawn carriage had become a necessity. Upon hearing that Su Pingyan intended to purchase a carriage, Du Huaishou, having followed him from the Zui Xianju, chuckled and said, "The owner of the carriage shop is an old acquaintance of mine. If you, young Master Su, wish to buy a carriage, allow me to accompany you, and I shall negotiate a favorable price on your behalf." Su Pingyan readily consented. On the way, Du Huaishou discreetly slipped a 100-tael silver note into Su Pingyan's embrace, smilingly clasping his hands and saying, "Su Langjun, this is the deposit for the next batch of goods. If you come across anything good, do prioritize supplying it to me." "Ah, you crafty old fox, truly there is no business without cunning." Third Miss is still a bit naive, and her skin is quite delicate. If Third Miss does not think of alternative methods, "I cannot guarantee priority in supplying goods to you," Su Pingyan retorted with a chuckle. "Madam Boss, I suppose you wouldn't want the tavern to run dry either." With a smile, Su Pingyan accepted the silver note and bowed, saying, "Du Lao, what you say is unnecessary. From the moment I first laid eyes on you, I felt an affinity between us. Rest assured, you will certainly be prioritized." In the midst of their jovial banter, they arrived at the carriage and horse dealership, where horses and carriages were sold separately. The price for a horse varied greatly, from several taels for inferior steeds to dozens for superior ones. A well-crafted carriage cost no less than 5 or 6 taels. With Du Huaishou's assistance, Su Pingyan ultimately spent 47 taels on a fine horse, 17 taels on a nag, and an additional 5 taels for a cart for the nag, totaling 69 taels. The nag was intended for hauling goods, while the fine horse would become Su Pingyan's personal steed. Given the considerable distance from Yanqing Prefecture to Qingshan Village, he would likely be traveling frequently, making the acquisition of a quality horse quite essential. After bidding farewell to Du Huaishou, Su Pingyan rewarded Uncle Huang and Xiao Gizi with 1 tael of silver each as compensation for their collaborative journey. The two joyfully took the nag and cart back to Qingshan Village. Subsequently, Su Pingyan visited the rice shop to place an order for a batch of rice bran and mixed grains with the proprietor, Feng Yun, who, enticed by Su Pingyan's presence, generously offered substantial discounts. Afterward, he procured some meat and rode back to Qingshan Village on his spirited little steed, the rhythmic sound of hooves echoing on the path. The steed beneath Su Pingyan is a charming little wooden horse, characterized by its gentle and obedient temperament. Its striking crimson hue reflects the meticulous care provided by its previous owner, radiating a lustrous sheen. The horse boasts well-defined muscles, particularly in its robust hindquarters, and its gait is accompanied by a delightful rhythmic clatter of hooves. With this noble mount, Su Pingyan significantly reduced his travel time between Qingshan Village and Fenglin County, arriving at the entrance of Qingshan Village by the afternoon hour of Shun. Upon returning home, he unveiled a substantial assortment of meats he had procured, sharing the news of his recent earnings with everyone. The 3 women present expressed their delight. After careful consideration, Su Pingyan concluded that acquiring the 2 vacant rooms adjacent to the winery would be prudent for expanding production. He also resolved not to waste the leftover distiller's grains, contemplating the establishment of a pig pen near the distillery for raising pigs. Additionally, the mountain fruits and coal would be in great demand in the future. After Su Pingyan assigned tasks to the 3 women in his household, he informed them of his intention to visit Yanqing Prefecture. The 3 women displayed reluctance, yet understanding that her husband had important matters to attend to, they refrained from voicing their concerns. After dinner, Su Pingyan engaged in some physical training in the courtyard before falling into a deep slumber. On the following morning, before Su Pingyan had risen, he heard a knock on the door from Xiao Yi, who had come to the east room. "Xiao Yi, what is the matter?" he inquired, stepping out of the room. Upon seeing Su Pingyan's robust physique, Xiao Yi blushed and, with a hint of urgency, urged him, "Master, you must go and see outside the courtyard." Chapter 33. Fanning Auntie's rosy cheeks, heeding Xiao Ye's words, Su Pingyan hurriedly dressed before making his way to the courtyard entrance. Upon opening the door, he was taken aback to find a dozen ragged orphans kneeling at his doorstep. The girls, upon catching sight of Su Pingyan, revealed glimmers of hope in their eyes and immediately bowed, pleading, "Su Langjun, we beseech you to grant us a chance at life. Please allow us to work in the distillery. We ask for no wages, just food. We implore you, Su Langjun." Observing the emaciated figures before him, Su Pingyan sighed deeply. Each girl's face was gaunt, their bodies trembling slightly, and their tattered clothing fluttered in the cold wind, providing no warmth whatsoever. Their collective act of kneeling at Su Pingyan's door was born out of sheer desperation. They were impoverished, their homes devoid of resources, The last time Su Pingyan distributed grain to the village, those with some means could survive the winter on that relief. However, the truly destitute lacked not only food, but also warm clothing and firewood for the frigid season. In these bitterly cold times, the orphans had resorted to exchanging the grain Su Pingyan had provided for some meager winter garments and firewood. They had long since run out of food at home, and the pangs of hunger were unbearable. The news of 4 orphans working at Su Pingyan's distillery had quickly spread throughout the small community of Qingshan village. Initially, the other orphans did not take much notice. Their frail bodies often led to being dismissed from jobs due to their inability to endure. Moreover, wage theft and harassment were common occurrences for workers in such establishments. However, it soon became apparent that the 4 orphans, once weak and famished, had transformed after finding employment at Su Pingyan's distillery. Their health visibly improved. They became more robust and lively, and their spirits were lifted. Before long, the news spread among the orphan girls. At Su Pingyan's distillery, not only could they eat their fill, but they also earned a daily wage of 21. This was not merely a workplace. It was akin to a charitable haven. In their desperate plight, the group of orphans devised the plan to kneel at the door. Su Pingyan contemplated the situation, realizing that expanding production would necessitate hiring more female workers. The brewing process involved numerous tasks, many of which were labor-intensive, and he needed to establish a pig pen for raising pigs. With life becoming more stable, it would benefit his 3 women to take a break while bringing in additional workers to assist them. However, managing a group of women was a challenge for a man like him. He certainly could not take them all into his household. Besides, having experienced many beauties, Su Pingyan found little appeal in these orphans. As if sensing Su Pingyan's thoughts, Mu Wanrong approached and whispered in his ear, "You need not be troubled, Su Lang. Leave this matter to me." Upon glancing at Mu Wanrong's radiant beauty, Su Pingyan suddenly understood. When dealing with women, it is indeed best to let women take charge. If the time comes for me to intervene, I would surely make quite the entrance. Very well, Ronger, I entrust these orphans to you. Mu Wanrong nodded with a smile and proceeded to organize the orphans. The orphans gazed enviously at the Mu sisters. Just a month prior, they had been in the same dire situation, facing hunger and hardship. They endured scorn from the villagers and had to yield to others due to their lack of support. However, since Su Langjun had become their husband, their lives transformed dramatically. Not only did they have a man to rely on, but he was also a capable one. From that point onward, their circumstances improved significantly. They enjoyed regular meals, and their clothing became increasingly vibrant. They appeared much healthier, reminiscent of their former selves before being sent to the frontier. Mu Wanrong observed the complex emotions in the eyes of the orphans and felt a sense of satisfaction. Yet, being kind-hearted, she could not bear to see them suffer in the cold wind. "Ladies, please rise. Do not kneel at my doorstep. Those unaware might think my husband has wronged you. My husband values his reputation. Anyone who tarnishes it will find themselves unwelcome at the distillery." Upon hearing Mu Wanrong's words, the orphans quickly scrambled to their feet, realizing that the matron's gentle persuasion had effectively brought them into compliance. Su Pingyan also felt a sense of relief. He had imparted his winemaking techniques to Mu Wanrong. With such a capable wife managing both the household and the business, Su Pingyan was at ease. He had also left behind 30 taels of silver for emergencies. Mounting his small mare, he trotted towards Yanqing Prefecture. Fenglin County and his hometown of Pingshan Village in Guiping County lay to the north of Yanqing Prefecture. Therefore, before heading to Yanqing, Su Pingyan intended to visit his uncle's family in Pingshan Village. "It has been over a month since I left home. I wonder how my uncle and aunt are faring. And what of Erlang? He will soon participate in the spring examination. I hope he has managed to gather enough funds. Not to mention my cousin Su Yueyao." As the mare galloped along the country road, a delicate face with a heart-shaped visage and large, striking eyes, bearing a hint of mixed heritage, gradually surfaced in Su Pingyan's mind. This was the first face he encountered upon traversing into this new world, exquisite and enchanting beyond compare. Even on horseback, the journey from Qingshan Village to Pingshan Village in Guiping County would take several hours. Therefore, Su Pingyan was not in a hurry. Instead, he stopped in a small county town to procure some supplies. The earnings from selling the wine, along with the 100 taels of deposit given by Old Du, left him with a substantial sum of 168 taels after deducting the cost of the horse and the emergency funds he had set aside for home. With this silver, Yueyao could purchase new garments, and his youngest sister, Yueka, would no longer complain about hunger. His uncle could also afford to ease his labor. Moreover, Erlang's travel expenses for the spring examination would no longer be a source of worry. Once he earned even more silver in the future, Su Pingyan could assist Erlang in navigating the intricacies of officialdom. And most importantly, he could use the newly acquired silk to fan his aunt's lovely face. It had been quite some time since she had made herself new clothes, and she had been longing for fresh fabric. If he gently waved the new silk in front of her, she would likely not refuse. With that thought in mind, Su Pingyan couldn't help but urge his mare forward, eager to see his uncle and aunt's family. Chapter 34. A shocking change at home. Pingshan Village, Guiping County. The biting cold wind roared like a ferocious beast, sweeping through the northern hills and crashing into the small courtyard of the Su family. The Su family once enjoyed a relatively prosperous life in Pingshan Village, residing in a quaint courtyard with two sections. At the heart of the courtyard stood a large stone millstone, which turned with a resonant rumble in the biting wind. In this moment, Uncle Su Air gripped the wooden handle of the millstone with unwavering determination, his hands reddened and numb from the cold. "Su Yongda, you scoundrel! Had you not squandered our money on that ungrateful wretch who contributes nothing, we would have amassed enough to purchase a house in the city by now. Now that we find ourselves in this predicament, what do you propose we do? Yueyao is like a piece of my flesh." Auntie stormed out of the house, her eyes swollen and red, clearly having just wept. Uncle Su drooped his head, allowing his wife to rain down her small, tempestuous punches upon him in silence. The sounds of neighing horses and the clattering of hooves resonated from outside the courtyard. Aunt Su released her grip on Uncle Su's arm, her face betraying a look of terror. Su Yongda swiftly dashed toward the corner, seizing an iron shovel in hand. "Ha ha ha, Su Yongda. It seems you are prepared to resist our esteemed young master Huang to the very end." A young servant clad in green stood at the entrance, brazenly holding a horse. Upon the grand steed sat a slender-faced young gentleman adorned in fine attire, his narrow, elongated eyes emanating an air of indifference and disdain, surveying the courtyard as though gazing upon mere insects. "Huang-san, should you dare to forcibly abduct a maiden, do not blame me, Su Yongda, for fighting you with all my might." Uncle Su leaned forward with the iron rake in his hand, his eyes blazing red as he roared fiercely, resembling a frenzied beast. "Make a noise, strike." The young gentleman clad in splendid attire atop the horse raised his whip, a glint of ruthlessness flickering in his gaze. Immediately, 5 or 6 attendants dismounted from their steeds and dashed towards the courtyard. "Father!" A piercing scream echoed from within the house as Su Yueyao rushed out. Following closely behind her was a swaying young girl, clutching a short wooden stick, her face radiating defiance. "Do not harm my father." Su Yueyao stood resolutely in front of Su Yongda. As she beheld the scene before her, Aunt Chenru could no longer contain her emotions and began to weep uncontrollably. "Su Yongda, it is all due to your unfortunate nephew. For the sake of martial arts, he has cost us a fortune throughout his upbringing. If it were not for him, our family would have long since relocated to Guiping County, and we would not have encountered such troubles. Now that our family is in distress, your ill-fated nephew, skilled in martial arts, has enlisted as a soldier." Tears streamed down Aunt Chenru's delicate face. "Enough of your lamentations. Were it not for Daliang, your son would have already been conscripted into military service. If it were not for Daliang's father, your husband would have faced the battlefield and met a similar fate." Upon hearing these words, Aunt Chen fell silent. Su Yongda forcefully shrugged off the hand his aunt clutched, charging towards the intruding henchmen surrounding Su Yueyao. The audacity of that old fool was beyond measure. With a swift kick, one of the henchmen sent Su's second uncle sprawling backward, rendering him incapable of rising again. The henchman swiftly encircled both the aunt and Su Yueyao. The 16-year-old maiden, delicate and enchanting, resembled a trapped fawn, desperately shielding herself and her mother while attempting to escape the encirclement, only to be relentlessly pushed back by the henchman. Her eyes brimmed with tears, her face a portrait of fear. The henchman erupted in raucous laughter. Nearby, a young gentleman clad in fine garments sat atop a spirited steed, relishing the spectacle. This dandy was named Huang Liuxin, hailing from a prominent family in Guiping County, where he was the third-born son, indulged by his family, which had instilled in him an exceedingly arrogant disposition. 3 days prior, while accompanying his father to the village to collect mountain goods, he encountered Su Yueyao, who was fetching water for her family. Enchanted by her beauty, he insisted on taking her as a concubine. Su Yueyao was unwilling, so he declared that in 3 days, The Su family would receive their guests. Should they refuse, he would raze their home to the ground. Thus, the scene before us unfolded. Ha ha. Be careful not to injure this young lady. The gentleman wishes to enjoy her company tonight. Understood. The young lady belongs to the gentleman, while this charming widow shall be our plaything. Glancing at the unconscious Uncle Su, who lay sprawled on the ground, the attendants laughed heartlessly. Wow, Pungue, I didn't realize you had such tastes. You know nothing. A woman of this age is the most enticing. All attention was focused on the encircled Su Yueyao and Shenru. No one noticed the youngest daughter of the household, who, clutching a short wooden stick, wobbled over to the magnificent steed ridden by Huang San, striking the small leg that hung limply against the horse's belly. You are bad, you are bad. Su Yueka is so diminutive, resembling a tiny being. Yet, at this moment, her face radiates with tenacity. It is a mystery how she comprehends the wisdom of capturing the leader before the followers. She strikes fiercely at Huang San's calf, though it inflicts no harm. Seeking demise, the young master yanks on the reins, a glimmer of cruelty flashing in his eyes, compelling the steed to raise its hooves, aiming to trample Su Yueka beneath them. Yueka! Su Yueyao let out a piercing wail. Stop! Su Ping'an rode on horseback, burdened with a large assortment of items procured from the county town. He was filled with delight, envisioning the joy that his uncle and aunt would experience upon seeing these treasures. However, to his astonishment, as he arrived at the doorstep, he was met with an unexpected scene. A surge of malevolent fire ignited within Su Ping'an. In an instant, as the hooves of the horse rose, he forcefully hurled the whip from his grasp. Simultaneously, he swiftly dismounted, the hardened earth beneath his feet cracking audibly as his form shot forth like lightning. The cargo strapped to the horse tumbled to the ground in disarray. The whip soared through the air, whistling like the wind, as it lashed out towards the well-dressed young master. Huang San remained utterly oblivious to the oncoming whip, the expression on his face reminiscent of one who had just crushed an ant. Conversely, the retainer, who had been teasing the two members of the Su family moments earlier, reacted in time, leaping towards the young master and toppling him from the saddle. The two tumbled awkwardly into the mud. Crack! The whip struck the retainer's back with tremendous force, instantly lacerating his skin. Bang! At that moment, Su Ping'an arrived, his body tilting as he collided with the horse. The formidable physique of a refined martial artist proved invaluable today. With all his might, Su Ping'an sent the majestic steed flying several meters away, crashing violently onto a large stone in the courtyard, splattering a blinding crimson across the scene. Su Ping'an immediately cradled the little Do Ding in his arms, anxiously observing her expression while offering hurried reassurances. Do not fear, your elder brother is here. Do Ding pouted her small lips, finally breaking free from her stupor, and let out a wail. The attendants surrounding Su Yueyao and her aunt ceased to pay her any mind and rushed towards the young gentleman in splendid attire. At that moment, Huang San had already been helped to his feet by the attendants. His resplendent garments were caked with mud, and his face was covered in dust, presenting a rather disheveled appearance. Dare you harm my horse? The young gentleman in splendid attire sneered as he extricated himself from the attendants and waved his hand, commanding them to encircle Su Ping'an. Fixing his gaze intently on Huang Liuxin, Su Ping'an seethed with fury. I would relish the opportunity to kill you. Chapter 35. Who says the offspring of officials are lacking in wit? Su Ping'an had slain a steed of unparalleled worth, a crimson dragon stallion that was reserved solely for those of the rank of deputy general or higher within the military hierarchy. In essence, among the highest military commanders of the entire Yanqing prefecture, no more than 5 individuals were deemed worthy to mount such a horse. Since becoming a soldier's household, Su Ping'an had discerned the horse's caliber at a glance, influenced by the seasoned veterans around him. In contemporary terms, it could be likened to a Rolls-Royce Phantom. Those who could afford such a luxury vehicle were undoubtedly the elite scions of affluent families, particularly those with connections to the government. In this era, merchants held no esteemed status. Even the wealthiest among them would dare not flaunt such a prestigious steed in public, instead opting to keep it discreetly within their homes. Aside from the snow-hoofed crimson dragon stallion, the extravagant purple cloud-patterned robe, the intricately carved white jade belt adorned with translucent patterns, and the jingling jade pendants hanging from his waist, all these details unequivocally signified his identity as a privileged young man. He was either a prominent official's son or a favored relative of such an elite lineage. Yet, how could such a distinguished official's offspring be found in the humble Guiping County? He must be a collateral descendant of a high-ranking official. As Su Ping'an's mind raced, he swiftly deduced the identity of the young gentleman before him. I am in Pingshu, the 100 chief of the military households in Tianshan Fort. Today, I was granted permission to return home to visit my family. That young girl you encountered is my sister. I am uncertain where we may have offended you. Su Ping'an clasped his hands, suppressing his temper, and donned a facade of a peacemaker. However, he remained cautious, refraining from using his real name and altering his military service location to the southern area of Dingshan Fort, far from Donghe Fort, a distance exceeding 100 miles. He also inflated his military rank from a junior flag officer to 100 long, hoping that this well-dressed young master would be deterred by the influence of the military governor's office and choose to let the matter rest. In a desperate bid to save his younger sister, he had inadvertently slain the young master's prized steed, which was indeed an unavoidable circumstance, and he was prepared to offer compensation. Although he had just reached his doorstep, he could infer the cause of this conflict with ease. It was evident that the young master had laid eyes on Su Yuiao's exceptional beauty and harbored intentions of possession. After mingling in the military for over a month, Su Ping'an had heard much about the conduct of these aristocratic young masters. They were arrogant and unrestrained, often committing acts of violence without a second thought. Forcing women was merely a trivial matter, and they dealt with human lives as if they were trifles. When such young masters caused fatalities, it was relatively simple to cover it up through intimidation and bribery, employing both soft and hard tactics. Should they encounter someone who would not yield to such measures, the solution was even more straightforward, ensuring that the entire family ceased to exist, preventing them from even entering the gates of the magistrate's office. Among these privileged offspring, bullying the common folk was hardly an issue. The only ones capable of overcoming the signs of power were their own kind. Thus, Su Ping'an elevated his status by several ranks, hoping to instill a sense of caution in his opponent. To his astonishment, upon hearing this, the young master was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Damn it, I wonder how high you think your rank is. A mere 100 long from a soldier's household dares to shout in front of me? Let me be blunt. Your position is almost unheard of in my eyes." Shaking the dust from his clothes, the young master's expression darkened suddenly, and he menacingly declared, "Kill him and that little brat, but do not harm the woman. I wish to have some fun with her." Su Ping'an nearly erupted in expletives, his disbelief palpable. He quickly gestured to Su Yuiao and his aunt to usher the little one and his second uncle inside. His aunt and Su Yuiao, realizing the gravity of the situation, hurriedly wiped their tears and sprang into action. Su Ping'an had observed closely and concluded that his second uncle had merely fainted from a lack of breath and was not gravely injured. Just as the family members entered the inner room, the attendants surged forward. They were all trained fighters, adept in combat, each drawing daggers from their waists. While they may not have reached the level of seasoned warriors, their foundation was solid. With proper guidance, they could soon step into the realm of martial proficiency. What was particularly troublesome was that these attendants had also learned combined assault techniques, their teamwork impeccable. 2 attendants launched a coordinated attack, simultaneously thrusting their daggers. Su Ping'an reacted swiftly, seizing both their wrists. Just as he prepared to retaliate, he noticed the 2 men skillfully separating, and suddenly, a third attendant, who had rescued the young master, leaped from behind them, delivering a powerful knee strike aimed directly at Su Ping'an's face. In an unexpected turn of events, Su Ping'an was compelled to release his grip, crossing his arms to shield his face. Thud! The formidable impact of a knee struck against his arm, searing pain radiating through him. 2 remaining attendants closed in from the side, one missing with a dagger, while the other succeeded in inflicting a gruesome wound on Su Ping'an's waist. "Sever his tendons and cripple him," Huang Xin sneered. "Damn, is it true that those in power and authority are so twisted, deriving pleasure from tormenting others?" Su Ping'an cast a fleeting glance at him, remaining silent as his mind rapidly analyzed the situation. All were formidable opponents, though none had stepped into the realm of refining essence. Each could be considered half a practitioner of that level. In a one-on-one confrontation, I could easily pummel any one of them into submission. However, they numbered 5 and had trained in coordinated attacks. Swiftly, the sharp daggers lunged at him once more. Su Ping'an employed the boxing techniques he had learned in his youth to parry their strikes, opting for a staunch defense instead of launching an offense, feigning a gradual depletion of his strength. They had yet to enter the first stage of a martial artist, the refining essence realm. and likely remained unaware that a high-level practitioner in this realm possesses an inexhaustible reservoir of physical stamina, rarely succumbing to fatigue. Su Ping'an lingered in the refining essence realm for 3 years, diligently tempering his body day and night. Even if he had not reached the pinnacle of this stage, he had undoubtedly attained a high level of proficiency. However, he could not allow others to discern his true capabilities, otherwise, defeat was inevitable. He could only adopt a defensive posture, feigning exhaustion while seeking an opportune moment. Observing that his subordinates were unable to subdue Su Ping'an, Huang San furrowed his brow and mockingly called out from a distance, "Su, kneel and kowtow, uttering 2 praises for your gracious grandfather, and I shall spare your family." Damn it, who says that second-generation rich kids lack intellect? This wretched scoundrel attempts to lure me into surrender while simultaneously provoking me to lose my composure. His intentions are indeed insidious. Su Ping'an paid him no mind. Instead, he exclaimed loudly, "Grandfather, the taste of great-grandmother's cooking is delightful." Damn it! Huang San, unable to fathom Su Ping'an's state of mind, found himself incensed instead. He stepped forward, bellowing, "Eliminate him." Bang! He exchanged a fierce blow with the strongest bodyguard, while Su Ping'an pretended to be at a disadvantage, staggering back to the doorway. Behind the door stood his uncle and family. Su Ping'an had retreated to the point of no return. The other 4 attendants, seizing the opportunity, closed in around him. At that moment, the dry and hard earth beneath Su Ping'an's feet cracked open once more, his leg muscles straining against the fabric of his trousers. With a resounding roar, he shot forth like an arrow. He deflected the dagger of an attendant directly in front of him, his shoulder colliding with the assailant and causing him to spew blood, his ribs fracturing upon impact. The attendants, caught off guard by his apparent exhaustion that concealed hidden strength, found themselves unprepared as he broke free from their encirclement. Su Ping'an did not flee. Instead, he charged towards Huang San with the swiftness of lightning. In the face of Huang San's abject terror, Su seized him by the throat and delivered a powerful blow to his abdomen. The ferocity of the strike caused Huang San to double over like a shrimp, spewing forth vile words. "Do not move, or I shall shatter your skull with a single punch." Chapter 36. Breaking the Stalemate. The noble scion, akin to a fledgling chick in Su Ping'an's grip, had his face flushed crimson, his eyes brimming with malice. He felt an overwhelming sense of bitterness. Accustomed to tyrannizing in Guiping County and its surrounding villages, he never anticipated that he would find himself at the mercy of a mere common soldier. "Release our master, or we shall enter and annihilate them all," declared the most skilled of the attendants, as he forcefully kicked open the door, sending splinters flying. Inside, the startled cries of his aunt and Su Yueyao echoed. Su Yueka continues to wail incessantly. "Huh." Su Ping'an let out a cold laugh and continued, "We impoverished folk are of little worth. Why not give it a try? Let us see if the lives of my uncle and aunt are worth trading for your young master's life. It would certainly be a bargain. After all, my aunt has never treated me well. You may kill her at your leisure." Su Ping'an deliberately adopted a nonchalant demeanor, tightening his grip around Huang San's neck. The originally fair complexion of the young gentleman in splendid attire turned a deep shade of purple, his eyes wide with fury. As if he were on the verge of voicing his indignation, Su Ping'an slightly loosened his grip. The gentleman in splendid robes, with a sigh of relief, immediately erupted in fury. "Chen Ping, how dare you attempt to bring about my demise?" He commanded. "Everyone, remain still and follow his orders." However, as soon as he finished speaking, Su Ping'an tightened his grasp once more. The scolding from Huang San left the 4 attendants frozen in place, paralyzed by fear. The remaining attendant, who had just been knocked to the ground, was continuously spitting blood and had already lost the strength to rise. "You, go and bind the other 3. And the one lying on the ground as well." Su Ping'an signaled to the least skilled of the gray-clad attendants and pointed towards a pile of hemp ropes in the corner of the courtyard. The attendant hesitated momentarily, but upon receiving a sharp glance from Huang San, he promptly dashed towards the heap of ropes. Before long, all 4 attendants, including the one who lay on the ground, coughing up blood, were securely bound. "And please come out and check if they're tied tightly enough." Su Ping'an had completely seized control of the situation. His second uncle had also groggily regained consciousness. He was unharmed but felt a slight discomfort that prevented him from standing. Su Ping'an's aunt and Su Yueyao no longer appeared as terrified as before, and under their mother's soothing presence, Su Yuka had ceased her wailing. Before long, A charming woman dressed in a greenish linen garment emerged from the shattered doorway. Her beautiful eyes radiated dissatisfaction as she cast a fierce glance at Su Ping'an. This unfortunate nephew of mine is indeed not on my side. What did you mean by aunt has not treated me well since childhood? You are the first child of the Su family. When I first took care of you, you were as small as a kitten. Without me, would you have grown this big? Must I be the one to check on the villains? You ungrateful little rascal. Although she understood that Su Ping'an's words were deliberately meant for the assailants, his aunt still wore an expression of sorrow and indignation. It's fine. They are all bound and helpless, she muttered as she cast a glance at Su Ping'an. All right, aunt, bind the remaining one as well, and cover their eyes with black cloth, tying them tightly. Though she had cursed her unfortunate nephew 100 times in her heart, this was a crucial moment for the survival of the family. This unfortunate nephew, having been a soldier for a month, seemed somewhat different from before. There was an indescribable feeling, a sense of reassurance that his presence brought. Consequently, his aunt complied with Su Ping'an's instructions without hesitation. Meanwhile, the young master in fine clothing was struggling desperately. Why cover their eyes? Are they going to kill me and silence me, so no one can see? No, father. Save me. Huang San was exceedingly agitated, completely oblivious to the large wet patch on his white undergarment beneath his brocade robe, emanating a faint, unpleasant odor. Su Ping'an, with a hint of disdain, nudged him aside and coldly remarked, "Rest assured, I shall not take your life." Su Ping'an had no intention of committing murder to silence anyone. Given Huang San's esteemed status, should he truly be killed, his powerful family would undoubtedly unleash chaos upon the entire Yanqing prefecture in their pursuit of the murderer. Conversely, allowing him to go would spare his family from such upheaval. After fruitlessly following the misleading information previously provided by Su Ping'an, they would inevitably return to the village to inquire about the Su family. However, none in the village were privy to Su Ping'an's specific military posting. The majority were illiterate farmers, who simply referred to him as the eldest son of the Su family. Few were aware of his full name, Su Ping'an. In the vast expanse of Yanqing Prefecture, with hundreds of thousands of military households, it would be no easy feat for the Huang family to locate him. This circumstance afforded him invaluable time for development. At the very least, he needed to wait until he could visit Yanqing Prefecture to seek mentorship and advance to the next realm. This would ensure that during future encounters with multiple assailants, he would not find himself in such a disadvantaged position. By the way, what is the next realm after refining essence? His previous master had never mentioned it. Soon, his aunt had prepared the 5 attendants. Su Ping'an grasped Huang San and swiftly bound him securely, covering his eyes with a black cloth. With a determined kick, he propelled several individuals into the backyard. Uncle, we are being targeted by Huang San. It is clear that we can no longer remain in Pingshan village. Let us depart to my place. Upon hearing his nephew's words, Su Yongda ceased to speak further, rising in silence to gather his belongings. Having spent half a lifetime in this place, he declared, "If you choose to leave, then go. I shall remain." Tears welled once more in his aunt's swollen eyes as she sank onto the only bed in their home, her face etched with reluctance. The Su family resides in Pingshan village, possessing several dozen acres of fertile land. Mother, if it were not for elder brother, our family would have perished by now. Let us heed his counsel. Su Yueyao cast a furtive glance at Su Dalong before settling beside her mother. She grasped her aunt's hand tightly, her bright and enchanting eyes glistening with tears. They reflected both the exhilaration of surviving a calamity and the sorrow of impending separation from home. At some point, Su Yueyao had developed a profound sense of dependence on Su Ping'an, an unwavering belief that he was always right in his affirmations. Su Yueka's emotional expression was decidedly more forthright. Like a small kitten, she clung to Su Ping'an's thigh, mumbling indistinctly, "I want my elder brother, wherever he goes. I shall follow." Observing the harrowing plight of their family, Su Ping'an remained silent for an extended period, filled with a burning desire to confront Huang San. Yet, the significant disparity in their social standings precluded him from acting on such impulsive sentiments. "Come, accompany me. There is meat to eat, warm bedding to sleep on, and new clothes to wear." Su Ping'an gathered the scattered supplies from the ground after dismounting and presented them before his aunt. Upon catching a whiff of the roasted goose within the package, Su Yueka immediately released her grip on Su Ping'an's thigh and seized a goose leg to gnaw upon. While indulging in her feast, she exclaimed, "Come on, follow your big brother. Stick with him, and there will be meat to eat." With a chuckle, her aunt couldn't help but laugh at the adorable sight of little Su Yueka, tears welling in the corners of her eyes. Subsequently, she pursed her lips, her heart already acquiescing, yet her words stubbornly resisted the notion of relying on her nephew for protection at this juncture. Very well, we shall go to Dallin's place. Life is hard for someone serving in the army alone. I shall assist you in tidying up your home. Su Ping'an wore a grim expression, yet chose to remain silent. After assisting in tidying up the household belongings, he swiftly placed Huang San into a large burlap sack. He then led his family towards the village entrance. Chapter 37. Taste the might of Old Sun's staff. The courtyard of the Su family is quite spacious, yet it is situated in a remote corner of Pingshan village, with the nearest neighbors over 100 meters away. Furthermore, during the non-busy agricultural season, villagers often venture out during the day in search of work. Consequently, the recent events at the Su household have gone unnoticed by the locals. After a brief exchange, Su Ping'an learned from his second uncle that Su Erlang had gone to the home of teacher Chen Kun in Yanqing Prefecture to prepare for the upcoming spring examination. At present, only Su Ping'an and his second uncle possess the ability to ride horses, although they are merely a few of Huang San's retainers. The horses they ride are of considerable value. Su Ping'an was not driven by greed, for it was highly probable that someone might trace them through these horses in the future. As they departed from Pingshan village, it was imperative to leave behind as few traces and clues as possible. Thus, the second uncle cradled the aunt in his arms while she held little Do Ding, and the three of them rode together on a single steed. Su Ping'an cradled Su Yueyao in his arms as they rode together on horseback. The reins of a second horse were held firmly in his grasp, while the animal bore their luggage and the bundled figure of Huang San, concealed within a burlap sack. Sister Chen, what is the situation? Are we embarking on a journey? As they traversed several hundred meters from the Su family courtyard, the number of earthen houses began to increase, with many neighbors warmly greeting Su Ershu and his wife. Ah, it is inevitable. Our eldest son has achieved success. He has secured a position as the 100 Long in the military at Dingshan Fortress and intends to bring our family to enjoy a better life. His aunt amiably exchanged pleasantries with the neighbors, adhering to the script Su Ping'an had meticulously prepared. Goodness, the Su family has truly prospered. They have 3 horses. Indeed, a single horse is worth several acres of fertile land. Did you not hear what his aunt mentioned? It is said that the eldest son of the Su family has made quite a name for himself. As the villagers observed the departing figures of the Su family, they exchanged whispers, their eyes glimmering with envy and admiration. Upon exiting the village of Pingshan, Su Ping'an did not head towards Qingshan village, but instead took a route leading in the opposite direction towards Dingshan Fortress, engaging in a bit of theatrics. He was determined to go through with the entire performance. The winters in the northern regions of the Great Jin Kingdom were notoriously frigid. Riding on horseback, the biting wind stung his face, akin to riding a small electric scooter in the depths of winter without a helmet or face covering. Su Ping'an gently grasped his sister's delicate hand, carefully examining it while keeping it warm. Su Yao has just turned 16 this year, her waist delicately cinched, and her bosom beginning to swell, presenting an alluring figure reminiscent of a blossoming flower. With a heart-shaped face and large, expressive eyes, complemented by a finely sculpted nose that hints at a touch of mixed heritage, she appears flawless from every angle. While she may lack a hint of feminine seduction, she possesses the pure and vibrant beauty that is characteristic of youthful innocence. Su Yueyao, being a woman, could not withstand the biting cold of the winter wind and nestled closely within Su Ping'an's embrace. Her eyes sparkled as she gazed at the surrounding scenery, a profound sense of security blossoming within her heart for the very first time. This marked her inaugural venture away from home since her birth. Thus, as the tranquil passage of time carried them towards Dingshanbao, the family seemed to almost forget the harrowing battle that had recently unfolded in the Su family's courtyard. Halt! Su Ping'an tightened the reins, dismounted gracefully, and subsequently lifted Su Yueyao down as well. Second uncle, please wait here for me. I have some matters to attend to before we continue our journey. With these words, Su Ping'an unfastened the burlap sack containing Huang San from the horse's back and led him towards a withered tree. Su Ping'an removed the black cloth that concealed Huang San's eyes. Huang Liuxin fixed his gaze upon Su Ping'an, desperately writhing and struggling. He emitted muffled sounds of mmh from his lips. Do you understand why I have removed the black cloth? Su Ping'an heavily patted Huang San's face. Instantly, several fingerprints marked Huang San's fair complexion, leaving him momentarily bewildered, silencing his earlier outcries. I want you to remember my face. Wait for me. I shall return to seek you out. As he spoke, Su Ping'an lifted Huang San's ornate robe while simultaneously pulling down his white trousers. Bang! Su Pingyan snapped off a branch as thick as a child's arm from the withered tree. Enjoy it to the fullest. Su Pingyan forcefully thrust a branch into the ground. As if enduring an unbearable agony, Huang San thrashed violently. His gaze fixated on the direction from which Su Pingyan had departed. Tears streamed down his cheeks in large droplets. With a casual pat on his hands, Su Pingyan departed without a backward glance. Under the excruciating scrutiny of Huang San, Su Pingyan rode a distance with his family towards the direction of Dingshan Fort. Only then did he turn back, hastening along a narrow path toward Qingshan Village in Fenglin County. It was the afternoon hour of Shan, nearing the borders of Qingshan Village. Su Pingyan sought a deserted location, where he slaughtered the 2 horses obtained from Huang San and set them ablaze. Although these horses held considerable value, should they be recognized, it would be all too simple for someone to trace back to him. This constituted a grave matter, and at this juncture, one must not be tempted by greed. Su Pingyan held Sui Weiyao with one hand and a small mare with the other, their steps echoing tap, tap, tap as they made their way to Qingshan Village. By the time they arrived, it was already dusk, and the sky had begun to darken. Upon opening the courtyard gate, the 3 women inside were somewhat taken aback by the unexpected return of their husband. Their surprise quickly turned to curiosity as they noticed the newcomers accompanying Su Pingyan, a rugged middle-aged man, a charmingly voluptuous woman, a strikingly beautiful girl with an air of mixed heritage, and a young girl gleefully gnawing on a chicken leg, grease adorning her small mouth. Mu Wanrong, quick to react, immediately surmised that this was the family of Su Pingyan's uncle and aunt, whom he had mentioned before. She promptly stepped forward, smiling warmly. "Ah, uncle and aunt have arrived. And 2 lovely younger sisters as well. Please, come in quickly, it's quite chilly outside." Mu Wanqing and Xiaoyi, seeing the situation, hastily joined in the invitation. However, Su Pingyan's aunt stood frozen in place, her mind racing with disbelief at the sight before her. These 3 exceptionally beautiful women. Could they possibly be the wives of my eldest nephew? When did he become so accomplished? And look at all that cured meat hanging from the eaves. What kind of household is this, thriving in such a lean season, feasting on meat every day? The aunt could hardly fathom the scene laid out before her. Meanwhile, Su Yao felt an inexplicable surge of weariness as she beheld the 3 stunning sisters-in-law, whose beauty rivaled that of her own mother. Eldest brother. Has he truly married so many wives? Su Yao was enveloped in a sense of unease, the reason for which eluded her. "Do not linger in place. Let us proceed indoors," urged her uncle, as he gently nudged his wife and daughter. With the assistance of the Mu sisters and Xiaoyi, they carried their belongings into the house. In the courtyard, Su Pingyan recounted the events of the day to Mu Wanrong, who, while shedding tears, tended to the wound on his waist. Fortunately, as a cultivator at the essence refinement stage, Su Pingyan's healing process was notably swifter than that of an ordinary person. The wound was not severe. A simple bandage sufficed to render it inconsequential. Wronger, today has imparted a profound realization. To survive and thrive in the tumultuous world of the Jin, one must possess strength, formidable strength. This strength may manifest as power, wealth, or the martial prowess to command respect. There is no time to lose. I must hasten to Yanqing Prefecture to seek a master and hone my skills. I left 30 taels of silver at home this morning, and here are another 30 for you. There is an empty house at the west end of the village. Please procure it from Captain Yang and Village Chief Lu for my uncle's family. During my absence, I entrust the winery and my family to your care. Should any insurmountable issues arise, do not hesitate to seek assistance from Captain Yang and Uncle Huang's family." With that, Su Pingyan embraced Mu Wanrong tightly, savoring a moment of closeness before ruffling her hair. Under her reluctant gaze, he mounted his mare and galloped away, swiftly disappearing into the embrace of the night. Chapter 38. Seeking leadership. Brother will assist you. Since acquiring the mare, Su Pingyan adhered to his principle of never skimping on the well-being of the women in his life. Every day, he fed her with a premium blend of soybean meal and cottonseed cake. This evening, the mare proved to be quite commendable. Su Pingyan rode swiftly upon his steed, galloping through the thick shroud of night, racing along the dusty rural paths. I stood amidst the fierce winds, yearning to dispel the lingering heartache, gazing at the heavens, observing the clouds shift in the 4 corners of the sky, sword in hand. Questioning the world, who among us is the true hero? In the solitude of the dark night, Su Pingyan could not restrain himself from breaking into song. Such a scene evoked memories of his previous life, navigating the narrow alleys of the bustling metropolis, toiling tirelessly as a food delivery worker. Indeed, regardless of the realm, the oppression from above remains the most unbearable burden for the common folk. I must strive to lead a better life. Su Pingyan tightened his grip around the belly of the mare, urging her to quicken her pace. The mare proved to be remarkably resilient, accompanying Su Pingyan in a swift gallop throughout the night, until, at the break of dawn, they reached the outskirts of Yanqing Prefecture. As the foremost city in the northern territory of the Great Jin Kingdom, the walls of Yanqing Prefecture were impressively towering. From the back of his horse, the walls appeared as an unbroken extension of the Great Wall. As Su Pingyan drew nearer, the weathered blue bricks and the broken arrowheads embedded within the crevices narrated the tale of the city's recent tumultuous history, with a resounding boom. At the hour of the rabbit, the gates of Yanqing Prefecture swung open, guarded by a battalion of soldiers clad in armor and wielding long halberds. By morning, a throng of villagers from nearby hamlets had gathered around the city gates, baskets in hand, ready to exchange their homegrown fruits and vegetables for copper coins. The early bird may not always catch the worm, but fortune favors the astute. Su Pingyan dismounted, feeding his mare some premium fodder while leading her towards the city gate to queue. Halt! When it was Su Pingyan's turn, the sentinel at the gate conducted his customary interrogation and search. The Great Jin Kingdom was presently engaged in a conflict with the northern barbarian tribes in Yanqing Prefecture. As the foremost city in the north, served as the military command center. In recent years, the fortifications at the city gates had been fortified to prevent any demon tribes from infiltrating, although the majority of the demon race still bore clear traits of their ancestors, such as scales and tails. After years of propagation, many of their tribes had produced individuals scarcely distinguishable from humans at birth. Yet, they retained the lineage of the demon race, characterized by an innate savagery and bloodlust. Additionally, there existed high-ranking demons who maintained the formidable physique of their forebears while possessing the ability to assume human form at will. However, such demon kings, regarded as strategic nuclear deterrents, seldom graced the battlefield and were far too astute to masquerade as humans merely to unleash slaughter within the inner city. As humans possessed similar countermeasures. Despite the ongoing warfare, both sides had adeptly maintained a strategic understanding. Following thorough questioning, the gate officer deemed Su Pingyan a model citizen and permitted him entry into Yanqing Prefecture. The streets of Yanqing were remarkably broad, even more spacious than those of Fenglin County, with the pavement laid with blue bricks. In the early morning, shops lining the streets had begun to open sporadically, though most had yet to attract customers. Occasionally, a shopkeeper would splash a basin of dirty water from inside the establishment, presumably cleaning the tables and chairs as per routine. Su Pingyan did not hasten to visit the martial arts school, but rather chose to first ascertain the well-being of Su Erlang. Before his departure, his aunt had only provided him with just enough money for sustenance, as all their savings had been given to Su Erlang. Poverty at home belies wealth on the road. Yet, even so, what ultimately reached Su Erlang was a mere 2 taels of silver. Given the prices in the capital of Yanqing Prefecture, Erlang's circumstances were unlikely to be favorable. Life in Chang'an is not easy, nor is it in the provincial capital. From his pocket, he extracted a crumpled piece of hemp paper, inscribed with Su Erlang's address in Yanqing Prefecture. This paper had been obtained from his uncle just before his departure. Following the address written upon it, Su Pingyan arrived at the residence of Su Erlang. Although Erlang's mentor, Qin Kun, was a man of considerable repute as a Confucian scholar, his lack of an official position rendered his life quite frugal. Their home in Yanqing Prefecture was merely a small courtyard with 2 entrances. Comparable in size to the old residence of the Su family in Pingshan village, hardly spacious enough to accommodate many. Thus, while it was said that Su Erlang was staying at his teacher's home, in reality, he resided in a makeshift wooden hut located in a narrow alley behind the Qin household. Knock, knock, knock. Su Pingyan rhythmically knocked on the wooden door. "Who is it?" came the voice of Su Erlang from within, laced with profound fatigue. "It is I, your elder brother." With a creak, the door swung open, and upon seeing Su Dalu, Su Erlang visibly paused, exclaiming in surprise, "Su Dalu, what brings you here?" Due to his long-standing discontent with their father's preference for providing the majority of family resources to his elder brother for martial training, Suan always referred to Su Pingyan as Su Dalu or Su Pingyan. "I've come to see you." Su Pingyan did not pay much heed to it and directly led the mare into the courtyard. The courtyard was quite small after tethering the mare. There remained only enough space for one person to pass. The furnishings within the room were equally simple, consisting of a bed, a wooden table, a chair, and a candlestick. On the table lay a sheet of hemp paper, an inkstone, and a brush. The candle in the candlestick continued to flicker. Coupled with Su Erlang's pronounced dark circles and weary voice, Su Pingyan surmised that Su Erlang had been deeply contemplating something throughout the night. Su Daluo unwrapped the parcel he had brought, revealing a stack of multigrain pancakes and a packet of seasoned meat. He said, "Come over and eat." Your mother made these multi-grain pancakes for you. Su Pingyan did not mention the cured meat he specifically purchased for his brother. Suwon entered the room, murmuring to himself. His eyes unfocused. He abruptly pulled the chair from beneath Su Pingyan and sat down, eating while deep in thought. What could occupy his mind to the extent that even the meat lacked flavor? Su Daliang picked up a brush and painted a turtle shell on Su Erlang's face. However, just as he had completed the circle, Su Wenin elbowed him aside. Accompanying this action were the two words spat out by Su Won, scoundrel. In their childhood, due to his disdain for his brother's arrogance and penchant for grandiloquent speech, Su Pingyan often seized the opportunity to draw a turtle on Su Wen's face while he slept. When Su Wen eventually discovered the prank, the two brothers would inevitably engage in a bout of mutual brawling. Yet, Su Pingyan, being skilled in martial arts, was hardly a match for Su Wen. Subsequently, Su Wen would invoke their aunt, delivering a scathing reprimand to Su Pingyan. What is it that you have to say? Speak quickly, or I shall continue to draw. Su Pingyan furrowed his brow and rolled up his sleeves. Su Wenza wiped the wet ink from his face and glanced at Su Pingyan. Suddenly, memories of childhood fears instilled by his elder brother resurfaced. A wise man does not suffer immediate losses, for there is no mother here to shield him. In the afternoon, the teacher intended to take me on a spring outing. Spring outing? Although he had never attended one, Su Pingyan immediately recalled the passage from the Analects he had studied. In late spring, when spring garments are completed, there are 5 or 6 gentlemen and 6 or 7 young boys, bathing in the river, enjoying the breeze at the dance altar, singing as they return. As Su Wen spoke while eating, he remarked, the teacher has informed us that this spring outing will witness the participation of all the esteemed scholars from Yanqing Prefecture, including a distinguished scholar who is soon to embark on a career in the capital. During the spring outing, each participating student is required to compose a poem on the theme of spring. Should one craft a remarkable poem, it is certain to attract the attention of that soon-to-be official. After the imperial examination, who knows, we might gain an ally in the corridors of power. Su Wen's meaning was likely understood by Su Pingyan. It is merely about crafting articles to flatter the leaders. If done well, one might enjoy the company of beautiful models. But if done poorly, one must return home to toil in the fields. Su Erlang possesses considerable emotional intelligence. He understands the art of ingratiating himself with the leaders. Once he enters the political arena in the future, he will undoubtedly become a significant ally of mine. He must be nurtured properly. From your scholarly pursuits since childhood, how could you not produce anything worthwhile in an entire night? Su Wen's courtesy name is derived from Sure. And Su Pingyan's specific reference to this name signifies that he harbors no intention of mocking. He wishes to prevent his sharp-tongued younger brother from uttering any overly provocative remarks, as he would be unable to restrain himself from delivering a blow. Su Erlang glanced at Su Dalong with an expression of incredulity and muttered, my expertise lies in strategy and military tactics. Poetry is not my forte. Every individual has their strengths and weaknesses. Do you understand? I do, indeed. I am both coarse and lengthy. Isn't it merely composing poetry? My elder brother is capable of that. With a swift surge of inspiration, Su Pingyan soon settled upon a timeless masterpiece. My dear younger brother, is it not merely the crafting of poetry? Rest assured, I possess the ability. Chapter 39. The Astonishment of Su Erlang. The essence of poetry lies in the artful manipulation of tones and rhythms. As long as this principle remains unchanged. Even within this realm, the poetic knowledge cultivated over 9 years of compulsory education in Su Pingyan's mind shall find its purpose. Is it truly you? Su Wen cast a glance at Su Pingyan and lifted his chin. The yellow fluff ball chirps incessantly, frolicking joyfully in the eastern courtyard and the neighboring western yard, chasing the caterpillars that have nowhere to hide, catching the tender grass and pecking at the autumn rice. Goodness, what a sharp tongue. I really want to give him a good thrashing. Fortunately, my family is not around. Otherwise, the noble and upright image I have painstakingly established would instantly crumble. Su Pingyan's lips twitched slightly. This was a poem penned by the original owner at the tender age of 9. The one who enlightened the 3 siblings of the Su family back then was their aunt's father, who was also Su Erlang's maternal grandfather, a scholar of some repute. On one occasion, this learned grandfather tested the 2 brothers on their poetry skills, and thus, this exquisite poem came into being. Su Wen has been well-versed and knowledgeable since childhood, and he has retained this wisdom to the present day. After reciting a poem, he continued to mock, saying, Su Dajiang, it is not that I look down upon you. Your martial prowess is indeed formidable, but in our Su family, I am the sole seed of scholarly pursuit. Your father's calligraphy resembles the scrabbling of a chicken's claw. Just as Su Erlang was about to respond, Su Pingyan's fist had already landed on his forehead. The melodious call of two orioles echoed amidst the verdant willows. Su Pingyan retracted his fist and remarked nonchalantly, "Whether it is a chicken or a bird, it is somewhat improved from before, yet it remains of the same ilk." Su Erlang rolled his eyes, yet having just been reprimanded by his elder brother, he refrained from voicing any dissent and silently munched on his bread and meat. A flock of egrets soared in the azure sky. Suwon was momentarily taken aback, and vivid imagery began to unfold in his mind. Su Pingyan picked up a pancake, spread some savory meat atop it, and wrapped it up, savoring it alongside fresh green onions. But that is not the end of the story. What follows? Suwon inquired eagerly, feeling as though he were in a tea house listening to a storyteller weave a tale. Just as the narrative reached a pivotal moment, the storyteller abruptly struck the wooden block, exclaiming, "To learn what transpires next, please await the next installment." This left one feeling infuriated, wishing to lash out. Alas, I am not adept at composing poetry, and my handwriting resembles that of a chicken's claw. Su Pingyan cast a casual glance at Su Erlang, continuing to eat his cake, without a hint of suggesting that he should apologize. "Oh, elder brother," Su Erlang murmured softly, yet the words remained unspoken. He actually called me big brother, influenced by his scholar grandfather. Su Erlang was taught from a young age to uphold the integrity of a learned man, steadfast and unyielding. Even when Su Pingyan pummeled him mercilessly, he would never concede defeat. At most, he would summon his mother to berate Su Pingyan. When did Erlang become so astute? It seems that life under someone else's roof has been quite unbearable lately. He cast a glance around the room, which was stripped down to the bare essentials, and at the thin burlap quilt on the bed. Su Pingyan inexplicably felt a pang of sorrow, softly reciting, "The window frames the eternal snow of the western peaks. The door harbors ships from the eastern woo for thousands of miles." With a clatter, the chopsticks in Su Wen's hand fell onto the table. "The window frames the eternal snow of the western peaks. The door harbors ships from the eastern woo for thousands of miles," he murmured, lost in the profound essence of the lines. The power of poetry lies in its ability to touch the depths of one's soul. Even those unversed in the art of poetry, who may not comprehend the intricacies of tone and rhythm, can still be irresistibly stirred when confronted with timeless masterpieces. This sensation often overwhelmed Su Pingyan during his previous life, as he was profoundly moved by the literary treasures in his language textbooks. Two orioles sing amidst the verdant willows. A line of egrets ascends to the azure sky. The window frames the eternal snow of the western peaks. The door harbors ships from the eastern woo for thousands of miles. Su Wenqing could not help but rise to her feet, a blush of excitement blossoming on her fair complexion, which rendered her already bright and charming features even more alluring. The boyish beauty was so delicate that it defied description. When, oh when, would the elder brother compose poetry? Su Wen's gaze was fixed intently on Su Pingyan, his eyes reflecting a spectrum of emotions: brightness, astonishment, and perplexity. "When did I ever claim that I could not compose poetry?" Su Pingyan chuckled softly. "Can the poetry composed during one's enlightenment truly represent the present? I have always possessed considerable poetic talent. I simply choose not to display it. This is akin to a full bucket of water being silent, while a half-filled one clatters about." Su Pingyan patted his younger companion on the shoulder. "Go on, take it and showcase it before others. Can the pursuits of a scholar be mere pretense? Remember, this poem is authored by you, Su Wen. Do not be obstinate. Your elder brother serves as a soldier and does not tread the path of officialdom." Su Pingyan continued to advise. Having grown up together, he knew Su Erlang's temperament all too well. Although he had endured the trials of society and had become considerably more tactful, there remained a lingering fear that he might falter at a critical moment. "What about the poem?" Su Erlang inquired. "Ah, I have forgotten. After all these years, being able to recall 4 lines of poetry is already my limit." Su Pingyan was momentarily taken aback, then composed himself and remarked, "This poem was inspired by my sentiments. It bears no title, so feel free to name it as you wish. My elder brother has pressing matters to attend to, so you should diligently prepare for the upcoming spring examination and this afternoon's outing." Su Pingyan temporarily tethered the mare in Su Erlang's courtyard and strode out the door. He refrained from disclosing the recent upheavals within his family to Erlang, merely stating that he had earned a modest sum and intended to bring his family to Qingshan village in Fenglin County for a period of respite. He repeatedly urged Su Erlang to keep their home address confidential. After a hearty meal, as Su Pingyan stepped outside, he felt invigorated. This was the advantage of being a martial artist in the refining essence realm. As long as one was well fed, vitality, and energy flowed abundantly, making it a trivial matter to endure a few sleepless nights. From his pocket, he retrieved the enrollment information he had previously taken from the wooden railing and followed the address inscribed on the course paper. Before long, he arrived at the entrance of the Broken Lure Martial Arts School. There were no crimson gates nor imposing stone lions. From the outside, it appeared to be an ordinary three-courtyard residence. Only the robustly inscribed for characters on the sign indicated that this was indeed a martial arts school. Behind the door of the school stood a brown wooden table, behind which an elderly gentleman sat, resting his head on his hand as he dozed off. Su Ping'an shook his head, pondering how this martial arts school appeared rather untrustworthy. However, he had inquired along the way and learned that all the martial arts schools in Yanqing Prefecture had relocated south, leaving only the dilapidated Ru Lu Martial Arts School remaining. Su Ping'an had no alternative. Stepping across the threshold, he placed the enrollment information before the old man. The elderly gentleman, who had been resting his head on his hand, slid slightly and opened his bleary eyes. "Master, is this the Broken Decree Martial Arts School mentioned in the enrollment information? I wish to register." Slowly glancing at Su Ping'an, the old man yawned and inquired, "Have you brought enough silver?" "Indeed," Su Ping'an replied. Su Ping'an took out a 100-tael silver note from his pocket and slapped it on the table. The old man cast a glance and shouted into the courtyard, "Ling Shui, someone has signed up." What a misjudgment. Su Ping'an felt a slight shock, realizing that although the elderly man before him appeared frail and drowsy, he was surprisingly vigorous. "Old son, senior sister Ling Shui has gone out. She mentioned preparing for the spring outing with Master Lu this afternoon," came a young man's voice from within the courtyard. Casually, a young man clad in a black robe dashed out, looking at least 2 years younger than Su Erling. He scrutinized Su Ping'an for a moment, and upon noticing the 100 taels of silver note in his hand, he gestured towards him, saying, "Come in and pay the fee." Chapter 40. Apprenticeship. With a tinge of apprehension in his heart, Su Ping'an followed the young man in the athletic attire into the courtyard, navigating around the towering screen wall. Su Ping'an soon realized that the martial arts hall, though appearing modest from the outside, was actually transformed from 2 spacious courtyards, featuring towering lofts within, exuding an air of grandeur. Before long, he was led to the front of the loft situated at the heart of the estate. Stepping over the high threshold, he entered the main hall, where 2 lines of poetry adorned the sturdy columns. "Not sparing my head for the new homeland, willingly soaking the land of China with my blood." In this realm, the literati of the Great Jin Kingdom also referred to their territory as China or Huaxia. Is this a reminder to dedicate oneself to the nation and its people? It seems the author of this poem has also been on the battlefield. Su Ping'an's thoughts drifted. Yet the young man in tactical attire remained silent throughout the journey, prompting Su Ping'an to sensibly maintain her own silence. "Please wait here. I shall summon someone to assist you with the registration," the young man called out before vanishing into the corridor. Moments later, another individual entered the hall, with the previously silent young man trailing behind him. This newcomer donned a navy blue short shirt with a cross-collar design, embellished with exquisite red silk piping along the neckline, cuffs, and front edges. He wore an oval-shaped gauze hat and carried a standard-issue dagger at his waist. His eyes were narrowed into slits. Despite the friendly demeanor of his face, it emanated an air of subtle menace and authority. Su Ping'an could not help but furrow his brow. "The officials? Have the Huang family located me so swiftly? That is inconceivable. How could they have achieved this?" In an instant, Su Ping'an was prepared to flee. It was evident that resisting on their territory was not an option. "Are you new here?" "Huh. In this day and age, few aspire to be martial artists. Pay the fee, and I shall assist you with your registration." "You are not here to apprehend me?" Su Ping'an, somewhat stiff, retrieved 100 taels of silver notes from his pocket, his heart still brimming with vigilance. With a swift motion, the squinting-eyed individual snatched the notes from his hand and tucked them into his own bosom. Subsequently, he found a seat and settled down. The young man in the rugged attire then began to assist Su Ping'an with the registration process. Having paid the fee, Su Ping'an was now considered a member of the Breaking the Siege martial arts school. The previously silent young man in rugged clothing suddenly became more talkative. "I am Bai Feng, the youngest disciple of the Breaking the Siege martial arts school, but from today onward, you shall hold that title. Henceforth, I shall be your senior brother, and you, my junior brother. This hierarchy is determined by the order of entry. Do you understand?" Su Ping'an nodded. "What is your name?" "Su Ping'an. What do you do?" "I am a soldier from Donghe Fort." "Soldier?" Bai Feng paused, his brush momentarily stilled, while the squint-eyed companion seated nearby turned to listen. The squint-eyed man stood up and joined the inquiry. Why do you wish to learn martial arts? Upon hearing this question, Su Pingyan hesitated for a moment as his mind raced. In any locale where humanity resides, there exists a realm of intrigue. Whether in a village, an army, or this martial arts academy, resources are invariably finite. Having entered the Breaking the Enemy Martial Arts Academy, I must demonstrate my potential with utmost swiftness. Only then might I secure additional training and resources. My time is limited. The border is perpetually embroiled in conflict and loss of life. That day, I used a wooden stick to prod Huang San, aiding him in discovering a new realm of possibilities. I remain uncertain whether he harbors resentment or gratitude for my actions. Yet I am certain he will not forget me. It is possible that one day, he may seek retribution. I must enhance my abilities with great urgency. In other words, I need to capture the attention of Breaking the Enemy Martial Arts Academy as swiftly as possible. In Su Pingyan's mind, the lines of poetry he had seen upon entering the courtyard resurfaced, not sparing my head for the new homeland, willingly soaking the land of China with my blood. The master of this martial arts school seemed to be a person eager to slay enemies on the battlefield and serve the nation. Newcomer, what brings you here? This is our school's senior brother, Song Chengfeng. He was the youngest head constable of the Yanqing Prefecture, holding a 6th-rank official title, a master in the Qi refinement realm, and a promising young talent with the potential to become the chief constable of the 6 doors. He inquired about Su Pingyan, urging him to respond. Qi refinement realm? This term was unfamiliar to Su Pingyan. Could it be that the next level beneath the essence refinement realm was indeed the Qi refinement realm? Noticing Su Pingyan's silence, Bai Feng grew increasingly anxious. A hint of displeasure also appeared on Song Chengfeng's face. Senior brother Song, I have long admired your esteemed reputation. Su Pingyan clasped his hands together and continued earnestly, I am indeed a soldier by birth. The northern barbarians have relentlessly invaded our Great Jin borders for years, trampling our lands and plundering our people. My pursuit of martial skills is naturally to slay more enemies on the battlefield and defend my homeland. His words were a blend of truth and embellishment. While protecting the land of Huaxiao and its people was undoubtedly a thought close to his heart, enhancing his survival rate in combat and improving his own strength were equally pressing matters for him at present. Ah, splendid, Song Chengfeng remarked, giving Su Pingyan's shoulder a light pat. After nodding in acknowledgement, he turned and departed the hall without further conversation. Is he leaving just like that? Su Pingyan wore a perplexed expression, questioning whether the poem hung on the supporting pillar of your martial arts school was merely for show. After Song Chengfeng departed, Bai Feng continued to inquire about Su Pingyan's basic information, meticulously registering his details. Although the original owner was rather taciturn, Su Pingyan had mingled in various online forums and social platforms for years, thus possessing a considerable talent for conversation. Before long, he had forged a camaraderie with Bai Feng, the junior disciple of the Peilu Martial Arts School. Brother Bai, what exactly is the background of our senior brother Song? How is it that he serves as both the senior disciple of the martial arts school and holds a position in the officialdom? Su Pingyan queried. Bai Feng shot him a glance, retorting, You are a soldier's offspring, yet you too have joined our martial arts school. Do you find our school somewhat desolate? In truth, Peilu Martial Arts School was not always like this. Bai Feng began to elaborate, recounting tales and secrets of the Peilu Martial Arts School that had been shared with him by his seniors. This brought him immense psychological gratification. Our master, renowned as Yu Peilu, held the esteemed position of deputy general in the governor's office during his youth. 20 years ago, during the Jianmen Pass campaign, he collaborated with the great General Yin Nantian, a loyal servant of our former emperor, to achieve significant victories against the barbaric tribes. The Jianmen Pass campaign? Is that not the battle in which my father perished? Su Pingyan pondered, yet refrained from interrupting Bai Feng's narrative. After our master retired to his hometown, he established the Peilu Martial Arts School here in Yanqing Prefecture. His initial aim was to cultivate more martial artists to serve in the military, defending our homeland. In the earlier years, before the borders were plagued by continuous warfare, there were indeed numerous martial arts schools in Yanqing Prefecture. At that time, our Peilu Martial Arts School was the most renowned, boasting the highest number of students. The atmosphere within the school was vibrant and lively. However, as the barbaric tribes began their invasions, the frequency of battles escalated. The authorities initiated large-scale drafts for martial artists to serve in assault teams, countering the elite forces of the barbaric tribes. Initially, the brothers of our school eagerly volunteered. However, as casualty lists and mortality rates were revealed. Nearly all martial artists recoiled in fear. People began to dread martial training and the prospect of battle, leading to a gradual southward migration of martial arts schools from Yanqing Prefecture. Nevertheless, our master remained steadfast in his principles, even urging the senior disciples to join the fight. Reluctant to face death, the disciples had no choice but to leave the school and join other martial arts schools heading south. Following that incident, our master was so enraged that he refrained from accepting new students for several years. It was not until last year, amidst the escalating tensions at the frontier of the Great Jin Kingdom, that the Palu Martial Arts School resumed enrollment. Although our master has aged, he still wishes to contribute to the nation. Yet, the desire to pursue martial arts has dwindled among the people. To this day, you are the only student we have admitted. Bai Feng spoke at length, sharing an abundance of information with Su Pingyan. And what about you? Are you not afraid of going to battle? Su Pingyan gazed at his senior brother, who was 5 or 6 years his junior, and could not help but chuckle as he inquired. I am an orphan, raised by our master since childhood. It is my destiny to inherit his aspirations and take to the battlefield. Unfortunately, I am not yet of age. In just a year, I shall be able to enlist. Bai Feng, with a sense of pride, lifted his chin as he spoke. But why does master not compel our senior brother to join the army? Chapter 41. Stopping to admire the maple forest at dusk, few remained at the martial arts school. The senior brother currently served as a constable in the government of Yanqing, solving cases for the people, thus contributing to the nation. Moreover, he was responsible for the daily management of the school, which caused master to turn a blind eye. By the way, little Su, Bai Feng suddenly turned towards Su Pingyan, awkwardly assuming the demeanor of a senior brother. You are a soldier's household. Precisely the talent our master requires. He should be quite pleased to see you this afternoon. Since there is still ample time, allow me to show you around the martial arts school. Su Pingyan nodded, following Bai Feng as they wandered through the expansive martial arts academy. The Broken Troops Martial Arts Hall was vast, clearly once bustling with students honing their skills during its prime, capable of accommodating over 100 practitioners simultaneously. The academy featured several halls: the training hall, the performance hall, the conference hall, the hall of hidden skills, and the reception hall. The place where Su Pingyan had just lingered was the reception hall. Aside from the training hall and the reception hall, the doors to the other 3 halls were thickly coated with dust, indicating a long period of neglect. The dwindling number of eager students naturally led to the master's diminishing practice and instruction in martial arts. Observing the once great academy in such disrepair, Su Pingyan could not help but feel a pang of melancholy. The ravages of war had not only impacted those of his humble origins, but had also struck a profound blow to institutions that were once the pride of their community. Outside the outskirts of Yanqing Prefecture, at the Iwan Pavilion, several luxurious carriages stood parked nearby. The biting cold winds swept through the area, with the distant rolling mountains draped in a light brown hue. A closer inspection revealed hints of tender green amid the brown. As winter waned and spring began to emerge, resilient plants were already sprouting their green shoots. Today's weather, towards the end of winter in the northern regions, could be deemed rather pleasant, as the sun lazily hung in the sky, casting a gentle warmth. The northern scholar El Dai was set to enter officialdom. This was a significant event for the increasingly marginalized northern scholars within the political arena. Since the establishment of the Great Jin, the warmer southern climate and flourishing agricultural trade afforded southern scholars superior conditions for study. Each spring, northern students found themselves overshadowed by their southern counterparts during examinations. Furthermore, the fierce factional struggles within the court saw proposals from northern officials to develop northern cities and quell the barbarian insurrections consistently dismissed by their southern peers. As political infighting escalated, northern officials found their influence waning, and their aspirations for political advancement grew ever more elusive. Now, El Dai, the northern scholar, was appointed as Deputy Minister of Revenue, holding a third-rank position. The teachers at Yinian Academy celebrated with exultant cheers, and the students rejoiced, feeling a sense of vindication and the promise of brighter days ahead. On a slope not far from the Iwan Pavilion, 3 elderly men strolled arm in arm, one of whom donned a purple robe and bore frosty white hair. He was the protagonist of this spring outing. El Dai, styled as Ding Gong, known as the Northern Scholar, had achieved the highest honor in the 22nd year of Ningda. After retiring the following year, he returned to his hometown of Yanqing Prefecture to pursue scholarship. And over the course of 30 years, he cultivated a multitude of talented students, becoming a renowned sage. He was destined for a promising future, poised to enter the cabinet and serve as a minister, yet he had quietly exited the political sphere the year after his triumph. Within the scholarly community, speculations abounded. Some claimed he had offended the then prime minister and was forced to leave, while others suggested he had become a pawn caught in the crossfire of factional strife. Regardless, after 3 decades, he was finally re-emerging to serve in the capital as Deputy Minister of Revenue, now wielding significant economic power over the Great Jin dynasty, securing his place among the esteemed officials in the court. Alongside him were 2 other distinguished individuals, equally notable in their own right. One, clad in a white robe with a flowing goat beard, was Chen Xian, styled as Gong Tai, a master of calligraphy praised by the late emperor as the saint of calligraphy, whose script danced across the page with grace and vigor. The other, dressed in blue, was Pei Jin, styled as Shun Ji, a military strategist whose early work, The 3 Strategies of Warfare, remains a seminal text for military leaders in the Great Jin. He was not only Su Erlang's mentor, but also the only strategist of the era who could rival Lu Yu in renown. Surprisingly, the young woman accompanying the 3 scholars was not their favorite student, but a girl clad in a yellow dress. With an oval face, her features were exquisite, her complexion flawless, and her eyes sparkled with vitality. She held a piece of sugarcane in her hand, with a deerskin pouch and a small round plate hanging from her waist, resembling either a geomantic plate or some form of ritual instrument. Beneath her skirt, she wore delicately embroidered leather boots. A burlap bag adorned her wrist, collecting the bits of sugarcane she continuously discarded from her petite mouth. Behind the trio of great scholars and the young woman in yellow trailed the most promising young students from Yinian Academy. Suwen found himself amidst the discourse. The esteemed recluse from the north was finally poised to emerge from seclusion. Should he bestow his favor upon Su, fortune and officialdom would undoubtedly follow after the spring examination. A familiar classmate whispered, "Today's topic, as our teachers have indicated, is the spring outing. Have you prepared your poem? My elder brother has crafted one for me. A splendid 7-character regulated verse that will surely astound you all. Just wait and witness my moment of glory," Suwen replied, casting a casual glance at the 3 venerable scholars ahead of him. "I've merely prepared a casual piece. Guozheng, you are overly pragmatic." "This is not mere pragmatism," his friend countered. "Scholarship and governance alike require diligent effort." Although Su's companion knew that Suwen was not particularly adept at poetry, he refrained from further argument. "I believe Guozheng speaks truthfully," another student interjected. "The current atmosphere within the Jin dynasty's bureaucracy is rife with corruption. Factions within the higher echelons engage in relentless scheming, while the lower officials exploit the common folk. Coupled with the incessant warfare in the northern territories, our nation languishes in malaise. If we scholars aspire to effect change, we must cultivate a more agile mindset. One must hold a position to influence governance." Nodding in agreement, Guozheng turned to Su Wen and remarked, "You often dismiss poetry as trivial, yet no matter how eloquently you compose essays or treatises, who will remember you a century hence? Poetry, however, possesses the power to endure through the ages, to achieve immortality. Poetry is but a trivial pursuit. Can it govern a nation? Can it benefit the people? It is merely the lament of discontented literati," Su Wen retorted, contemplating his impending endeavor to showcase the poem his brother had provided. Eager to curry favor with the esteemed official who had once held a prominent position, Su Wen's throat emitted a faint murmur, swallowing the words that almost escaped his lips. Guozheng gazed at him in astonishment, surprised that he did not retort. In the front row, the sage of books, Chen Gongtai, sighed, "Brother LV, had you possessed half their agility in your youth, you would not have squandered 30 years in vain." The northern recluse smiled softly. "That assertion is flawed. Brother LV has spent these 3 decades amassing strength, preparing for a grand emergence. With Brother LV now serving as Vice Minister of the Ministry of Revenue, shall we still lack for military provisions in our Yanqing prefecture? When you join forces with our officials and soldiers to quell the northern barbarians, it will mark a day of great achievement for the Great Jin and a return of our northern scholars to the official realm." The northern recluse spoke solemnly. "My return to the official realm of the Great Jin is to carve out new territories for our northern scholars. However, to revive the former glory of our northern literati, it is not enough for me alone. We must unite our efforts and also require the brilliance of our exceptional younger generations." Chen Xian and Pei Jin exchanged knowing smiles. The latter turned to the students trailing behind them and asked, "As we, the Yin Academy, rarely embark on spring excursions together. Is there anyone willing to compose a poem to enliven our spirits? Upon hearing this, a girl in a yellow dress paused her nibbling on sugarcane, her expression turning earnest and bright. Although she hailed from a martial family, her two greatest passions were culinary delights and poetry. The words of the two esteemed scholars ignited a stir among the students. The northern recluse stepped forward, drawing a purple jade pendant from his waist, declaring, "The one who composes the finest poem shall receive this jade." Chapter 42. A poem astounds the great scholars. The jade pendant, smooth and delicate, felt cool to the touch, with ethereal water patterns flowing gracefully across its surface. Its hue was deep and rich purple, reminiscent of a blooming violet. The eyes of the students following the scholars sparkled with excitement. This pendant, carried by the esteemed LV Dai for many years, was clearly of remarkable value. Moreover, the northern recluse's offering of the purple jade bore deeper significance. An item cherished by an elder for years is only bestowed upon juniors and students, implying that by accepting this jade, young scholar, you and I enter into a bond. You shall henceforth be my student. With a teacher of third rank looking after you in the court, what fear could there be of not soaring to great heights after the spring examinations? In Su Ping'an's past life, this would have equated to having an uncle who was a provincial governor. A student stepped forward, clad in a light blue scholar's robe, adorned with a jade pendant, and approached the three esteemed scholars and the girl in the yellow dress, bowing respectfully. Chun Xian stroked his goatee and smiled. "This is my student, Zhang Muji, who possesses considerable poetic talent." The northern recluse nodded with a smile. After Zhang Muji recited the spring excursion poem he had prepared in advance, the northern recluse's smile deepened, clearly pleased. Yu Lingxue, the daughter of the owner of the Breaking the Enemy Martial Arts Hall, gazed at Zhang Muji with a faint smile. Zhang Muji bowed to the northern recluse, and then returned a smile to Yu Lingxue before retreating into the crowd, feeling quite proud of himself. Coming from a prominent family in Yanqing Prefecture, he had long anticipated this spring excursion, knowing that the daughter of the Breaking the Enemy Martial Arts Hall would also be present. Although Yu Lingxue was merely the daughter of a martial arts hall owner in Yanqing, her true influence lay in the capital. If he could gain the patronage of the esteemed scholar LV Dai while simultaneously winning the favor of Yu Lingxue, Zhang Muji was certain he would become one of the most promising young talents at the Yin Academy. Indeed, the military strategist Pei Jin offered his praise, albeit without further commentary, as the other two scholars were more poetically gifted than he. However, a good beginning does not guarantee a favorable conclusion. After Zhang Muji's recitation, other students sequentially presented their prepared spring excursion poems, but their quality could only be described as a dog's tail following a weasel. Chun Xian lamented. Ever since the late emperor established the eight-legged essay as the core of the imperial examination, scholars have gradually become shackled by classical texts, engrossed in mere rhetoric. Over time, this rigid adherence to the eight-legged essay has stifled the creativity of scholars, rendering their prose and poetry devoid of spirit. As he spoke, his heart grew heavy with sorrow. The northern recluse sighed. Enough of this. We must forge a new path for the future generations. Are there any more students willing to compose a poem? Silence ensued. After a long pause, no one stepped forward. Zhang Muji's gaze remained fixed upon the purple jade, his eyes ablaze with ambition. I shall seize both the teacher's patronage and the favor of Miss Lingxue. Esteemed scholars, I dare to compose a poem. Su Wen emerged from the crowd and approached the three esteemed scholars. With Yu Lingxue's striking beauty, any normal man would be unable to resist admiring her, even harboring desires of possession. Yet, Su Erlang did not cast a glance in her direction. His deliberate silence persisted. In the academy, Su Wen maintained a humble and low-profile demeanor, unwilling to prematurely showcase his poetic talents and cause embarrassment among his peers. This had nothing to do with his previous eloquent exchanges with Zhang Muji, which were as radiant as blossoming lotuses. Su Tsungshi, my student, excels in literary composition and possesses profound knowledge of military strategy. He is a promising talent, remarked Pei Jin, a master of military tactics, in an understated manner. The implication was clear. While my student is indeed remarkable, he lacks poetic prowess. The assembly turned their gazes towards Su Tsungshi, their thoughts filled with surprise. Why would he present himself when he cannot compose poetry, seeking merely to assert his presence? Zhang Muji, who was determined to possess the admiration of the audience, cast a wary glance at Su Wen. Upon recognizing him, he could not help but smirk inwardly, deeming him a mere fool. Having shared years of camaraderie, the two often engaged in eloquent discourse, each aware of the other's strengths and weaknesses. Su Tsungshur excelled in military strategy and discourse, yet his poetry lacked the refinement to grace the grand halls of sophistication. The jade pendant still belongs to me. In the gaze of numerous scholars, 3 eminent Confucians, and Yu Lingxue, Su Wen reveled in their attention, his demeanor exuding arrogance and indifference. Gazing at the newly sprouted branches in the distance, accompanied by the chirping of birds, Su Wen spoke solemnly. 2 orioles sing amidst the emerald willows. Pei Jin, a master of military arts, quietly breathed a sigh of relief. The depiction was fitting, surpassing the quality of Su Wen's previous verses. Though it could not rival Zhang Muji's compositions, it was unlikely to bring him disgrace. A row of white egrets against the azure sky. Yet again, a description of the scenery as winter waned and spring approached. In just 2 brief lines, the poem vividly captured the vibrant scene of spring's return. Excellent, excellent. Chen Xian stroked his beard and nodded, greatly appreciating the poem's ambience. The northern recluse displayed a look of eager anticipation. After consuming so much humble fare, at last, a poem that might surpass Zhang Muji's work had emerged. Yu Lingxue also wore an expression of expectation, her almond-shaped eyes fixed upon Su Tsungshur. Zhang Muji's demeanor shifted to one of caution. Suddenly, Su Tsungshur spread his arms wide, his handsome visage illuminated by the sun, revealing a flawless and exquisite complexion akin to white jade. He raised his arms, gazing directly at the 3 Confucians, and emphatically proclaimed the final 2 lines. The window frames the eternal snows of the western ridge. The door moors ships from the eastern wu. A journey of 10,000 miles. A hush fell over the sloping meadow. In an instant, the assembled crowd felt a tingling sensation, goosebumps rising on their skin. Zhang Muji turned his head slightly, unable to believe the proud figure of Su Tsungshur. The window frames the eternal snows of the western ridge. The door moors ships from the eastern wu. A journey of 10,000 miles. Pei Jin, invigorated, clapped his hands. Magnificent. My student has truly brought me great honor. The first 2 lines depicted the vibrant scene of spring's return, perfectly mirroring the northern scholar's hopeful resurgence into the bureaucratic realm. The 3rd and 4th lines portrayed the view from the window, revealing the perennial snows atop the western ridge and the vast ships docked along the riverbank from eastern wu. This corresponded with the arduous environment faced by the northern scholars, the expansive lands of the north, and the imminent appointment of the northern recluse to the southern capital. The entire poem exuded grandeur and profound depth, encapsulating the essence of the northern recluse's life. The more one contemplated it, the more one felt overwhelmed with emotion. Pei Jin observed Su Wen, rendered speechless. A fine poet indeed. The northern recluse was presently lost in the contemplation of this 7-character quatrain's profound meaning. His spirit stirred. A splendid poem, he murmured. Yu Lingxue, her beautiful eyes shining brightly, gazed at Su Erlang, her admiration swelling to the point where even the pastries in her deerskin pouch lost their allure. He is truly handsome, like a girl, and so adept at composing poetry. If I could marry him, I would have him write me poems every day. Alas, he is perhaps too beautiful. I prefer someone with a more masculine demeanor. But that matters little, for his poetic talents are undeniable. Su Tsungshur, does this poem have a title? The northern recluse, regaining composure, finally extricated himself from the poem's ambience. None. Su maintained his lofty demeanor in his official pursuits. He found himself at a loss to elucidate why this poem bore no title, opting instead to uphold his pride and silence the inquiries of others. No matter, no matter. The smile of the northern recluse only broadened. This poem, nay. Let me rephrase. This spring excursion was entirely arranged for my benefit, was it not? Su nodded slightly, and none of the others around him voiced any objections. Let me propose something for you, he said. At that moment, the revered sage of books, Chen Xian, and the esteemed strategist, Pei Jin, suddenly grasped El Dai's intention. Feeling a pang of envy, yet unable to articulate a counterargument. How about we name it the spring outing gifted to El Dai by the love of late Pavilion? The distinguished scholar, holding the esteemed position of 3rd-rank Minister of Revenue, was filled with anticipation. That sounds quite acceptable. Su Wen instinctively wanted to respond with a touch of pride, but soon realized he was addressing an illustrious figure he admired greatly. He swiftly swallowed the words that were on the tip of his tongue and, with a respectful gesture, said, "I leave it entirely to your esteemed judgment." Su Wen clasped his hands together and exclaimed, "You old rogue, how utterly shameless." Humph. The two esteemed scholars beside him were so envious that they felt their teeth might fall out. Such is the nature of fate. The northern recluse laughed heartily, displaying a certain pride as he bowed to his fellow scholars. The last time he felt this triumphant was 30 years ago when he topped the imperial examinations, and again, half a year prior, when he was reinstated by the court. In this era of decline for the literary world of the Great Jin, should this poem circulate, it would undoubtedly create a stir among scholars, echoing through the halls of academia. The reputation of the northern recluse would rise in tandem. Most crucially, his maneuver would forever link his name to this poem. If this work were to become a classic, the northern recluse's name would be immortalized. The likelihood of such a masterpiece enduring through the ages was indeed substantial. To the two eminent scholars, it appeared that Su Wen, in the guise of a student, was bestowing poetry upon his esteemed teachers. However, it is customary for names to be inscribed in poems exchanged among peers and friends, revealing that this rogue was willing to sacrifice his dignity for the sake of eternal fame. What has been the greatest aspiration of scholars since time immemorial? To cultivate oneself, harmonize the family, govern the state, and bring peace to the world? No, that is merely a means to an end. The ultimate goal is singular, to be remembered in the annals of history. The remaining two scholars were consumed by jealousy, feeling as though they were being torn apart. As the mentor Pei Jin knew Su Wen well, he calmed himself and keenly sensed that the poem might not have been penned by his student. Yet, he chose not to expose the truth. The fact that his student had garnered the favor of the northern recluse was a stroke of fortune for him. And as a teacher, he felt pride in his student's achievement. Amidst the adoration of Yu Lingxue and the fervent discussions of the other students, Su Wen cleared his throat and spoke candidly. "Esteemed teachers, this poem was actually authored by another." Chapter 43. A poem shocks the great scholars. 2. The lively debate abruptly fell silent. In that brief moment, Su Wen managed to regain the attention of the entire gathering. As a scholar, he relished the thrill of such surprising revelations. The expressions of the three esteemed scholars varied. Pei Jin wore a look of realization, and his fondness for Su Wen grew. Although the poem was not his creation, a scholar should maintain a clear conscience. One with such integrity might well ascend to great heights in the future. The sage of books, Chen Xian, was taken aback, his expression one of astonishment. Yu Lingxue was equally astonished, her large almond-shaped eyes fixed on Su Wen, brimming with confusion. The northern recluse exhibited the most pronounced reaction, stepping forward eagerly to inquire. "Who is the author? Is he a student of our academy? Where is he?" The northern recluse's gaze swept past Su Wen, scanning the remaining students. Yet no one stepped forward. It was his elder brother, Su Ping'an. Su Wen slightly raised his chin, maintaining an air of arrogance. The students began a fervent discussion. "Su Songshi's elder brother? I have not heard of such a person. Where did he pursue his studies?" "Indeed, our Yin Academy is the most renowned institution in the entire northern frontier. If Songshi is studying here, why is his brother not present?" "Wait, that's not right. Didn't Songshi previously mention that he is the only child in his family?" The students were in a frenzy, eager to uncover the identity of the individual who had composed such a breathtaking 7-character quatrain. "He is a martial artist, currently apprenticing at the Palu Martial Arts Academy." Boom. The entire scene erupted in astonishment. The three esteemed scholars fell silent, their expressions complex. Only Yu Lingxue, standing nearby, widened her apricot eyes in surprise, her dazed demeanor quite endearing. Yet she quickly regained her composure. "Esteemed scholars, Lingxue has pressing matters to attend to. I must take my leave." With that, Yu Lingxue disregarded the reactions of those around her, swiftly lifting her light yellow gown and making her way toward the location where she had tethered her horse at the Iwan Pavilion. "Oh no, I have fallen into my old habit of arrogance again. How could I have mentioned my uncouth martial artist brother?" Observing the eager gazes of the crowd, Su Songsher suddenly realized he had made a grave mistake. In the hierarchy of values, nothing surpasses the pursuit of knowledge. Scholars are the proudest and most aloof of all groups, and Su Wen himself is no exception. As the most prestigious academy in Yanqing Prefecture and even the northern frontier, the scholars of Yan Academy epitomized this pride. If Su Ping'an were a learned individual, he would be esteemed, admired, and even revered. However, if it were revealed that he is merely a martial man, yet his poetry surpasses that of numerous scholars. Where would that leave the dignity of the students of Yin Yin Academy? What would become of the esteemed reputation of the three great Confucians? Su Wen's mind raced as he quickly added, "My elder brother was compelled to practice martial arts from a young age by our father. In truth, his greatest passion has always been literature. Every time I returned home from the academy, he would eagerly pester me to help him with his studies. Speaking of which, he could be considered half a student of the Yin Yin Academy. To uphold the reputation of the academy, it is truly commendable that Su Zongshi concocted such a tale so effortlessly. It is admirable to witness Zongshi's elder brother, who, despite the hardships, remains steadfast in his literary pursuits and does not forsake the teachings of the sages. This resilience commands respect and admiration, igniting a desire for camaraderie among the scholars of Yin Yin Academy. In the eyes of these intellectuals, only a man of humble means would return to martial arts." Upon hearing Su Wen's words, the three esteemed scholars were visibly invigorated. Ziyu, as expected, expressed his support for Su Wen. After the spring outing, the North Recluse, glowing with vitality, took his leave, grasping Su Wen's hand and meaningfully remarked, "Zongshi, please pass this jade pendant to your elder brother. Such a prodigious talent must not be obscured." To this, the two scholars, Gongtai and Shinji, either did not comprehend or feigned ignorance, gazing skyward at a 45-degree angle in silence. Once the carriage had departed, Chun Xian suddenly seized Su Zongshi's arm, pulling him aside. "Zongshi, today I find myself inclined to take on a disciple. With nothing pressing at hand, let us visit the Pulu Martial Arts Academy to meet your brother." Pei Shen, upon hearing this, was taken aback, exclaiming, "If you were to join your brother as my disciple, it would surely become a celebrated tale for our Great Jin nation, with both of you serving together. As for the identity of a martial artist, writing poetry is of little consequence. The main concern is to ensure that talent does not go unnoticed. Should you happen to craft a timeless masterpiece in the future, akin to my esteemed master Pei Jin, that would be splendid indeed." Chun Xian, dissatisfied, remarked, "The art of war is not the focus. A scholar must first learn to wield the pen. Calligraphy cultivates one's character." "Huh, how can you claim that calligraphy is useful? It is merely an exercise in theory," Pei Jin countered. "Oh, you accuse me of being theoretical. Have you ever led troops? You are the true embodiment of theoretical knowledge. Old fool, be silent. I have always valued talent. Su Pingyan as a student is a certainty for me." "Old fool, is that truly valuing talent? You are merely coveting his poetry." Su Wen felt a sudden prickling sensation on his scalp and wisely distanced himself from the battleground of the two esteemed scholars, lest he become collateral damage. In the distance, the students were equally astonished, bewildered by the unexpected escalation between the two scholars, whose faces flushed with fervor, seemingly on the verge of physical confrontation. In Yanqing Prefecture, at noon, Su Pingyan accompanied his newly acquainted junior brother, by phone, to indulge in a sumptuous meal at the renowned establishment, Zui Xiaolu. Due to the absence of their elder brother, Song Qingfeng, who was preoccupied with official matters, they did not extend an invitation to him. Although martial arts had waned in Yanqing Prefecture, and their master was often remiss in imparting martial knowledge to his disciples, typically delegated to the elder brother, under his insistence, the students of the Pulu Martial Arts Academy trained with remarkable diligence. With intensive training came significant hunger, naturally leading to a heightened appreciation for food. Bai Feng relished the meal at Zui Xiaolu immensely, despite Su Pingyan feeling a pang of regret as he paid 3 taels of silver. The bond between the two had deepened considerably. Moreover, Bai Feng was inherently loquacious, and from his chatter, Su Pingyan gleaned a wealth of valuable information. The next level beyond the refining essence realm was the qi refining realm. Furthermore, upon achieving the qi refining realm, one would no longer need to maintain the state of a youthful novice. Su Pingyan couldn't help but feel a sense of anticipation rising within him. Do not rejoice too soon. One must temper the body to its utmost limits in the refinement realm to achieve a breakthrough. Otherwise, it will adversely affect future combat prowess. Rest assured, Senior Brother Bai, I am well aware of this. Su Pingyan smiled and continued to inquire. I hear that our martial arts school currently has only the eldest senior brother in the qi refinement stage, which implies that the other senior brothers are still novices. Upon hearing this, Bai Feng's face immediately flushed. Although he was young, he understood the implications of being a novice. Every night, when discomfort surged within him, he would fervently remind himself to control his 2 wives, lest he jeopardize his foundational training. However, that was not entirely the case. Bai Feng exhaled deeply, calming himself before continuing. Some senior brothers have already broken through their limits. They continue their training merely to maintain their vitality. What about our master? What level is he at? I do not know. You are his most favored disciple, and you do not know? Who says I am his most favored disciple? The youngest is typically the most cherished, is he not? The most favored disciple was the previous eldest senior brother. Where is he now? He has defected from the martial arts school and gone to the capital. As their conversation unfolded, the two returned to the Broken Ruins martial arts school. Passing through 2 courtyards with white walls, they arrived at the training hall. The other disciples of the school had already commenced their practice. Su Pingyan and Bai Feng continued their animated conversation. Observing the empty training hall, Su Pingyan quietly remarked to Bai Feng, "Is this all that remains of our martial arts school?" Upon hearing this, the other senior brothers, who were practicing, immediately ceased their movements and turned their attention towards them. Su Pingyan felt a twinge of embarrassment, having forgotten that the senses of a martial artist are far more acute than those of an ordinary person. "Newcomer?" inquired a robust man with a bare chest, his voice deep and resonant. Su Pingyan nodded slightly. "You are rather unruly." Several senior brothers encircled him. Chapter 44. The shock of the senior brothers in the grand hall. The crowd watched as Brother Hong approached Su Pingyan, their faces alight with schadenfreude. Su Pingyan's gaze swept over Brother Hong's muscular physique, and he instinctively tensed, his fists clenched discreetly. Alas, why must I encounter Brother Hong upon my arrival? He is the strongest in our martial arts school, second only to the master and the eldest senior brother. At the pinnacle of the refinement stage, and he has maintained his youthful form. It won't be long before he breaks through to the chi stage. What should I do? Bai Feng's expression was conflicted, but he eventually spoke up for Su Pingyan. "Brother Hong, what do you intend to do?" Casting a dismissive glance at the youngest disciple, Hong Zhen sneered. "What do you think? I'm here to teach him a lesson." Hong Zhen's fists cracked ominously as he continued. "When our martial arts school was at its pinnacle, you were still a mere child, unaware of the rules. How dare you speak so freely upon entering? Indeed, Brother Hong, let this newcomer see what he's up against and educate him on our traditions." The other senior brothers wore smug smiles. The school was currently sparse in numbers, and they hadn't had any entertainment in a while. It would be amusing to assert their dominance over this new disciple. Once subdued, he could be made to serve them. "I came to the Pu Lu martial arts school to learn martial arts, not to engage in brawls. There's no need to provoke my fragile pride." Barking like a dog, watching their mockery, a surge of indignation rose within Su Pingyan. "Damn it, if I could handle Huang San, why should I fear you lot?" Hong Zhen's playful smile slowly faded as he was taken aback by Su Pingyan's unrelenting taunts. He hadn't expected the newcomer to defy him instead of seeking to placate the senior brothers. Bai Feng wore a look of astonishment. After spending the morning with Su Pingyan, he had found him to be amicable and easygoing. Who would have thought he would react so fiercely in a crisis? Hong Zhen's eyes narrowed with a hint of malice, his expression darkening. "Very well, if you are so bold, let us adhere to the old customs of the school, sign a life-and-death agreement, and step onto the challenge platform." This proclamation sent a wave of shock through the assembly. This young disciple, having just joined the school and learned nothing, will surely be defeated by Brother Hong. Bai Feng, alarmed, interjected, "Brother Hong, don't you remember that Sister Yu despises when her brothers fight on the challenge platform?" At this, Hong Zhen paused, realizing the implications. His secret admiration for the master's only daughter, Yu Lingxue, was well known throughout the school. He had remained chaste, fervently training, hoping one day she would recognize his dedication and sincerity. "Fear not, Brother Hong. Sister will be out on a spring outing with the scholars from Yin Yin Academy this afternoon. She won't return anytime soon. Indeed, Brother Hong, you should teach this newcomer a lesson quickly. It will be too late once she returns." "Brother, are you afraid of this lad?" the surrounding crowd teased, inciting Hong Zhen's anger. His face flushed as he pressed on. "What's this? Afraid to sign? If you are, get out of the Pu Lu martial arts school. Your tuition will not be refunded." Hearing this threat, Su Pingyan smirked slightly, tilting his head and regarding Hong Zhen with an oddly unsettling gaze. Then, pointing to the corner of the room, he stated coolly, "I will sign. In 3 minutes, you will be lying in that corner." The crowd erupted in astonishment, stunned by Su Pingyan's audacious proclamation. Su Pingyan was also at the refinement stage, though he was uncertain whether he was considered advanced or at the pinnacle of his abilities. Yet, A warrior must possess an audacious arrogance to defy all constraints with sheer force, particularly at critical moments. This was the first lesson imparted to Su Pingyan by his master during his formative years in martial arts, a lesson he has cherished to this day. While he usually navigates the world with a gentle and adaptable demeanor in decisive moments, Su Pingyan does not lack the ferocity required for combat. Thus, he boldly proclaimed that in 3 minutes, Hong Jun would be left sprawled in the corner. Soon, a tall and slender senior brother brought forth a life-and-death agreement. The two swiftly inscribed their names and pressed their fingerprints, stepping onto the martial arts arena. Life and death were of little concern. If one was unwilling, they would fight. With a thunderous roar, Hong Jun's muscles swelled dramatically at his pant legs, propelling him forward with the speed of a galloping horse towards Su Pingyan. "Stop right there." A melodious female voice rang out from the entrance, her tone laced with evident displeasure, yet as captivating as the sound of ice striking glass. Upon hearing this voice, the fiercely charging Hong Jun froze in place, entirely ignoring the advancing Su Pingyan, his gaze fixated dreamily in the direction of the voice. Observing Hong Jun's reaction, Su Pingyan retracted his fist. So this look reveals him to be a sycophant. In an instant, Su Pingyan's heart was illuminated with understanding, accompanied by a flicker of curiosity. What manner of woman could render the imposing figure of Hong Jun, a man of considerable stature, willing to play the role of a humble servant? Soon, Su Pingyan discerned the identity of the newcomer. Observing the crowd of senior brothers below, who all bowed respectfully, he heard them exclaim, "Senior sister." Following the direction of their reverence, Su Pingyan's gaze fell upon a young girl clad in a yellow dress. Her face resembled a delicate egg, adorned with large, expressive eyes, a high bridge and petite tip of her nose, and features that seemed to have been painted by an artist. Her skin was as smooth as jade, and her simple hairdo was accentuated by wisps that cascaded gracefully across her forehead. With each step she took, an aura of youthful exuberance and vitality radiated from her, reminiscent of a first-year university student, brimming with curiosity about the world. "Goodness, she is stunning. I must pursue her." Su Pingyan was momentarily taken aback by the beauty of the young girl. Ling Shui and Hong Jun leapt down from the fighting platform, gazing infatuatedly at the girl in the yellow dress. His heart swelled with admiration, causing him to disregard calling you Ling Shui senior sister. "How many times must I say it? Call me senior sister." Yet, Yu Ling Shuet did not spare him a glance as she gracefully ascended the fighting platform. As her yellow dress fluttered, she descended beside Su Pingyan like a delicate butterfly. What an astonishing technique. It hardly seems like the skill of a martial artist. Su Pingyan was once again taken aback by the young girl. "Are you Su Pingyan?" Yu Ling Shuet inquired with a smile playing at the corners of her lips, her voice melodious and pleasant. "Do you know me? How did you come to know me?" Su Pingyan felt somewhat bewildered, yet mechanically nodded his head. "I am Su Pingyan. Did you compose spring outing at Iwanting to Lu Dai?" Su Pingyan appeared even more bewildered. Upon observing Su Pingyan's reaction, the girl in the yellow dress seemed to recall something. Softly reciting, "Two yellow orioles sing amidst the verdant willows, a line of white egrets soars into the azure sky. The window frames the snow-capped peaks of the western range, while the door overlooks the vessels of Dongwu, traversing countless miles." Now that you put it this way, I understand. Indeed, Su Erling has once again been rather obtuse, failing to mention that this poem was composed by himself. Su Pingyan felt a wave of melancholy wash over him as he worried about Su Erling's future. After a moment of contemplation, he nodded and said, "It was I who did it." "Splendid. Follow me," Yu Lingxue said, taking Su Pingyan's hand and heading towards the martial arts hall. The girl's delicate hand, as smooth and cool as white jade, had an exquisitely soft touch. Although he was uncertain of her intentions, Su Pingyan never shunned this unexpected stroke of fortune. Hong Jun, who had been left in the shadows, was astounded. The goddess, as unattainable as an ice mountain or snow lotus, had taken the initiative to grasp another man's hand. Jealousy threatened to tear him apart. Bai Feng was equally astonished, and the onlooking senior brothers were all taken aback. This young man had only just arrived at the martial arts academy. When had he managed to win over senior sister Ling Xue? What on earth is happening? Hong Jun demanded, seizing Bai Feng by the collar with an unfriendly tone, clearly venting his ire. I don't know. Bai Feng stammered, flustered. "You brought that guy in. How could you not know?" "I truly have no idea. Since the registration this morning, I have been with him the entire time and had no inkling of when he began courting senior sister Ling Xue." Bai Feng protested defensively. The phrase courting senior sister Ling Xue struck a sensitive nerve within Hong Zhun once more. Why is this happening? He bellowed in frustration, releasing Bai Feng as he raged within the martial arts hall. Second senior brother. I think I heard senior sister Ling Xue mention something about the pavilion of late blossoms and recite a poem. Some cautious members from other academies chimed in. Indeed. It seems that fellow composed a poem that pleased senior sister Ling Xue, they added. Is that so? Hong Zhen's fury began to cool slightly, his voice booming. Incompetent fools resort to such flowery nonsense as poetry. He directed his ire towards Su Pingyan, declaring, You wait. This is far from over between us. Chapter 45. The master grows ever stronger. And what of the affection of Long Yang? Su Pingyan was led by his senior sister, hand in hand. As they exited the martial arts hall, they traversed the communal area and arrived at a spacious and elegant courtyard. This was the only independent villa within the entire Palu Martial Arts Academy, specifically reserved by Yu Palu for his beloved daughter. It is evident how deeply he cherishes his only daughter. Upon reaching her territory, Yu Lingxue set aside the aloof demeanor she had maintained and plopped down onto the swing suspended from the trellis adorned with grapevines. Her exquisite doeskin boots swung gently in the air. Now speak up. After I just helped you out of a tight spot, how do you intend to show your gratitude? Yu Lingxue inquired with a playful smile, gazing intently at Su Pingyan. Su Pingyan appeared utterly bewildered. Can you help me out? If you hadn't just pulled me away. Second senior brother would have already been carried into the medical hall. Yu Lingxue chuckled softly. Hong Zhun is a peak warrior of the refining essence realm. You have just begun your training at the martial arts school. Even with some foundation, it is improbable that you could defeat him. I too am a warrior of the refining essence realm. A flicker of curiosity crossed Yu Lingxue's eyes as she leapt down from the swing. She then retrieved a circular disc inscribed with intricate runes from her waist and began to manipulate it. As a rough and uncultured warrior, Su Pingyan was at a loss regarding her actions. He could only observe as she murmured incantations akin to a spell. A glimmer of clarity flashed in Yu Lingxue's watery eyes. You truly are a peak warrior of the refining essence realm. I underestimated you. Yu Lingxue felt a twinge of astonishment, having initially presumed that this newly initiated junior disciple was merely a poetic but impoverished scholar. To her surprise, he exhibited considerable talent in martial arts as well. However, she skillfully concealed her emotions. Senior sister, what was that flash of clarity in your eyes just now? And what is that rune-covered disc? Su Pingyan was taken aback by Yu Lingxue's earlier actions. As a lowly peasant, he had a limited understanding of this world. This lack of knowledge left him wondering if, given the existence of a martial arts cultivation system, there might also be other systems of cultivation in this realm. Su Pingyan boldly ventured a conjecture. Are Yu Lingxue's methods derived from a different cultivation system? Su Pingyan regarded the charming senior sister, seeking answers from her expression. Yet, he soon found himself captivated by her beauty. Her face was round, somewhat resembling Mu Wanqing's, though the latter possessed a sweeter visage, with eyes like peach blossoms brimming with affection. In contrast, the enchanting senior sister embodied a small, alluring demeanor, her large, anime-like eyes fixating on him with an enticing blend of unspoken longing and a commanding presence. Compose a poem for me, and I shall reveal my secrets, she declared, as she gracefully leapt back onto the swing, soaring higher and higher. So you crave my poetic talents, he mused. Though he had borrowed the notion from a past life-esque literature textbook, Su Pingyan was not inclined to part with his inner treasures so cheaply. Surely, it should be a matter worthy of utmost devotion. Thus, dear Erlang, remember your elder brother when you ascend the ranks of the officialdom, dispelling the chaotic thoughts within. Su Pingyan earnestly replied, Senior sister Yu, I apologize. Crafting poetry requires emotional cultivation. The previous piece was but a stroke of inspiration. If you wish for me to create another now, I find myself at a loss. However, if you were to escort me to your chamber, I could spontaneously compose a verse. In the misty clouds of Wushan, the phoenixes dance, a lovesick girl and a smitten boy beneath the grapevines. The subsequent whimsical thoughts remained unspoken, for he feared his senior brothers might unceremoniously expel him from the martial arts academy. A fleeting hint of disappointment flickered in Yu Lingxue's beautiful eyes, yet they soon sparkled once more. I have heard whispers that you hail from a military family? Su Pingyan nodded. Splendid. Come, I shall take you to meet my father. Yu Lingxue leaped down from the swing and, taking Su Pingyan's hand, led him outside. That earlier gesture was a technique of the alchemist. Along the way, Yu Lingxue took the initiative to speak. Su Pingyan possessed a tall and handsome appearance, exuding a robust and masculine charm that perfectly aligned with Yu Lingxue's aesthetic preferences. Furthermore, he displayed a notable poetic talent. In the presence of Su Pingyan, Yu Lingxue found herself somewhat infatuated. However, unlike the passionate exuberance exhibited by the shopkeeper's wife, she concealed her emotions with the shyness typical of a young girl in love. Nonetheless, she still took the initiative to respond to Su Pingyan's inquiry. "Hey, alchemist." Su Pingyan remained utterly bewildered. "What? You don't know about Dambao Pavilion?" "Dambao Pavilion?" Su Pingyan remained utterly bewildered. This was the inherent disadvantage of being transported to a humble farming household, an initial state of profound ignorance. Utterly oblivious to the operational rules of this new world, Dambao Pavilion is the progenitor of the alchemist system, with its headquarters situated in the capital. "So, you are affiliated with Dambao Pavilion, senior sister?" "Indeed, I am one of Lord Qin Zhang's esteemed disciples," Yu Lingxue replied with a hint of pride. In truth, she ought not to divulge so much to Su Pingyan, yet the young woman instinctively yearned to showcase her uniqueness before the one she held dear. As a seasoned player in the realm of romance, Su Pingyan astutely perceived this nuance. "Perhaps I can glean more information about this world from senior sister Yu. Are there other cultivation systems?" "Certainly. In addition to the martial artist cultivation system and the alchemist cultivation system, there exist the Taoist cultivation system and the Buddhist cultivation system." Such a plethora of choices. Su Pingyan was somewhat astonished. However, the latter three are not accessible to the common folk, thus only a handful are aware of them. Goodness. It turns out that the cultivation systems are also stratified into various tiers, aside from the crude martial artist system. The other cultivation systems exist in reproductive isolation from ordinary individuals. Su Pingyan could not help but let out a long sigh. Before he could inquire further, Yu Lingxue had already led him to a dilapidated courtyard. Unlike the decor of the other courtyards in the Broken Ruins martial arts school, this small courtyard seemed discordant with the entire martial arts institution, resembling more of a miniature military fort. Indeed, it was akin to a military stronghold. The layout of the courtyard was almost a scaled-down version of the Qinghe Fort barracks, complete with a watchtower in one corner, offering a panoramic view of the entire martial arts school. "Father, I have returned," Yu Lingxue said sweetly, releasing Su Pingyan's hand. "You mischievous girl. After finally returning for a couple of days, instead of spending time with your father, you scamper off to frolic with those pedantic scholars at Yen Yin Academy? I truly wonder if you are my biological child." A hearty laugh resonated from within the house. Soon after, an elderly man with a mane of white hair emerged. He was tall and robust, his muscles well-defined yet not cumbersome, adorned in simple martial attire that exuded a carefree aura typical of a wanderer of the Jianghu. "Father, you jest again. If mother were still here and heard you say that, she would surely have a word with you," Yu Lingxue gleefully exclaimed as she bounded over to embrace the sturdy arm of the white-haired elder. Goodness, the master's features are indeed hard to describe. But Sister Lingxue is undeniably beautiful. Either Sister Lingxue resembles the master's wife, or perhaps she is truly not his biological daughter. Su Pingyan secretly harbored his doubts. Upon observing his daughter escorting an unfamiliar man into the courtyard, Yu Palu, as a father, instinctively became vigilant. His previously amiable gaze transformed into one as sharp as that of a hawk, and the carefree demeanor of a wanderer morphed into the hardened aura of a seasoned warrior. Who is this young man? Fueled by an intense energy, Yu Polu's presence became a formidable force, locking onto the stranger within the courtyard. Su Pingyan felt as though he had fallen into a frozen abyss, a chill coursing down his spine as if a serpent were slithering across it. He experienced a profound sensation of teetering on the precipice of life and death. "Father, you misunderstand," Yu Lingxue hastily clarified. "He is a newly recruited student from the Breaking the Army Martial Arts School, a soldier from a military family, at the pinnacle of the refinement stage." As she observed the beads of sweat suddenly forming on Su Pingyan's forehead, she continued, "A soldier at the pinnacle of the refinement stage? In this day and age, it's rare to find someone with such prowess willing to serve as a soldier." With this revelation, Yu Pulu's furrowed brow relaxed, and he withdrew his imposing aura. Su Pingyan breathed a sigh of relief, gasping for air. What level of mastery does this old man possess? Even from such a distance, it feels as though he could slay me as easily as one would a chicken. It appears that Sister Yu is not so easily won over, after all. Su Pingyan stepped forward, kneeling on one knee in a gesture of respect. Master, I am Su Ping'an. Upon learning that Su Ping'an hailed from a military family, Yu Polu's demeanor shifted considerably. He waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Do not be too eager to call me master. Merely stating your name signifies that you are a disciple of my Polu Martial Arts Academy. Whether I accept you as my apprentice requires further evaluation. As a peak practitioner of the refinement realm, you could easily serve as a martial attendant at the governor's office, earning no less than 30 taels monthly. Why then? Do you choose to be a soldier? What? 30 taels? Uncle, you must be mistaken. No. Uncle surely does not realize how highly martial practitioners are valued in Yanqing Prefecture nowadays. Why become a soldier? Because I am unaware of the other options. Otherwise, earning 30 taels a month, one could indulge in the pleasures of life, visiting brothels and enjoying the company of young ladies. Is that not appealing? The cursed soldier system binds one for life, with no way to retreat. Master, since I began my self-study of martial arts, I have devoted myself to serving the nation. Northern barbarians invade our Great Jin territory, slaughtering our people. My sole purpose in joining the army is to expel these marauders and restore peace to our borders." Su Ping'an wore a sincere expression. "Good," exclaimed Yu Polu with a hearty laugh, his powerful hand landing on Su Ping'an's shoulder. He then began to knead his limbs and body. Indeed, you possess the qualities of a fine martial arts disciple. Your physique is exceptionally well-conditioned. You are already poised to break through to the Qi refinement stage." A beaming smile spread across Yu Polu's face. "Xuer, please step outside for a moment. I have matters to discuss with your junior brother." "Junior brother?" Yu Lingxue paused momentarily before realizing, and with a charming smile directed at Su Ping'an, she said, "From now on, you shall be my sect's junior brother." She then dashed out the door. Following Yu Polu, Su Ping'an entered a dimly lit secret chamber. In one corner stood a wooden tub, now stripped down. Su Ping'an was taken aback. "Master, even at your age, you still possess such vigor, and have the favor of Longyang?" Chapter 46, Opening the Heavenly Gate, Breaking the Boundaries. "What are you thinking, young man? This is the washing marrow liquid. Strip completely and immerse yourself within." Observing Su Ping'an's peculiar expression, Master Lu Polu gave him a light smack on the forehead. After receiving the slap, Su Ping'an quickly sprang into action. He was finally on the verge of breaking through to the refining essence realm, suppressing his inner excitement. Su Ping'an glanced at the pungent bathtub filled with a verdant liquid. The mere concoction of this washing marrow liquid cost nearly 80 taels of silver for a single tub. This was the reason why the Polu Martial Arts School insisted on charging a registration fee of 100 taels. In truth, it was to prepare the washing marrow liquid for the students. Wealth in literature, strength in martial arts. Without a certain foundation at home, it was exceedingly difficult to advance courageously on the martial path. Swiftly shedding his clothes, trousers, and shoes, Su Ping'an sat naked in the bathtub. The master intoned in his deep voice, "You haven't lost your virginity, have you?" Su Ping'an nodded thoughtfully. "In my childhood, the martial arts master my family had found for me once imparted wisdom. One must not lose their purity before ascending to the next level. Master, I am still but a fledgling, allowing senior sister Lingxue to pluck me at her leisure." Su Ping'an reclined comfortably in the steam rising from the bath barrel, preparing to further inquire about the information of this world. "Master, what realm do you possess?" "Copper skin realm," Yu Polu replied, his eyes narrowing slightly. Standing upright beside the wooden tub, simultaneously forming a protective stance while responding to his question. "Oh, when shall I attain your level?" Su Ping'an continued to inquire, resembling a child with an insatiable thirst for knowledge. It could take a decade at best, or a lifetime at worst, to achieve such understanding. "Su Ping'an, if you can successfully break through this time, you will reach the Qi refinement stage, which is considered quite rapid among your peers. The next level beyond Qi refinement is the spirit refinement stage. Below that lies the copper skin stage of your master. There are still 3 significant realms separating me from my master. No wonder." Su Ping'an silently murmured to herself. The original owner had practiced martial arts since childhood, honing her body, which allowed her to barely reach the pinnacle of the refining essence realm at the tender age of 20. It was no wonder that her master remarked that many individuals would never attain the 6th grade copper skin realm in their lifetime. "Master," she inquired, "I previously heard senior sister Ling Xue mention that there are numerous other cultivation systems in the world. Which one is the most formidable?" Su Ping'an continued to seek guidance earnestly. Yu Polu, with unreserved candor, shared all that he knew. In the teachings of Buddhism, it is proclaimed that they are the mightiest. But what of the other systems? Each claims superiority. No wonder. Nevertheless, there exists a universal consensus among all factions. Martial practitioners are regarded as the most uncouth, unworthy of the grand stage. So you have encouraged your daughter to pursue the alchemist path. It appears that even you, master, hold martial practitioners in disdain. Su Pingyan secretly scoffed, yet he inquired aloud, is it because martial artists possess only brute strength, lacking any supernatural abilities? Su Pingyan recalled how Yu Lingxue effortlessly leaped onto the competition stage, seemingly without any assistance. The enchanting light that danced in her beautiful eyes revealed an innate understanding of his realm. Meanwhile, the martial artist could only rely on his fists and legs, as well as a physique as unyielding as iron. Such an approach lacked sophistication. This was merely superficial. Every cultivation system harbors its own secrets. Su Pingyan straightened his back and tentatively inquired, Master, may I ask you something? Yu Polu opened his eyes and glanced at his naive young disciple, as if he were a fool. I have already stated that it is a secret within their own system. Do you truly believe that your master could possibly know? As a martial artist, although the master is a leading figure in Yanqing Prefecture, he can only be regarded as an average practitioner in the grand scheme of the Jin dynasty. In the future, should the opportunity arise, you ought to visit the capital, where a far broader world awaits. Su Pingyan nodded and continued to inquire, Master, since the Great Jin Kingdom possesses so many esteemed martial artists, why does the court not summon them to the north to decisively eradicate the barbaric tribes? Yu Pulu gazed at Su Pingyan with an increasingly sympathetic expression, as if observing a person devoid of understanding. It appears you are woefully ignorant of history. Allow me to enlighten you. 20 years ago, during the Battle of Jianmen Pass, the Great Jin Kingdom had once allied with the Buddhist sect to mount a significant offensive against the northern barbarian tribes. The Battle of Jianmen Pass? I am aware of it. My late father perished in that conflict, as my uncle has recounted, though he did not mention the involvement of the Buddhist sect. The northern barbarians and the southern kingdom of myriad demons are both descendants of ancient great demons, sharing a common lineage. The Great Jin Kingdom's foreign wars are intricately interconnected. The victory at the Battle of Jianmen was largely due to the assistance of Taoist experts from the southern kingdom of myriad demons, who played a crucial role in suppressing the northern barbarians. Moreover, on the northern battlefield, Buddhist masters were also engaged in combating the formidable warriors of the northern tribes. The Great Jin had promised both the Buddhist and Taoist sects the status of state religions. Goodness, it turns out the Great Jin is a fickle suitor, straddling two allegiances. Su Pingyan's pupils constricted slightly, a flicker of astonishment crossing his features as he absorbed this segment of history. Subsequently, the Great Jin tore asunder its pact with the Taoist sect, elevating Buddhism to the status of state religion, and even invited a bodhisattva from the Buddhist order to serve as the national master. In a fit of rage, the Taoist sect withdrew to Panlai Island in the southern borders of the Great Jin. This action incited the anger of the young lady, compelling her to return to her homeland. Following the Taoist departure, there were continuous schemes in the southern border to unite with the northern barbarian tribes to launch a renewed assault on the Great Jin. Fortunately, the northern barbarians had already suffered significant losses, lacking high-tier combatants, allowing the Great Jin to redeploy all its elite warriors to the southern front. This was also the reason behind the decline of martial prowess in the northern territories. Master, I suddenly feel a sharp pain. Su Pingyan furrowed his brow. The medicinal liquid seeped into his pores, resembling an array of fine needles, causing a pervasive sensation of agony throughout his body. Pain is to be expected. It is the process of cleansing the sinews and marrow, Lu Polu remarked. In just the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, you shall feel as though you are being carved by 1,000 knives. At that moment, I shall assist you in opening the celestial gate and transcending your current realm. How long did you spend in the refining essence stage? Observing Su Pingyan's increasingly tormented expression, Lu Polu began to divert his attention through conversation. 17 years. Su Pingyan bared his teeth and spoke. The original owner had begun training in martial arts at the tender age of 3, and even after the martial arts school relocated, he stubbornly persevered in his daily physical conditioning. Since taking over this body, Su Pingyan has adhered to the original owner's regimen, diligently honing his physique each day. However, he has merely managed to maintain his vitality without experiencing any increase in his energy. In retrospect, it seems he is likely stuck at the pinnacle of the refining essence stage, unable to make a breakthrough. Comparatively, martial artists with ample resources typically reach the refining essence pinnacle around the age of 16, with 15 being the absolute limit due to physical development considerations. Lu Polu began to share insights regarding cultivation with Su Pingyan. Nevertheless, those from affluent backgrounds may not necessarily find a smooth path into the qi refinement stage. Beyond the determination required for daily physical training, the allure of beauty presents an equally formidable challenge. When one is well-fed and comfortable, desires can flourish. And the more privileged one's family background, the more likely they are to become ensnared by the seductions of beauty. Su Pingyan deeply resonated with this sentiment. I understand. I truly understand, Master. You cannot fathom the torment I endure daily, surrounded by 3 enchanting wives of exquisite beauty and alluring figures, yet unable to touch them. This anguish is particularly acute each morning upon waking. It is unbearable. Gradually, Su Pingyan's enthusiasm for conversation waned, even as he spoke of the cultivation knowledge that intrigued him. His brow furrowed in distress, the pain nearly surpassing his threshold of endurance. That should suffice. Yu Polu suddenly opened his half-closed eyes. The purpose of the medicinal bath is to invigorate your body, facilitating the unblocking of your meridians. Lu Polu leaned closer to the medicinal vat, pressing a hand firmly atop Su Pingyan's head, and spoke in a low tone. Opening the heavenly gate is a formidable challenge. For those with good aptitude, I merely need to circulate the energy within you for 3 cycles, and you shall discover your own energy perception. And what of those with poor aptitude? Su Pingyan inquired with concern. The poorer the aptitude, the more cycles of energy circulation are required. The limit for an ordinary person is 7 cycles. Thus, if by the 6th cycle you are still unable to perceive your energy, it indicates that this path of martial arts may not be suitable for you. Lu Polu gazed intently at Su Pingyan. I eagerly anticipate your potential. Chapter 47. The Astonishment of Yu Polu. Concentrate your energy in your dantian. Do not speak. Yu Polu advised, falling silent thereafter. Su Pingyan swiftly entered a meditative state akin to deep contemplation. Soon after, he felt a warm current pouring in from the Baihui point at the crown of his head, surging directly towards his dantian, and then coursing through his limbs and bones. It seemed as if his body instantly memorized the route of circulation. After completing a full cycle, it began to invigorate the flow of energy, circulating throughout his entire being. Yu Polu opened his eyes, gazing somewhat bewilderedly at his disciple in the bathing tub. Su Pingyan returned a similarly bewildered expression. Master, it seems rather simple. Yu Polu suppressed his astonishment and elation. You should circulate your energy a few times and test the flow of your qi. I wish to observe the outcome. After completing 3 cycles, Su Pingyan opened his eyes. In the Great Jin Kingdom, mirrors are exceedingly difficult to craft and thus quite precious. So he could not perceive the changes brought about by entering the qi refinement stage. However, his eyes had indeed become notably brighter, radiating vitality. The mere transformation of his gaze was sufficient to elevate his charm to a higher echelon. Moreover, his demeanor had grown more profound and reserved, exuding a sense of depth and stability. Lastly, his skin, soaking in medicinal baths, had stimulated his body to expel impurities through his pores, rendering his complexion a delicate, rosy hue. No wonder the master appeared to be in such vigorous health. One cannot help but ponder whether attaining the pinnacle of martial prowess could lead to immortality. Sensing the newfound energy surging within him, Su Pingyan stretched his limbs and struck a punch towards the window. Bang! The glass shattered in response. The outward flow of qi was a remarkable manifestation of the early qi refinement stage. Had he wielded a blade or sword moments ago, Su Pingyan could have unleashed a surge of sword energy or blade aura. Of course, the potency would not have been substantial, considering he had only just entered the qi refinement stage. Should he encounter Huang San and his subordinates again, he was confident he could subdue them within 10 breaths. At this moment, Su Pingyan's mood was exceptionally delightful. A peerless genius. Have I truly encountered one? Yu Polu was somewhat stunned, completely oblivious to the fact that Su Pingyan had shattered his window with a single strike. Father, has it come to an end? A melodious and crisp voice resonated from outside the door, belonging to Yu Lingxue. Su Pingyan donned his attire and pushed open the door, only to encounter Yu Lingxue, who had been waiting at the threshold. Ah, she exclaimed softly, gazing up at the tall figure of Su Pingyan. You seem even more dashing than before. Noticing the changes in his appearance, Yu Lingxue felt a slight blush creep onto her cheeks. However, she quickly composed herself and inquired, Did your father assist you in circulating your energy to achieve a breakthrough? Just one, he replied. Let us be serious. Do not jest with me. Yu Lingxue continued to smile warmly at Su Ping'an. He is not deceiving you. It is indeed just one cycle. A voice resonated from within the room as Yu Polu emerged, exuding a casual yet slightly authoritative demeanor. Upon hearing this, Yu Lingxue's expression momentarily froze, a tumult of emotions surging within her. Achieving a breakthrough into the qi refining realm with merely one cycle was unprecedented in the capital. She had never heard of any genius from prominent families accomplishing such a feat except, of course, for her father's first disciple. Observing the profound expression on Yu Polu's face, Yu Lingxue realized he was reminiscing about his elder apprentice, who had long since departed from their sect. Shuer, go now. Your fellow disciples are calling for a meeting in the council hall. Also, summon Song Chengfeng back from the yamen. Your father intends to accept a new disciple today. Yu Lingxue's pupils dilated slightly, and after a brief moment of astonishment, she dashed out. Yu Polu, meanwhile, led Su Ping'an directly to the Hall of Hidden Skills. As they pushed open the dust-laden door, a cloud of dust billowed forth. The Hall of Hidden Skills had remained untouched for a considerable time. The shelves were laden with ancient tomes, each coated in a thick layer of dust. These were collected by Yu Polu during the heyday of martial arts in the northern frontier. Though they could not rival the vast collections of the grand martial halls in the capital, they still contained some rare treasures. Do you prefer using a knife or a sword? I use a whip. My whip can obscure the heavens and shatter mountains and rivers when wielded. Su Ping'an mused inwardly, then added a sword. In truth, the original owner had not specialized in any particular weapon, often relying on fists and feet in conflicts. However, in his past life, Su Ping'an had been enamored with the swordplay depicted in Jin Yang's martial arts novels, admiring the elegance and ferocity of skilled swordsmen. Thus, in this life, he yearned to experience the thrill of swordsmanship. There are 103 sword techniques in the hall. Choose one. Following Yu Polu's indication, Su Ping'an hurriedly flipped through the volumes. Soon, he returned empty-handed, disappointment etched on his face. Master, those sword techniques are too flamboyant. Is there a simpler one? Though he found the elaborate techniques impressive, Su Ping'an was aware that he would be heading to the battlefield. He astutely recognized that straightforward and practical swordsmanship would prove most effective in combat. After all, it could also serve as a form of knife technique. Ideally, one strike should be enough to claim a life, allowing for swift accumulation of achievements. You're quite astute. Indeed, I have a sword technique that suits you. This technique was granted to me by the general as a reward for my merits during a campaign alongside the late emperor's general, Yan Nantian. In that battle, I single-handedly breached the enemy lines, slaying 73 armored soldiers of the demon tribe. Yu Polu gazed skyward, nostalgia gracing his countenance. In this world, there are probably no more than 5 individuals who can wield this technique. Master, please teach me. Su Ping'an knelt on one knee, clasping his fists together. If you wish to learn, you must agree to assist me in eliminating someone. Who? Your senior brother, Song Chengfeng. That constable? Su Ping'an displayed a look of confusion upon his face. They are not my closed-door disciples. Presently, in this Yanqing prefecture, you stand as my sole disciple. Rest assured, the one you are to slay is indeed a malevolent individual, and there is no need for you to rush into action. All I require is your promise that, when the opportunity arises, you shall take his life on my behalf. Master, what is the realm of senior brother? Similar to mine, he resides in the Copperskin realm, known as Dingxiu, and is currently in the capital. Dingxiu? Su Ping'an was somewhat dazed. But he is my senior brother. I must offer more. After a moment of contemplation, Su Ping'an nodded in agreement. One should seize an opportunity when it presents itself. It was wise to acquiesce for now, especially since he could not contend with him at this moment. There would be chances in the future to address it. Excellent, Yu Polu exclaimed, then turned and made his way into the depths of the Qinggong Hall. Shortly thereafter, he emerged, holding an ancient bamboo scroll inscribed with characters. The first line of the Chongqing sword technique read, "The Chongqing sword technique, a single sword severs immortality." How audacious! Su Ping'an made a judgment in his heart. Beyond a few simple techniques of killing, this martial art was entirely centered on the art of nurturing the sword. The creator of this technique believed that there was nothing in the world that could not be severed by a single sword, be it an adversary or the very heavens themselves. If such a thing existed, it must be due to insufficient sword nurturing. After years of cultivating the sword, one would unleash but a single strike. It was a matter of either your demise or mine. A sword should not be drawn lightly. If one cannot prevail, retreat is always an option. Ah, The creator of this technique certainly possessed a remarkable adaptability. Su Pingyan silently finished reading the treatise, redefining this extraordinary work in his heart. Focus on one point and reach the pinnacle. He closed the booklet, his eyes shining brightly. This is it. Chapter 48. The astonishment of the whole martial arts academy. Emerging from the hall of concealed skills, Yu Polu retrieved a bag from the depths of an old trunk. Tossing the bag to Su Pingyan, Yu Polu smiled and said, "Since you have become my closed-door disciple, I shall present you with another gift." Su Pingyan took the bag and opened it. Inside, he discovered a set of attire. As he pulled the garment out, his eyes sparkled with delight. Indeed, it was quite striking. Back in Pingshan village, Su Pingyan had always envied Su Erlang's exquisite sky-blue silk robe, which his aunt had commissioned at great expense. Using half a year's household budget, the rationale was that he had succeeded in the imperial examination, and as the saying goes, one's appearance matters. Thus, he needed a fine garment to uphold his dignity. Su Erlang seldom wore it, reserving it for significant occasions to make an impression. When it was first tailored, Su Dalong was consumed by envy. Little did he anticipate that he too would experience such a moment. The gift bestowed upon Su Pingyan by his master was a striking black and white python-patterned robe with elegant martial sleeves, adorned with golden silk embroidery that outlined the python design, clearly a luxury. Even before trying it on, Su Pingyan could tell that it would look magnificent once donned. He eagerly anticipated wearing it later when he accompanied his master to meet his fellow disciples. "Thank you, master." Su Pingyan clasped his hands in salute. This truly embodies the sentiment of once a teacher, forever a father. The generous gift bestowed upon him is far superior to the previous life, where those educators, cloaked in their titles, relentlessly exploited their students for personal gain. Su Pingyan quickly donned his new attire, just as he encountered Yu Lingxue returning. Upon seeing Su Pingyan emerge from within the room, Yu Lingxue could not help but exclaim in astonishment. The figure before her redefined her perception of handsomeness. The wide sleeves exuded elegance, accentuating his refined demeanor, while the fitted sleeves showcased his strength, embodying a commanding presence. What a remarkable young gentleman, embodying both literary and martial prowess. Yu Lingxue found herself momentarily entranced. Indeed, this was the perfect outfit to meet them. From within, the voice of Yu Polu resonated. The charming senior sister also broke free from the spell of Su Pingyan's striking visage. "Father, senior brother Song and the others have arrived and are awaiting you in the council hall." "Let us go," Yu Polu declared, striding confidently towards the council hall. Su Pingyan and Yu Lingxue followed closely behind. The Polu Martial Arts School's assembly hall was bustling. Upon Yu Lingxue's notification, all the students still in Yanqing Prefecture hurried back. Dozens of students clad in black martial attire gathered in the assembly hall. It had been a long time since the Polu Martial Arts School had been so orderly. At the forefront of the group stood Song Chengfeng, donned in dark attire. The fabric crisp and exuding a cold, austere gleam. A wide leather belt cinched his waist, adorned with a large bronze tiger head buckle. Its eyes wide open and sharp teeth bared. A long, standardized black blade hung at his side, drawing the attention of many junior disciples. "Senior brother, what significant matter has prompted Master to summon us all?" one disciple inquired. "Indeed, senior brother, Master relies on you the most. Could you perhaps give us a hint?" As the chief constable of the Yanqing Prefecture, Song Chengfeng was a paragon in the eyes of these martial arts students. Many who had trained for years aspired to become constables under him. "Master did not disclose anything, and I remain in the dark," Song Chengfeng replied, his hand resting firmly on the hilt of his sword, exuding an air of authority. "What? Even senior brother is unaware?" The disciples began to murmur amongst themselves. "Hey, I heard there's a new disciple at the school today. Is that true? The martial arts in the northern territories have dwindled. Our school hasn't taken in new students for quite some time." "It's true. I heard the newcomer offended second brother Hong quite severely." "Goodness. To offend second brother right upon arrival. Has he lost his mind?" "Hong is notorious for his temper in our school." "Indeed. I heard second brother is furious and intends to teach that lad a lesson." "Well then, I suppose I must return to the school soon. I wouldn't want to miss a good show." "Silence. Master is coming." At Song Chengfeng's commanding shout, the assembly hall fell instantly quiet. All eyes turned towards the entrance. In walked their master, clad in a loose-fitting white martial robe, moving with the grace of a dragon and the majesty of a tiger. Following him was a tall young man dressed in a python robe with both civil and martial sleeves. "Wow, so handsome," was the initial reaction of most upon seeing Su Pingyan. The moment he appeared, Song Qingfeng's imposing constable uniform seemed to pale in comparison to the presence of the young man. A stranger? Many felt a sense of confusion. Before anyone could fully react, Yu Pelu had taken Su Pingyan and Yu Lingxue to the elevated position in the assembly hall. Su Pingyan stood to the left, while Yu Lingxue occupied the right. Song Qingfeng retreated among the gathered disciples, taking his place at the forefront. Once all the disciples had assembled, Yu Pelu nodded slightly. His voice resonant and full of vigor. I have summoned you all today to announce a singular matter. Su Pingyan shall be accepted as my closed-door disciple. From this day forth, regardless of whether he is in Yanqing Prefecture or on the front lines battling the northern demons, he shall be your elder brother. Upon hearing this declaration, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Those familiar with the history of the Polo martial arts school knew that ever since the previous elder brother led several closed-door disciples to betray the master, no new closed-door disciple had been accepted. Even Song Qingfeng was merely the nominal elder brother. Now, after many years, the master had taken on a closed-door disciple once more. Su Pingyan, observing Su Pingyan on stage, clad in a majestic robe with martial sleeves, exuding an air of confidence, Song Qingfeng's pupils constricted. Initially, he could scarcely believe it. However, he soon confirmed that this was indeed the same Su Pingyan, the junior disciple he had just registered that morning. In the Polo martial arts school, Song Qingfeng had always been proud. As the chief constable of Yanqing Prefecture and the nominal elder brother, he never anticipated that merely hours ago, Su Pingyan was but a minor figure he had dismissed. In the blink of an eye, he had become the elder brother of the Polo martial arts school. While he understood that the master might appreciate Su Pingyan's humble background, it was inconceivable that such a reason alone would elevate him to the position of elder brother. There must be some other underlying reason. Master, I refuse to accept this. Just as Song Qingfeng's heart was tumultuous, a coarse voice emerged from behind him. Hongzhen stepped forward, his face a mask of defiance. You think you can become my elder brother after slapping my face on the duel stage? I, Hongzhen, do not accept this, unless my fists are consulted first. Jealousy coursed through him as he observed Yu Lingshua's affectionate gaze towards Su Pingyan. What nonsense is this elder brother business? A mere newcomer, an insignificant figure. How can he possibly be my elder brother? Yu Polu cast a glance at Su Pingyan. Su Pingyan comprehended the situation, and in an instant, a surge of energy erupted within him. The audience gasped in astonishment once more. Could this truly be the energy of the Qi refinement stage? Since Senior Brother Song, our Polu martial arts school has produced a second practitioner of the Qi refinement stage. The crowd's hearts were once again shaken. Hongzhen's face flushed crimson, feeling as though he were ensnared by an overwhelmingly terrifying energy, causing him to falter instantly. Even at the pinnacle of the refinement stage, the gap of a realm made him feel embarrassed while sparring with Su Pingyan. Thank goodness Senior Sister pulled him away earlier, otherwise, offending such a remarkably gifted senior brother would have spelled my doom. So, Senior Sister was intervening on my behalf, Lingxue? Thus, you do harbor feelings for me, don't you? Hongzhen's complexion turned a deep shade of purple as he silently retreated to the ranks. At the forefront of the group, Song Qingfeng's expression shifted wildly. He finally understood why his master valued Su Pingyan so highly. During their initial meeting that morning, he had stealthily gauged Su Pingyan's realm, refinement stage. In the blink of an eye, he has astonishingly advanced to the Qi refinement stage. From the energy he just unleashed, he is not weaker than me, who has spent years in the Qi refinement stage. A martial arts genius, akin to Senior Brother. The fear he had felt from the Senior Brother who had betrayed their sect resurfaced in Song Qingfeng's mind. Among the group, Bai Feng too could hardly believe his eyes. Is this the same junior brother who was indulging with me at the Zue Shao building just this noon? In the blink of an eye, my junior brother has become a senior brother, while I have regressed to being the youngest disciple of the sect. Chapter 49. Composing poetry to entice the senior sister. A breakthrough in realm leading home to find a wife time flew by at the Polu martial arts school. Over the past 2 days, Yu Pelu had been imparting foundational techniques to Su Pingyan in the training hall. Yu Lingxue, whenever she found a moment, would approach Su Pingyan, her words subtly probing whether he had recently composed any remarkable poetry. That morning, Su Pingyan rose particularly early. After spending 3 days in Yanqing Prefecture, it was time for him to depart. Otherwise, if the military governor summoned him in his absence, it would lead to significant trouble. As a member of a military household, his foremost duty was, naturally, to serve in the army. By rising early, Su Pingyan had another purpose: to see Yu Lingxue off, as she was returning to the capital. In the waning winter and early spring, the morning air in Yanqing Prefecture remained biting, swept by the cold winds from the distant plains. Nevertheless, Yu Lingxue had chosen to don a newly tailored spring garment, a tender green that perfectly accentuated her youthful, blossoming figure. Senior sister, are you certain you wish to depart from master without a word? Su Pingyan led the horse while Yu Lingxue gracefully perched upon its back. They journeyed westward, no, southward, along a lengthy path, and Yu Lingxue opted for horseback riding over a carriage. The daughter of a martial artist was not so delicate. Whenever she departed for the capital, her father would act as if they were facing a heartbreaking farewell, but this time, she chose not to summon him. As she rode, Yu Lingxue's gaze lingered on Su Pingyan's chiseled profile, his expressive features evoking a sense of reluctance within her. Before long, Su Pingyan arrived at the city gates of Yanqing Prefecture, leading the horse. Yu Lingxue gracefully dismounted and rummaged through her deerskin bag for a moment, soon retrieving a jade vial of a pale blue hue. "Here, take this," she exclaimed, extending her delicate, snow-white hand to present the vial to Su Pingyan. She continued, "This is a qi blood pill. As an 8th-tier alchemist, this is the finest elixir I can concoct. There are 3 within, please accept it." The qi blood pill, as its name implies, replenishes depleted vitality. It is suitable for low-tier martial artists in the realms of refining essence and energy, providing a temporary boost to a warrior's explosive power or serving as a supplement when their vitality is exhausted. During his time at the Broken Ruins Martial Arts Academy, Su Pingyan absorbed knowledge of martial arts like a parched sponge soaking up water. He now understood the true worth of this qi blood pill. The official pricing from the Dambao Pavilion lists each pill at 100 taels. Upon learning the price of such elixirs, Su Pingyan finally grasped the meaning of wealth in martial prowess, poverty, and scholarship. Just one qi blood pill for low-tier martial artists was so costly. One could only imagine the exorbitant price for higher-tier ones. Yet, remarkably, senior sister Lingxue had generously bestowed 3 of these precious pills upon him. Su Pingyan was certain that after spending a few more days together, he would establish a pure and amicable bond akin to that of Guan and Bao with his senior sister. Alas, time waits for no one, and his senior sister was bound to return to the capital. He needed to capture the heart of Lingxue, for with her as an ally in the capital, he would be regarded as a person of influence. Regardless of whether he would eventually require such connections, having more friends would undoubtedly open more avenues. As he accepted the jade bottle from Yu Lingxue, Su Pingyan intentionally squeezed her delicate, snowy hand. Yu Lingxue shyly withdrew her small hand. Her cheeks flushed as she cast a furtive glance at Su Pingyan. The days spent in the company of his senior sister had truly been the happiest moments of Su Pingyan's life. With such feelings brewing, he composed a 7-character poem, longing to present it to her. Yu Lingxue lifted her head, her eyes sparkling as she fixed her gaze on Su Pingyan. The clouds yearn for garments, the flowers for beauty, the spring breeze caresses the railing, the dew is thick with splendor. Upon hearing the first 2 lines of the poem, Yu Lingxue's expression turned enraptured. She murmured the words repeatedly, lost in the exquisite language, her mind conjuring images of peonies adorned with glistening dewdrops in full bloom. "Master Su, your talents are truly remarkable. It would be a pity not to pursue scholarly or martial endeavors, such a great loss." Yu Lingxue clasped her hands together, cradled against her chest, utterly captivated. After she savored the lines for a while, Su Pingyan sensed the moment had arrived and slowly recited the final 2 lines. "Had we not met atop Mount Chuanyu, we would have encountered each other beneath the moon at Yao Terrace." Ah! The instant those 2 lines were spoken, Yu Lingxue gasped, her large, watery eyes suddenly darting towards Su Pingyan before she swiftly turned away. Her round, luminous face flushed with a charming hue, captivating in its allure. "I shall not pay you any mind. I am leaving," Yu Lingxue exclaimed, like a light-hearted lark, as she leapt onto her horse, gently urging it forward toward the city gate. As she rode away, she glanced back at the smiling Su Pingyan with a mix of bashfulness and excitement. Yu Lingxue felt her heart racing in sync with the rhythm of the horse's hooves, her oval face ablaze with warmth. Does young Master Su's poem reveal his affections for me? Observing the receding, verdant figure of Yu Lingxue and her occasional glances back, Su Pingyan felt a surge of joy within. Alas, I am not a scoundrel. I am merely sentimental. As the saying goes, the capable must bear more burdens. After departing from the city gate of Yanqing, Su Pingyan made his way directly to the residence of Su Erlang. At the break of dawn, as the city gates swung open and the roosters began to crow, Su Erlang was already engrossed in his studies. Brother, you are now renowned at Yin Yin Academy, and both teachers and classmates are eager to befriend you. Yet, they hesitate to venture into the crude realm of the martial arts school. If only my brother could forge connections with more scholarly gentlemen. Who knows what the future might hold? Noticing Su Erlang's hesitant demeanor, Su Daler interrupted him. Erlang, you know I am not cut out for scholarly pursuits. We are destined to tread divergent paths. You thrive at the academy and will embark on an official career. I am but a soldier's son, and once one enters the military life, it is a lifelong commitment. I must return to Qingshan village. Take care. Su Pingyan patted Su Erlang on the shoulder, leaving a 50-tael silver note on the table. He led the little mare and walked towards the city gate. Elder brother. Su Erlang rushed out from within the door. Su Pingyan turned his head and glanced back. Su Erlang's lips twitched slightly, and the words thank you that hovered at the edge of his mouth were ultimately replaced by a cheerful wave. Under Su Pingyan's meticulous care, the little mare's coat became increasingly lustrous, and her strength grew ever more robust. However, the journey from Yanqing Prefecture to Qingshan village was long, and by the time they reached home, the sky had darkened, and it was already the hour of Wu. Su Pingyan, momentarily preoccupied, hastily pushed open the gate to his home, no longer bound to tend to the young chickens. He thought it far more pressing to seek out his beloved wife than to engage with his aunts. Su Lang has returned. The house resonated with the excited voices of 3 women. Mu Wanrong was the first to dash out, leaping into Su Pingyan's embrace. A single day apart felt akin to 3 autumns. As their living conditions improved, the 3 women in the household had become increasingly vibrant and affectionate. Su Pingyan gently squeezed Mu Wanrong's delicate, snow-white hand. Mu Wanrong's fair cheeks flushed a deep crimson, and she gazed at Su Pingyan with affectionate eyes, nodding slightly. This was the secret signal they had agreed upon from the very beginning, signifying her acceptance of Su Pingyan in her heart. As she prepared herself for what was to come, when Su Pingyan gently grasped her delicate hand, he nodded slightly. Xiao Yi, prepare hot water for Su Lang's bath. Mu Wanrong instructed, her voice slightly trembling. Sister, I will assist, Mu Wanqing replied. The Mu sisters shared a mutual understanding. Upon witnessing her sister's alluring glance, Mu Wanqing comprehended everything. Glancing back at Su Pingyan with undeniable charm, Mu Wanrong retreated to her chamber. Under the attentive care of Xiao Yi and Mu Wanqing, Su Pingyan indulged in a comforting hot bath. Subsequently, draped in a loose robe, he pushed open the door to Mu Wanrong's room. In that moment, he was finally free to admire Mu Wanrong, his rightful wife. The earthen bed was now adorned with soft cotton blankets, and the firewood filled the room with a cozy warmth. Reclining on the plush bedding, Mu Wanrong donned a sheer garment, her figure revealing the captivating curves of a woman beneath the delicate fabric. Su Pingyan's gaze ascended gradually. First, a pair of fair, delicate feet emerged from beneath her flowing skirt, their shape exquisitely rounded and the toes slender and dainty, resembling the finest jade in existence. One could not help but feel an irresistible urge to gently grasp them and savor their beauty. Following this, the slender and straight lines of her calves extended gracefully upwards, fading into the hem of her skirt, only to be sharply accentuated by the delicate narrowing of her waist, presenting a captivating tableau of elegance and allure. Su Pingyan marveled silently, his gaze slowly traversing the snow-white neck, eventually resting upon the resplendent visage of Mu Wanrong. She appeared somewhat overheated, her cheeks flushed with a delicate hue, a fine sheen of perspiration gracing her skin, glistening under the flickering candlelight. Su Lang, I have heeded your advice, and my nails are trimmed neatly, she beckoned. Come here. In Chapter 50, A Night of Spring Colors, the Mu Wanrong tale, she continued, Su Lang, I have followed your instructions, yet I find myself feeling exceedingly warm, so very warm. Mu Wanrong lay upon the bed, her gaze languid and her consciousness seemingly drifting into a haze. Su Pingyan placed his hand gently on Mu Wanrong's forehead, feeling a slight warmth. Her fair, delicate skin was tinged with a faint blush. Su Lang, I think I might have a fever. Are you sure it's not something else? With this thought in mind, Su Pingyan no longer hesitated and rested one hand on Mu Wanrong's slender shoulder. Su Pingyan distinctly perceived that Mu Wanrong's delicate figure stiffened, and out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of her slender fist subtly clenching, while her fair and flawless little feet also quietly tensed. Having been married for so long, my lady, there is no need for pretense. In the depths of his heart, Su Pingyan pondered, for he understood that Mu Wanrong had been raised with a sense of modesty and propriety. qualities that embodied her dignity and pride as a refined lady of a prominent family. He turned to extinguish the candle, removed his boots, and was about to ascend the bed when a pair of delicate, snow-white hands pressed against his chest, accompanied by Mu Wanrong's gentle voice, "Do not." The tone was imbued with deep emotion, laced with apprehension, timidity, a hint of resistance, and a touch of pleading. Unbeknownst to him, Mu Wanrong had opened her eyes, and in the darkness, their gazes met. The lovers' prolonged silence and mutual stare elevated the atmosphere to a fervent climax once more. Su Pingyan whispered softly, "Do not be afraid, for I am here." Mu Wanrong gazed at him, her eyes brimming with emotion, as the hand resting upon his chest grew tender and feeble. Su Pingyan grasped the corner of the quilt and gave it a vigorous shake. With a rustling sound, the quilt unfurled from the air, enveloping everything in its embrace. Almost immediately, a fierce struggle ensued within the confines of the bed. Moments later, a belt was flung out from the quilt's crevice. Following this, another intense struggle erupted, and soon after, a lotus-embroidered, pale green undergarment was cast forth. In no time, the floor beside the bed was strewn with garments. The next day, perhaps due to the late-night commotion, Mu Wanrong remarkably slumbered until 10 in the morning. Su Pingyan rose early, diligently transporting the qi machines and honing his martial arts. This is the advantage of a qi-refining martial artist, with boundless energy. Had it not been for his concern for his beloved wife, Su Pingyan could have galloped until dawn. As Mu Wanrong awoke late, lunch was prepared by Mu Wanqing and Xiao Yi. Su Pingyan sat before the wooden table in the courtyard, while Mu Wanqing busily flitted about, her slender waist and ample hips swaying gracefully. Su Pingyan could not help but chuckle. "Qing'er, your sister has been working excessively hard lately. You must learn to share some of her burdens." Mu Wanqing smiled gently and sweetly replied to Su Pingyan, "There is no need for my husband to remind me. I will certainly keep that in mind." "That is wonderful. Remember to accompany Ronger tonight. Let us retire early." Mu Wanqing was momentarily taken aback. Her cheeks flushed crimson, and her enchanting eyes sparkled with a mixture of annoyance and playfulness as she retorted, "What are you saying, husband? I shall ignore you now." At lunchtime, Su Pingyan summoned his uncle and aunt's family to dine together. As spring approached, his second uncle busied himself daily in the fields, diligently tending to the several dozen acres assigned to the military fortress, relishing the work. Meanwhile, his aunt remained at home weaving cloth. She had chosen not to heed Mu Wanrong's advice and instead went to assist in managing the female workers at her nephew's newly opened winery. Su Pingyan was raised single-handedly by her since childhood, and now her nephew is getting married. In her heart, she has always regarded herself as a mother-in-law. During the absence of Su Pingyan, his aunt, concerned about managing the delicate relationship between mothers-in-law and daughters-in-law, endeavored to minimize her interactions with her nephew's wife. However, she was not without her own schemes, as she was biding her time, preparing to strike decisively. In contrast, Su Yueyao and Su Yueka maintained excellent relationships with their sisters-in-law. Su Yueyao frequently assists the Mu sisters in managing the tavern, while little Do Ding increasingly relies on her sisters-in-law. "Sisters, do you see how formidable I am? When I grow up, I aspire to be as powerful as my elder brother and protect everyone." In the courtyard, Su Yueka clutches a small stick, chasing after the geese raised by Xiaoya, who honk loudly in protest. The incident where Su Pingyan drove away a bully has left an indelible mark on little Do Ding's young heart. Now, she regards her elder brother as her role model. The newly hatched white goose in the yard is perceived by her as a tyrannical bully. Soon, cries filled the yard as the large white goose clamped onto little Do Ding's leg and neck, refusing to let go, delivering a stern punishment to this mischievous child who had tormented its offspring. Hearing the commotion, Xiaoya rushed over to rescue little Do Ding from her plight. There, Xiaoku, don't cry. Tomorrow, we will feast on roasted goose, and I'll give you the goose legs." Upon hearing of the delectable promise, little Do Ding immediately stopped crying, clutching her stick and scampering about the yard once more. During mealtime, aside from Su Wan, who was preparing for the imperial examination in Yanqing Prefecture, the entire family gathered around the table: second uncle, aunt, Su Yueyao, little Do Ding, Mu Wanrong, Mu Wanqing, and Xiaoya. Ahem, aunt cleared her throat, drawing the attention of the entire family. "Changsheng, seeing you establish your own family brings me such joy as the matriarch of this household." Changsheng is Su Pingyan's courtesy name, given by Aunt's father, the old scholar, who believed at first sight that the child bore a fortune destined for longevity. Hence the name Changsheng. Aunt typically refers to Su Pingyan with terms like unlucky nephew, money loser, or wasteful child, hardly ever calling him by his courtesy name. Second uncle and Su Yuyao stared at Aunt in astonishment, bewildered by her unusual behavior, while Mu Wanrong felt a jolt in her heart. Matriarch of the household? Su Pingyan also lifted his head to gaze at his aunt. He beheld her radiant face adorned with a smile, her eyes softening as she said, "Now, with such a large family, there will certainly be even more people upon your return." Observing Wanrong tirelessly managing the household and busily attending to the winery these past few days, the aunt felt a pang of guilt. Perhaps it would be best if I take over the household affairs from now on. Upon hearing these words, Mu Wanrong and Mu Wangking exchanged a glance, their hearts immediately struck with alarm. As refined young ladies born in the capital, the sisters had heard their fair share of tales regarding the domestic strife between mothers-in-law and daughters-in-law. Was the aunt attempting to usurp my financial authority? Wanrong refrained from responding, subtly shifting her gaze to Su Pingyan. Typically, she was utterly compliant with him, entrusting all the family finances to his care. The silver she currently held was all that Su Pingyan had left behind when he departed from Qingshan village. During this period, she had adequately provided for the family's needs, believing herself to be a competent steward. Why then was the aunt suddenly seeking to seize control? Yet, if her husband consented to her relinquishing financial power, she would not protest further. "Mother, what are you saying? Sister-in-law Wanrong is the legitimate wife of elder brother. It is she who should manage the household." Su Yueyao set down her chopsticks and interjected. After spending the past few days together, she had grown quite fond of her gentle and virtuous sister-in-law. "You little rascal. Whose side are you really on?" Auntie cast a piercing glance at Su Yueyao with her beautiful eyes. Uncle Su hastily served dishes to Aunt Su, endeavoring to soothe her ire. In truth, he believed that it should be his nephew's wife, Mu Wanrong, who assumed the role of housekeeper. Yet he dared not voice this opinion. Otherwise, he would find no peace this evening. Interrupted in his offensive by his own daughter, Aunt Su did not relent. Instead, she gathered her resolve and, with a piercing gaze, lamented to Uncle Su, "There is not a single good soul in your Su family. All are ungrateful wretches. When I took over Chongqing from you, he was no bigger than a kitten, who nurtured him to maturity. All you do is provoke me. Why go to the trouble of raising him only to make me suffer? It would have been better to feed him to the rats." Chapter 51. The suspicious armory at the dining table. Su Pingyan pretended to be foolish, resolutely refusing to yield regardless of Aunt Su's commotion. In reality, Su Pingyan was acutely aware that Aunt Su had managed the household admirably throughout the years in Pingshan village. However, she lacked an understanding of business matters. After returning from Yanqing Prefecture, Su Pingyan had conferred with Mu Wanrong about their finances. After setting aside 50 taels of silver for Su Erlang and deducting costs for procurement, wages, and daily sustenance, Su Pingyan now finds himself with a mere 40 taels of silver at his disposal. The pressing matter at hand is to continue amassing wealth and fortifying his contingent. The current situation in Fenglin County is far from tranquil, according to Captain Yang. Several nearby villages have fallen prey to banditry. The rationale is quite straightforward. The Great Jin dynasty has suffered defeat and is said to owe substantial reparations to the northern barbarians, a burden that primarily falls upon the common folk of the northern territories, with the government extracting layers of taxes. The impoverished populace has no choice but to retreat into the mountains. Some become rustic dwellers akin to Xiao Ye's father, while others seize the opportunity to become bandit kings. It is rumored that numerous notorious bandit groups encircle Qingshan village, numbering no fewer than a dozen. Currently, Su Pingyan's winery thrives, establishing his modest reputation within a 10-mile radius. Thus, it is hardly surprising that he has attracted the attention of unscrupulous individuals. Although he has attained mastery in the qi refinement stage, he cannot remain vigilant at home every day, necessitating early preparations. The foremost task is, of course, to arm himself and a select few subordinates. In the Great Jin dynasty, it is a severe taboo for commoners to possess weapons, even within martial arts schools like the Broken Captive Martial Academy, which has disciples in government service. Officials routinely visit to inventory weapon caches, ensuring that no one harbors treacherous intentions. However, military households represent a notable exception. In times of conflict, the court mandates that military households must furnish troops for service. They are also required to provide their own provisions and arms. Furthermore, the personal details and residences of military households are meticulously documented, with their families and lands firmly in the hands of the authorities. The government harbors no concerns regarding potential rebellions from these military households. Over time, the right to bear arms has become an unwritten rule for them. Moreover, whether it be swords, spears, or armor, as long as one has the means to procure such items, the government remains indifferent. Su Pingyan intended to take advantage of this unwritten regulation to thoroughly equip several of his subordinates. After lunch, as was his custom, he summoned Xiao Gizi, Uncle Huang, and the squad leader of Qingshan village, Yang Jinshan. Presently, the wives of all three men were employed at the winery established by Su Pingyan. They held a deep-seated admiration and respect for him. The bonds among their families had strengthened, rendering them trustworthy companions. They were en route to Fenglin County. Su Pingyan rode ahead on a slow horse, while the remaining three occupied a cart drawn by the same steed. One cannot deny the swiftness of horseback riding. Within merely an hour, the quartet arrived at the town of Fenglin County. Su Pingyan led the three individuals directly to the crossroads of Fenglin County. There were numerous weapon shops along the street, and Su Pingyan casually selected one to enter with a confident stride. At this time of year, transitioning from late winter to early spring, most households were facing financial constraints. Consequently, weapons were seldom needed by the average person. As a result, the weapon shop appeared to be lacking in customers, with only a young, slender attendant observing the store. After Su Pingyan and his companions entered the shop, the attendant inside remained listlessly propped up on his elbows, dozing off. The eyes of these attendants were quite discerning. Upon observing Su Pingyan and his companions' attire, they quickly deduced that they were merely soldiers from the nearby villages. With hardly a few copper coins in their pockets, it was evident that they could not afford to purchase any ironware. Consequently, the attendant had no intention of wasting his time on these impoverished souls. Pray tell, how much is this long sword? Su Pingyan lifted a broadsword and inquired of the attendant, who was adorned with a six-sided hat. 1 tael and 5 chien. The attendant replied without lifting his head, casting a fleeting glance in this direction, his voice lacking vigor. And what of this type of helmet? Su Pingyan pressed on. 3 taels if it includes neck protection, 2 taels without. Su Pingyan nodded, then picked up a long spear. And this spear? The shopkeeper, growing impatient, raised his head and exclaimed sharply, 1 tael for each. You impoverished wretches. If you have no intention of purchasing, then refrain from handling them. If you break it, who will take responsibility? Your filthy hands will only compel me to clean up afterward, which is utterly vexing. Hey, you insolent fool, who are you calling filthy? Xiao Gizi retorted, adjusting his felt hat and swiftly advancing to confront the shopkeeper. I am referring to you, what of it? This establishment has shares owned by Zhao County Magistrate. Do you wish to provoke a disturbance? The shopkeeper remained unfazed by Xiao Gizi's challenge, his demeanor still brash. Uncle Huang stepped forward to pull Xiao Gizi back. Su Pingyan cast a cold glance at the attendant. The piercing gaze of a Qi refinement realm martial artist sent a shiver down the attendant's spine with just a fleeting look. The earlier arrogance had diminished significantly. After a considerable pause, he waved his hand and said, all right. It seems our establishment will not cater to your needs. Please leave, esteemed guests. Su Pingyan could not be bothered to engage with such a contemptuous individual. In order to maintain a low profile, he deliberately donned the military uniform distributed by the army today. Were he to wear the elegant sleeves gifted by his master, it was likely that this fellow would rush forward to fawn over him. Su Pingyan, accompanied by Uncle Huang and 2 others, wandered through several weapon shops. The prices were largely similar, and the quality could only be described as barely adequate. These weapons were significantly inferior to those found in the Bolo Martial Arts Hall. Many of the shops had their own tricks. For instance, some merchants sold swords and sabers that appeared gleaming and new on the surface. However, due to insufficient forging, the weapons bore hidden flaws within. While these arms might deceive the uninformed ordinary soldiers, as a master of the Qi refining realm, Su Pingyan could easily discern their inadequacies with a gentle squeeze. For the soldiers who risked their lives on the battlefield, these weapons represented their very lives and livelihoods. Leaving no room for carelessness, they exited yet another weapon shop. Su Pingyan found himself engulfed in existential doubt, for in Fenglin County, he could not locate a single weapon shop that met his expectations. Must he venture all the way to Yanqing Prefecture to procure arms? Just as despair settled in his heart, a melodious female voice rang out beside him. Esteemed sir, are you in search of weaponry? If you have the time, might I invite you to my humble abode? Turning towards the voice, Su Pingyan beheld a girl clad in a simple blue linen dress. She appeared quite youthful, perhaps around 15 or 16, with a sun-kissed complexion and a pair of bright, expressive eyes that sparkled with vitality. "Very well, lead the way," he replied, adopting a mindset of hope against hope. At that moment, a slender, diminutive figure emerged from the first shop, carrying water. Witnessing this scene, Su Pingyan could not suppress a jest. "Ah, the little black girl from the Yang family is out to swindle again. Who in their right mind would purchase your wares? What a futile endeavor." The dark-skinned girl, upon hearing this, immediately flushed with indignation and retorted, "Zhu Shower, mind your tongue, lest you injure yourself. The merchandise from my shop far surpasses yours. Esteemed sir, do not heed his words. Come with me." Su Pingyan was quite indifferent. He decided to take a look and followed the girl with the dark skin into the alley behind Cross Street. Evidently, her shop was not located on the main thoroughfare. After walking a dozen meters and turning 2 corners, Su Pingyan finally caught sight of a shop with a sign that read Yang's Ironworks. This establishment featured a storefront with a workshop at the back. Standing at the entrance, he could hear the rhythmic clanging of iron being forged in the rear courtyard. Unlike several shops on Cross Street that primarily sold weapons, this ironworks also displayed an array of iron agricultural tools within. Su Pingyan felt a sense of uncertainty within. The weapons shop in Fenglin County had a reputation for subpar quality. Could a store that produced both weapons and agricultural tools truly succeed? Su Pingyan casually picked up a standard military saber from the state of Jin, scrutinizing it intently. Su Pingyan felt a stir within him. The craftsmanship of this military knife was unexpectedly exquisite. The spine was robust, and the blade was smooth. Su Pingyan tested it with his thumb, faintly sensing the chill of the blade. He then picked up a spearhead, scrutinizing it closely. The spear tip was straight, and the edge was polished to a brilliant sharpness. Judging solely by the quality of the weapons, this shop's offerings far surpassed those of the establishments on the main street. They could even rival the weaponry of the renowned Breaking the Siege martial arts school. Yet, why was this shop situated in such an obscure location? Could it be that this establishment harbored unspeakable secrets? A wave of perplexity washed over Su Pingyan. Chapter 52, The Curvaceous Smith. With a mind brimming with questions, Su Pingyan picked up a piece of short military armor. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that this armor was equally exquisite in craftsmanship. Each plate of the iron armor measured approximately 2.5 millimeters in thickness, and the leaves of the armor were intricately woven, tight and firm. The materials are robust. Donning this iron armor, an ordinary warrior at the refinement stage would find it a formidable challenge to penetrate. Su Pingyan nodded, feeling quite satisfied within. "What are the prices for these weapons you have?" Su Pingyan turned to the dark-skinned young girl and inquired. The girl appeared vibrant and spirited, her demeanor warm and welcoming. "Esteemed sir, our shop offers standard military sabers at the price of 1 tael and 2 chien each. The long spears, complemented with a nama handle, are priced at 1 tael apiece. The short notes you hold are available in a set for 5 taels of silver, and each iron helmet is priced at 1 tael and 5 chien." Su Pingyan was taken aback. The quality of the weapons in this shop far surpassed that of the armory on Main Street, yet the prices were approximately 30% lower. How truly perplexing. Su Pingyan could not help but inquire, "Are you certain that all the weapons and equipment in your store meet this quality? Surely the samples displayed in your shop are not sourced from another supplier?" Su Pingyan boldly expressed his doubts and speculations. However, upon hearing his words, the dark-skinned girl appeared to take great offense, her small mouth pouting in indignation as she retorted, "How dare you make such baseless assumptions about us? Every weapon here has been crafted by our family's blacksmith. If we were to use merchandise from another, it would surely bring calamity upon us, as if our very lives were to be struck down by a passing carriage." Witnessing the girl's fervent oath, Su Pingyan could only marvel at her conviction. Su Pingyan quickly waved his hand, saying, "The young lady is quite spirited for her tender age. Do not take offense at my inquiries. We soldiers always place our lives at stake. Once we step onto the battlefield, these weapons become our very existence, and thus we must exercise utmost caution. I am thoroughly impressed with the weaponry your family offers and am prepared to make a substantial purchase. However, I have one condition before proceeding." Upon hearing Su Pingyan's words, the dark-skinned young lady immediately transformed her anger into joy and stepped forward, inquiring, "What request does this gentleman have?" Su Pingyan pointed towards the direction of the workshop in the backyard. "Take me to see your forging workshop." Acquiring weaponry was a considerable expense, and Su Pingyan needed to exercise utmost caution. Fortunately, he possessed experience. By observing the forging process and materials used, he could ascertain the quality of the weapons produced. The dark-skinned young girl did not immediately acquiesce. Instead, She bowed her head, deep in thought for a moment. Their family's iron workshop had long been marginalized by other shops in the county, which forced them to create agricultural tools to sell for supplementary income. Now, the shop was on the brink of financial ruin. This transaction was of paramount importance to them. Seemingly resolute, the dark-skinned girl raised her head and said, "Please wait a moment, my lord. I shall inquire with our master craftsman. If she consents, I will return to invite you." With that, she dashed towards the backyard. Su Pingyan stood with his hands clasped behind his back, pondering within the shop. The establishment he encountered today not only boasted the finest quality in the entire county, but also offered the most reasonable prices. Su Pingyan's thoughts now extend beyond merely purchasing a few weapons. He aspires to forge a long-term partnership with this establishment. After all, he envisions establishing a base in Qingshan village to form a personal battalion, akin to elite troops on the battlefield. Consequently, he requires a reliable arms supplier. If this shop can consistently and stably provide high-quality weapons at reasonable prices, Su Pingyan must cultivate a good relationship with them. At the very least, he should meet the artisans of this weaponry shop in person. With this in mind, Su Pingyan instructed Uncle Huang and the others to wait inside the shop while he made his way directly to the backyard. Rather than idly waiting, he deemed it prudent to investigate personally. After all, if that dark-skinned girl were to slip in and alert someone, he could be deceived if the shop were to suddenly turn hostile. Soon, Su Pingyan entered the spacious yard behind the modest storefront of Yang's weaponry. Su Pingyan estimated that it was likely a substantial courtyard comprising 3 sections. Upon entering the outer courtyard, he was momentarily taken aback. The sound of sharpening resonated through the air as 3 women diligently honed their long knives on whetstones. Among them, one woman's blade was nearly perfected, its edge glistening like a tranquil autumn stream, emanating a chilling brilliance, mirroring the long knives displayed within the shop. Su Pingyan nodded, a wave of emotions washing over him. The task of sharpening blades was indeed a laborious endeavor, one that required considerable physical exertion. It was surprising to find that in this establishment, it was women who undertook such demanding work. The women were wholly engrossed in their tasks, completely oblivious to Su Pingyan's entrance. Continuing onward, he stepped into the inner courtyard, where yet another group of women was busily engaged. Some were meticulously affixing sharp, gleaming spearheads to sturdy Namu shafts. The Namu wood, known for its resilience and durability, was an excellent choice, unlikely to splinter easily. Meanwhile, in front of other women lay a basket brimming with iron armor plates. As they collaborated skillfully to interlace the pieces together, Su Pingyan stepped forward and picked up a freshly crafted piece of iron armor, carefully examining it. Indeed, its quality was indistinguishable from that within the shop. Su Pingyan nodded slightly and proceeded into the inner courtyard. 2 female workers, engaged in the crafting of iron armor, noticed Su Pingyan and were evidently taken aback. Why would a man enter our Yang family's blacksmith shop? Moreover, he is a tall and handsome young gentleman. As Su Pingyan made his way toward the inner courtyard, the 2 women seemed to recall something and suddenly exclaimed in alarm, "Stop! Do not enter." Unfortunately, it was too late. Su Pingyan had lifted the courtyard curtain and strode in. However, as soon as he raised his head, he was momentarily stunned by the breathtaking beauty of the scenery within the courtyard. It turned out that this inner courtyard, with its 3 sections, constituted the very heart of the Yang family's ironworks. At this moment, the central iron smelting furnace roared with a vigorous sound, while the molten iron in the crucible emitted a searing orange glow. The temperature here was exceedingly high, even from a distance of 7 or 8 meters. Su Pingyan felt beads of sweat forming on his body. At this time, 4 artisans were laboriously forging iron. To his astonishment, all 4 were women. What truly left Su Pingyan in awe was the tall, athletic woman standing at the center of the courtyard, bare-chested and glistening with sweat as she wielded a hammer. The muscles of the female blacksmith's arms were rounded and firm, and the elegant lines of her physique trembled slightly with each strike of iron against iron. Illuminated by the bright orange flames, every glistening bead of sweat on the mountain-like contours of her body was strikingly visible. The blacksmith's exquisite features, cast in the glow of the furnace, were captivatingly beautiful, yet her expression was one of intense focus and dedication. Su Pingyan was utterly captivated, not merely by the youthful and exhilarating ambience, but by the exquisite rhythm of the female blacksmith's hammering, harmonizing with the whooshing sounds of the bellows, reminiscent of an extraordinarily fervent symphony. At that moment, a little girl with dark skin noticed Su Pingyan. "You, how did you get in here? Who permitted your entry? Leave at once." Chapter 53. To mooch is humanity's eternal joy. Whoosh. A scorching iron hammer, accompanied by waves of intense heat and a piercing gust, soared towards Su Ping'an. Goodness, are all the women in this forge so fiercely spirited? Su Ping'an slightly turned his body, grasping the swiftly approaching hammer handle with one hand. As a martial artist in the Qi refinement realm, his reaction speed surpassed that of ordinary individuals by several folds. He effortlessly tracked the trajectory of the hammer in midair. When Su Ping'an glanced forward once more, he noticed that the female blacksmith had donned a garment. It concealed her exposed form, but could not obscure her delicate and alluring curves. "What are you doing? Who allowed you to intrude?" the dark-skinned girl exclaimed, a mixture of urgency and anger in her voice, tinged with an undertone of tears. Su Ping'an is the individual she brought into the shop. Now, having intruded without the consent of the master craftsman, he has laid bare the wonders of the forging chamber. This responsibility is far beyond her capacity to bear. Observing the young girl before him, on the verge of tears, Su Ping'an realized the gravity of his transgression. He hastily took 2 steps back and clasped his hands in apology. "My lady, please do not take offense. I merely wish to place a substantial order upon witnessing the exquisite craftsmanship of the armor being forged outside. In my desire for assurance, I sought to inspect the artistry behind such remarkable work. I had no intention of causing this unfortunate incident. I sincerely apologize and hope that the master craftsman will not hold this against the young lady." Su Ping'an's words were quite appropriate, first indicating that he had a significant business proposal to discuss. He expressed his apologies for his previous actions and then turned to speak on behalf of his staff, garnering goodwill. Upon hearing this, the imposing woman at the forefront visibly calmed, though she still retained a hint of displeasure as she remarked, "You, sir, who have so recklessly intruded into my forge, what business do you wish to discuss? You had better articulate your intentions clearly. For do not be deceived by the fact that my forge is staffed solely by women. You shall not escape unscathed if you cannot provide a satisfactory explanation." The woman speaking was the master blacksmith of the establishment, known as Yang Tiexin. The temperature around the forge was exceedingly high, and after prolonged labor, sweat often clung the clothing to her skin, creating considerable discomfort. Consequently, many blacksmiths preferred to work bare-chested. Although she was indeed a woman, Yang Tiexin possessed a naturally bold character, unconcerned with societal norms. During her daily toil, she and 3 other female blacksmiths worked alongside one another, unencumbered by modesty. Today, however, an unexpected male had entered their workspace, and she feared that her inadvertent oversight had compromised the dignity of her 3 companions. Unbeknownst to her, her striking physique had drawn Su Ping'an's gaze the moment he entered, causing him to overlook the presence of the other women. At this moment, she had finally composed herself and signaled Su Ping'an to step outside for a discussion. The 2 exited the inner courtyard, with the small, dark-skinned girl trailing behind. Her head hung low in a manner that suggested she felt she had erred. Upon leaving the forge, the fresh air outside alleviated the heat that had enveloped them. Yang Tiexin finally had the opportunity to assess the appearance of the man who had mistakenly wandered into her domain. Standing before her was a figure of elegance, his features refined and striking, towering over her by a half-head. From a young age, Yang Tiexin had been competitive and had never considered herself inferior to any man. Yet, in the presence of Su Ping'an, she felt an involuntary flutter of embarrassment, realizing that she had been exposed in an unexpected manner. "This is my wife and the owner of the shop, Yang Tiexin," the dark-skinned girl introduced timidly, her previous lively demeanor replaced by a sense of unease. "Miss Yang, I assure you that I came earnestly to procure iron goods. I was merely too hasty and did not intend to offend you. Please do not take it to heart." Su Ping'an internally jested, "I would rather like to bump into you 3,000 more times. Might that be permissible?" He quickly bowed in a gesture of respect. Unlike the carefree and innocent demeanor of Yu Lingxue, Su Ping'an discerned that the woman before him possessed a fierce and strong-willed character. Thus, employing gentle words to seek reconciliation seemed the most prudent approach. "Very well," Yang Tiexin responded with a slight huff, continuing, "as long as you did not intend any offense. You have seen for yourself that all the weapons in this shop are crafted by my hand. How much do you wish to purchase?" Su Ping'an clasped his hands together and introduced himself as the captain of the soldiers from Donghe Fort. He expressed his desire to procure a batch of weaponry to equip his brethren, instilling in them the courage to face the battlefield. He inquired whether the lady could negotiate the prices of the weapons in her store. Yang Tiexin, upon observing the young man's clear gaze and gracious demeanor, recognized his sincerity in seeking to purchase goods, and his earlier anger dissipated entirely. The misunderstanding that had just occurred was now a thing of the past. The two of them formally entered the phase of haggling. "Hey and I, please brew some tea and bring it to the reception room." "All right, my lady," replied the cheerful young girl, who then skipped away with light footsteps. The lady's request for her to serve tea signified forgiveness, and the weight in her heart had finally lifted. Su Pingyan, filled with delight, followed Yang Tiexin into the reception room. Yang Yangzi's words were quite clear. The price was still negotiable. Soon, the two figures slipped into the meeting chamber, closing the door behind them. Meanwhile, several women from the blacksmith's workshop huddled together, whispering amongst themselves. "How peculiar. Our Yang Yangzi was seen naked by a man, yet she is not angered and treats him with courtesy. Truly, the sun must have risen in the west." Another female blacksmith murmured, "Why should she be angry? That gentleman is remarkably tall and handsome. I wouldn't be upset either if he looked at me." The expressions of the other two female blacksmiths flickered with intrigue. Then, an older woman teased, "Oh, come now. With your figure, neither curvaceous nor ample, just a flat little board. How amusing." Laughter erupted from the women, filling the courtyard with their joyous mirth. Inside the reception room, Su Pingyan lifted his teacup and took a sip, his gaze meticulously scrutinizing the young lady Yang. She stood over 7 feet tall, approximately 175 centimeters in modern measurements, surpassing many men of the Jin dynasty in stature. Her complexion, a honeyed wheat tone, bore the marks of years spent laboring before the iron furnace. Upon closer inspection, her features were remarkably well-proportioned and beautiful, possessing a captivating allure. Perhaps due to years of hard labor in the forge, her physique was voluptuous and robust, with a full and ample bosom and perfectly rounded hips. Gazing upon this commanding figure before him, Su Pingyan could not help but recall the enchanting sights within the smithy, swallowing hard in anticipation. Amidst casual conversation, Su Pingyan discovered that this female artisan possessed a bold and resolute character, exhibiting a demeanor reminiscent of a man. At that moment, Lady Yang's complexion bore a slight blush. The gaze of Su Pingyan lingered in her mind, a vision that she could not easily dismiss. Yet, as she gazed upon this gentleman before her, she felt no trace of anger. Instead, an inexplicable fondness began to blossom within her. "Yang Tiexin, dear Yang Tiexin, you are currently engaged in business with this gentleman," she reminded herself. "Do not lose your composure." With a gentle shake of her head, Lady Yang cast aside her distracting thoughts. Su Pingyan took another sip of tea and inquired of Lady Yang, "Madam Yang, I have observed that the iron shop on Cross Street solely specializes in weaponry. Yet your establishment sells both weapons and agricultural tools. What is the reason for this?" With a sigh, Yang Tiexin shook his head, his eyes cast downwards. Chapter 54. Yang Tiexin's unique service. Upon hearing Yang Tiexin's explanation, Su Pingyan realized the situation. The Yang family's iron shop, from the staff to the blacksmiths, comprised entirely of women. However, in the male-dominated field of iron forging, few believed that women could produce quality ironwork. Many customers seeking weapons would not even step through the door upon seeing only women at the workshop. Thus, they resorted to crafting agricultural tools to supplement their income. Understanding Lady Yang's predicament, Su Pingyan nodded in empathy. In the Great Jin dynasty, the ideology of male superiority and female subservience was deeply ingrained. The weapon forging industry was an absolute male monopoly, as the physical demands of blacksmithing were considerable, making it challenging for ordinary women to excel. The notion of a woman serving as a master craftsman in the creation of armor was even more improbable. Nevertheless, Su Pingyan, having received 9 years of compulsory education, held a different perspective. He cared not for the gender of the craftspeople. Rather, he sought the finest quality at a fair price. Furthermore, the products were not only affordable but also of superior quality. Given that the shop offered a glimpse of their wares, Su Pingyan had no reason to refrain from patronizing this establishment. After all, the joy of acquiring something for free has been a source of delight for men throughout history. Lady Yang, astute in her observations, noted Su Pingyan's continued interest and cautiously inquired, "Sir, how many weapons and armor do you require?" After a moment of contemplation, Su Pingyan spoke in a low voice. "I require 4 round-topped helmets, for short armors capable of protecting the vital areas of the chest and abdomen, for standard military sabers, and 4 long spears with Nama handles. Additionally, I need a 10-stone strength longbow, along with 2 pouches of arrows. What is the total cost?" Madame Yang felt a surge of joy in her heart and promptly took out her abacus, casting a deep glance at Su Ping'an. A longbow of 10-stone strength is something that an ordinary person could hardly draw. This gentleman must surely be a man of great strength. Strength is commendable. A strong man possesses power wherever he goes. Dismissing the chaotic thoughts swirling in her mind, Madame Yang continued calculating on her abacus. Before long, she arrived at the total price, 26 taels and 8 cash. I shall give the gentleman a discount, settling for 26 taels. Su Ping'an took another sip of the fragrant tea, contemplating the situation. If he were to purchase these military supplies from other weapon shops in Cross Street, he would likely need at least 30 taels of silver, and even then, the quality would pale in comparison to that of the Yang family's ironworks. This lady conducts her business with commendable integrity. Su Ping'an nodded. Very well, let us proceed at this price. Upon hearing Su Ping'an's words, Yang Yangzi felt a surge of joy. After more than half a month, the shop had finally secured a significant deal. However, I have one more condition. Yang Chexin was momentarily taken aback. What does the Su Langjun mean? Does he require some peculiar service? Throughout her years in business, having witnessed numerous inappropriate requests from male customers, she had always resolutely turned them down. Yet, in the presence of Su Langjun, she found herself wavering. I need you to provide a unique service. Indeed, it seemed that this was what awaited me. Yang Chexin's face flushed crimson. Please wait a moment. Su Ping'an turned away from the reception room and made his way to the shop's front hall, where he received a substantial package from Uncle Huang. The package was rather heavy. It contained the mysterious iron stone that Su Ping'an's master had given him just before his departure from Yanqing Prefecture, intended for forging weapons. Having cultivated the eternal sword technique, it was imperative for him to pursue the path of nurturing a sword. After all, how could one embark on such a journey without a fine blade? However, the breaking the enemy martial arts hall did not possess a suitable longsword. Thus, Yu Boru generously gifted Su Ping'an a piece of the mysterious iron stone he had stumbled upon a decade ago, urging him to return to the military and seek the assistance of a blacksmith to forge a weapon. Before long, Su Ping'an entered the reception room, single-handedly cradling the mysterious iron stone. Inside, Yang Tiexin was lost in thought, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush, wrestling with the dilemma of whether or not to acquiesce. Su Ping'an exclaimed, I agree. Yang Tiexin turned his head, his face flushed with embarrassment. The moment the words left his lips, he regretted them. Yang Tiexin. Oh, Yang Tiexin, you are not such a frivolous woman. Su Ping'an was momentarily taken aback, turning to gaze at Su Ping'an, who was holding the dark iron stone aloft. Yang Tiexin also found himself in a state of astonishment. How did you know before I even spoke? What does it signify, young Master Su, to hold such a large stone? A peculiar preference? The two remained rooted to the spot until Su Ping'an broke the silence first. I have observed your exquisite craftsmanship, Master Yang, and I would like to request your assistance in forging a longsword from this dark iron stone. The price shall be negotiated separately. Might I inquire if Madame Yang is agreeable to this? Upon hearing Su Ping'an's words, Yang Tiexin exhaled in relief. Since it was the request of young Master Su, it was certainly no trouble at all. The only uncertainty lay in what style of long sword the young master desired. Su Ping'an extracted a blueprint bestowed by her master, stating, simply follow the specifications outlined in this diagram. Yang Tiexin nodded in agreement. Due to the intricate nature of the design and the high standards required for the sword forging, the labor fee was ultimately settled at 10 taels of silver, with an agreement to collect the sword in 10 days. This transaction yielded a profit of 36 taels, bringing considerable joy to Yang Tiexin. Born into a family of craftsmen with a long lineage of blacksmiths, she was the sole daughter in a lineage traditionally passed down to males. However, in her generation, she stood as the only girl. Fortuitously, Yang Tiexin possessed a strong and determined character from a young age, coupled with a genuine passion for the art of forging. With her tall stature and strength rivaling that of men, she successfully carried on the family legacy. Though a woman, her spirit was marked by generosity and valor. Observing the plight of numerous women in the surrounding villages who had lost their husbands and were struggling to make ends meet, she welcomed them into her workshop to provide them with employment. Yet, as times grew increasingly tough, business became ever more challenging, eventually forcing her to rely on crafting agricultural tools to barely sustain her livelihood. Today, the order from Su Ping'an has alleviated her immediate concerns. With this financial gain, the women of the Yang family ironworks can at least rest assured regarding their basic needs for the month ahead. Su Ping'an promptly settled the payment. Lady Yang then delivered the prepared armor and weapons to the carriage outside the shop. Uncle Huang and the other two gazed at the equipment with hearts brimming with joy. As soldiers, they were acutely aware that such exquisite gear could mean the difference between life and death on the battlefield. Su Pingyan allocated equipment to several individuals. Each received an iron helmet, a military saber, and a long spear, one for each person. However, due to the high cost of short armor, Su Pingyan initially purchased one only for himself. The other three were fortunate to receive a piece of heart-protecting iron generously gifted by Yang Yangzi, which could safeguard their vital organs in critical moments. Presently, only Su Pingyan possessed the skill to wield a bow and arrows, which he carried on his back. Nevertheless, he assured the trio that once the distillery began to yield profits, he would undoubtedly equip them adequately. The four donned their brand-new armor, delight filling their hearts. Upon departing from the Yang family's iron shop, Su Pingyan and his companions soon emerged from the alley to the main street. The frail, short attendant from the neighboring shop, who had previously spoken derisively to Su Pingyan and his group, reappeared carrying water. Upon seeing Su Pingyan and his companions clad in their new armor, he froze mid-action. Disbelief etched across his face. He had anticipated that upon discovering the presence of women in the Yang family's shop, they would surely leave in anger. To his astonishment, they had indeed purchased armor, and in such quantity. The attendant, with a keen eye, quickly estimated the transaction to be worth 30 to 40 taels. And regret surged within him. Had he secured this deal, his commission alone would have exceeded 1 tael, sufficient for a night of indulgence at the nearby Flower Street. Alas, what a significant loss. The short attendant stomped his foot in frustration and turned back into the shop, despondent. Xiao Gizi intentionally strolled to the shop's entrance, flicking the iron helmet on his head, producing a clattering sound that provoked the attendant, who was left itching to slap himself. Su Pingyan smiled and shook his head, leading Ma towards the city gate. The winding rural path from Fenglin County back to Qingshan Village was arduous, and shortly after departing from Fenglin County, the four of them plunged into the hills adorned with needle-bearing trees. The mountain breeze swept past the withered wood, carrying with it a faint metallic scent. Halt! On horseback! Su Pingyan reined in the reins, raised his hand, and then dismounted. Attack! From the distance, the faint sounds of battle echoed through the dense forest. The four exchanged glances, a chill running through their hearts. Xiao Gizi, your agility is commendable. Go ahead and scout the situation. Understood, Brother Pingyan. Without hesitation, Xiao Gizi set down his spear and dashed forward wielding a military knife. Moments later, he returned, panting heavily. Brother Pingyan, there's a small band of bandits ahead, 6 in total, who are in the midst of robbing a carriage. Brother Pingyan, should we intervene? Xiao Gizi adjusted the 4-pointed iron helmet atop his head, glancing at Su Pingyan. Uncle Huang and Yang Jinshun also turned their eyes towards Su Pingyan. In this small team, admiration for Su Pingyan was palpable. Even Yang Jinshun, with a higher military rank, subtly regarded Su Pingyan as the leader. After surveying his 3 companions, Su Pingyan spoke in a low voice. What is the bandits' equipment like? Did you get a clear look? Xiao Gizi promptly replied. The bandits are clad in coarse garments, each wielding swords, but I did not see any bows or horses among them. Su Pingyan nodded solemnly and declared, as soldiers of the realm, it is our duty to safeguard the people of Great Jin. Let us secure the horses and proceed to take a look. Su Pingyan had resolutely decided that today he would lead his 3 brothers to hunt down bandits for practice. As a soldier, one must inevitably face the battlefield sooner or later. Today, they had just been equipped with new weaponry, rather than waiting until they were on the battlefield. Bewildered in the face of the monstrous army, it was far wiser to eliminate a few bandits in advance to hone their skills. Uncle Huang and the others understood this rationale and fully complied with Su Pingyan's arrangements. After young Gizi secured the cart, the group swiftly formed a diamond-shaped formation, advancing towards the bandits as instructed by Su Pingyan. Su Pingyan, clad in armor, forged ahead to clear the path. Uncle Huang and Captain Yang, wielding long spears, flanked Su Pingyan on either side. Meanwhile, Xiao Gizi, armed with a military knife, trailed at the rear, tasked with vigilance and observation. Soon, they approached the site where the bandits were ambushing travelers. Parting the withered grass, they beheld 5 or 6 marauders ahead, 4 of whom brandished long blades while howling menacingly, attempting to instill fear. 2 others climbed onto the carriage, pulling people down from above while making lewd remarks. My dear lady, come down and entertain the gentleman. I assure you it will be most pleasurable. From within the palanquin, a voice cried out in desperation, as a pair of snow-white arms, marred by crimson handprints, were seized by one of the bandits. On the ground lay the lifeless body of what appeared to be the coachman, his coarse linen garments soaked in blood. Halt! Su Pingyan raised his hand to signal the three individuals behind him to remain still. He then unstrapped the bow from his back, drawing it taut and nocking an arrow, aiming it towards the bandits. Whoosh! The sound of the arrow slicing through the air startled the four bandits, causing them to look around in alarm. Yet, it was too late. Su Pingyan's first arrow pierced the chest of a bandit. The struck brigand fell to the ground with a cry, writhing in agony. Upon witnessing their comrade fall, the remaining bandits were instantly thrown into a state of chaos. Two bandits atop the carriage abandoned the individuals inside, leaping down to use the carriage as cover, crouching low as they scanned the surroundings. Su Pingyan once again extracted an arrow from his quiver and raised his hand to release it. A 10-stone bow, a formidable weapon for ordinary soldiers, was but a trivial endeavor for a martial artist like Su Pingyan, akin to drawing a child's toy bow. The second arrow struck a bandit in the thigh, causing him to collapse to the ground, clutching his leg and wailing in agony. Whoosh! Su Pingyan's hand moved swiftly as he released a third arrow. This time, the bandits discerned the direction of the incoming projectile and hastily sought refuge behind the wagon or the stout trunks of trees. The arrow failed to strike any bandit. Instead, it embedded itself deeply into a thick tree trunk, its sharp tip piercing through with force. The impact sent a cascade of withered leaves tumbling from the treetop. As Su Pingyan observed that there were only 4 adversaries remaining, he realized it was perfectly matched, 4 against 4, providing an excellent opportunity for Xiao Gizi and his companions to hone their skills. He unsheathed his long knife and charged forward, shouting, "Kill!" The 4 of them roared and rushed at the bandits. Before the bandits could react, Su Pingyan swiftly closed in on 2 of them who were attempting to evade around the cart. With a decisive thrust of his energy into the blade, he severed one bandit's head, sending it flying. Following that, he delivered a powerful kick to the abdomen of another bandit, sending him sprawling towards Xiao Gizi. "Brother Pingyan, you're right on time," Xiao Gizi exclaimed, seizing the moment to charge at the fallen bandit. The bandit, clutching his stomach in agony, soon regained his composure. Upon noticing Xiao Gizi's slight frame, a sinister grin emerged on his face as he lunged forward with his knife. Bang! Despite his diminutive stature, Xiao Gizi exhibited remarkable agility. He deflected the bandit's downward strike with his blade, swiftly bent low, and advanced forward, slicing through with his sharp knife. The bandit was left with his insides ruptured, blood splattering everywhere. The skirmish was both brief and intense. Meanwhile, Uncle Huang and Yang Jinshan took advantage of their long spears to quickly impale 2 of the remaining bandits to the ground. Though the 2 wounded bandits attempted to resist, they were soon dispatched by Yang Jinshan as well. Having effortlessly slain 6 bandits, Xiao Gizi and his companions were elated. With their newfound weapons, they felt a stark contrast to their training days at the military fortress, where the distributed sabers were either dull or rusted, incapable of even severing the training dummies. In comparison, Su Pingyan's exquisite blade was unparalleled. After this engagement, the trio's admiration for Su Pingyan intensified, elevating him to a position of leadership in their minds. At Su Pingyan's signal, Xiao Gizi crouched over the bandit corpses, meticulously examining their origins. After a fruitless search, he spat in frustration, "Damn it, just a bunch of paupers. Nothing on them." He then pulled aside the clothing of one bandit, revealing a long, serpent-like tattoo coiling around the upper arm of the lead bandit. The serpent was depicted with its tongue flicking, encircled by a blazing inferno, creating a rather fearsome image. Upon seeing this tattoo, Su Pingyan's eyes gleamed with recognition. Each time he entered the city, he made it a habit to peruse the notice boards. He had seen the wanted posters for bandits plastered near the city gates. The individual bearing the serpent tattoo was among them. Xiao Gizi further examined the bandit's beard, and after a moment of careful comparison, Su Pingyan exclaimed with excitement, "Indeed, it's him. This fellow is known as the Long-Tail Snake, with a bounty of 15 taels from the government. This is a substantial gain. Besides this bandit leader, the other 5 bandits also carry a bounty of 5 taels each." Su Pingyan instructed Uncle Huang and the others to load the bandits' corpses onto the cart. He then returned to the commandeered carriage. Lifting the curtain, he beheld a portly middle-aged man clad in luxurious garments and a slender young woman seated within. "Please, do not kill me, esteemed gentlemen. If you spare my daughter and me, I will give you all my money, all of it." I implore you, grant us our lives." The rotund man was drenched in sweat, repeatedly bowing in supplication. The young woman beside him buried her head behind his shoulder, her frail form trembling like a leaf in the wind. "Fear not, my good sir, we are soldiers from Qingshan village. That band of robbers has just been vanquished by us, rest assured." Upon hearing Su Ping'an's gentle and benevolent words, the middle-aged man finally breathed a sigh of relief. After inspecting the situation outside, he clasped his hands in gratitude, exclaiming, "Thank you, brave warriors. I am Qian Ruifeng, the owner of the Qian family cloth shop in Fenglin County. I am eternally grateful for your life-saving assistance." Saying this, he procured a pouch of money from his bosom, eager to reward Su Ping'an and his companions. Su Ping'an heard that he was the owner of a fabric shop, and his thoughts stirred. He gently pushed back his money pouch and inquired, "Master Qian, I have heard that the villages near Fenglin County are currently beset by banditry. Given such unrest, why do you still venture beyond the city?" Upon hearing this, Master Qian helplessly shook his head and replied, "My dear sir, you are unaware of the situation. Recently, the prices of fabrics have surged dramatically. In order to supply my shop, I must personally travel to various towns to procure linen from the workshops." As he spoke, he showcased dozens of rolls of linen within his cart. "Oh, what could have caused such a sudden shortage of fabrics?" Su Ping'an inquired with curiosity. Chapter 56, A Fortuitous Opportunity. Mr. Qian exhibited remarkable patience, and through his detailed explanation, Su Ping'an came to understand the circumstances at hand. It turned out that the tax system of the Great Jin Dynasty bore a striking resemblance to the grain-to-silver tax system of the Ming Dynasty from Su Ping'an's previous life. However, the Great Jin Dynasty's taxation was limited to 3 specific items. The first was copper coins, the second was grain, and the third was cloth, primarily linen. Due to the existence of this tax structure, both grain and cloth acquired a monetary attribute and could be utilized to offset tax liabilities. In other words, these 3 commodities could all be tendered as taxes to the authorities. Presently, the northern territories of the Great Jin Dynasty were experiencing a year of famine, and it was the transitional period between the harvests. Grain had become exceedingly precious, and the meager savings that the common people possessed were entirely expended to procure sustenance. Consequently, opting to pay taxes with cloth became a far more advantageous choice. Throughout the entire Yanqing prefecture, many individuals were stockpiling cloth, particularly linen designated for tax payments. Moreover, following last year's significant defeat against the demon tribes, the Great Jin Dynasty was obligated to compensate a substantial amount in tribute to pacify the foes, with linen being one of the most crucial items. Thus, the government was currently requisitioning linen in large quantities. Households were hoarding linen to fulfill their tax obligations, while the government sought to amass tribute in the same manner. As a result, in the present-day Fenglin County, the price of a piece of linen had doubled, soaring from 400 coins to 800 coins per unit. Nevertheless, even at this elevated price, linen remained in short supply in the marketplace. Even someone like Mr. Qian, a veteran in the cloth business, was compelled to scour neighboring villages for linen, which led him to encounter bandits who waylaid him. Upon hearing Mr. Qian's account, Su Ping'an's mind began to stir with thoughts. In every era, the textile industry has the capacity to employ a significant number of women. Currently, aside from Qingshan village, many nearby villages were home to numerous orphan girls struggling to stave off hunger. It was not merely the allure of a daily wage of 10 coins, even without pay. The promise of 2 meals a day would entice a multitude of women to seek employment. There was no shortage of labor. Previously, in Pingshan village, Su Ping'an's aunt was a renowned textile expert known throughout the region, having been exposed to her skills from a young age. The original owner possessed a profound understanding of the linen weaving process. First, the hemp stalks were bound into bundles. After retting, the outer skin and fibers of the stalks were separated, impurities removed, yielding relatively pure hemp fibers. Subsequently, these fibers were carded and organized into strands of uniform thickness, which could then be spun into linen thread. During his time at home, Su Ping'an observed that his aunt and the Moose sisters utilized spinning wheels or spindles to weave hemp threads, without a single instance of a loom being employed. I could improve the equipment by employing looms from my previous life to enhance the efficiency of hemp cloth production. This thought ignited in Su Ping'an the realization that weaving hemp fabric could be a lucrative venture. Furthermore, his aunt was a skilled textile artisan, making her the perfect candidate to manage the fabric shop. With a task to occupy her, she would cease her incessant demands for authority and her mischievous antics around the house. It was a solution that offered multiple benefits. Additionally, he needed to return to the county town to exchange the bandits' severed heads for silver coins from the authorities. Su Pingyan and others returned to Fenglin County with Boss Qian. Upon entering the city, Boss Qian earnestly invited Su Pingyan and his companions to his residence as guests. Su Pingyan and others have bestowed a life-saving grace upon his family, and he is determined to repay this kindness in a meaningful way. Su Pingyan naturally did not refuse. He merely suggested that they first present the bandits' corpses to the authorities to claim the reward. As they made their way to the government office, Su Pingyan pulled a cart laden with bodies, capturing the attention of the people of Fenglin County. Many bystanders pointed and murmured, expressing their admiration for the soldiers who had slain 6 bandits in one fell swoop. Indeed, it was a commendable act for the citizens of Fenglin County. Who could argue otherwise? It was said that not long ago, Mr. Feng, the proprietor of the Feng family pawnshop, had encountered mountain bandits while collecting rents in Pingyao village. He and his son were brutally murdered on the spot, and all the collected rents were stolen. The world was indeed tumultuous. These valiant warriors had done well, bringing great relief to the populace. As they proceeded, numerous citizens spontaneously followed behind the cart, eager to witness the spectacle at the government office. Soon, the county lieutenant, responsible for the capture of bandits, emerged. His name was Song Jingjia, a slender middle-aged man clad in a greenish-blue round-collared official robe, adorned with a black cap and sturdy black boots. With an aquiline nose and thin lips, he sported a prominent handlebar mustache. "Are you their leader?" Song Jingjia inquired, drawing a sword from the sheath of a nearby constable and disdainfully prodding the bandits' corpses atop the cart. "Yes, I am Su Pingyan, the banner leader of the soldiers from Qingshan village," he replied. "Very well, I shall remember you. Go and collect your reward." Song Jingjia tossed the sword back to the constable, his expression inscrutable. "Sir, shall we summon the coroner to verify their identities?" asked a young attendant who accompanied the county lieutenant. "No need. I have already verified that they are indeed from the long-tailed serpent gang." The martial man's keen hearing allowed Su Pingyan to overhear their conversation even as they entered the government office. A sense of unease gripped his heart, and he cast a deep glance at Song Jingjia. However, with the reward in hand, his doubts quickly dissipated, and he chose not to dwell on them any further. For 5 bandits and their leader, Su Pingyan received a total of 40 taels of silver, evoking envy among the onlookers at the office. Initially, Su Pingyan intended to split the reward equally among his 3 subordinates, giving each 10 taels. Yet, the trio firmly refused, fully aware that Su Pingyan had single-handedly dispatched the most lucrative target, the long-tailed serpent. Furthermore, the superior equipment they wielded had all been purchased by Su Pingyan, and thus, it was only fair that he received the lion's share. The 3 insisted on taking only 5 taels each, leaving the remaining 25 taels for Su Pingyan. Reluctantly, he accepted the silver, which replenished his dwindling funds to a total of 31 taels. Elated with their 5 taels, the trio jubilantly returned home to present their bounty to their wives, anticipating a celebratory feast. After concluding matters at the office, Su Pingyan and his companions accompanied Mr. Qian to his residence. Upon arriving at the Qian household, they first paid their respects to the elder female members of the family. Upon learning that Su Pingyan had saved their master, they expressed their profound gratitude, moved to tears. Mr. Qian generously offered 50 taels of silver as a token of appreciation for saving his life. However, Su Pingyan graciously declined. "Why must you be so formal, Brother Qian? It was but a trivial matter, hardly worth mentioning." Su Pingyan firmly returned the silver, a gesture that deeply moved Qian Ruifeng, making him even more eager to cultivate a friendship with this esteemed military officer. Truly, Su Langjun embodies the essence of a noble man. Should there be any matter in which Qian could be of assistance, he would not hesitate to offer his help, as long as it lay within his capabilities. With such sentiments expressed, Su Pingyan no longer deferred, and thus he said, "Brother Qian, I do have a modest request." Qian Ruifeng clasped his hands and responded with a hearty demeanor, "Feel free to speak. Might I have the honor of visiting your textile workshop?" Upon hearing this request, Qian Ruifeng was somewhat taken aback, yet he showed no reluctance and readily agreed. His workshop was not far from his residence, and the group arrived after a short stroll of about 100 steps. Chapter 57. The astonishment of Boss Qian. Boss Qian's fabric business had consistently thrived, though his hemp-spinning workshop was rather modest in size. It was a transformed establishment with 2 courtyards, comprising multiple spacious workrooms adorned with gray tiles and white walls, arranged in an aesthetically pleasing manner. Upon entering the main gate, one would find the raw material storage area, where bundles of hemp stalks were piled high, exuding a faint, refreshing scent of plants. The female workers busily transported the hemp stalks to the redding pools, where clear water rippled gently. Not far away, in the workshops for stripping and spinning hemp, the women sat with poise, their techniques proficient and graceful. The room housed 5 spinning wheels, their rhythmic buzzing sounds intertwining harmoniously, creating a lively and unified ambience. As Su Ping'an observed, he inquired about the process of flax spinning. Boss Qian, with an openness of knowledge, patiently elucidated every detail for Su Ping'an. Once he comprehended the entire procedure, Su Ping'an further asked where he might procure a spinning wheel. Qian Ruifeng was initially taken aback, then curiously questioned, "Brother Su, do you intend to establish a textile workshop as well?" Su Ping'an clasped his hands and nodded, saying, "I shall not conceal from you, Brother Qian, that this is indeed my intention. In my Qingshan village, there exists a considerable number of impoverished orphan girls. Recently, I have been troubled by how to assist them in finding a means of livelihood. If I could establish a textile factory in Qingshan village, I would be able to employ them all, providing them with a job and a pathway to a better future." Upon hearing Su Ping'an's words, Qian Ruifeng could not help but express his admiration, exclaiming, "Brother Su, you truly embody the spirit of chivalry. If that is the case, I, Qian, am more than willing to lend you a helping hand. In my storeroom, I still have 3 unused spinning wheels, which I would gladly donate to you. Furthermore, I shall offer you 30 bundles of hemp thread and hemp silk. In the future, should your workshop produce hemp fabric, my Qian family textile store will prioritize purchasing it. What do you think?" This Mr. Qian is indeed a man of integrity. The spinning wheels and hemp threads he has provided are valued at approximately 50 taels of silver, essentially repaying Su Ping'an and his companions in another form. Su Ping'an found this arrangement quite agreeable and readily consented. After the negotiations were concluded, Boss Qian generously hosted a banquet at the Drunken Immortal Pavilion, inviting the 4 valiant warriors. Su Ping'an did not decline. The group proceeded directly to the private room on the 2nd floor of the Zui Xianlu. Before long, a table laden with exquisite dishes and fine wines was presented before them. Nowadays, the signature liquor at Zui Xianju had long been supplanted by the Bai Guixiang and Erguitu provided by Su Ping'an. "Young lad, the quality of your wines has markedly improved compared to the previous Zui Xianyang. What are the prices of these 2 bottles?" Su Ping'an cast a discreet glance at the young attendant clad in a blue robe and inquired nonchalantly, "Ah, esteemed guest, you truly possess discerning taste. This is a new delicacy exclusively offered at our Zui Xianju, meticulously brewed with exquisite craftsmanship and unparalleled flavor. The 100-fruit aroma is priced at 801, while the Erguotu is valued at 1 tael and 2 qian. Goodness, with a mere flip, the price has doubled." Su Ping'an couldn't help but marvel at the remarkable popularity of his product, which had led to such a high price being set at the Zui Xianju. At that moment, Boss Qian filled Su Ping'an's glass and remarked, "Brother Su, this wine has become quite a rarity. I had to exert considerable effort to secure 2 bottles in advance, and today, I present one for your enjoyment. Let us drink heartily." Upon hearing this, Su Ping'an felt a surge of amusement. It turned out that the wine from his distillery had become a prized collection among the affluent and influential merchants of Fenglin County. Amid the clinking of cups, a young waiter inadvertently caught a glimpse of Su Ping'an's face. Su Langju. A hint of astonishment flickered in his eyes, and he quickly retreated from the private room. Soon, a chorus of enchanting laughter echoed from outside the room. "Ah, young Master Su has graced us with his presence. Yet you did not inform us in advance. How long has it been since you last visited Zui Xianju? San Yang has been eagerly awaiting your return." With a creak, a stunning woman clad in a purple gauze garment entered, her figure elegantly curvaceous and voluptuous. Boss Qian was momentarily entranced. The proprietress of Zui Xianju had always considered herself a formidable woman, yet he had never witnessed San Yang in such a captivating and affectionate demeanor. Come, young Master Su, let me toast to you," San Yang said, as she gracefully took the seat beside him, lifting her glass in salute. She then gestured to the attending waiter, saying, "Shishuan, please bring forth some exquisite dishes. Today, all expenses in this private room are on the house." With a light laugh, San Yang clinked her glass with Su Ping'an's in a toast. Su Ping'an subtly discerned the intentions of the proprietress and thus refrained from declining. relishing the opportunity to be in the company of a beautiful woman who was serving him wine. It turned out that Su had long been acquainted with San Yang, their relationship evidently quite intimate. Boss Qian raised his glass, a tinge of envy gleaming in his smile as he toasted Su Pingyan and San Yang. In Fenglin County, many were captivated by San Yang's allure, and Boss Qian was no exception. After all, which man could resist the temptation of such a stunning beauty? Yet, to this day, it had never been heard that any man had successfully won her over. Unexpectedly, San Yang appeared to have taken a liking to this newly acquainted young gentleman, even waiving his expenses. This occurrence undoubtedly stirred tumultuous waves within Boss Qian's heart. Boss Qian, how could you bring young Master Su to drunken immortal pavilion for a meal without a word of warning? San Yang could have come down early to keep you company. He mused. No, you must drink a cup as punishment. With just a few words, San Yang invigorated the atmosphere at the table. The guests began to drink in succession, and the ambience grew increasingly lively. Su, how did you come to know San Yang? Might you share the story with your elder brother? After a few cups, Boss Qian's plump cheeks flushed, and with a slightly slurred tongue, he inquired of Su Pingyan. Su Pingyan took a sip of wine, smiling silently. However, San Yang draped her snow-white arm over him. With a flirtatious smile, she said, Boss Qian, if I may. This young gentleman Su is indeed the creator of the exquisite by Guoxiong and Erguatu. With those words, a thunderous revelation struck Boss Qian's mind. The exquisite liquor that had drawn the elite of Fenglin County was crafted by none other than the Su Langjun he had just met today. Boss Qian was so overwhelmed with excitement that he found it difficult to articulate his thoughts. Previously, he believed that while Su Pingyan had aided him, it was merely fortuitous for Su to have crossed paths with someone like himself, thus advancing his textile business. Now, he realized that encountering Su Pingyan was, in fact, a stroke of destiny. With decades of experience in the commercial arena, Qian Ruifeng understood well that it would not be long before Bai Guoxiong and Erguatu would sweep through Yanqing Prefecture and even the entire nation. At that point, Su Pingyan would undoubtedly rise to become a wealthy magnate. Such a benefactor must be cultivated and befriended. He could not afford to let this opportunity slip away. Reflecting on this, Boss Qian filled his glass once more, exclaiming, I never imagined that not only is Brother Su skilled in martial arts, but he is also a shrewd businessman. It seems I, Qian, was previously short-sighted. I hope Brother Su will not take offense. In the future, I shall wholeheartedly support your liquor business. Come, let me raise a toast to Brother Su. Observing the obsequious demeanor of the cloth shop owner, Qian Ruifeng, San Yang smiled gently. Leaning against Su Pingyan's robust arm, she whispered sweetly in his ear, Young Master Su, the stock of the last batch of wine is dwindling. When can we expect the new batch? You must look after my business. As she spoke, she subtly pressed closer to Su Pingyan. Su Pingyan, however, remained composed, offering a subtle nod and a gentle smile as he remarked, Indeed. The distillery is currently preparing to produce a new batch of wine. Provided the price is right, you can be assured that San Yang Zui Xianju will certainly be included. As he spoke, Su Pingyan playfully caressed the pristine white surface before him, causing a delicate blush to bloom on San Yang's tender visage. Observing this scene, Boss Qian felt a surge of admiration and envy welling up within him. He secretly resolved that the next time he indulged in revelry with his business associates, he would boast about his newfound acquaintance, this esteemed Su Langjun, who had effortlessly won the affections of San Yang from Zui Xianju. After the banquet, the atmosphere was one of mutual joy and satisfaction. Su Pingyan bid farewell to Boss Qian and San Yang, alongside Uncle Huang, as the three of them pulled the spinning wheel and hemp thread back to Qingshan village. On the way, thoughts of tonight's arrangement with Mu Wanqing filled Su Pingyan's heart with a wave of anticipation. Chapter 58, A Night of Spring Colors, The Tale of Mu Wanqing. The journey back to Qingshan village seemed remarkably tranquil, devoid of any further unforeseen events. Uncle Huang and his companions, with 5 taels of silver as a reward from the government tucked away, joyfully returned home to seek out their wives. Su Pingyan first visited the distillery. Currently, the distillery houses a substantial stock of grain. Consequently, even during the night, 3 orphan girls are stationed here to keep watch. Su Pingyan first inspected the fermentation of Bai Guoxiang and Erguatu, discovering that the brew was fermenting splendidly and that the temperature of the wine cellar had been consistently maintained at an optimal level. In just a day or two, he anticipated the production of another batch of wine. Pleased to see the winery being managed so effectively by Mu Wanrong, he strode homeward with a sense of satisfaction. Upon pushing open the courtyard door, he was greeted by the sight of 3 women who had already prepared a sumptuous meal, eagerly awaiting his return. Although Su Ping'an had dined at the Zui Xianju earlier, he still partook of a small portion to honor the sentiments of his 3 daughters-in-law. As night fell over Qingshan village, an enveloping silence settled in, with only a few affluent households flickering with the light of candles. Most homes were cloaked in darkness, as the villagers retired early to sleep. In this world devoid of electric lights, televisions, and the internet, there were no young women dancing exuberantly behind thick filters on social media. The evenings of ordinary families were marked by monotonous routines, leaving little in the way of entertainment. Thus, the quality of one's wife directly influenced the pleasure of a man's nightlife. One must admit that Su Ping'an's happiness in this regard was unparalleled, surrounded by 3 stunning wives and countless prospects awaiting his exploration. This evening, it was Mu Wanqing's turn. The 3 women appeared to have conspired seamlessly. After dinner, Mu Wanrong began to tidy up the dishes in the kitchen, while Xiaoyu started heating water to prepare for Su Ping'an's bath. Meanwhile, Mu Wanqing, her cheeks flushed, entered the inner room. The steamy hot bath washed away the fatigue of Su Ping'an's day. Su Ping'an still donned that long cloak as he entered the room, closing the door behind him. The flickering candlelight, resembling tiny beans, cast a warm orange glow that enveloped the entire space. Mu Wanqing, shyly turned away from Su Ping'an, displayed her delicate waist and shapely curves, accentuated by her form-fitting dress. Su Ping'an seemed to envision a sensual female DJ clad in short hot pants, joyfully swaying her luscious waves on the dance floor. If given the chance, I must personally design a few modern outfits for them to wear. Su Ping'an embraced Mu Wanqing's waist from behind, his fervent kisses lingering on the nape of her neck. The gentle warmth of his breath sent shivers coursing through her body, causing her to tremble slightly as she broke free from his hold, bashfully inquiring, Su Lang, do you love me more, or do you love my sister more? Oh, the classic dilemma from a past life. Yet, in that previous existence, the questions posed by women were often more pointed. If I and your mother fell into the water, who would you save first? Or, if I and your ex-girlfriend found ourselves in peril, whom would you rescue first? Without the slightest hesitation, Su Ping'an lifted Mu Wanqing and nestled her into the warm bedding, resolutely proclaiming, of course, I love you even more. You liar. Mu Wanqing turned away, presenting her back to Su Ping'an. Little girl, how dare you throw a tantrum with your husband? How amusing. How amusing. Let us see how your husband deals with you. In the cozy confines of the bed, Su Ping'an ceased his verbal reassurances and instead took the initiative to tease her. Soon after, he quietly withdrew, distancing himself from Mu Wanqing. The two fell into silence. After a while, a warm, delicate body pressed against him, and Mu Wanqing whispered, Su, I feel so hot. Have I caught a fever? Is there a way to help me cool down? Are you sure it's not something else? Su Ping'an began to showcase the martial prowess he had honed. In his past life, those who had attempted this particular martial art spoke highly of its efficacy. In this lifetime, as a practitioner of qi refinement, he wielded his strength with even greater finesse, rendering it inconceivable that he would perform any less than before. However, having successfully ignited Mu Wanqing's desires, he chuckled mischievously and said, our journey to Fenglin County is long and arduous. It would be quite exhausting. If not today, we shall postpone it until another time. The ever-graceful Mu Wanqing, embodying the purity of a jade maiden, seemed reluctant to pursue her desires, teasingly brushing against him with her smooth, delicate form, clumsily attempting to entice him. Su Ping'an's heart was as calm as still water, resolutely avoiding any contact with her. The two remained in a stalemate for a quarter of an hour, while Mu Wanqing's skin fell ablaze, her cheeks flushed like a drunken maiden, and a burning desire coursed through her flesh like a playful kitten. Occasionally, sweet, hoarse syllables escaped her rosy lips. Su Lang, stop teasing, I shouldn't be so petulant. Mu Wanqing's voice drifted from the pillow, laced with a sultry rasp and a tender reproach. The moment has arrived. Su Ping'an performed a graceful flip, turning over and instinctively drawing Mu Wanqing into his embrace. The bedding became a flurry of movement. Remarkably, they even forgot to extinguish the candlelight that night. The following day, Su Ping'an awoke feeling invigorated and immediately set about moving equipment and honing his martial skills. In stark contrast, Mu Wanqing indulged in an unprecedented slumber, not arising until noon. After lunch, Su Ping'an sought out the village chief, Lu Hixing, and the squad leader, Yang Jinshan, to discuss his desire to purchase several vacant houses adjacent to the winery. Yang Jinshan, resolute in his commitment to Su Ping'an, readily consented. The village chief also declared the matter easily manageable, stating that a mere 3 taels of silver would suffice for the land fee payable to the military fortress. Su Pingyan then inquired further, "Village Chief Lu, apart from the winery area, are there any other vacant residences available for sale in the village?" Lu Hexing stroked his graying beard and replied, "Might it be that you wish to establish a workshop as well, young Master Su?" Su Pingyan nodded, feeling discontent with the village chief. "Yesterday, when I accompanied Captain Yang and a few others to the city, I noticed that the price of hemp was quite favorable. I was contemplating the establishment of a hemp weaving workshop. This initiative would provide employment for the destitute young women in our village." Upon hearing these words, the old village chief's eyes brightened with hope. His respect for Su Pingyan deepened. Previously, he had considered urging Su Pingyan to take in a few more of the village's orphan girls as concubines, believing it might spare some of the unfortunate women from starvation. When Su Pingyan declined, Lu Hexing initially felt a tinge of disappointment, harboring some thoughts about Su Pingyan in his heart. To his surprise, the esteemed gentleman Su has not only established a winery, but also a gambling den, directly addressing the food security issues of the village's orphan girls. This brought immense joy to Lu Hexing, the venerable village chief who had devoted his life to the well-being of Qinshan village, and he found himself increasingly appreciative of Su Pingyan's character. He clasped his hands together and said, "Mr. Su, your noble intentions command my admiration. The establishment of workshops is indeed a boon for our Qinshan village, especially since the land here holds little value. There are several vacant houses at the western entrance of the village. Feel free to utilize them, and you may pay the minimum price as stipulated by the military regulations. However, it is worth noting that there are also many impoverished men in our village. When you construct the workshops, please consider employing our village's men as well, so that they too may earn their daily bread." Su Pingyan patted his chest and asserted earnestly, "Rest assured, Village Chief Lu, Qinshan village has treated me well. Whenever there is a good fortune, I, Su Pingyan, will certainly think of my fellow villagers." Chapter 59. The change in ante in recent days. Su Pingyan dispatched another batch of wine to Fengling County. Ever since the exquisite wines crafted at his family distillery fetched a handsome price last time, Su Pingyan had decided to increase production. This time, after deducting the 100 taels of silver that Du Xingqiu had prepaid, Su Pingyan recorded an additional 131 taels of silver in his accounts, not to mention the bounty received from the government for eradicating bandits last time. Su Pingyan's wealth has been restored to over 160 taels. With funds in hand, he immediately embarked on the construction plan for a linen workshop. There were 4 tasks he needed to accomplish. First, he required a plot of land for the workshop. The village elder generously allocated a spacious vacant lot at the western edge of the village to Su Pingyan. Its area was substantial, indeed, twice that of Boss Qian's workshop. The second task involved acquiring a sufficient number of spinning wheels. Although Boss Qian had gifted Su Pingyan 3 spinning wheels, he found the ones used in Dejin to be rather rudimentary. Their weaving efficiency was low, and the produced linen lacked fineness, comparable only to the level of the diagonal looms used during the Han Dynasty in his previous life. Fortunately, Su Pingyan had previously enjoyed exploring forums where he had gleaned knowledge about the development and improvement of textile machinery. What he once deemed useless knowledge now proved invaluable. Drawing from his memories, Su Pingyan successfully designed an improved version of the spinning machine. This new machine was far more advanced than the spinning wheels currently employed in Dejin. It could spin not only hemp but also cotton and silk, producing even more exquisite fabrics. The resulting textiles were denser and tighter, with the incorporation of a more advanced flying shuttle. The weaving speed surpassed that of the existing spinning wheels by several folds. With determination, he set to work. Su Pingyan, following the established pattern, sought out several groups of carpenters in nearby villages to craft various components for the textile machines. Upon their arrival at the workshop, Su Pingyan would then oversee the assembly of these parts. The third task was to procure a business license for the workshop from the local government office in Donga Fortress. Lastly, he needed to dispatch individuals to acquire Rami. Su Pingyan intends to commission a carpenter to craft 10 looms in one go. Given the speed at which he designs the looms, once operational, the consumption of raw materials will be astonishingly immense. Su Pingyan was determined not to cease operations due to a shortage of raw materials. Soon, the news of his intention to construct a hemp spinning factory in the village spread like wildfire. The laborers would earn 10 won a day, along with 2 meals. Villagers eagerly shared the news, and nearly all the able-bodied men from the village flocked to the cause. Su Pingyan entrusted the supervision of the workshop to Yang Jinshan and Uncle Huang, both esteemed figures among the soldiers of Qinshan village. ensuring that he could rest easy with the task in their capable hands. The procurement of Remy was assigned to Xiao Gizi, whose quick wit and sociable nature made him well suited for this responsibility. As for the commercial dealings, Su Pingyan took it upon himself to engage with the local authorities in the town. With the support of such capable individuals, Su Pingyan's plan for the hemp spinning factory swiftly gained momentum and began to unfold smoothly. Su Pingyan could even observe numerous orphan girls voluntarily arriving at the construction site to lend a hand. The reason was simple. They understood that this workshop was established for their benefit. Once completed, it would provide them with means to earn a living. Consequently, their eagerness for the workshop to be finished surpassed that of anyone else. Su Pingyan did not neglect these orphan girls. He provided them with a complimentary meal each day for their assistance. Thus, with the collective effort of the entire village, the Remy textile factory was successfully constructed in less than 5 days. The workshop comprises 3 long rooms, the largest of which serves as a storage area for the Remy. The other 2 rooms are designated for the retting and weaving processes. Over the past few days, Xiao Gizi has been continuously transporting the Remy purchased from various villages to Qingshan village. Su Pingyan's custom-ordered textile machine components from the carpenter have also been delivered one after another. Su Pingyan summoned his aunt. "What is it, you rascal? Why have you suddenly thought of your old mother at this hour?" His aunt, with her voluptuous figure, followed Su Pingyan to the workshop. "From now on, this workshop will be under your management. After Erlang's successful examination, we must navigate the intricacies of the officialdom. In a few years, Yu Yao will also be married, and the dowry for the daughters of the Su family cannot be meager. Moreover, Yuko is at an age where she must be well-nourished. She should have meat at every meal. All of this requires funds. Therefore, you shall keep 70% of the profits from this workshop, while I shall retain 30%. Su Pingyan's venture to establish a workshop in the village had long reached the ears of his aunt, who had heard whispers of an investment exceeding 100 taels of silver. Little did she dream that her unfortunate nephew would entrust the management of the workshop to her, granting her a staggering 70% of the profits. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at Su Pingyan, a veil of astonishment clouding her vision. Turning away, she inhaled deeply, leaving Su Pingyan with a silhouette of boundless promise. Yet, when she faced him again, her words remained defiant. "Are these textile machines you commissioned truly reliable? They appear quite different from those I typically use. Should they fail, I shall not be held accountable." Despite her words, her body betrayed her as she crouched down, diligently examining the scattered components on the ground, eager to assemble them. Under Su Pingyan's guidance, she and the female workers began the meticulous process of manually constructing the looms. They devoted an entire half-day to this endeavor, eventually completing the assembly of the entire batch. Gazing upon the intricate and sophisticated looms before them, curiosity brimmed within the aunt and the workers. "Aunt, do give it a try." She shot Su Pingyan a teasing glance before taking her place at the loom to test it. What remarkable speed! As the shuttle of the loom danced up and down, her excitement swelled. "It's like flying." Watching the linen continuously surge forth and the textile efficiency multiply several times over, she could not help but exclaim, "I never imagined you would create a loom that I would adore so much." Su Pingyan gazed at his aunt's excited demeanor and smiled in agreement. Following his aunt's assessment, all 10 looms were found to be in perfect working order, exhibiting a textile efficiency that surpassed the commonly used spinning wheels of the Great Jin Kingdom by a remarkable 5 to 6 times. Su Pingyan and his aunt were filled with joy, eagerly preparing to commence work the following day. On the inaugural day of the linen workshop, over 20 orphan girls gathered early at the entrance, awaiting the arrival of Su Pingyan. Upon seeing him, the group of girls knelt in unison, fervently bowing their heads in reverence. Su Pingyan hurriedly stepped forward to offer assistance. "Please rise. What brings you here?" The leading female worker replied. "We are deeply grateful to Su Langjun for providing us with a chance at survival. We have no means to repay you other than to express our sincere thanks. Please stand. You are all my neighbors. As long as you work diligently in the workshop, my aunt and I shall ensure that you do not suffer from hunger any longer." "Thank you, Su Langjun, and thank you, Aunt Su." The 20-odd orphan girls expressed their gratitude once more. It was only today that Aunt Su truly comprehended the meaning of Su Pingyan's words about thriving in Qingshan village. Though she said nothing aloud, during lunch at home, she could not help but express her sentiments to Uncle Su. "That unfortunate nephew of yours, when I first held him, he was no bigger than a kitten. In the blink of an eye, he has grown and achieved so much. Chapter 60. The astonishing profits of the hemp spinning workshop. Aunt Sue, with over a decade of textile experience, quickly mastered the operation of the spinning wool designed by Su Pingyan. Not only did she become proficient herself, but she also taught the other female workers. Oh, how swift! The efficiency is astounding. It must be said that Aunt Sue proved to be a commendable manager. Beyond the spinning room, she maintained impeccable organization in all other processes. Among the 20-odd orphan girls, she designated 5 to handle the retting of hemp, responsible for cutting the rami into pieces, soaking it, and completing the fermentation process to soften the fibers and extract the hemp strands. Subsequently, they boiled these hemp fibers in a large pot to enhance their softness and comfort. Following this, the fibers entered the spinning process, where Aunt Sue assigned 9 female workers to weave the prepared hemp fibers into thread. The spinning wheel designed by Su Pingyan is a remarkably efficient multi-spindle spinning wheel, in contrast to the conventional spinning wheels commonly used in the Great Jin, which possess only a single spindle. Su Pingyan's innovative design incorporates 3 spindles, thereby tripling the yarn production efficiency. Subsequently, the spun hemp threads are directed to the weaving units, which constitute the heart of Su Pingyan's hemp workshop. The orphan girls currently operating this improved tool are still somewhat inexperienced, achieving only double the efficiency of standard textile machines. However, it is believed that with time and practice, they will master the tool, consequently enhancing both speed and productivity, ultimately allowing them to experience joy in abundance. In the Great Jin dynasty, a piece of hemp fabric measures 13 meters in length and 1.5 meters in width. Previously, even a skilled weaver like Andy would require 7 to 8 days to spin a single piece of cloth alone. Now, Su Pingyan's workshop employs a 3-shift, 12-hour working system, fully harnessing the surplus labor of the village's orphan girls. The efficiency of the improved textile machines is extraordinarily high, reducing the spinning time for a batch to an astonishing single day. Each female worker receives a modest daily wage of 10 won, which includes 2 meals. Su Pingyan made a simple estimation. The current market price for a bolt of coarse cloth stands at 800 won, while the purchasing price at the fabric store hovers around 600 won. In Su Pingyan's workshop, accounting for the rami and labor costs, the maximum cost for a bolt of cloth barely reaches 100 won. Even when including the additional expenses for feeding the orphan girls, the cost remains at a modest 120 won. This indicates that the pure profit from each bolt of cloth in Su Pingyan's workshop has astonishingly reached 480 won. With 10 weaving machines and the female workers operating in 3 shifts, the machines work tirelessly while the workers rest, allowing the workshop to produce 20 bolts of cloth in a single day. This results in a total pure profit of approximately 9 taels and 6 chien. The profitability is undeniably comparable to that of Su Pingyan's wine shop. Observing the diligent female workers, Su Pingyan felt deeply moved. Their hard work must be rewarded with sufficient meals. That noon, Su Pingyan, accompanied by the Mu sisters and Xiao Yi, made a special trip to the workshop's dining hall to provide the hard-working women with an extra meal. The so-called dining hall was essentially a makeshift thatched shelter, furnished with rudimentary wooden tables and benches. As the lunch hour approached, the women workers had just settled down when the cook brought forth wooden tubs filled with corn rice and 2 large dishes. One dish contained pickled vegetables, while the other comprised pork and cabbage. Although referred to as pork and cabbage, it was merely fatty pork finely chopped and stir-fried with cabbage until tender. For Su Pingyan, who had traversed from another world, these dishes might not seem exceptional, yet in this realm of scarcity, they were indeed a rare delicacy. Resources were limited, and everyone was deprived of essential fats. Lard was considered the finest ingredient. "Look, there's fatty meat," exclaimed the nearest 2 women, their eyes wide as they spotted glistening flecks of oil in the dish. Their excitement erupted into joyous shouts. "My goodness, Master Su is treating us so well. Young Master Su is truly benevolent." Many of the female workers were similarly stirred. Several had been on the brink of starvation just 3 days prior. Numerous women who had ventured out to seek work often found themselves dismissed after only a few days. Even those fortunate enough to remain faced backbreaking labor, with sustenance barely sufficient to stave off hunger. Now, having returned to Qingshan village and entered Su Pingyan's workshop, they were astonished to find themselves feasting on cabbage cooked in lard. Tears welled in their eyes, moved to the brink of weeping. Previously, many had envied the Mu sisters and resented Su Pingyan's prosperity. Now, those sentiments had vanished, replaced by profound gratitude and loyalty towards Su Pingyan and his family. Soon, plates of food were served into the hands of the female workers. Delicious, truly delightful. so fragrant. These orphan girls, accustomed to a diet severely lacking in fats, found the lard-braised cabbage to be a nourishing feast. A generous bowl of steaming corn rice, topped with a scoop of pickled vegetables and drizzled with rich, oily stew, was utterly satisfying. Aware of the pressing time, the workers hastened their meals to repay Su Pingyan by weaving more cloth. Once their hunger was satiated, they promptly returned to their posts. Within the workshop, the rhythmic sound of the looms filled the air, thanks to the industriousness of the female workers. The stockpile of linen in the warehouse rapidly increased. In less than 10 days, nearly 200 bolts of cloth had been accumulated. Su Pingyan felt that it was time to release a new batch of goods. Coincidentally, the newly brewed wine, crafted from pure sorghum, was ready for bottling at the distillery. This marked Su Pingyan's latest offering of premium liquor. The quality of the brew surpassed that of Baigoxiang and Erguo, presenting a richer flavor profile. Upon tasting, the soy aroma enveloped the senses, leaving one utterly intoxicated. Su Pingyan named this exceptionally high-quality sorghum liquor Mao Tai. However, the production of this batch is limited. With only 87 bottles available, Su Pingyan planned to first take this batch of liquor to Fonglin County to test the waters. Drawing from the previous successes of Baigoxiang and Erguo, Su Pingyan was confident that this Mao Tai would once again astonish the liquor industry of Fonglin County. The value of this shipment was substantial. Su Pingyan, as per usual, summoned Uncle Huang, Xiao Gizi, and Captain Yang Jianshun to serve as his protectors. For added security, he also called upon 3 other robust young men from Qingshan village. Thus, their party consisted of 7 individuals, complemented by Su Pingyan's formidable cultivation as a martial artist in the Qi refinement realm. The combat prowess of Su Pingyan's convoy has now reached a level comparable to that of a team of elite bodyguards from Yanqing Prefecture. Su Pingyan instructed Xiao Gizi to prepare the carriage, laden with 200 bolts of freshly woven fabric and 80 bottles of Mao Tai, as they hastened towards Fonglin County. The remaining 7 bottles of Mao Tai were distributed among Xiao Gizi, Uncle Huang, Yang Jianshun, and the village chief Lu Hushing, with 3 bottles left over. Su Pingyan retained 1 for himself and graciously gifted 2 to his second uncle. The group swiftly embarked on their journey to Fonglin County. Although the 7 were fully armed, the banditry in the vicinity of Fonglin County had escalated alarmingly, with reports of large-scale encampments comprising dozens of marauders. As they ventured deeper into the dense hilly terrain, a sense of unease began to creep into Su Pingyan's heart. Chapter 61. A timely assistance throughout the journey. Su Pingyan urged everyone to remain vigilant. Fortunately, all were equipped with arms, and at the forefront, Su Pingyan donned assured armor and unsheathed his military blade, projecting an intimidating presence. Along the way, they encountered several groups of suspicious individuals lurking at the edges of the thickets, who wisely refrained from approaching or causing disturbance. Su Pingyan immediately discerned that these individuals were likely the local bandits from the nearby mountains. Their hesitation to act stemmed from the sight of his fully armed entourage. However, should these bandits decide to emerge in full force, bringing along 40 to 50 men to plunder, the situation would become exceedingly troublesome. It seems prudent to enlist several robust individuals from Qingshan village, ideally strong and capable men, and equip them comprehensively. Furthermore, the longsword forged from dark iron at the Yang family weapon shop should be retrieved as soon as it is completed. In essence, while business is flourishing, it is imperative to swiftly assemble a formidable team to safeguard his wealth. Throughout the journey, Su Pingyan contemplated extensively. Fortunately, they arrived at Fonglin County without incident. Upon entering the town, Su Pingyan first visited the Qiao family's cloth shop to trade for linen. As he walked down West Street in Fonglin County, he realized there was still some distance to the Qian family's fabric store. Su Pingyan noticed from a distance that a crowd had gathered at the entrance of the cloth shop, each person wielding a wooden stick and seemingly shouting in anger. Su Pingyan's gaze sharpened. The Qian family's fabric shop was currently a crucial partner in his hemp textile business. He could not afford to let Qian Ruifeng come to harm easily. Su Pingyan first instructed Uncle Huang and the others to pull the cart into an alley at the corner of West Street. He then approached the side wall of the bank. With his leg muscles tensed and a powerful push from his feet, Su Pingyan effortlessly leaped over the tall white wall of the Qian family's cloth shop, landing within. After tirelessly transporting the vital energy day and night, Su Pingyan had successfully stabilized his realm. Now his strength, physique, reflexes, sensory perception, and explosive power were all several times that of an ordinary person. Furthermore, he had mastered the external projection of vital energy, enabling him to inflict a certain degree of harm on enemies from a distance. Who has entered? As Su Pingyan stepped through the entrance, he beheld Boss Qian, resembling a startled bird, peering anxiously from behind the door, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead. The female workers within the workshop huddled in the weaving area, their eyes wide with terror as they cast fearful glances toward the outside. Brother Qian, it is I. Su Pingyan. I noticed a group blocking your entrance, and regrettably, I resorted to this desperate measure of scaling the outer wall to enter, he explained. Upon recognizing Su Pingyan, Qian Ruifeng exhaled deeply, patting his chest in relief. Brother Su, your agility is commendable. It is I, your elder brother, who has embarrassed himself before our comrades today. With that, Boss Qian began to pace restlessly within the courtyard, his face marred by a frown. Su Pingyan approached and clasped his hands in inquiry. Brother Qian, what troubles you so? What brings those individuals to your doorstep? Qian Ruifeng lifted his gaze to Su Pingyan, sighing, Alas, I cannot conceal it from you, my dear brother. Recently, my business has encountered some difficulties. The price of hemp cloth in the city has surged dramatically, causing many of my regular customers to fear further increases. Consequently, they entrusted me with deposits to secure their orders. In a moment of oversight, I accepted their deposits, promising delivery today. However, I did not anticipate that the authorities would come yesterday to collect taxes. Every fabric shop was forcibly requisitioned for hemp cloth. The goods I had painstakingly gathered from the countryside were all seized by the officials. Seeing that I had no cloth left, my customers have gathered outside, demanding their due. Upon hearing Qian's account, Su Pingyan's expression shifted, and he inquired, could you not simply refund their deposits? Qian shook his head in despair. It is not so simple. When they made their deposits, the price was merely 700 won per piece. Now, it has soared to 1 tael of silver. They desire the cloth, not the refunds. I have come to realize that these individuals are envious of my previous success and have conspired with other fabric shops to undermine me. Hoping to take advantage of my predicament and bring my Qian family's century-old establishment to ruin. In a moment of agitation, Qian raised his hand and struck his own face twice. Alas, it is all my fault for being complacent. My family's fabric shop, built over 100 years, is now on the brink of destruction because of my negligence. Qian's troubled demeanor served as a stark reminder to Su Pingyan. The marketplace is akin to a battlefield. When profits are sufficiently lucrative, it inevitably attracts predators lurking in the shadows. Su Pingyan pondered for a moment. He held a favorable impression of Boss Qian. He was sincere in his business dealings, generous towards friends, and, most importantly, he understood the value of gratitude and reciprocity. Su Pingyan believed he could offer assistance. Brother Qian, how much burlap do those people at the door require? To be honest, I happen to have some stock on hand, which may help you navigate this crisis. Upon hearing this, Boss Qian was momentarily taken aback, but soon his eyes sparkled with excitement. It had been less than half a month since he last delivered spinning wheels and ramie to Su Pingyan. Based on his experience, establishing a workshop and successfully producing fabric would typically take at least 1 to 1.5 months. To his astonishment, this Brother Su had managed to produce burlap in merely half a month. Is what you say true, Brother Su? Su Pingyan nodded. Qian Ruifeng, still in disbelief, cautiously inquired. Brother Su, how were you able to construct the workshop and produce hemp fabric in such a short span of time? Su Pingyan smiled faintly. The speed of China. Have you heard about the Tesla factory in Shanghai? What is Tesla? Qian Ruifeng appeared utterly bewildered. Su Pingyan smiled and said, Boss Qian, do not concern yourself with so many details. Simply state how much cloth you require. Boss Qian, realizing the situation, promptly patted his head and replied with a smile. As long as you can provide me with 50 bolts of cloth, I will be able to navigate this difficult period smoothly. I am willing to offer 1 or 2 taels of silver for each bolt. What do you think, my dear Su? Su Pingyan smiled. If I offered just a couple of taels of silver, wouldn't that mean that Master Qian would incur a loss? Master Qian chuckled and shook his head, saying, Brother Su, aiding me in this dire predicament is already a significant act of kindness. If I were to consider profiting from you, it would indeed be a disgrace worse than that of pigs or dogs. At present, preserving the reputation of the Qian family's cloth shop is of utmost importance. Brother Su, how much stock do you possess? Is it sufficient to alleviate this urgent situation? The more Master Qian spoke, the more agitated he became. Beads of sweat emerging from his forehead and rolling down his plump cheeks. Su Pingyan smiled and raised 2 fingers in response. 20 units? Boss Qian's voice rose, his eyes instantly dimming as he murmured, It doesn't quench thirst. With only 20 units, it cannot satisfy. Su Pingyan continued with a smile. It is 200 bolts. 200 bolts. Boss Qian's eyes widened in disbelief. The production of 200 bolts of cloth, even in his workshop filled with skilled workers, would take several months to weave. Yet, this Su gentleman managed to accomplish it in merely half a month? This time frame does not even account for the construction of the workshop. Could it be that Su is a celestial being sent by the heavens to aid me? Observing Boss Qian, frozen in astonishment, Su Pingyan's lips curled into a smile. Let us consider the modern factory management system, the 3-shift work model, and the contemporary weaving machines. Indeed, the advanced management techniques and technologies from my previous life are a formidable advantage in this era. After a prolonged moment of shock, Boss Qian finally regained his senses and grasped Su Pingyan's hand tightly. Brother Su, where is the cloth? Let us retrieve it at once. Boss Qian was utterly exhilarated. With this fabric, not only could he overcome his current predicament, but he could also retaliate against the fabric shops that had conspired against him. In today's market, where there is a shortage of hemp cloth, the one who possesses the fabric holds the ultimate power. Chapter 62. Targeted by mountain bandits, Boss Qian wiped the sweat from his brow, gesturing animatedly as he looked at Su Pingyan. His eagerness resembled that of a newlywed groom, frantic and searching for a place in the bridal chamber. Su Pingyan shook his head with a smile. There is no need for haste, Brother Qian. I have already brought the linen to Fenglin County, located at the corner of the alley on West Street. Before long, Xiao Gizi and others arrived, pulling a cart through the back door of the Qian family's fabric shop. 100 bolts of pristine linen were unloaded from the cart. Observing the staircase piled high with the new fabric, Qian Ruifeng trembled with excitement. He hurriedly bent down to examine one end of the linen closely. His fingers caressing the texture meticulously, his expression reminiscent of a besotted character in a film, entranced by the touch of silky legs. Qian's eyes sparkled with increasing brightness. The quality of this fabric was dense and finely woven, with a silky touch. Having engaged in the fabric business for decades, Qian Ruifeng had never encountered linen of such exceptional quality in his life. With a hint of disbelief, he lifted his gaze to Su Pingyan, his eyes filled with confusion. It was one thing for a newly established linen mill to produce such a quantity so swiftly, but the craftsmanship of the cloth was astonishing. Could it be that this gentleman, Su, was indeed a reincarnated immortal? Qian Ruifeng set down the linen, rubbed his eyes, and picked up another bolt to examine once more. He felt several more bolts, each one as dense and finely crafted as the first. Only then did he finally feel at ease. Rising, he clasped his hands in respect towards Su Pingyan and proclaimed, Brother Su, I shall take every bolt of this fabric at 1 tael of silver each. Su Pingyan initially believed that apart from the emergency 50 bolts of cloth priced at 1 tael of silver each, the remaining 150 bolts would be calculated at the previously agreed rate of 601 per bolt by Qian Ruifeng. To his surprise, however, Mr. Qian insisted on charging the customary price of 1 match per bolt. His gaze was earnest as he expressed, Brother Su, your timely assistance today is a kindness I, Qian, will forever cherish and repay in the future. The price of 1 tael of silver per bolt is indeed fair, and I hope you will not decline. With that, Qian Ruifeng produced 200 tael silver notes from his bosom and handed them to Su Pingyan. Recognizing Mr. Qian's sincerity, Su Pingyan accepted the notes, feeling a surge of joy at the sight of the 200 taels. He had not anticipated that this investment in the hemp workshop would proceed so smoothly. Not only did he recover his costs within half a month, but he also made a profit of several dozen taels. When I return home tonight, I must tease Auntie with these silver notes. I wonder if she will voluntarily present her cheek for a playful slap. After obtaining the cloth, Qian Ruifeng meticulously transported the over 100 bolts to the warehouse in the back courtyard of his cloth shop. He then summoned the shop assistants to manage the remaining 50 bolts, sending away the various unsavory characters lurking at the entrance. Furthermore, Qian Ruifeng reached an agreement with Su Pingyan that henceforth, any hemp cloth from his workshop would be welcomed at Qian's cloth shop without exception. This arrangement ensured that Qian's cloth shop would have a continuous supply of high-quality goods, enabling them to engage competitively with several other cloth merchants. Su Pingyan no longer had to worry about the sales of hemp fabric. It was a win-win situation. With the matter concerning Qian Jia Fabric Store resolved, he had also successfully established a long-term supply agreement with Boss Qian. Just as he was about to take his leave, Qian Ruifeng stopped him and whispered, Brotherly, although you have been away from Fenglin County these past few days, I have heard some news concerning you. Noticing the anxious expression on Boss Qian's face, Su Pingyan's gaze sharpened as he inquired, What is this matter? I implore you to clarify, Brother Qian. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Qian Ruifeng replied in a hushed tone, I heard this during a recent drinking session from a brother who works at the government office. The last time I encountered mountain bandits, I was fortunate that Brother Su acted with valor, rescuing my entire family, and even slaying the bandit leader, Long-Tailed Snake. Su Ping'an nodded, gesturing for boss Qian to continue. After acquiring several corpses of bandits, County Supervisor Song Jingjia decided to instill fear among the outlaws. The following day, he displayed the heads of several bandits, including the notorious Long-Tailed Snake, at the western gate of the county town, proclaiming his intention to deter petty criminals and demonstrate the might of the government. However, that very night, the guards stationed at the city gate were brutally slain, and the bandit corpses mysteriously vanished. Nonetheless, County Officer Song Jingjia managed to suppress the incident, resulting in only a handful of individuals being aware of the bandit corpses' theft. Had I not inadvertently overheard a conversation during a drinking session, I too would remain oblivious. Song Jingjia managed to keep this matter under wraps. Su Ping'an's gaze sharpened, and the image of a middle-aged man with a distinctive mustache and a silver-hooked nose surfaced in his mind. His expression grew as cold as water. Yet, Boss Qian continued, it is rumored that those who took the body left a message, seeking revenge on the one who killed the long-tailed snake. Many witnessed your reward collection at the yamen that day, and you even displayed your military waste tokens. For those with intent, finding you should not prove difficult. Therefore, Su, you must exercise caution during this time, as there may be malicious retribution against you. Upon hearing this, Su Ping'an furrowed his brow and quietly inquired, Brother Qian, do you know who was responsible for taking the body of the long-tailed snake? Qian Ruifeng glanced around, lowered his hand to Su Ping'an's ear, and whispered, I specifically inquired through a friend in the government. It appears that several bandit groups in Fenglin County have been gathering, subtly forming a large stronghold on Tiger Head Mountain. The one who issued the threat is their leader, known as Shaking Mountain Tiger. This band of marauders has grown to nearly 100 men, frequently raiding villages with great ferocity. You must be particularly vigilant. Tiger Head Mountain. The mention of this name sent a tremor through Su Ping'an. Previously, when they ventured into the mountains to visit Xiao Ye's family, they had passed by the base of Tiger Head Mountain. Its towering and treacherous terrain made it a formidable stronghold, adjacent to Lingxi Mountain, where Xiao Ye's family resided. It was no wonder that Uncle Shirtu and Uncle Zhouzong often complained about frequent bandit attacks. It turned out that the mountain next door to Xiao Ye's family was the current stronghold of the bandits. After absorbing Qian Ruifeng's information, Su Ping'an clapped him on the shoulder, saying, Thank you for the warning, Brother Qian. I will keep this in mind. Furthermore, you should also exercise caution. It would be best to refrain from collecting hemp cloth from nearby villages for the time being, lest I inadvertently involve you. I will personally deliver the hemp cloth produced in my workshop to your fabric store. That would be splendid. Qian Ruifeng bowed in gratitude. Being targeted by bandits indeed instilled a sense of crisis in Su Ping'an. However, he soon found solace in the thought that the military village was not an ordinary settlement. Each household was a small fortress equipped with iron blades and long spears, and at the command of the village captain. They could mobilize over 100 skilled fighters at a moment's notice. Generally, bandits would think twice before attempting to challenge a military stronghold. Moreover, many of the soldiers' wives were employed in Su Ping'an's workshop, fostering a strong sense of unity among them. Recently, Su Ping'an has gained remarkable esteem within the village, even overshadowing the village head Lu Husheng and the captain Yang Jinshan. He harbors no concerns about the potential arrival of bandits. Confident that his calls for assistance will not go unanswered, his primary focus is to ensure that the goods en route are not targeted by large groups of robbers. It seems that I must personally escort the recent shipments. With my prowess as a chi refining martial artist, I should be able to handle a dozen or so mountain bandits. Additionally, I need to procure more weaponry and equip the households in the village. With this thought in mind, Su Ping'an resolved to visit Yang's ironworks again today. However, before that, he must first promote his latest product, Maotai liquor. At the Drunken Immortal Inn. Chapter 63. Encountering benefactors in officialdom after leaving Qian's cloth shop, Su Ping'an and his companions made their way directly to the Drunken Immortal Inn. By fortunate coincidence, not only was San Yang present, but also Du Kong, the head of the wine merchants in Fenglin County. Su Ping'an has become a distinguished guest at the Drunken Immortal Inn. The attendant, spotting Su Ping'an from a distance, hurried inside to inform Sen Yang. Upon hearing of Su Ping'an's arrival, Sen Yang and Du Kong invited him to a private room on the third floor for a conversation. Captain Yang Jianshun and his group were accommodated in a private room on the second floor, where they were treated to fine wine and dishes. Upon reaching the third-floor private room, Su Pingyan discovered that, aside from his familiar acquaintances San Yang and Du Kong, there were two individuals he had never encountered before. On the left side in the upper seat sat an elegant middle-aged scholar clad in a grayish-blue satin robe. On the right side in the upper seat was a robust man with a ruddy complexion and a square face. Beside the burly man lay a standard military saber. He must be an officer from the military governor's office, and his rank is not low. Su Pingyan swiftly discerned the identity of the Han figure. Yet the refined scholar beside him remained somewhat enigmatic. Upon Su Pingyan's arrival, Du Xing's first instinct was to rise and pleasantly introduce him. Esteemed Su Langjun. On your left is the chief scribe of our county office, Chu Yan. To your right, we have Zhou Kuei, the left guard of the military governor's office of Fenglin County. The chief scribe oversees the examination of cases and financial expenditures within the office, akin to the current roles of a county prosecutor and director of finance. Meanwhile, the left guard of the military governor's office is responsible for the appointment and dismissal of military officials as well as financial management, serving as the direct superior of the commanding officer of Su Pingyan's military garrison. Both are prominent figures wielding significant power in Fenglin County. Observing Du Xing's intent to elevate his status, he introduced himself to the two officials. Su Pingyan, ever so astute, offered a courteous bow and greeting to the two officials. These officials, no fools themselves, immediately discerned Su Pingyan's true identity. Upon realizing that the individual introduced by the esteemed Du Xingsho was merely a flag officer of the military household, their hearts were tinged with discontent. Had it not been for their need to solicit assistance from the host of today's banquet in Fenglin County, they might have already taken their leave in disdain. In the grand realm of the Jin dynasty, the rank of a military household was rather lowly, akin to that of mercenaries bound to the service of the state. In contrast, the military rank of Zhang Kuei, the left guard of the military governor's office, surpassed Su Pingyan's by a staggering 9 levels. A mere flag officer of the military household, thus, held little significance in the context of this gathering. They could not fathom why Du Xingsho would recommend such a person to them. Could it be that age had dulled his vision? Yet, why then did San Yang greet him with such warmth? Suppressing their unease and confusion, the two officials merely nodded at Su Pingyan. Su Pingyan observed the expressions of the two and deduced their thoughts. However, he bore no resentment. His dealings with Du Xingsho and San Yang had been relatively pleasant on 2 occasions, establishing a sense of mutual interest. Since the two had called him up, there must certainly be a reason behind it. After Su Pingyan took his seat, the middle-aged scholar Chu Yan turned to Du Xingsho and asked, "Old Du, having sat here for so long, when shall we finally receive this batch of wine?" As soon as these words were uttered, the man seated to the right, Zhou Kuei, exclaimed, "Indeed, old Du, do provide us with a definitive answer. You wouldn't want to be the cause of my demise from anxiety." Zhou Kuei's loud voice echoed like the striking of a gong. Upon hearing both officials mention wine, Su Pingyan's heart stirred, and he immediately grasped the reason why San Yang and Du Xingsho had summoned him. However, Su Pingyan simply remained seated, quietly enjoying his meal while listening intently to their conversation. From the dialogue among the group, Su Pingyan discerned that the two officials had approached San Yang and Du Xingsho for a specific purpose. Both the county magistrate's clerk Yang Yin and the left guard of the military governor's office had come to the Zui Xianju in pursuit of purchasing a substantial quantity of wine. Next month, the county was to celebrate the 60th birthday of the county head, necessitating a fine selection of wine to entertain guests arriving from various regions. The wines favored by the county magistrate were the highly sought-after Baiguxiang and Erguitu, which had recently gained immense popularity due to a fire in Fenglin County. On the other hand, the left guard of the military governor's office had similar intentions. The military governor was about to visit the governor of Yanqing Prefecture, and having heard of General Yu's fondness for exquisite wines, particularly strong liquor, he had dispatched the knowledgeable Zhou Kuei to procure the finest selections. Naturally, his target was also the now coveted Baiguxiang and Erguitu. Observing the eager expressions on the faces of the two men, San Yang and Du Xingsho exchanged glances, both revealing signs of discomfort. Du Xingsho candidly expressed, "I must not deceive you, esteemed officials. The Baiguxiang and Erguitu are selling like hotcakes. Each time the wine arrives, it vanishes within 3 days, even with a purchase limit of 3 bottles per person. Alas, San Yang and I currently have very little stock left and cannot meet your demands." Zhou Kuei, being rather impatient, slammed the table in frustration, ready to protest, only to be interrupted by Du Xingshou, who pointed at Su Pingyan and said, "However, with the arrival of Su Langjun today, he may be able to assist you in resolving this predicament." That one? Chu Yin and Zhou Kuei turned towards Su Pingyan, who was quietly eating, their faces etched with skepticism. The county magistrate's clerk, Chu Yin, chuckled lightly. The matters that the proprietress of Zui Xianju and the head of the Fenglin County wine shop cannot resolve, how could a mere flag officer like him possibly manage? In response to Chu Yan's remarks, Du Xingshou waved his hand dismissively, stating, "Esteemed clerk, you are mistaken. Allow me to enlighten you. This Su Langjun, Su Pingyan, is indeed the very creator of Bai Guixiang and Air Guitu. All the stock that San Yang and I possess is supplied by his distillery." Upon hearing this revelation, Chu Yin and Zhou Kuei were momentarily taken aback, exchanging glances before their expression shifted from condescension to earnestness as they regarded Su Pingyan. Both men were tasked with significant responsibilities, and Zhou Kuei had even committed to a military order with the governor. Failing to procure enough fine wine in a timely manner would surely draw the ire of their superiors, potentially costing them their positions. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Chu Yin was the first to recover, smiling warmly. "My young brother, my previous words were too blunt. Allow me to raise this cup in your honor as an apology." Zhou Kuei, a burly man with a square face, immediately lifted his cup as well, declaring, "Su Qilong, by rank, I am your superior. However, here, we are merely brothers. I consider myself your elder, and I apologize for my earlier rudeness. Let us drink." As the military governor, Zhou Kuei could have exerted his authority to compel Su Pingyan to provide the wine. However, due to the mutual oversight between the county office and the military governor's office, both Zhou Kuei and Chu Yin were keen to avoid displaying any overbearing tendencies that might give the other party leverage against them. Thus, they treated Su Pingyan with utmost courtesy. Seeing the two officials extend such goodwill towards him, Su Pingyan, not one to harbor grudges, raised his cup and replied, "It is an honor to meet both of you. I have grasped the essence of your discussion with Du Xingshou and San Yang. Coincidentally, I have brought with me 100 bottles each of Bai Guixiang and Air Guitu to Fenglin County." Upon hearing this, Chu Yin and Zhou Kuei's faces instantly brightened with smiles. "Su brother, come, sit here beside us." Zhou Kuei boisterously gestured to the space between himself and Chu Yin. Chu Yin quickly followed suit, saying, "Indeed, Su brother, come closer. Allow your elder brothers to toast you properly. This batch of wine will solve our predicament, and we shall take every bottle you have. Please do not refuse." In the midst of their jovial banter, Su Pingyan found himself pulled into the main seat, while Chu Yin eagerly poured him drinks and offered him dishes, treating him with the warmth of long-lost siblings. San Yang and Du Xingshou exchanged wry smiles, having anticipated Su Pingyan's stock of wine long before. Their inventory had already been depleted, and they had previously found it challenging to meet the demands of the two officials. Little did they expect that the two officials would now seek to secure Su Longjuan's entire supply, potentially leaving their establishments bereft of offerings. Since its introduction, Bai Guixiang and Air Guitu had become the flagship products of their establishments. A sudden halt in supply would undoubtedly result in considerable losses. Yet, both officials were influential figures in Fenglin County. If they jeopardized their plans, San Yang and Du Xingshou would be left to bear the consequences. As the weight of the situation settled in, Du Xingshou sighed deeply, while San Yang cast flirtatious glances at Su Pingyan, subtly imploring him to consider a solution in light of their long-standing rapport. Observing the varied expressions of the four individuals at the table, Su Pingyan smiled and remarked, "There is no need for the two officials to rush into a decision regarding the Bai Guixiang and Air Guitu. I have brought a new batch of wine that surpasses both in flavor. I would like to invite the esteemed officials, San Yang and Du Xingshou, to partake in a tasting." Zhou Kuei, an avid wine enthusiast, could not contain his curiosity upon hearing this. "Oh? Is there truly a wine that can rival the excellence of Air Guitu?" The other three also displayed eager anticipation at the prospect of Su Pingyan's new creation. Su Pingyan promptly instructed a servant to notify Xiao Gizi on the second floor, presenting 4 exquisite bottles of Maotai liquor distilled solely from pure sorghum. This time, Su Pingyan chose porcelain bottles of even greater refinement, crafted from smooth and delicate white porcelain, with graceful lines and harmonious proportions. The mere packaging exuded a sense of stability and grandeur. Zhang Kuei, the left constable, known for his impetuous nature, seized a bottle and hastily uncorked it. The moment the bottle was opened, a rich aroma surged forth like a tidal wave, enveloping the entire elegant room. Indeed, this fragrance was far more intense and robust than that of Bai Wuxiang or Erguo. Du Xing's eyes narrowed slightly, his expression one of delight. Zhang Kuei leaned closer to the bottle's opening, inhaling deeply as the alluring scent wafted into his nostrils. What a fine wine. Su, my brother. You truly are a master of brewing. Zhang Kuei's face lit up with astonishment. As a connoisseur of wine, he felt a strong urge to cultivate a rapport with this military official. San Yang, rising from her seat, took the bottle from Zhang Kuei's hands and, leaning forward with a gentle smile, said, "Do not be hasty, Sir Zhang. Allow me to pour for you all." The clear, rich liquid cascaded into the bowls. The fragrant aroma filling the room, combined with San Yang's graceful posture as she poured, heightened the atmosphere at the table. The four of them raised their bowls, savoring a sip of the Maotai. The liquor spread across their palates, its texture rich and smooth, akin to silk gliding over their taste buds. Even the usually stoic Chu Zhubu could not suppress a smile of surprise. After exchanging glances with Du Xing, San Yang was astonished by the exquisite flavor of the wine. Meanwhile, Zhang Kuei, unable to contain himself, eagerly poured himself a second bowl, his face awash with intoxication. These four individuals were seasoned wine aficionados, having sampled countless exquisite brews throughout their lives. Yet, the Maotai they held now was undoubtedly the finest they had ever tasted. Even the previously popular Bai Wuxiang and Erguo paled in comparison. Zhang Kuei, with his boisterous and forthright demeanor, declared, "Su, my brother, how much of this marvelous wine do you possess?" "I, Zhang Kuei, shall take it all." His heart soared with joy, envisioning the accolades he would receive by presenting such fine liquor to the governor, possibly earning promotions and titles. "Ah, Sir Zhang, you are mistaken. Such splendid wine should not be hoarded by a single person," interjected Chu Yen with a stern expression, his inner thoughts rife with indignation. "This wine is also intended for the county magistrate's birthday banquet. Our magistrate, Lord Huang, has always maintained a good relationship with your Governor Zhou. You must not only consider your superior's interests." Upon hearing this, Zhang Kuei immediately grasped the underlying message, his displeasure rising as he thought, "How dare this pedantic scholar use the county magistrate to pressure me?" However, his ambition for recognition remained strong. He understood that the production of such fine wine must be limited. Even Su Ping'an likely had little in reserve. Regardless of his potential conflict with the county magistrate, he was determined to procure the wine for his superior. After downing another bowl, Zhang Kuei, with his eyes wide open, feigned drunkenness, saying, "Chu Zhubu, spare me your rhetoric. I am a member of the governor's office. I know not the county magistrate, only our Governor Zhou. Besides, isn't there still time before Lord Huang's birthday celebration? You can certainly wait for another batch of wine." As he spoke, Zhang Kuei patted Su Ping'an's shoulder. "Goodness, the camaraderie among you is even more plastic than that of sisters," Su Ping'an thought to himself, stifling a laugh as he lowered his head in silence. Meanwhile, Chu Zhubu brusquely pushed Zhang Kuei's hand off Su Ping'an's shoulder, retorting, "Zhang Kuei, do you intend to leverage your rank to coerce this brother Su? Humph. It seems the governor's office operates with such tyranny. In my view, your governor's matters should be set aside. Do not forget, as a county magistrate, I hold the authority to supervise your office." Zhang Kuei was momentarily at a loss for words, his square face flushed, whether from intoxication or indignation. It was hard to tell. He soon felt a surge of frustration, slamming his palm down onto the military knife at his side, producing a sharp sound. It was both an expression of anger and a veiled threat. Yet, Chu Zhubu remained unfazed, adjusting his loose scholar's robe and adopting a combative stance, prepared for a verbal duel. As the two officials appeared ready to engage in a heated dispute over the ownership of the wine in the intoxicated atmosphere of the tavern, the tension escalated. Su Ping'an could no longer continue to spectate and hastily clasped his hands in greeting. "I beg your pardon, esteemed officials. Although the brewing of this Maotai liquor is exceedingly challenging, I happen to possess a modest stock. Might I suggest that you both return to your residences? Rest assured, I shall personally deliver the liquor to your doors shortly, ensuring your utmost satisfaction." Chapter 65, presenting gifts. Zhang Kuei and Chu Yin are both influential figures in Fenglin County. While San Yang and Du Xingshou are the seasoned proprietors of the county's venerable tavern and liquor store, it is imperative for Su Ping'an to cultivate good relations with these four individuals. Thus, he deliberately refrained from disclosing the exact quantity of Maodai he possessed, instead opting to mention that it would be dispatched to the officials' residences shortly. In this manner, with the acquisition of superior Maodai, the supply issues faced by Sanyang and Du Xingshou regarding Bai Guixiang and Erguatu could be adeptly resolved, addressing the concerns of all four parties involved. Zhang Kuei and Chu Yan exchanged glances. Despite their individual intentions, they found this proposal agreeable. After all, they represented the military governor's office and the county government, and a disturbance at Zui Xianzhu would surely become a source of ridicule for the county. Once the two officials were satisfied with the negotiations, they clasped their hands in farewell and departed, awaiting Su Pingyan's delivery of the liquor to their doors. After their exit, Su Pingyan took a seat before Sanyang and Du Xingshou. "Thank you, young Master Su, for coming to my aid. Allow me to raise a toast in your honor." Sanyang purred, casting a sultry glance and leaning closer. In less than a month, her references to Su Pingyan had evolved from the wretched soldier to Su Longjuan and now to young Master Su, captivating many of the county's dignitaries with her charms. Du Xingshou, standing nearby, could not help but smirk, commenting, "I never imagined that the usually reserved Sanyang would be so unrestrained in the presence of young Master Su. Young Master Su, I am grateful for your assistance today. Allow me to toast you as well." "Ah, it is but a trivial matter." Su Pingyan raised his wine glass with one hand, lifting it gracefully. With the other hand, he gently embraced Sanyang's slender waist, his fingers encircling her delicately. He drained the contents of the cup in one swift motion. At this moment, Su Pingyan had completely secured his position with both Sanyang and Du Xingshou. Had he not presented the prestigious Maodai wine today, the orders for Bai Guixiang and Erguatu, made by Sanyang and Du Xingshou, would surely have been left unfulfilled, potentially dealing a significant blow to their business. "Su Gongzi, how intolerable, taking advantage of others," Sanyang playfully protested, half-heartedly resisting as she moved Su Pingyan's hand away from her bosom. Su Pingyan maintained his nonchalant demeanor and remarked, "At the banquet just now, I noticed that you two are well acquainted with the two Shangwans. Might I trouble you to share a few insights into their character? I wouldn't want to breach etiquette when I pay them a visit later." Sanyang and Du Xingshou exchanged glances and nodded subtly, realizing that despite Su's seemingly carefree attitude, he possessed a meticulous nature. Their attitude towards Su Pingyan inevitably grew more earnest. Du Xingshou, stroking his beard, seized the moment to flatter him, saying, "No wonder, Master Su, that you have managed to craft one excellent wine after another in such a short span. Such a disposition is truly rare. Having spent my entire life in Fenglin County, I shall share all that I know with you, Master Su." Su Pingyan invited two officials to his residence to present them with a gift of wine. However, his intentions extended beyond the mere act of offering a bottle. As a lowly banner commander, he found his influence and capabilities regrettably limited. To speak candidly, should the bandits from Tiger Head Mountain decide to raid his goods, his authority would only extend to mobilizing Uncle Huang and Xiao Gizi. The intelligence regarding the bandits, provided by Boss Qian, instilled in him a sense of urgency. He realized the necessity of elevating his status post-haste to ensure his survival in such turbulent times. At the residence of Du Xingshou, Su Pingyan successfully obtained the information he sought. Just as he prepared to take his leave, Du Xingshou called out to him with a beaming smile, "Young Master Su, do not be in such a hurry to depart. Might you spare a little of that Maodai wine for this old man? Its aroma is simply irresistible. Having spent a lifetime in the wine business, this Maodai has truly awakened my long-buried cravings." To his left, Sanyang chimed in sweetly, "Young Master Su, do not forget about me. I too have a fondness for this Maodai." Observing the eager expressions of the two, Su Pingyan sighed. "You both have just sampled this Maodai. Its quality surpasses that of both Bai Guixiang and Erguatu by several folds, yet its production is lamentably scarce. Very well, in consideration of our long-standing friendship, I shall offer each of you 3 bottles. What do you say?" Upon hearing this, their eyes met, and joy illuminated their faces. Su Pingyan continued, "However, let me make it clear beforehand. The price of my Maodai liquor is rather steep. Each bottle is priced at 2,599 won, equivalent to 2 taels and 6 chien of silver. This is a fixed rate." Du Xingshou chuckled, clapping Su Pingyan on the shoulder. "No problem, Su Langjun. We shall adhere to this price. Whatever quantity of your exquisite liquor you have, I shall take it all." Having tasted this Maodai only once, Du Xingshou found it unforgettable. The memories of the crude liquor he had previously consumed paled in comparison, akin to the taste of horse urine. San Yang cast a wistful glance at Su Ping'an, gracefully curtsied beside him, and discreetly slipped a note into his embrace, whispering, "Su Langjun, after savoring your wine, I find myself unable to enjoy any other. Here is the address of my residence. I insist, you must come to my home to make amends." Make amends? What sort of amends? Meat sausage. Su Ping'an playfully patted the rounded posterior of San Yang, offering her a subtly enigmatic smile. Subsequently, he delivered the previously arranged assortment of fruit wine and erguotu to them, while also leaving each of them with 3 bottles of Maotai liquor. This time, they collectively acquired a total of 116 taels and 2 chien, coupled with the 200 taels of silver he had just sold at the cloth merchants. The total sum amounted to 316 taels and 2 chien. Feeling the weight of the banknotes and silver ingots in his embrace, Su Ping'an was filled with immense joy. Is this the euphoria of the affluent? Such a substantial fortune was more than sufficient for him to purchase a 3-courtyard residence in Fenglin County, a long-cherished dream of his aunt. However, he believed that good steel should be used on the blade, and thus, Su Ping'an planned to first arm the soldiers of Qingshan village with this wealth. After leaving the Zui Xianju, Su Ping'an did not head directly to the official's residence to deliver the wine. Instead, he brought along Xiao Gizi and others to the bustling intersection filled with shops. From Du Xing's information, he learned that the chief clerk of the county office, Chu, was a person who understood the nuances of social interaction, unbound by trivialities, yet unwavering in his principles. To impress him with mere wealth would certainly be futile. However, the chief clerk had a profound appreciation for poetry and painting, particularly admiring the works of the 3 great scholars, Lu, Chun, and Pei from the Yanqing Prefecture's Yin Yin Academy. Soon, Su Ping'an arrived at the largest poetry and painting shop on the intersection. Esteemed guest, are you in search of books or poetic art? A shop assistant clad in a grayish-blue scholar's robe approached him. Truly, being a bookstore. Even the shop attendants were dressed in scholarly attire. Su Ping'an nodded and remarked, if one wishes to present a poem and painting as a gift, it would be best to choose from the esteemed works of the 3 great scholars, Lu, Chun, and Pei, from the Yanqing Prefecture's Yin Yang Academy. Esteemed guest, you have indeed come to the right place. Recently, a particularly renowned poem has circulated from Yanqing Prefecture. Have you heard of it? It is said to have been composed by a student of Yin Yang Academy to commemorate the great scholar Lu Dingong's journey to the capital for his official appointment. This poem has gained immense popularity throughout the northern region and is celebrated as the pinnacle of spring outings. Yin Yang Academy? A tribute to the great scholar Lu Dingong? Spring outing? Upon hearing the waiter's words, Su Ping'an felt a sudden jolt in his heart. Chapter 66, Strategies for the 2 officials' esteemed guest. Please take a look. Under the guidance of the young attendant, Su Ping'an was led into a private chamber within the bookstore. Unlike the exterior, which was cluttered with books, this elegant room was adorned with the poems and paintings of literati, infused with a delicate aroma of ink and sandalwood. This is the very piece. Su Ping'an, guided by the waiter's indication, was instantly captivated by the scenery depicted in the painting. At the bottom of the canvas flowed a mighty river, its waters surging and rushing forward, bridging the expanse between the sky and the undulating emerald hills along the shore. A few official boats lay solemnly anchored on the river's surface, seemingly awaiting a group of people on the grassy bank. The entire composition exuded a magnificent grandeur, imbued with the vibrant vitality of spring. At the heart of the artwork, a couplet in cursive script danced gracefully, inscribed with a poem. Spring Outing at Iwan Pavilion. Dedicated to Pei Jin, Su Ping'an. 2 orioles sing amidst the verdant willows, a line of egrets ascends into the azure sky. The window frames the eternal snow of the western ridge. The door moors boats from the distant East Wu. Is this my poem? Su Ping'an never anticipated that the poem he had composed for Su Erlang to flatter their superior would attain such renown. Even Fenglin County has begun to eagerly emulate the essence of the poem through exquisite landscape paintings. If the county magistrate were to discover that I am the very author, there would be no need for gifts. He might very well seek my acquaintance himself. After all, the fact that Deputy Minister Yu regards the author of this poem as a protégé has long circulated throughout the northern territories. Everyone assumes Su Ping'an to be a scholar from Yin Yin Academy. Should this legendary Su Ping'an eventually embark upon an official career with the patronage of a third-rank official, would he not ascend to great heights? Alas, unless a grand scholar were to come forth. No one would believe that a mere commoner like myself is the true author of this poem. Even if they learn my name is Su Pingyan, they would likely dismiss it as mere coincidence. Lost in thought, the young and attendant, dressed in a gray-blue scholar's robe, continued to explain. Esteemed guest, it is said that on the day this poem, Spring Outing at Iwan Pavilion, was penned for Pei Jin, many of the outstanding talents from Yin Yin Academy were stirred with emotion. Several of them created paintings and verses inspired by that very day. This piece is a product of Yin Yin Academy and is truly one of a kind in our Fenglin County. It makes for an exquisite gift, priced at merely 30 taels of silver. As he spoke, the attendant held up 3 fingers. Damn, what a cunning merchant. I penned the poem myself, and now I must pay for it. Is this not akin to the academic networks of my past life? Once I achieve success, I shall return and demand a hefty fee for copyright. Su Pingyan, while harboring his thoughts, retrieved 30 taels of silver from his pocket. Please wrap this up for me. Certainly. The innkeeper, with his narrow and elongated face, broke into a radiant smile. With this poem in hand, Su Pingyan was confident that he would successfully win over the clerk of Chu Yen. Another important figure was Lord Zhang Kuei, the left minister of the military supervisory office. For Su Pingyan, who currently held the status of a soldier, this was of paramount significance. Within the military household system of the Great Jin dynasty, each county established a military supervisory office responsible for managing subordinate military forts and villages. The office was headed by a commander, also known as the chief of the military supervisory office. Beneath the commander were 2 deputy ministers, the left and right ministers, who assisted the commander. The left minister was specifically responsible for the rewards and promotions of the military households. Though the position of left minister was not particularly esteemed within the greater military framework of the Liang dynasty, it wielded considerable authority at the county level. Thus, Zhang Kuei was exceedingly crucial for Su Pingyan, who was merely a flag leader in the military household hierarchy. According to the information from Du Hang's Ho, Zhang Kuei was known for his generosity and righteousness, yet he was also notorious for his indulgences and vices. This was the reason the commander had instructed him to prepare fine wine, for he had a deep appreciation for it. This aligned perfectly with Su Pingyan's intentions. What I have in abundance is exquisite wine. Thus, cultivating a good rapport with Minister Zhang should be effortless. After a moment of contemplation, Su Pingyan decided to first visit the clerk of Chu, whose residence was closer. Upon arriving at the Chu residence, Clerk Chu Yen had been waiting for quite some time. The doorman warmly welcomed Su Pingyan into the reception room, where Clerk Chu had already prepared tea, his demeanor remarkably gentle. Recently, when the county magistrate entrusted the arrangement of a banquet to Chu Yen, he had recommended the exquisite Baiguoxiang from Zui Xianju. After tasting it, the magistrate had immediately decided to use this wine for the longevity banquet. However, upon arriving at Zui Xianju, Chu Yen discovered that the establishment, owned by Sen Yang and Du Hang's Ho, had long been out of stock. To complicate matters further, a minister from the military supervisory office had come to compete for the wine. Fortunately, this young man, Su, appeared just in time, bringing with him superior Maotai wine, thus alleviating Clerk Chu Yan's urgent predicament. This exceptional wine, Chu Yan knew, was not something he could hope to acquire in large quantities, especially with Su Pingyan's superior officer, Zhang Kuei, lurking nearby. As long as he could secure a dozen bottles to satisfy the magistrate, it would suffice. Consequently, he completely cast aside his superior airs, treating Su Pingyan with utmost cordiality and even addressing him as a brother. During their brief conversation, however, Chu Yen felt a slight shiver of astonishment. The seemingly unassuming flag leader of the military household displayed not only eloquence, but also profound knowledge, utterly devoid of the brutish demeanor one might expect. This revelation took Clerk Chu Yen by surprise, prompting him to regard Su Pingyan with newfound respect. When Su Pingyan gradually unfurled the poem and painting he had procured, Chu Yan's eyes sparkled with admiration. This was an extraordinary masterpiece, birthed from the spring outing of the esteemed Vice Minister L and the great scholar from Yin Yin Academy. Such fine poetry, such exquisite art. Before Su Pingyan could speak, Chu Yen, unable to contain his excitement, took the poem and painting to examine them closely. Although Clerk Chu Yen was renowned for his integrity and never accepted gifts, he found himself utterly defenseless against this piece of art. Moreover, how could the exchange of scholarly works be deemed a gift? It was simply a dialogue between literati. After discussing poetry for a while, Chu Yen inquired, "How many bottles of Mao wine can you spare for me, Brother Su?" He was well aware that he could not compete with the left minister for the wine, given that Zhang Kuei was Su Ping'an's immediate superior. Su Ping'an took the opportunity to extol, "I have long heard of your profound knowledge, esteemed Master Chu. Today, upon meeting you, I am filled with genuine admiration. I would like to offer you a generous share of my Maotai liquor, 25 bottles in total. I kindly ask you to keep this discreet. If Sir Zhang were to find out, I would be in quite a predicament." Upon hearing these words, Chu Yan felt a surge of joy within. The 25 bottles of Maotai far exceeded his expectations and would certainly suffice for his dealings with the magistrate of Huang County. The more he observed this military household leader before him, the more he found himself pleased. Sensing the moment was ripe, Su Ping'an respectfully saluted him and said, "Master Chu, I have a request to make, and I wonder if you might be willing to assist me." "Oh, what matter is it? Please, do share," Chu Yan replied. His spirits lifted after having received the poetic works and completing the magistrate's assignment. He felt that if it were a trivial matter, granting Su Ping'an a favor would not be unreasonable. With Chu Yan's encouragement, Su Ping'an began to recount his tale. "A few days ago, on my way back to the village from Fenglin County, I chanced upon bandits robbing merchants. To protect the people of Fenglin, I took action and eliminated their leader, known as Long-Tailed Snake." Chu Yan nodded, aware of the official handling of the Long-Tailed Snake corpse. He was taken aback to learn that the one who had slain the bandit leader was none other than the very military household leader before him, which only served to enhance his esteem for Su Ping'an. Su Ping'an continued, "The authorities have hung the corpse of the long-tailed snake at the east gate, fearing that thieves might steal it away. They have also declared their intent to avenge the long-tailed snake." Upon hearing this, the chief scribe of Chu furrowed his brow, deep in contemplation. As a county scribe, he was well aware of the incident involving the theft of the long-tailed snake's corpse. The responsibilities of a scribe encompass finance, household registration, and oversight. Although the direct accountability lay with the county captain, Song Jingjia, Chu Yan, too, faced reprimand from the county magistrate. In recent days, the county office had dispatched constables to scour the vicinity for the thieves, but alas, their efforts yielded little. As the scribe, he shared in the concern over this matter. Noticing a flicker of thought cross Chu Yan's mind, Su Ping'an discreetly continued, "To be frank, as a military household under Fenglin County, I am eager to seek out and eradicate the bandits, ensuring the safety of my fellow villagers and alleviating the county's burdens. However, as a military household, I require 2 documents, one from the Military Supervisory Office and the other from the county office, to command my subordinates. Thus, I seek your assistance in procuring a document which would grant me the opportunity to confront the bandits in the Great Jin Dynasty, to enhance the management of military fortifications and prevent the military supervisory offices from amassing undue power. The mobilization of troops from fortifications during peacetime necessitated documents from both the supervisory office and the local county office. Furthermore, these 2 entities held mutual oversight authority. Consequently, Chu Yan promptly grasped Su Ping'an's intention. He wished for the county office to issue a military order for bandit suppression in his name. This request posed no challenge for Chu Yan, especially given the county office's current distress over the banditry issue. Regardless of Su Ping'an's success in combating the bandits, issuing this order would reflect positively on Chu Yan's proactive efforts, serving as a point of merit during future evaluations by the county magistrate. Moreover, the military household flag leader before him had already vanquished the long-tailed snake, suggesting he possessed some commendable skills. Thus, granting this favor would be mutually beneficial. With these thoughts in mind, Chu Yan patted Su Ping'an's shoulder and smiled. "Issuing a military order is a trivial matter. You have rendered me significant assistance, and I should indeed support your endeavors. Please wait a moment. I shall draft it for you." Before long, Su Ping'an received a military order for bandit suppression issued by the county scribe. The content, summarized based on Su Ping'an's description, stated that Fenglin County had recently been plagued by severe banditry. Su Ping'an, the courageous and valiant flag leader of the military household in Qingshan village, was deemed capable of taking on this important responsibility. The county office consented to allow Su Ping'an to mobilize all military households in Qingshan village to seek opportunities for bandit eradication. Furthermore, Chu Yan ensured the order was delivered to the county office and stamped with the magistrate's official seal. Thus, with this order in hand, all Su Ping'an needed was to obtain a similar document from the military supervisory office and communicate effectively with the military leader of Qingshan village. He would then be in a rightful position to confront the bandits, safeguarding his distillery and cloth shop. The military leader of Qingshan village, Yang Jinshan, was already an ally. Now, he merely needed to secure the cooperation of the left supervisor, Zhang Kuei. After settling the tavern bill with Chu Yan, 25 bottles of matai, priced at 2 taels and 6 coins per bottle, totaling 65 taels of silver, Su Pingyan noted the surprising price. Yet, he quickly rationalized the cost. Such exquisite liquor would have been exceedingly difficult to procure, even at 3 taels a bottle, had it not been for his fortunate encounter with Su Pingyan. Moreover, since the county office was footing the bill, Chu Yan incurred no loss while gaining the magistrate's favor, making this a worthwhile endeavor. With the payment settled, Su Pingyan bid farewell to Chu Yan and promptly made his way, accompanied by Uncle Huang and others, to the residence of left supervisor Zhang Kuei. Before reaching the entrance, Su Pingyan spotted his superior, Zhang Kuei, anxiously waiting at the door, his face etched with impatience. Upon catching sight of Su Pingyan from a distance, Zhang Kuei rushed forward, his expression tinged with displeasure. "Ah, Su, my younger brother, why have you arrived so late? You have kept me waiting." His words bore an implicit reproach. Su Pingyan remained calm, clasping his hands and explaining, "I delivered only a modest offering to the county's chief clerk Yang, hence I proceeded there first. Big brother, I have reserved everything for you, Lord Zhang." Upon hearing these words, Zhang Kuei's displeasure instantly transformed into delight, dissipating any lingering resentment. He eagerly grasped Su Pingyan's hand, exclaiming with joviality, "Good brother, come, let us enter the manor together." Once inside Zhang Kuei's estate, Su Pingyan gestured, and Uncle Huang along with the others began transporting several wooden crates filled with wine into the courtyard. "Master Zhang, these 25 bottles of maodai are prepared for the military governor's residence. Please inspect them." As Zhang Kuei gazed upon the exquisitely packaged bottles, a tantalizing aroma wafting from their openings, his desire for the wine nearly overwhelmed him. However, he dared not indulge, for these bottles were intended as a gift from the commander to General Yu of the Yanqing Prefecture. He would soon deliver them to the commander's residence, and he could not afford to jeopardize such an important gesture for a moment's pleasure. Nevertheless, the intoxicating scent was simply too alluring. As a man who cherished wine dearly, merely inhaling its fragrance made his throat salivate with longing. He could not help but fantasize about the luxury of savoring such fine wine daily. Alas, he understood that this maotai was undoubtedly costly and produced in limited quantities, far beyond his reach. He watched the officer, tormented by the tantalizing aroma. Su Pingyan inclined his hand towards Zhang Kuei and smiled, "Esteemed lord of the left division, I have brought you the 20 bottles of maotai wine you ordered from my distillery." "The wine I ordered from your distillery?" Upon hearing Su Pingyan's words, Zhang Kuei's face was filled with confusion. Su Pingyan clapped his hands. Shortly thereafter, Xiao Gizi and others carried in 2 wooden boxes. Upon opening them, they were astonished to find 20 bottles of matai. Zhang Kuei, who had long occupied a high position, immediately understood the situation. Su Pingyan is indeed presenting him with a gift. Moreover, he has generously offered 20 bottles of maodai. This batch of liquor is not included in the official gift list of the military governor's office, which means Zhang Kuei has the liberty to use it as he pleases. Whether for his own enjoyment or to bestow upon others, this maotai is of exceptional quality. Contemplating this, Zhang Kuei's admiration for Su Pingyan reached its zenith. "I never anticipated that this banner officer not only excels in brewing, but is also so adept in the subtleties of human relationships. He is truly a person of great potential." Ecstatically circling around the 2 boxes of maodai, gifted by Su Pingyan, Zhang Kuei patted Su Pingyan on the shoulder and said solemnly, "Indeed, you are a remarkable talent, and to serve as a mere banner officer is a disservice to your abilities. Come, let us celebrate this joyous occasion with such fine wine." With that, Zhang Kuei promptly commanded his attendants to prepare food and drink, eager to indulge in a hearty revelry with his newly acquainted brother. Before long, the servants had arranged a lavish spread of delicacies and beverages. Su Pingyan was not one to hold back. Sharing a drink with the commander presented an excellent opportunity to foster camaraderie. During the gathering, Su Pingyan engaged in delightful conversation with Zhang Kuei. Zhang Kuei was astonished by Su Pingyan's remarkable knowledge of military strategy. Though Su Pingyan's insights stemmed from interpretations of Sun Tzu's art of war that he had encountered online in his previous life, even a modest discussion was enough to leave Zhang Kuei thoroughly impressed. As the evening progressed, both host and guest reveled in each other's company. Zhang Kuei had completely set aside his authoritative demeanor, embracing Su Pingyan, the humble banner leader, as a brother. With a hearty slap on Su Pingyan's shoulder, he exclaimed, "Brother Su, sharing a drink with you is truly a pleasure. Alas, such fine wine is a rarity. I cannot indulge in it every day." Su Pingyan immediately grasped the meaning behind Zhang Kuei's words and, with a respectful gesture, replied, "Rest assured, Brother Zhang. From now on, I shall deliver 2 boxes of Maotai to your residence each month." "Maotai?" Zhang Kuei inquired, looking at Su Pingyan with curiosity. Su Pingyan chuckled and said, "Elder brother, you may not be aware, but in my hometown, this Maotai liquor is affectionately referred to as Maozi." "Ah, I see now." Zhang Kuei responded with hearty laughter. "Brother Su, with your capabilities, it is truly an injustice for you to serve as merely a minor banner leader. As fortune would have it, you have earned merit by vanquishing the long-tailed snake. I recall that 200 households from the Donghe Fort military office perished in the Qishui River 6 months ago, leaving their positions vacant. Thus, I propose that you temporarily assume the role of 100 households, commanding the military households of Qingshan Village and Baishui Village." In Chapter 68, titled Forcefully Seizing the Distillery, it is noted that within the military villages subordinate to the fort, there exist 6 ranks of military households. The lowest tier is the ordinary military household, which is subdivided into white laborers, auxiliary soldiers, and regular soldiers. Ascending the ranks, the next level is the banner leader, capable of commanding 2 soldiers, a position currently held by Su Pingyan. Above the banner leader is the general banner, which can direct 5 banners, totaling 15 individuals. The rank above that is the military captain, who oversees a village's military households, comprising approximately 3 to 5 general banners, or around 50 to 80 military households, a position presently occupied by Yang Jinshan. Further up the hierarchy is the 100 households, who can manage the military captains of 2 villages, effectively leading a contingent of 100 to 150 personnel. Zhang Kuei has directly elevated Su Pingyan to the rank of 100 households, a promotion that bypasses both the general banner and military captain ranks, advancing him 2 levels. Su Pingyan felt a surge of joy wash over him. Memories of his initial participation in the soldier selection flooded his mind. The training ground was filled with swirling dust as the recruits struggled below, swallowing grit. The esteemed officer overseeing the selection stood majestically on a raised platform, surveying the scene. The north wind howled, causing the officer's military cloak to billow dramatically, exuding an air of authority. Su Pingyan was well aware of the situations in Qingshan Village and Baishui Village. Qingshan Village boasted a total of 64 recruits, organized into 4 banners. Baishui Village, situated a mere 5 kilometers away, had 77 recruits, divided into 5 banners. Together, these 2 villages comprised a remarkable total of 141 soldiers. If he could command such a formidable force, the possibilities for Su Pingyan would be boundless. By selecting 50 robust men from this group and equipping them with superior armor and weaponry, followed by rigorous training, the bandits on Hodo Mountain who posed a threat to him would be rendered insignificant. Su Pingyan could even take the initiative to venture into the mountains to eliminate bandits. However, after careful consideration, he could not help but inquire, "Brother Zhang, do you think that promoting me to the position of 100 leader without proper protocol might incite dissatisfaction among the officers of the military fortress, making your position difficult?" Zhang Kuei, understanding the underlying implications in Su Pingyan's words, chuckled lightly and replied, "Brother Su, there is no need for concern. Shortly, I will accompany you back to Qingshan Village and Donghe Fort, where we shall summon the leaders of both regions, as well as the officials of the military fortress. I shall publicly announce your appointment, and if anyone harbors dissent, they may address it directly with me." Su Pingyan nodded and felt a sense of relief. Zhang Kuei's actions undoubtedly conveyed to the soldiers in the fortress that Su Pingyan was under his protection. Anyone who considered making a move against him would first need to weigh the significance of Zhang Kuei's authority. Su Pingyan was acutely aware that this was a significant favor, and he promptly clasped his fists in gratitude, saying, "I am most grateful to you, Brother Zhang. There is no need for such formality, my dear brother," Zhang Kuei replied, holding Su Pingyan's hands and affectionately patting him on the shoulder. In Zhang Kuei's eyes, Su Pingyan had become exceedingly important. He was well aware that his superior, the commanding general of the governor's office, was equally fond of fine wine. To endear himself to the general, exquisite wine was indispensable. The soldier Su Pingyan was not only skilled in winemaking, but also shared a congenial rapport with him. If he could secure Su Pingyan's allegiance, he would never lack for exquisite wine in the future. With a steady supply of fine wine, Zhang Kuei could firmly establish his position as the left assistant minister in front of the general. It was even conceivable that should the general rise in prominence, he might elevate Zhang Kuei to the position in Yanqing Prefecture as well. In Zhang Kuei's eyes, Su Pingyan had transformed from an inconsequential soldier into a significant benefactor who could bring him tangible benefits. With this thought in mind, Zhang Kuei's demeanor towards Su Pingyan grew increasingly warm. After the banquet, Zhang Kuei accompanied Su Pingyan to the governor's office to deliver the wine. They waited outside the office for about half an hour. When Su Pingyan finally saw Zhang Kuei emerge, his face beaming with joy. "Brother Su, your wine is extraordinary. Simply extraordinary." The general remarked that during his time in the capital, he has never tasted such fine wine, and he praised me greatly. "This is all thanks to your efforts, dear brother." Upon encountering Zhang Kuei, who wore a radiant smile, Su Pingyan promptly clasped his hands in congratulations. However, Zhang Kuei waved his hand dismissively and, with a serious demeanor, stated, "My affairs have been settled. Now it is time to attend to yours. Come, let us proceed to Qingshan village at once. We must ensure your promotion to the position of Baihu is finalized." Upon hearing these words, Su Pingyan felt a surge of joy, and thus had to postpone his plans to procure weapons from the armory and retrieve the Chongqing sword from Yang Tiexing for another day. Soon, the two of them made their way to the military governor's office, where they secured 2 sleek black steeds and set off towards Qingshan village. Though the steeds from the military governor's office were not as comfortable to ride as a mare, they possessed remarkable speed. In a little over half an hour, they had reached the territory of the Eastern River Military Fort. Along the journey, Su Pingyan engaged in lively banter with Zhang Kuei. In his previous life, Su Pingyan was a jovial individual who relished wandering through online forums, sharing numerous tales that intrigued Zhang Kuei immensely. He continually marveled at the remarkable insights of this newly acquainted young man. However, as they traversed the official road near Dongha Fortress, Su Pingyan suddenly caught sight of a familiar figure. It was a tall woman, her rounded belly evident beneath a loose, light blue linen dress, unmistakably an expectant mother. Though her pace was unhurried, her expression conveyed a sense of urgency. Su Pingyan suddenly reined in his horse, astonished as he exclaimed, "Sister Huang, you are with child and in no condition to come to Dongha Fort." The woman in question was none other than Chunyi, the wife of Uncle Huang. Upon hearing her name called, she abruptly lifted her head, and upon catching sight of Su Pingyan, 2 streams of hot tears cascaded down her cheeks. Stumbling slightly, she cried out, "Su Langjun, hurry home. Something grave has occurred at our workshop." Su Pingyan was momentarily taken aback, but he quickly dismounted and steadied Sister Huang. "Sister Huang, what exactly transpired?" Upon finding Su Pingyan, Chunyi felt as though she had discovered her anchor in a storm. She hastily wiped away her tears and, in a fragmented manner, recounted all that had occurred at the distillery to Su Pingyan. It turned out that during the land redistribution, the treacherous Liao Shuli had harbored a deep-seated grudge against Su Pingyan. Particularly after suffering a significant loss concerning the wasteland, he had been ever vigilant, seeking an opportunity for revenge. Su Pingyan established a workshop in the village, initially dismissing it as inconsequential. However, he soon noticed the once pallid faces of the village's orphan girls becoming rosy and their health gradually improving. It was then that he surreptitiously learned of Su Pingyan's newfound wealth. A bottle of erguotu was fetching as much as 1 or 2 taels of silver in Fenglin County. Since time immemorial, wealth has stirred the human heart, and the avarice within Liao Shuli began to swell uncontrollably. Yet, he realized that he could not consume Su Pingyan's liquor and textile workshops alone. Thus, he confided in his cousin, Imo Huaishan, who served as a military officer in Dongha Fort. This man was ruthless and cunning, with a plethora of schemes, and his greed surpassed even that of his cousin Liao Shuli. Many families had been driven into the mountains to become refugees due to Imo Huaishan's machinations within the military garrison under Dongha Fort. Under Liao Shuli's embellished account, Mo Huaishan became insatiably envious of Su Pingyan's lucrative workshops, and he immediately entertained thoughts of seizing them. The two quickly conspired together. That afternoon, Mo Huaishan arrived at Qingshan village, accompanied by a dozen trusted men from Dongha Fort, their demeanor menacing as they stormed towards Su Pingyan's liquor workshop. Chapter 69, Forceful Seizure of the Workshop, 2. Mo Huaishan was known for his treachery and meticulousness. Prior to his arrival in Qingshan village, he had meticulously reviewed Su Pingyan's file at the military fort. He discovered that Su Pingyan had risen to the rank of flag officer shortly after entering military registration. proving he was not merely a man of empty reputation. In the initial selection of soldiers, he had demonstrated the strength to lift a 300-pound stone lock and exhibited proficiency with swords, spears, bows, and arrows. Confronting such a formidable military figure could invite inevitable retaliation. Consequently, Mo Huaishan and Liao Shuli conspired to frame Su Pingyan with allegations of colluding with bandits. They exploited their positions to issue arrest warrants, stamped with the official seal of the Donghe military fort. In Dejin, any association with bandits was met with severe punishment, often resulting in beheading and repercussions for one's family. Thus, Mo Huaishan would be able to justify the complete annihilation of Su Pingyan's family without remorse. Upon arriving in Qingshan village that afternoon, Mo Huaishan's first act was to apprehend Su Pingyan's family. Fortunately, the village chief, Lu Hushing, had received a warning in advance and hurriedly concealed the Mu's sisters, Xiao Yi, and Su Pingyan's uncle and aunt in the cellar of his home. After searching in vain, Mo Huaishan decided to occupy the liquor and textile workshops first, intending to secure the liquor before anything else. The orphan girls in the workshops, unwilling to submit, realized that without the workshops, they would be forced back into a life of hunger and hardship. They bravely stepped forward to obstruct the intruders, only to be met with fierce beatings from Mo Huaishan and his men. It was during this tumult that Chun-Yi sustained her injuries. Fortunately, Chun-Yi was astute. Sensing the situation worsening, she stealthily retreated into the crowd, escaping through the back door of the workshop and hurriedly making her way along the official road toward Fenglin County, hoping to find Su Pingyan and seek his assistance in resolving the crisis. Upon hearing Chun-Yi's account, Su Pingyan felt a surge of rage, his right hand clenching the hilt of his sword as the energy of a chi-refining martial artist nearly erupted uncontrollably. He closed his eyes tightly, taking a moment to regain his composure before gently patting Chun-Yi's shoulder to offer comfort. "Sister Huang, is the child in your womb unharmed?" Chun-Yi, wiping away her tears, shook her head, her eyes reddened as she replied, "The child is fine. I protected my belly when the whip came down. It is not easy for old Huang to serve as a soldier, and having finally conceived, I will do everything to ensure this child is born." "Very well. That is a relief." Su Pingyan nodded and continued, "Sister Huang, I must return now. You are with child and in no condition to travel. Wait here on the official road for Uncle Huang and the others. They have a cart behind that can take you home." After reassuring Chun-Yi, Su Pingyan turned to the visibly furious Zhang Kuei beside him and said, "Brother Zhang, there has been trouble at the distillery. Shall we return there first?" Zhang Kuei was equally infuriated. He had heard of Mo Huaishan, who had previously shown great deference to him during social gatherings, appearing as a person of refined character. He was astonished to discover the man's true nature. What angered him most was that this scoundrel had set his sights on Su Pingyan's distillery. The liquor produced there was a valuable asset for Su Pingyan, a stepping stone for promotions and wealth. If the ownership of the tavern changed, could the taste of the liquor remain the same? As a seasoned drinker, Zhang Kuei understood that brewing is an intricate affair. The same ingredients can yield vastly different flavors in the hands of different brewers. Thus, Mo Huaishan's actions were undoubtedly a direct affront to Zhang Kuei. He could not tolerate it. He clapped Su Pingyan on the shoulder and declared, "Do not be anxious, my brother Su. We shall return at once. I want to see just how much courage this scoundrel Mo Huaishan possesses to dare lay a hand on my people." With that, the two mounted their horses and sped toward Qingshan village. As twilight descended, the final rays of sunlight slipped behind the distant peaks, and a thick, inky darkness swiftly enveloped the entire village. Boom! Mo Huaishan, clad in armor, kicked open the wooden door of the distillery with his heavy military boots. Upon his arrival, the female workers were enjoying a delightful meal. For these orphan girls, who had often gone hungry, food was sacred and precious. Mealtime was the happiest moment of their day. Yet, at this moment, a gang of thugs burst into the distillery. "Still eating? Let's see about that." Crash! Mo Huaishan's whip struck one girl's arm, sending her bowl crashing to the ground. Following him, a dozen armored henchmen began to wreak havoc within the distillery, yet they skillfully avoided damaging any of the brewing equipment. Their fists and whips fell mercilessly upon the defenseless orphans. This was not out of kindness. They regarded the distillery as the personal property of Lieutenant Mo. Damaging objects represented a loss, but the injuries to people would heal in time. "Speak. What is your brewing formula?" Mo Huaishan barked. "Damn it, will you speak or not?" His whip lashed out at another girl, causing her to roll on the ground, crying out in pain, her body covered in dirt and wounds. Yet she still gritted her teeth, refusing to divulge any information about the brewing process. You refuse to speak, do you? Mo Huaishan ground his teeth in anger. Then his round face twisted into a sinister grin. Come, gather these filthy wretches together and beat them. Mo's thin, elongated eyes scanned the surroundings, gesturing toward a corner of the distillery. Soon, the orphaned girls were herded into that corner, surrounded by burly men clad in armor and armed with swords. Not talking, huh? Then I shall choose at random. Whoever I pick will step forward. Is that agreeable, everyone? Yes. Mo Gu is magnificent. Ha. Following Mo Gu means meat to eat and money to earn. The lewd laughter echoed through the distillery. The terrified orphans trembled. Yet no one stepped forward to reveal any details about the brewing process. Damn it. Are you wretched souls still waiting for that useless Su Pingyan to come and save you? Look. He is already a wanted criminal. Associating with bandits is a capital offense. If he dares return to Qingshan village, he is courting death. Do you understand? Mo Huaishan, seething with rage, thrust the wanted posters in front of the girls, forcing them to see the official seal. He had done similar things many times before, and he was well practiced. He merely needed to bring Su Pingyan's head back to the military fortress and ensure that no one dared to defend him. Then, he could use his authority to turn this incident into a solid case. Perhaps he would even be rewarded by the fortress for his efforts against the bandits. Don't waste your breath. We can't read. At that moment, a resolute-looking girl spat at the wanted poster and retorted defiantly. You dare to talk back? Crack. The whip in Mo Huaishan's hand fell upon her. The skin broke and blood flowed. Drag her out now. Mo's voice grew sharp. An underling rushed forward and pulled the girl from the crowd. Ah! She wailed in despair, her blood-streaked arms clinging tightly to her body. Hey, little lady. You're quite pretty. Don't be afraid. I'm here. One of the officers leered, his actions growing increasingly brutal. Whoosh. In the darkness, a knife flew swiftly through the air. Ah! The underling screamed, his outstretched arm going numb as the blade struck. The armor protecting his arm crumpled instantly. Did you seek my permission before laying a hand on my people? In the shadows, a familiar figure with a handsome face appeared at the door of the distillery. Chapter 70. Do you dare to kill an official? Upon hearing the voice at the entrance, Mo Huaishan turned slowly, a malicious grin spreading across his face. Su Pingyan. You dare to return. Good, very good. I was just lamenting where to find you. As a soldier, you failed to protect your neighbors and instead secretly consort with bandits, creating chaos in the countryside. What punishment do you deserve? Indeed, what punishment do you deserve? Seeing Su Pingyan return of his own accord, Lao Shuli, standing beside him, seized the opportunity, pointing a finger at Su's nose. Previously, due to his own greed, he had lost a significant sum of silver on a futile venture and had been reprimanded by his cousin Mo Huaishan. Now, with the lieutenant of the military fortress present in Qingshan village, he felt he had the chance to humiliate Su Pingyan before eliminating him to vent his frustrations. The irony of the situation, with these two accusing him, was almost laughable to Su Pingyan. They had clearly plotted to seize his distillery, oppressing the weak. Yet they dared to accuse him of consorting with bandits. Su Pingyan found no inclination to engage in futile conversation with such individuals. Had it been in his previous life, he would have already bellowed the command come forth. However, in this life, the confrontation had shifted to face-to-face interaction. Observing Su Pingyan's momentary silence, Mo Huaishan's arrogance swelled further, as he approached Su Pingyan with a sneer, malevolently declaring, So you are Su Pingyan, the mere flag officer of a small battalion. I presume you are unfamiliar with the regulations of the military stronghold. Allow me to enlighten you. Collusion with bandits results in immediate execution, and your family shall suffer the same fate. This is a warrant for your apprehension. With a flourish, he produced a document stamped with an official seal before Su Pingyan. Mo Huaishan continued to grin wickedly, saying, I've heard from Xiao Liao that your 3 wives are each as beautiful as flowers, quite enticing indeed. Here is the deal. You kneel before me and bow your head a few times on the ground. Then, you shall offer your 3 wives to me. In return, I will spare your family while your wives become my concubines, and your uncle and aunt shall be conscripted into military service as laborers. What do you say? With his cousin Mo Huaishan backing him, Liao Shuli's arrogance was equally palpable as he strutted about, practically eager to assert dominance over Su Pingyan. Did you hear what my cousin said? He proclaimed, Su Pingyan, I advise you to recognize the reality of your situation. My cousin has brought his personal guards, each clad in armor, valiant warriors capable of tenfold valor on the battlefield. I suggest you accept your fate and abandon any thoughts of escape. If you manage to satisfy my cousin's whims, perhaps your family might still find a chance to live." In their eyes, Su Ping'an was merely a lowly flag officer, while they held themselves in high regard as military lieutenants. Eliminating Su Ping'an seemed as trivial as squashing an ant. They believed that if he wished to save his family, he would undoubtedly comply with every demand. Yet, to their astonishment, Su Ping'an exhibited no fear. Instead, he let out a cold laugh, his gaze brimming with icy, murderous intent. Smack! Su Ping'an raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap to Liao Shuli's audaciously conceited face. When it comes to confrontation, action speaks louder than words. This is the fundamental principle of direct engagement. Liao Shuli's pockmarked face instantly flushed and swelled with indignation. "How dare you strike me?" he exclaimed, his balance disrupted, causing him to plummet to the ground, his eyes wide with shock and fury. "Su Ping'an, I see you have no regard for your own life." Witnessing the challenge to his authority, Mo Huaishan was equally incensed and swung his whip towards Su Ping'an's face, only to be met with a swift kick to his groin, sending him crashing to the ground. Remarkably, Su Ping'an had exerted only a fraction of his strength in these encounters. Otherwise, Mo Huaishan would have been left in a far more disastrous predicament. Liao Shuli's frail physique was no match for the force of Su Ping'an's palm. Su Ping'an deliberately masqueraded as an ordinary soldier, biding his time for a legitimate opportunity to eliminate them without incurring blame. "How dare you retaliate? Brothers, advance and take him down." After a brief moment on the ground, Mo Huaishan rose, waving his hand, and a dozen soldiers clad in military armor surged towards Su Ping'an. "Everyone halt!" Outside the tavern, the sound of a stallion's neigh pierced the air as Zhang Kuei finally arrived, dismounting swiftly. He bellowed with a voice like a gong. However, Mo Huaishan, already in a fit of rage, failed to discern the identity of the newcomer in the dim light of night. "Who do you think you are? Today, anyone dares to defy authority, and you want me to stop?" Subsequently, Mo Huaishan lashed out with his whip, aiming a fierce strike at Zhang Kuei's face. Crack! Zhang Kuei raised his hand to block the whipping lash, his facial muscles twitching with indignation. He had never anticipated that such unruliness could exist among the officers of Donghe Fort under his command. Had it not been for the trouble brewing around Su Ping'an, an official far removed in the county town, would likely still be oblivious to the chaos. He stepped into the courtyard, his gaze icy as he confronted Mo Huaishan, roaring. "Mo Huaishan, do you not recognize me? Do you wish to die?" This thunderous outburst finally roused Mo Huaishan, allowing him to recognize the visitor. His eyes momentarily glazed over before his mind raced into action. During last year's banquet, he had toasted to Zhang Kuei, the commander of the garrison. Thus, he recognized this superior. To his astonishment, today's brazen act of seizing the tavern had been witnessed by him. How did that scoundrel Su Ping'an manage to associate himself with the magistrate Zhang? Mo Huaishan was filled with both astonishment and dread. Should the events of today come to light, his position as a military officer would surely be at an end. There was a grave possibility of severe punishment, relegating him to the status of a common soldier, a fate that on the battlefield could spell certain death. No, he could not passively await his doom. It appears that the magistrate Zhang has come here accompanied solely by Su Ping'an. After years of navigating the military, Mo Huaishan's keen instincts informed him that outside the distillery, only the sound of a single horse's neigh had been heard. This indicated that there were but two individuals on the opposing side, including Su Ping'an. None of my subordinates, including my cousin, recognize Zhang. If I eliminate the two of them, today's affair will remain a secret. In an instant, avarice ignited within him, and malice surged to the forefront. With a sudden flick of his whip, Mo Huaishan bellowed, "Brothers, this man is a bandit colluding with Su Ping'an. Come forth, and let us eradicate this scourge. Whoever slays the bandit leader shall receive 30 taels of silver." With that proclamation, the soldiers clad in armor at Mo Huaishan's back swiftly drew their swords and charged towards Su Ping'an and his companion. "How dare you?" Zhang Kuei, standing beside Su Ping'an, was taken aback and incensed. He had never anticipated that Mo Huaishan, cornered and desperate, would dare to take such a reckless gamble against an official. Zhang Kuei instinctively took several steps back, his heart racing with alarm. He and Su Ping'an were attired in ordinary attire, although they too bore swords at their waists. Yet, compared to the fully armored soldiers, they were like a small car colliding with a fortress, seeking their own demise. Run. Return to summon reinforcements and eliminate the rebels. Zhang Kuei's mind was consumed by this singular thought. However, Mo Huaishan's soldiers were equally well trained. before Zhang Kuei and Su Pingyan could retreat to the distillery. The soldiers had already blocked their exit. "Brother Su, it seems I have led you into a perilous situation today," Zhang Kuei exclaimed, drawing his long sword and striking his chest in despair. Chapter 71. To think he is a warrior? The shock of Zhang Kuei. Damn it. Who would have thought that after a lifetime in the military, I would meet my end not on the battlefield against monstrous foes, but at the hands of these ruffians? Come, Brother Su, let us fight together. Even if we perish, let us take a few of them down with us. Kill. Zhang Kuei's booming voice erupted, his fierce demeanor and thunderous roar rendering him akin to a frenzied beast. The soldiers in armor around him were momentarily taken aback, hesitating in their advance. As none dared to approach, Su Pingyan gently patted Zhang Kuei's shoulder, speaking with a calm demeanor. "Brother Zhang, do not worry. This time we shall prevail." Zhang Kuei cast a sidelong glance at Su Pingyan, standing back to back with him while vigilantly watching the soldiers wielding sabers around them. In a low voice, he remarked, "Young brother Su, I commend your ability to slay the bandit leader Long-Tailed Snake. However, you have only recently joined the ranks and have yet to experience the battlefield's intricacies. The soldiers clad in armor and the bandits in simple garb are fundamentally different. Take note of the men before us when they charge. We must aim for their vital points, specifically their heads and lower regions. Those areas remain unprotected by armor. Otherwise, our sabers will merely scratch their armor as if it were a mere tickle." Observing his soldiers hesitating, Mo Huaishan felt an overwhelming frustration. Such a ruckus tonight could potentially alert other officials within the military fortress. If Su Pingyan and Zhang Kuei were not swiftly eliminated and their bodies disposed of, it would cement the narrative that one was a mountain bandit and the other colluded with them. Should reinforcements from the fortress arrive and recognize Zhang Kuei's identity, it would spell disaster. They are clad in simple clothing while we are in military gear. What is there to fear? Advance. The first to slay the bandit leader shall receive an extra reward of 30 taels of silver from me, Mo Huaishan. Kill. With Mo Huaishan's thunderous command, his soldiers surged forward, encircling Su Pingyan and Zhang Kuei. "Brother Su, attack. Remember, aim for the head and the lower regions." Zhang Kuei, a seasoned warrior, charged fearlessly into the fray despite the onslaught of enemies. Meanwhile, Su Pingyan's expression remained as solemn as water, his aura restrained, with all his energy collapsing and concentrating at a single point. In a swift motion, he drew his blade, unleashing a sharp arc towards the waists of the four advancing soldiers. "Fools!" Mo Huaishan, hiding behind his soldiers, sneered as he observed Su Pingyan's technique. Indeed, a mere recruit. He does not even understand that the most fortified part of armor is the waist. Long-Tailed Snake, that fool, fell to such a novice. Useless wretches. "Young brother Su, did we not agree to aim for the head?" Zhang Kuei, with great effort, deflected a downward strike from one of the four with a long saber, sustaining a wound to his left arm in the process as he staggered back. Su Pingyan remained steadfast in his position, yet the four elite soldiers charging toward him also halted abruptly. "Damn it, are you all fools? Advance." Mo Huaishan, in a fit of rage, kicked one of the soldiers. In the next instant, the motionless body was cleaved in two at the waist. The thick armor of iron sliced through with a smoothness akin to a mirror, blood gushing forth like a fountain, splattering Mo Huaishan's face. Soon after, the other three soldiers fell as well, their torsos severed at the midsection. "Ah!" Mo Huaishan screamed, as if he had seen a ghost, collapsing onto the ground. The remaining 10 or so soldiers were equally paralyzed with shock, daring not to advance another step. However, the most astonished of all was Zhang Kuei, the left commander. He painstakingly turned his head inch by inch to gaze upon the blood-soaked, fallen figure. His eyes widened in disbelief as he struggled to utter two words, "Chi-chi-ji." "Su Pingyan, you are a martial artist?" As one of the highest military officials in the county, Zhang Kuei was acutely aware of the formidable power wielded by martial artists. Although the court had reassigned all high-ranking martial artists from the northern frontier after the Battle of Jianmen Pass, resulting in a decline in martial prowess in the region, Zhang Kuei had witnessed a martial artist's might in Yanqing Prefecture. The ability to slice through armor with a single strike was undoubtedly a testament to a martial artist's skill. Moreover, it indicated a level of strength that could only be possessed by a chi refinement martial artist. In the current northern frontier, such a martial artist could easily rise to the rank of commander within any military establishment. Zhang Kuei could scarcely believe that the young man he had just met, Su Pingyan, was indeed such a powerful chi refinement martial artist. Wonderful. I am truly fortunate. My life is not so easily extinguished. At that moment, Zhang Kuei completely disregarded the dozen armored soldiers surrounding him, his mind racing back through the day's encounters with Su Ping'an. Fortunately, his overall demeanor was commendable. He did not exhibit the usual arrogance of nobility, but instead maintained a friendly attitude. He even invited me to share a drink, fostering a bond between us. Moreover, he promised to promote him to a 100-man commander. What a stroke of genius. This promotion is undoubtedly a masterstroke. With this connection, once Su becomes successful, he will certainly not forget his old brother. With this thought, Zhang Kuei felt the pain in his left arm diminish, and instead, he grinned. Su, my young brother, you are truly a hidden gem. He clutched the wound on his arm and exchanged knowing glances with Su Ping'an. The presence of a Qi refinement martial artist beside him provided this seasoned warrior with immense reassurance. Brother Zhang, rest assured, I will resolve today's matter. When the time comes, you can vouch for me at the military fort. Su Ping'an deliberately emphasized that he did not wish to be pursued by the military for the act of slaying a superior. With Zhang Kuei, the left officer of the supervisory army, as a witness, even if he were to eliminate this group of individuals, the Eastern River Fortress Military Office would have little recourse to object. Certainly, Zhang Kuei nonchalantly remarked, tearing a strip of cloth to bandage his wound. At that moment, Mo Huaishan, who had collapsed to the ground, finally regained his senses and shouted, "Come on, what are you afraid of? There are only 2 of them. All of you. Charge. Kill them. I will reward you with 100 taels if I am severely injured. No, 300 taels. Yet, the personal guards were not fools. They had all witnessed Su Ping'an's astonishing feat of cleaving 4 men in half with a single strike. While the allure of 300 taels was tempting, the prerequisite was to have a life to spend it. At that moment, a singular thought consumed their minds. Flee. This man was a monster. Engaging him was futile. They needed to escape. With a clatter, one personal guard dropped his saber and turned to flee from the tavern. Seeing this, the others followed suit in a frantic rush towards the exit. Did I permit your departure? My tavern is not a place where one can come and go as they please. General Su Ping'an rested his broadsword upon his shoulder, his gaze sharp and unyielding, exuding an aura of lethal intent. In the next moment, his leg muscles swelled with power, and the previously suppressed energy erupted with a thunderous force. Su Ping'an's figure swiftly transformed into a mere shadow. So it was you who attacked Sister Huang. Bang! A head was instantly split in 2, brains splattering. Weren't you just intent on harassing the female workers of my winery? In an instant, another soldier met a similar fate, his body severed from his head. Those orphan girls are human beings too. Do you not realize that? Yet another soldier's head was sent flying. The blades in your hands are meant to protect the village, not to bully the weak. Do you understand? In your next life, strive to be a good person. In less than a minute, over a dozen soldiers who had just rushed out of the winery lay lifeless in a pool of blood. Witnessing the frenzied wrath of Su Ping'an, Mo Huaishan and Liao Shuli inside the winery no longer possessed the courage to flee. The 2 clung tightly together, their legs trembling uncontrollably. Lord Su, I was wrong, utterly wrong. I should not have coveted your fertile fields, nor that barren land, and certainly not your winery. I was mistaken. I beseech you, spare me. Liao Shuli knelt on the ground, striking his own face in desperation. It was all his doing, Lord Su. It was this scoundrel's scheme. Had he not incited me, I would never have dared to seize your winery. If debts have their rightful owners, then Lord Su, if retribution is to be served, let it fall upon this rogue Liao. Spare me. I implore you. I am but a captain of the military fort. You cannot kill me. I truly regret my actions. Mo Huaishan, while repeatedly bowing in apology, begged for mercy. Observing their tearful pleas, Su Ping'an calmly uttered, if apologies could rectify mistakes, what purpose would the police serve? Chapter 72. Auntie, I have become an official. Police? What police? Mo Huaishan and Liao Shuli looked up in bewilderment, their expressions blank. In the next moment, the long blade was unsheathed. Thud. Blood splattered. 2 heads rolled to the ground. They were not worthy of knowing the answer. Rustle. Just as Su Ping'an dealt with Mo Huaishan and his men, the sound of heavy footsteps echoed outside the winery once more. Uniform and resolute, the march was thunderous. Standard equipment, approximately 50 men. Su Ping'an furrowed his brow, once more gripping his military dagger tightly. As a martial artist of the Qi refinement realm, he easily assessed the number and equipment of the approaching individuals. Brother Zhang, we have visitors again. Ladies, Please return to your homes through the back door of the distillery and refrain from coming out tonight. Su Ping'an raised his voice in caution. Good heavens! How many men has that scoundrel Mo Huaishan brought? Zhang Kuei, having bandaged his wounds, picked up his saber. In the next moment, a throng of soldiers clad in armor and wielding spears surged through the doors of the tavern, flanking both Su Ping'an and Zhang Kuei. Leading them was a robust officer, characterized by a leopard-like visage and a formidable physique. He promptly knelt on one knee, clasped his fists, and addressed, Lord Left Commandant, I have arrived late. Please punish me. It was none other than Zhang Chonglin, the commander of Donghe Fort. Zhang Kuei exhaled in relief, yet Su Ping'an was left in a state of perplexity. What could compel the commander of Donghe Fort to arrive at Qingshan village at such an hour? However, Su Ping'an soon spotted Xiao Gizi and Uncle Huang hastening back from the shadows of the night. It turned out that after spring, he had awaited their return. She promptly informed them of the tumult at the tavern. Upon learning that Su Ping'an and Captain Zhang had returned to the village alone, Xiao Gizi had immediately proposed the grim possibility that if Mo Huaishan and his men were to take ruthless action, they could surround and eliminate Su Ping'an and Zhang Kuei. To mitigate this risk, Xiao Gizi swiftly rode to Donghe Fort to relay the situation to Commander Zhang Chonglin, resulting in the current scenario. As Zhang Chonglin arrived at the tavern's entrance and beheld the carnage strewn about, he felt a tremor of dread. Should Lord Left Commandant truly fall victim to that scoundrel, he himself would likely face severe consequences under military law. Observing the perspiration beading on Zhang Chonglin's brow, Zhang Kuei's gaze intensified. Zhang Chonglin, are those men under your command? Yes. He is a lieutenant of the military fort. Zhang Chonglin lowered his head further. I ask you, as the commander of the fort, what punishment is due for oppressing the vulnerable and seizing private property? Zhang Chonglin wiped the sweat from his brow and replied, for oppressing the vulnerable and seizing private property, if verified, the penalty is a demotion and a year's salary forfeiture. Good. Now I ask you. Zhang Kuei's voice resonated like a gong as he continued, what punishment befalls those who rebel against authority and slay their superiors? With a thud, Zhang Chonglin's other leg quaked and he knelt fully on the ground, his voice trembling, immediate execution, and the annihilation of 3 generations. Colleagues and superiors shall share in the punishment. In the Great Jin, military orders are as steadfast as mountains. An attack from subordinate to superior is among the gravest of offenses, implicating not only one's family, but also superiors and peers. This urgency in Mo Huaishan's intent to kill Zhang Kuei and obliterate the evidence was crucial. Should the matter come to light, his entire family would face ruin. Witnessing the blood-soaked scene near the tavern and Zhang Kuei's injury to his left arm, Zhang Chonglin had already surmised what had transpired. Should Mo Huaishan, that desperate rogue, succeed, Zhang Chonglin would surely share his fate. Though Zhang Kuei yet lived, the potential for Zhang Chonglin's accountability loomed large. Contemplating this, Zhang Chonglin could not suppress his trepidation. Yet, Zhang Kuei shifted his tone, rising to assist Zhang Chonglin, patting his shoulder. Fortunately, it was your soldiers from Donghe Fort who came to my rescue this time. I shall not pursue your responsibility as the fort's commander. Upon hearing this, Zhang Chonglin's eyes brightened, and he raised his head. Lord Zhang, may I inquire as to the identity of the brave soul who saved you? Zhang Kuei gestured towards Su Ping'an, declaring, This is Su Ping'an, a valiant soldier. He is the flag leader of the soldiers from Qingshan village in Donghe Fort. Previously, he achieved great merit by slaying the bandit leader, Long Wei Shi. And today, he has quelled Mo Huaishan's rebellion, saving me. I have decided to promote Su Ping'an to fill Mo Huaishan's position as a lieutenant in Donghe Fort. What say you? Su Ping'an felt a mixture of astonishment and elation. He had anticipated Zhang Kuei might promote him to the rank of 100 leader. But to be appointed directly to Mo Huaishan's vacancy was beyond his expectations. It is worth noting that among the ranks of soldiers, up to the 100 leader, 1's registration remained within the military fort, signifying their integration into the soldier system. Ascending to the lieutenant rank, however, would transfer his registration to the jurisdiction of the military governor's office, integrating him into the officer system. In other words, Su Ping'an had truly become an official, a civil servant receiving a salary from the court. The lieutenant position held significant power within the military fort, second only to the commander Zhang Chonglin, effectively making Su Ping'an the second in command at Donghe Fort. Although Zhang Kuei's endorsement alone would not suffice for such a promotion, it necessitated the approval of Zhang Chonglin, the military fort's top authority. Yet, faced with the implications of Mo Huaishan's actions, Zhang Changlin would be more inclined to curry favor with Zhang Kuei than to oppose his wishes. Upon hearing Zhang Kuei's words, Zhang Changlin immediately bowed in consent, replying, "I shall comply with all arrangements made by Lord Left Commandant." "Very well." Zhang Kuei nodded in satisfaction. Seeing that matters here were nearing conclusion, he turned to Su Pingyan, saying, "My dear brother Su, our affairs here are settled. I shall not linger. Once you have resolved your matters, do remember to visit my residence for a gathering." With that, Zhang Kuei glanced toward the wine cellar. Su Pingyan, understanding the situation, quickly clasped his hands in greeting and assured, "Rest assured, I will certainly satisfy Brother Zhang." Zhang Kuei nodded, then reprimanded Zhang Changlin a few times before mounting his steed, the magnificent black horse, and galloping away. Upon witnessing the departure of the left commander, Su Pingyan responded with remarkable swiftness. He immediately cupped his hands and said, "I am Su Pingyan, here to pay my respects to Lord Zhang, the guardian." Zhang Changlin, however, gently assisted Su Pingyan and chuckled, "There's no need for such formality, Su Pingyan. I have long heard of your endeavors in Qingshan village, establishing workshops and aiding orphan girls. I am also aware of your valor in slaying the bandit leader, Longtail Snake. Even if Lord Zhang does not elevate your status, I would still assign you significant responsibilities." Although such promotion may not be immediate, Zhang Chonglin's words were artfully crafted. Noticing the brotherly camaraderie between Su Pingyan and Zhang Kuei, he speculated that Su Pingyan might possess a noteworthy background. After all, how else could he be so familiar with a proud commander like Zhang Kuei? With both capability and connections, this individual should be courted, not opposed. Realizing this, Zhang Changlin engaged Su Pingyan in casual conversation. "Brother Su, today's incident in Qingshan village has caused quite a stir. Your family must have been quite alarmed," he remarked. "You are a talent of our Donghe military fortress, and I bear some responsibility for the oversight tonight. Come, let us visit your family. I wish to represent the Donghe military fortress and soothe their concerns." Upon hearing the words of the guardian, Su Pingyan's heart involuntarily sank. "I rushed straight to the tavern. I wonder how my 3 wives and my uncle's family are faring." Observing Su Pingyan's worried expression, Xiao Gizi comforted him, saying, "Do not fret, Brother Pingyan. Your 3 sisters-in-law and your second uncle's family were hidden in the cellar by the village chief ahead of time. They should be safe." Hearing this, Su Pingyan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Zhang Changlin then patted him on the shoulder, saying, "Come, Brother Su. Let us head to the village chief's house to retrieve your family. All personal guards, assemble at the village entrance and await my return to the fortress." "Yes, my lord." With Zhang Chonglin's command, the soldiers clad in armor marched in unison from the tavern. Watching the imposing and formidable personal guards of Zhang Changlin, Su Pingyan felt a sense of reassurance. Su Pingyan could not help but feel a twinge of envy as she thought, "Oh, how wonderful it would be if I too could possess such a loyal guard, acquire the equipment and train the troops." Su Pingyan had made up his mind. At that moment, a small head peeked out from the doorway of the tavern. With a loud cry, the little one stumbled towards Su Pingyan. Chapter 73, The Little One Disappeared. In the cellar of Lu Hushing, the village chief, in Qingshan village, Su Yueyao clung to her aunt's arm, clutching a handkerchief, weeping softly. At the entrance of the cellar stood 3 soldiers from Qingshan village, armed with their curved sabers. Although their equipment was rudimentary and in stark contrast to the elite troops of Mo Huaishan, they had willingly come forth to safeguard Su Pingyan's family. Su Pingyan's efforts for Qingshan village have not gone unnoticed by the villagers. Upon hearing of the Su family's troubles, several soldiers, armed with weapons issued by the military garrison, gathered at the village chief's home, eager to offer protection to the Su family. However, due to the large number of individuals in the limited space of the chief's cellar, only 3 of the strongest men were chosen to stand guard. The sight of the tearful beauty only deepened the soldiers' hearts, as they were taken aback by the unexpected charm of Su Qichang's sister. Yet, the beauty of the women in the cellar could not alleviate the oppressive and murderous atmosphere surrounding them. Uncle Su Yonda wore a grim expression, while Aunt's eyes were swollen. The Mu sisters and Xiao Yi huddled in a corner, silent. For these common folk, the oppression from the upper echelons had long become a familiar reality. They had witnessed their fields and workshops seized, and even their children taken away to serve as slaves. Such occurrences were not uncommon. Under Su Pingyan's protection, they had grown accustomed to a life of relative ease. However, the arrival of Officer Mo had once again thrust the Su family into the harsh realities of their world. "Miss Su, do not fret. I have heard that Uncle Huang's wife, Chunyi, has already fled the village to inform Su Qichang, reassured one of the soldiers. Su Qichang is a capable man. He will surely devise a solution. The other soldiers echoed similar sentiments, vehemently denouncing Imo Huaishan and Liao Shuli for their actions. It was remarkable that Su Pingyan had garnered such a high reputation in just over a month since his arrival in Qingshan village. Hearing their words, Su Yueyao lifted her head, a hint of surprise in her eyes, as the soldiers' expressions were filled with genuine indignation. As if sensing her astonishment, the tallest soldier smiled and remarked, Su Qichang is a man worthy of respect. Worthy of respect? Su Yueyao was momentarily taken aback. In her heart, Su Pingyan had never been a towering figure. Her elder brother was merely a man who devoted himself to tilling the land alongside their father, tirelessly laboring in the fields and rarely cracking a smile. Each day, he consumed nearly half of the family's provisions. He often quarreled with their mother, threatening to sever ties with the family at the slightest provocation. However, ever since he voluntarily enlisted in the military and recently rescued a family from Huang San's clutches, there had been a transformation. Su Yueyao's perception of her elder brother began to undergo a transformation. Uncle Pei, could you share some insights about my brother? Su Yueyao choked back a sob and spoke softly. Pei Yong fell silent for a moment, his expression inadvertently growing serious as he recalled, Miss Su, you have recently arrived in Qingshan village, and you may not be fully aware of the circumstances surrounding the military encampment. Most of the inhabitants here are unfortunate souls. They are either widowed daughters or families who must prepare for battle while simultaneously tending to the fields and paying their dues. Additionally, there are many elderly and orphan children. The villagers toil throughout the year, often struggling to fill their stomachs. Particularly in times of famine, a single village can witness half its population perish from starvation or freezing. This year, Qingshan village finds itself in such a predicament. Before your elder brother's arrival, many orphan girls, elderly, and children were on the brink of starvation. However, your brother not only distributed food to the villagers, but also established workshops, providing not only sustenance, but also wages. It is through his efforts that we have managed to endure this harsh year. Su Yueyao listened intently. Her elder brother's image in her heart grew tall and majestic. Since childhood, she had idolized her second brother, Su Wan. The reason was simple. Among all pursuits, none surpassed the pursuit of knowledge. Her mother had instilled the belief that her second brother was the sole intellectual hope of the Su family, destined to become the pillar of the household. In contrast, the eldest brother, Su Pingyan, was merely a burden, living off others without contributing. This admiration reached its zenith 2 autumns ago when Su Tsongshi achieved the status of a scholar in the imperial examination. However, it was Su Pingyan's timely intervention during their family's moment of utmost despair that carved a path to salvation from the clutches of Huang San. Su Yueyao redirected her attention to her elder brother, feeling a burgeoning curiosity towards him. It was only today that she comprehended the extent of his reliability. Not only could he serve as the pillar of support for their family, but he had also become a bastion for the entire Qingshan village. Yet, just as her brother's enterprise began to flourish, it fell under the scrutiny of malicious officials. The mere thought of this caused tears to well up in Su Yueyao's beautiful eyes once again. At that moment, her aunt suddenly froze and exclaimed, "Where is Yueka? Where has Yueka gone?" As these words escaped her lips, a wave of tension swept through the individuals gathered in the cellar. The cellar belonging to the village chief was quite small. Despite the dim candlelight, it was easy to notice any absence. The little one had vanished. Had she perhaps slipped away unnoticed? After scanning the surroundings, Mu Wanrong's voice trembled with anxiety. The soldiers of Mo Huai Mountain might currently be scouring the village for the Su family. If the little one were to venture out now. Oh, how the aunt wept uncontrollably. Uncle Su sprang to his feet in an instant, ready to dash out of the cellar. "Brother Su, please remain calm. The area outside is likely swarming with Mo Huaishan's men. Venturing out now would surely lead to certain death. How about this? Men Xuan and Diyu. You two stay here while I go out to search." Pei Yong inhaled deeply, gripping the military knife tightly as he crawled towards the cellar entrance. The air was thick with the sobs of Aunt, Su Yueyao, and Mu Wanqing, creating an atmosphere steeped in tension and foreboding. No one knew whether the little one was safe or what fate awaited them after tonight. Creak. At that moment, the dilapidated wooden door of the cellar was pulled open from the outside. A cascade of torchlight flooded into the darkness. Pei Yong, Men Xuan, and Diyu tightened their grips on their long knives, shouting defiantly, "Mo Huaishan, we are here." Do not force us into a corner. Should you dare to harm Su Qichang's family, we shall fight to the last. However, as the cellar door swung open, it was not the fierce soldiers of Mo Huaishan that entered. Instead, a tall, handsome young man appeared. Brother, Su Lang. Su Lang. Master. A radiant young woman leapt into Su Ping'an's embrace, her tears soaking the fabric of his chest. Mu Wanrong, Mu Wanqing, and Xiao Yi clustered around Su Ping'an, their eyes brimming with grievance as they looked up at him. Aunt's lips parted slightly, yet she stubbornly refrained from calling out her nephew's name. Uncle Air looked on with a sense of relief. Although unaware of the situation outside, Su Ping'an's arrival bestowed an inexplicable sense of security upon the family. All right. No more tears. Your elder brother is here. When has your husband ever let you down? Su Ping'an gently tousled Su Yao's hair and playfully pinched the cheeks of each of his 3 daughters-in-law. Su Yueyao released her grip on Su Ping'an's robust waist, raising her head with tear-filled eyes and inquired, Elder brother, where has Xiao Doubting gone? What is the situation outside now? Chapter 74. The Village Feast. Who says I am missing? I chased away the villains with elder brother. Upon hearing his sister's words, Xiao Doubting, having found a short wooden stick from somewhere, waved it triumphantly in the air. His small face radiated with pride. The issue with Mo Huai Mountain has been resolved. The cellar is cramped and stifling. Everyone, come out quickly. Su Ping'an did not refute Xiao Douding's words, instead smiling at the crowd in the cellar. Upon hearing Su Ping'an's remarks, a collective sigh of relief escaped the lips of everyone present. It was then that Auntie seemed to regain her senses. Her face contorted with anger as she rushed towards Xiao Douding. You reckless child, do you have a death wish? You dare to run around at any time. Witnessing the fierce approach of his mother hen-like parent, Xiao Douding's earlier bravado evaporated in an instant. The short wooden stick in his hand was discarded on the ground, and before he could make his escape, Auntie had him firmly tucked under her armpit. Wah! I just wanted to help protect my brother's winery. His cries echoed like a gong. Ignoring Auntie's reprimands of Xiao Douding, Su Ping'an took the opportunity to introduce his family to the vigilant Zhang Chonglin one by one. Zhang Chonglin warmly grasped Su Ershu's rough hand, his expression serious as he proclaimed, Congratulations, Brother Su. Your son is exceptionally gifted. Not only is he adept at managing the workshop, but he also shares a close friendship with the governor's office. His future is boundless. To have a son like this is truly enviable. In front of Su Ping'an's family, Zhang Chonglin made a concerted effort to show respect to Su Ping'an, aiming to cultivate a favorable relationship with this newly appointed lieutenant. During the journey to the winery, he had slowly pieced together certain details. As a direct subordinate of Zhang Kuei, Zhang Chonglin was acutely aware of his superior's martial prowess. Strong and robust, he could never hope to match the 10 or so soldiers clad in armor and rigorously trained. Thus, the only one capable of dispatching a dozen of his elite guards within the winery must have been Su Ping'an. Coupling this realization with Su Ping'an's profound and restrained demeanor, alongside Zhang Kuei's relentless attempts to draw him in, Zhang Chonglin had no difficulty surmising Su Ping'an's identity as a formidable warrior. A man of such background and strength was not someone Zhang Chonglin would dare to treat as a subordinate. Rather, it was imperative to cultivate a strong alliance with him. Brother Su, your son has now been promoted to the position of lieutenant at Donghe Fort. In due time, you should bring your family to reside at the military fort. Rest assured, I will prepare the finest courtyard for your family. Zhang Chonglin continued to engage in pleasantries with Su Ping'an and Su Ershu. Meanwhile, Su Yueyao looked at Su Ping'an with sparkling eyes, exclaiming, Brother has been promoted. He has risen 4 ranks. During their time at the military fort, Su Yueyao had familiarized herself with the hierarchy among the soldiers. With her brother's current position, he was now capable of commanding hundreds of troops. Su Yueyao felt an overwhelming sense of security. In the Great Jin dynasty, ordinary women relied on their fathers while at home and on their husbands once married. This reflects the dual sources of support for women, both in their familial abode and after marriage. Naturally, an eldest brother is akin to a father. Within the household, the father serves as a pillar of support, and the elder brother similarly provides a sense of reliance. Su Linghua widened her eyes, resembling a pair of exquisite, sparkling gems. In disbelief, beside her, her aunt, who had been educating the little rascal, shared the same sentiment of incredulity. This unfortunate nephew had been raised by her since childhood, possessing a stubborn and unyielding disposition. His life revolved around farming and martial arts. Apart from his prowess in combat, he had little else to boast. However, since enlisting in the army, he had transformed remarkably, displaying both cunning and cleverness. Forging brotherly bonds with the officers at the military fort and sharing hearty drinks with fellow villagers. Not only had he amassed considerable wealth through trade, but he had also ascended to the position of the second-in-command at the military fort. Was this truly the same nephew who once brought her nothing but losses? Could military service truly metamorphose a person so profoundly? Had she known, she would have urged Erlang to enlist much sooner. No, that would not do. Erlang was the sole intellectual seed of the Su family. He must not be blinded by the trivial gains before him. Education was the rightful path. Despite her nephew's current revelry, the future of the Su family still depended on her son Su Tsongshi. Her son possessed the potential to become a high-ranking official. Shaking her head, she set aside the raucous little rascal under her arm, dispelling the chaotic thoughts swirling in her mind. After soothing the members of the Su family for a while, Zhang Chonglin led his troops away from Qingshan village. Once ensuring his family was taken care of, Su Pingyan prepared to summon all the female workers back to the distillery. Today, the young women of Qingshan village had endured numerous grievances. Yet not a single one divulged the secret of winemaking to the group, led by Mo Huaishan. Furthermore, the elders and fellow villagers of Qingshan village had not revealed the whereabouts of the Su family, instead offering their protection. This indicated that the villagers of Qingshan were indeed simple-hearted individuals who cherished gratitude and loyalty. Su Pingyan resolved to generously reward them. When he returned to the winery, he found it meticulously tidied up by the women workers who had returned voluntarily. The various implements in the courtyard had also been restored to their original places. As Su Pingyan entered, he could even hear the laughter of the orphan girls in the courtyard, a genuine joy that blossomed from having survived calamity. Upon seeing Su Pingyan return, Chun-Yi, heavily pregnant, called everyone to gather around. He understood that Su Pingyan had come back with news to announce. Once the girls were assembled, Su Pingyan declared to Chun-Yi, "Send someone to bring over the sisters from the cloth workshop, as well as the elders and villagers from Qingshan village. I wish to host a banquet for the entire village. Furthermore, every female worker present at the tavern today shall receive a reward of 51 from me." Upon hearing of the reward, the orphan girls in the tavern could hardly contain their joy, and the pain from their wounds seemed to lessen. Soon, the villagers were invited over. Under the guidance of their aunts and Mu Wanrong, the female workers began their bustling preparations, slaughtering pigs, butchering chickens, lighting fires, and cooking rice. Additionally, Su Pingyan specifically retrieved 50 bottles of fruit-infused liquor and erguotu from the cellar for the enjoyment of all villagers. The rising smoke and the cheerful laughter of the people dispelled the chill of the late night in Qingshan village. At the banquet, the Su family naturally became the focal point of attention. "Pingyan, ever since you arrived in Qingshan village, our lives have improved, and there is hope for the future." The village head, Lu Hushing, tremblingly approached Su Pingyan, raising his cup in a toast to him on behalf of all the villagers. Su Pingyan was taken by surprise. Hastily responding with humility, "The village chief is a venerable elder of our community. How could I, a mere junior, receive such honor? It is I who should pay my respects to you. I am immensely grateful for your noble act today in sheltering my family in the cellar, allowing us to escape a great calamity. This cup is raised in your honor." At that moment, Sergeant Yang Jinshun stood up from the crowd, boldly exclaiming, "Hey, Chief Su. No, now you are Lieutenant Su. Please, do not refuse this honor. Our Qingshan village has thrived largely due to your efforts. Come, let us all raise a toast to Lieutenant Su. I hope that in your future endeavors at the military fortress, you will take good care of our soldiers and fellow villagers." Indeed, echoed the surrounding soldiers and villagers as they lifted their glasses in agreement. As the toasts continued, the atmosphere in the tavern became increasingly vibrant. Watching the villagers repeatedly come forth to toast him, Uncle Su and Aunt Su, who had spent their lives as farmers, finally savored the taste of being honored. All of this was thanks to their esteemed nephew. As the banquet concluded, the guests departed in great spirits. Su Pingyan and his 3 wives returned to their home. Su Lang. The Mu sisters stood at the entrance, one on each side, casting flirtatious glances towards Su Pingyan. In Chapter 75, titled A Thousand Tales of Goods, if one were to describe Su Pingyan in his previous life as a martial artist of the refinement of essence stage, his physical trait was rigidity. Now, as a martial artist of the refinement of Qi stage, his body is characterized by both strength and endurance. Empowered by the infusion of Qi, his stamina seems inexhaustible. Mu Wanrong and Mu Wanqing gradually found themselves unable to keep pace with Su Pingyan. After a profound exchange, the sisters finally awaited him together at the door. That night in Qingshan village was rife with the sounds of battle and the clash of sticks. The following day, Mu Wanrong and Mu Wanqing astonishingly slept until noon. However, Chunyi arrived early at the door of Su Pingyan's home to report that the winery had produced another batch of wine. It seemed that Chunyi had seamlessly stepped into the role of Mu Wanrong's assistant. Whenever she was not preoccupied with other tasks, Chunyi could manage the winery with remarkable efficiency. After a period of refinement and optimization, the flavors of both the Baiguxiang and Erguotu wines had become richer and more aromatic. Su Pingyan took out a bottle and savored a sip. The flavor was already reminiscent of the exquisite baijiu from his previous life. Following the events of last night, the renown of Su Pingyan's distillery had grown significantly. Numerous orphan girls from nearby villages flocked to Qingshan village, eager to secure employment at Su Pingyan's workshop. Some soldiers and their wives even accompanied them, hoping that Su Pingyan would show them favor and arrange for their spouses to be employed at the distillery. Seeking a means to earn a living, faced with a throng of orphaned girls and soldiers at the entrance of the distillery, Su Pingyan was beset by a throbbing headache. The women permitted to work in the distillery were meticulously selected by him, all in an effort to safeguard the secrets of his distillation techniques. The distillation process had long been primarily overseen by Uncle Huang's daughter-in-law, Chunyi, and the wife of Xiao Gizi, Feng Rou. It was only when they were overwhelmed with tasks that they would call upon a few of the original orphans who had joined the distillery for assistance, relying solely on those deemed most trustworthy. However, Su Pingyan had not anticipated that the uproar surrounding Mo Huaishan would inadvertently elevate the reputation of his distillery. Now, nearly all the women in Donghe Fort were eager to work in Su Pingyan's workshop. To address the pressing employment needs of this influx of women, Su Pingyan had no choice but to initially assign them to the cloth workshop. Yet, the sheer number of women arriving posed a significant challenge, as the number of looms was woefully inadequate. Just as Su Pingyan found himself in a quandary, an old soldier from the neighboring village of Baishui, named Lu Mushing, stepped forward, volunteering his services, revealing that he had been a carpenter before his military service. Su Pingyan can also construct the looms in the textile workshop. After a moment of contemplation, Su Pingyan decided to establish a woodworking shop in Qingshan village. He enlisted Lu Mushing to recruit several elderly and disabled villagers to assist in the labor. A dozen individuals engaged in assembly line work. Their first order involved crafting an improved spinning wheel for the textile workshop. In this manner, Su Pingyan not only addressed the surplus labor issue, but also facilitated management and prevented the leakage of spinning wheel technology. Furthermore, he instructed Lu Mushing and others to create a peculiar type of shoulder pole, utilizing materials such as remarkably resilient nanmu and elm wood. Although the intentions of young Master Su remained unclear, Lu Mushing could surmise that this was likely a type of large bow, significantly larger than the short and long bows commonly used in the Great Jin dynasty. Additionally, there were the arrow shafts, which were consumable items that could be sold to military fortresses or weapon shops, or retained for personal use. Su Pingyan's directive was to maximize production. The revenue from the arrow shafts alone had already offset the entire workshop's costs. Currently, the court is negotiating with the barbarian tribes. It is not yet time for war. Yet Lord Su has already begun preparations for bows and arrows. Indeed, Lord Su is a person of foresight and meticulous thought. I truly hope that when war eventually breaks out, I can serve under the command of Captain Su. Fighting under his leadership surely increases the chances of survival compared to serving under others. Lu Mushing, drenched in sweat as he strained to pull the iron saw, silently calculated in his mind, contemplating the orderly matters of the workshop. Su Pingyan surveyed the newly produced wine and burlap that had filled the warehouse to capacity, preparing himself for another journey to Qingyuan County. His purpose was twofold: to sell these goods and to procure a batch of military armor, while also retrieving his custom-made Chongqing sword from Yang Tiexin. Nowadays, life in Qingshan village had improved significantly, and the soldiers' physiques had become robust. They were evidently stronger and more formidable in combat compared to the soldiers from other villages. Su Pingyan resolved to transform the familiar soldiers of Qingshan village into his personal guards, as they would be his trusted retainers. It was imperative that their armaments be of the highest quality. Armor, long spears, sabers, and crossbows were all essential equipment. However, acquiring such ironware necessitated a substantial expenditure. At present, The over 300 taels of silver in Su Pingyan's possession are insufficient to sustain his endeavors. Therefore, it is imperative that this batch of goods is sold successfully. This time, when heading to Fonglin County, Su Pingyan's entourage has transformed into a modest merchant caravan consisting of 3 horse-drawn carts. Moreover, for the sake of security, 30 armed villagers from Qingshan village have been enlisted as guards. Uncle Huang, Xiao Gizi, and Yang Jinshan each lead a contingent of personnel. Su Pingyan rode ahead on a spirited mare, leading the way. Among the goods transported were 200 bottles each of fragrant fruit liquor and erguo too, along with 100 bottles of Maotai. The value of this shipment alone approached 500 taels of silver. Additionally, there were 500 bolts of linen produced recently. Due to the unrest along the mountain roads of Yanqing Prefecture, where bandits roamed freely, the purchasing price of linen in Fonglin County had surged to over 2 taels of silver per bolt. Thus, the cargo on Su Pingyan's 3 carts was worth a staggering 1,000 taels of silver. If safely delivered to Fonglin County, it promised substantial profit. Upon leaving the outskirts of Qingshan village, Su Pingyan guided the caravan westward along the dirt road toward Fonglin County. The guards accompanying him, apart from Xiao Gizi, Uncle Huang, and Yang Jinshan, were all clad in military attire with long knives at their sides. From a distance, the sight of armed guards flanking the 3 carts was indeed imposing. Su Pingyan had offered the guards a remuneration of 101 for their service on this journey, a considerable sum in the current era of the Great Jin dynasty. Consequently, the guards were filled with enthusiasm, eager for the opportunity to earn a day's wage that would allow them to hold their heads high before their wives, perhaps even garnering some delightful surprises from them later that evening. Not long after setting off, Su Pingyan was astonished to find that the number of people following behind had doubled. A throng of travelers had joined the caravan, including peddlers carrying goods to sell in the city, farmers pushing wheelbarrows of vegetables to the county town, and even women returning to their maternal homes with children in tow. With the rampant banditry in Fonglin County, both rural and official roads were unsafe, making solitary travelers easy targets. However, the presence of over 30 armed guards in Su Pingyan's caravan attracted nearby travelers, who instinctively fell in line, swelling the group to over 100. Perhaps due to the sheer number of individuals, Su Pingyan's journey proceeded remarkably smoothly. Along the roadside, even the previously lurking bandits seemed to have vanished. Upon entering the city, Su Pingyan's first stop was the Qian family's cloth store. Upon seeing Su Pingyan arrive with his carts, Boss Qian hurried out, wearing an anxious expression yet greeting him with warmth. "Brother Su, we have eagerly awaited your arrival. Hurry, I am in dire need of your assistance." Chapter 76. The wives' plans at 10 o'clock. Mu Wanrong and Mu Wanning awoke leisurely from their slumber. The 2 beauties resembled exquisite blossoms. Despite the tumultuous night, they appeared somewhat languid, yet still delicate. "Sister, I never imagined you to be so audacious. Where did you learn such boldness? Was it from secretly reading novels in the capital?" Mu Wanning teased, her eyes sparkling with mischief, clearly in high spirits. At this, Mu Wanrong's face flushed crimson, and she playfully pinched her sister's cheek, scolding, "And who was it that kept shouting 'Don't stop' yesterday?" "Oh," Mu Wanning exclaimed, springing up like a startled fawn, her cheeks aflame. "Sister, how could you repeat such brazen words? I shall ignore you." Ouch. After taking a couple of steps, Mu Wanning realized her legs were weak and plopped back onto the bed. Observing her sister's amusing antics, Mu Wanrong found it hard to smile. As she too struggled to rise, "Wanning, it seems that just the 2 of us are still insufficient. I wish to discuss something with you." Lowering her head, Mu Wanning appeared troubled, but then, as if resolute, she looked up and whispered, "Are you referring to Xiao Yi?" "Indeed." Mu Wanrong nodded in agreement. Just then, the door was knocked upon. Xiao Yi entered with a prepared lunch, respectfully stating, "Lunch is ready. The 2 ladies have worked tirelessly, and though breakfast was delayed, you must eat lunch on time, or your health will suffer." Although she had already established a marital bond with Su Pingyan in his absence, Xiao Yi continued to treat the Mu sisters with the utmost deference, thus fostering a strong bond among the 3 women. "Let us not rush to eat, Xiao Yi. Come. Sit. I wish to discuss something with you." In Fonglin County, Qian Ruifeng warmly welcomed Su Pingyan into his courtyard, and after some conversation, it was only then that Su Pingyan realized the increasingly severe banditry around Fonglin County, with many mountain bandits daring to raid the official roads. Numerous shops in the city had become hesitant to venture out for goods. The alliances formed to combat the rival of his Qian family cloth shop had already seen half of their members collapse. Qian Ruifeng was still managing to hold on, thanks to the linen Su Pingyan had delivered last time. If Su Pingyan did not come again, the Qian family cloth shop would likely be forced to close its doors. "Brother Su, how many bolts of linen have you brought this time?" Observing the eager expression on Qian Ruifeng's face, Su Pingyan calmly extended 5 fingers. 500 bolts. Qian Ruifeng leaped with excitement. "Brother Su, your generosity towards me, old Qian, shall not go unrewarded. How about this? I will buy them all at 1 tael and 2 Qian each." Upon hearing Qian Ruifeng's offer, Su Pingyan was somewhat taken aback. Prior to visiting the Qian family cloth shop, he had sent Xiao Gizi to inquire about current prices. The selling price for linen at cloth shops was approximately 1 tael and 2 Qian, while the purchasing price generally hovered around 1 tael of silver. It was unexpected that Boss Qian would offer to buy all his linen at the selling price, which implied that he would hardly make any profit. For a moment, Su Pingyan found himself puzzled by Qian Ruifeng's intentions. Noticing Su Pingyan's hesitation, Qian Ruifeng appeared to have guessed his thoughts. He clasped his hands together and smiled. "Brother Su need not worry about my lack of profit. Almost all cloth shops in Fenglin County are out of stock now. The price of linen is skyrocketing. Once your shipment arrives, my Qian family cloth shop will immediately be able to absorb all other shops. At that point, I will obtain the pricing power for the entire linen market in Fenglin County. Should Brother Su still be concerned about my earnings?" Hearing these words, Su Pingyan nodded with a smile, unable to suppress his inner musings. "Old Qian, you are the true capitalist here. In my hometown, such actions would lead to public shaming." "Very well, let it be as you say, Brother Qian." Su Pingyan gracefully clasped his hands and swiftly concluded the transaction. After finalizing the deal, he engaged in a leisurely conversation with the moneylender, savoring some tea, before taking his leave to hasten towards the left minister's residence. Currently, this esteemed brother Zhang Kuei holds significant importance for Su Pingyan. Without his endorsement, Su Pingyan could not have recklessly slain the garrison officer Mo Huaishan and subsequently usurped his position without apprehension. This act of benevolence bears significant weight. Upon his arrival, Su Pingyan was naturally inclined to express his heartfelt gratitude to brother Zhang. Upon hearing of Su Pingyan's visit, Zhang Kuei promptly emerged from his residence, devoid of any airs of superiority. Upon encountering Su Pingyan, his face lit up with a beaming smile. "Ah, my dear brother Su, your timing couldn't be more perfect. I have been yearning for your exquisite Matai liquor these past few days." Su Pingyan smiled and clasped his hands together, saying, "Elder brother, do not be anxious. I have come today to alleviate your burdens." With a grand gesture, Su Pingyan signaled for Xiao Gizi to lead the others in transporting box after box of exquisite wine to the Sea Mansion. In a bid to pay tribute to Zhang Kuei, Su Pingyan had brought with him a remarkable 50 bottles of Maodai. As he watched the boxes of fine spirits being moved into the storeroom, the intoxicating aroma of the wine wafting through the air stirred Zhang Kuei's emotions, filling him with immense joy and further enhancing his satisfaction with Su Pingyan. Since the county magistrate's birthday banquet, Maodai had become the beverage of choice among the elite of Fenglin County. Whether in the military governor's mansion or the county office, numerous dignitaries had savored the renowned spirit, holding it in high esteem for its rich, fragrant profile. However, those who could indulge in its pleasures were few and far between. Many sought avenues to procure it, but found it exceedingly difficult, with only Du Xing's wine shop and San Yang's drunken immortal pavilion offering limited sales and at exorbitant prices, making Maotai a rare treasure indeed. Drinking Maotai had evolved beyond mere gustatory delight. It had become a symbol of status and prestige. Now, with Su Pingyan presenting him with an entire 50 bottles, Zhang Kuei saw not only an opportunity for personal enjoyment, but also a means to honor the military commander. The remaining bottles would serve as valuable tokens to foster connections and facilitate various dealings. Zhang Kuei had long regarded Su Pingyan as his trusted confidant. He affectionately grasped Su Pingyan's hand and laughed heartily, saying, "Regarding your recent promotion, I have made special arrangements. Your military registration has officially been transferred to the military governor's mansion. I have also secured your appointment as the deputy officer of the Dongha military fort. Today, the military orders from my governor's mansion will reach the fort. Here, take this appointment document. You may proceed to Dongha Fort in 3 days to assume your new post." Upon hearing this, Su Pingyan could hardly contain his joy. The appointment document, issued by the military governor's mansion, signified his official status as the deputy officer of Dongham Military Fort. After Su Pingyan expressed his gratitude to Zhang Kuei, he departed from the Zhang residence and hastened towards Zui Xianju. At this moment, on the third floor of Zui Xianju, Du Xingshou was anxiously pacing back and forth. Occasionally, he would twirl his beard, and at other times, he would clasp his hands behind his back while shaking his head. "Oh dear, Du Lao, could you please stop pacing? You're making my head spin," Sen Yang exclaimed, her impatience evident in her voice. Noticing Sen Yang's less than pleasant demeanor, Du Xingshou felt a surge of frustration and retorted, "What do you understand? Do you have any idea of the immense pressure I'm under these days? Do you know how many people are seeking to purchase Maotai wine from me? They are all influential figures whom I cannot afford to offend. If Su Langjun does not arrive soon, I might as well throw myself against the wall here in Zui Xianju." At this point, Du Xingshou let out a deep sigh, then turned to Sen Yang with a wry smile. "Sen Yang, I have spent the greater part of my life in the wine business here in Fenglin County. Since I became the head of the wine shop at 30, I have never begged anyone for favors. Today, I would like to propose a deal to you. What if you allow me to take this batch of Maotai wine from Su Langjun?" Upon hearing this, San Yang shot him a disdainful glance and laughed lightly. "Du Xingshou, you are a titan in the wine industry of Fenglin County. Please do not use your age to take advantage of this little girl. In this Fenglin County, who does not know that Maotai wine is akin to celestial nectar? I can acquire it from Su Langjun for 2 taels and 6 chin of silver and sell it for no less than 5 taels. This is merely a friendly transaction. I, Sen Yang, will not relinquish such a lucrative opportunity without due cause." Just as the two were engaged in their verbal sparring, a young servant with a blue headscarf rushed upstairs, panting, "Dong dong, Su Langjun has arrived." As soon as the words left his lips, San Yang fluttered out of the elegant room like a delicate butterfly to greet Su Pingyan, while Du Xingshou, despite his age, hurriedly followed suit. As Su Pingyan ascended to the 3rd floor of the Drunken Immortal Inn, he encountered the flustered San Yang and Du Xingshou crowded in the corridor. Observing their peculiar expressions, Su Pingyan found himself momentarily taken aback, pondering what had transpired that had left the two in such a state of disarray. "Ah, Lord Su, at last you have come. Please, come, let us sit in the elegant room," Sen Yang exclaimed, playfully brushing her long hair behind her ear, leaning closer to entwine her arm with Su Pingyan's. Such insincerity. Du Xingshou internally scoffed, yet a broad grin adorned his face, radiating a hint of flattery as he continued, "Lord Su, your arrival has been long awaited. I have been eagerly anticipating your presence." Once they entered the private chamber, Su Pingyan had barely settled when Du Xingshou eagerly inquired, "How much matai have you brought this time, my lord? I desire as much as you can offer." Meanwhile, San Yang was even more forthright, her enticing demeanor dazzling Su Pingyan's senses. Her voice, sweet as honey, softly echoed, "Lord Su, I too desire an abundance of matai. Moreover, the price is quite negotiable." Witnessing their unusual eagerness, Su Pingyan understood their motives. Matai had become the coveted drink among the influential of Fenglin County, leading Sen Yang and Du Xingshou to humble themselves in their fervent pursuit of his favor to satisfy their ever-demanding clientele. Su Pingyan had no doubt that at this moment, he would unhesitatingly agree to have Sen Yang serve him tea. However, a master of tea artistry like Sen Yang was best appreciated as a cherished confidant. Marrying her would merely invite unnecessary complications into his life. Su Pingyan felt immensely satisfied as he playfully squeezed the soft and tender waist of Sen Yang, chuckling, "My dear friends, with the soaring popularity of this Maotai liquor, shouldn't the price see a bit of an increase?" "Absolutely. No doubt about it." The moment these words escaped his lips, both Sen Yang and Du Xingshou eagerly responded in unison. "I bid 4 taels of silver." Du Xingshou was the first to declare his offer. "I offer 5 taels of silver per bottle," Sen Yang countered, raising the stakes. "Are you out of your mind, little wench? 5 taels of silver. Will there even be a profit?" Du Xingshou shot a cold glance at San Yang. Unperturbed, San Yang remained resolute, insisting on 5 taels per bottle. The true value of this Maotai liquor lay not merely in its profit margin, but rather in its immense capacity to attract customers. With Maotai available in the shop, the daily revenue of Zui Xianju could increase by over 30%. Thus, even if it meant no profit, San Yang was determined to secure the liquor. Observing San Yang's unwavering stance, Du Xingshou clenched his teeth and conceded, "I will also bid 5 taels per bottle." Content with this price, Su Pingyan decided not to press either of them further. He calmly announced, "This time, I have brought 50 bottles of Mao Dai, along with 100 bottles each of Bai Guixiang and Air Guitu. As per our usual arrangement, let us split it evenly." Upon hearing that each could receive around 100 bottles, both Du Xingshou and San Yang wore expressions of sheer delight, promptly handing over their payment to collect the liquor. With 390 taels in hand, Su Pingyan left Zui Xianzhu with a sense of accomplishment. Now, he possessed a substantial sum of 1,200 taels in silver notes, more than sufficient to equip a personal guard. With this in mind, Su Pingyan headed straight to the Yang family's iron shop on West Street, accompanied by dozens of brothers. "Little black girl, go fetch your mistress. I have a lucrative business proposition to discuss with her." Upon entering the alley, Su Pingyan immediately spotted a young girl with dark skin energetically courting customers. As soon as she noticed Su Pingyan's arrival, she joyfully bounded over. "Su Langjun, you've come. My mistress has been mentioning you every day. Knowing you're here, she'll surely be overjoyed. By the way, what grand business do you wish to discuss with her?" "A multi-million tael venture. Hurry and relay the message." Su Pingyan chuckled. "Humph, where do you have a few hundred million? You're just boasting." Yang Xiaowei playfully stuck out her tongue at Su Pingyan and joyfully dashed into the courtyard. Watching the lively Xiaowei run off, Su Pingyan patted his belly, inwardly amused. "Not to mention a few hundred million, there are even tens of billions," he thought with a smirk. Upon learning that Su Pingyan had arrived, Yang Tiexin hurriedly came out to greet him. Before long, Su Pingyan found himself in the reception room in the presence of the statuesque Iron Lady. Today, Yang Tiexin had deliberately adorned herself with a feminine visage. She donned a plain palace gown, draped in a light yellow veil that revealed her rounded and toned calves, her slender yet strong waist, and her ample bosom. As she sat beside Su Pingyan, her waist was held straight, with dimples subtly visible. In that moment, Su Pingyan found himself captivated. Su Langjun, what are you staring at?" For some reason, Yang Tiexin's cheeks flushed slightly, as memories of their first encounter with Su Pingyan flooded her mind. Regaining his composure, Su Pingyan spoke earnestly. "Miss Yang, I have come here not only to retrieve the Chongqing sword that I entrusted you to forge previously, but also to place an order for another weapon." Upon hearing Su Pingyan discuss serious matters, Yang Tiexin tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and smiled, nodding in acknowledgement. She then retrieved a meticulously wrapped long sword from her side and slowly said, "Rest assured, young Master Su, your long sword has been completed. Please have a look." Eagerly, Su Pingyan accepted the long sword from Yang Tiexin's hands. The moment the wrapping was undone, a deep, dark golden long sword revealed itself. The blade resembled a frozen river, shimmering with an ethereal dark blue glow. Subtle, nearly imperceptible swirling patterns emerged along the edge, capable of infusing energy to nurture the treasured sword. The hilt was crafted from dense water wood, enveloped in a weave of ice silkworm silk and crimson gold threads. When grasped, it felt as if one were holding a mountain. At the end of the hilt was a concealed 3-inch needle-like, sword-nourishing spike, which allowed one to periodically feed the sword with fingertip blood to enhance the resonance between the wielder and the blade. It could also utilize the blood of enemies for a temporary surge of power. The sheath was made from Kunlun cedar wood, its surface covered with translucent fish silk to prevent the sword's intent from leaking. After Yang Tiexin's detailed introduction, Su Pingyan finally comprehended the arduous process involved in forging the Chongqing sword. Su Pingyan could not help but clasp his hands and inquire, "Miss Yang, the crafting of the eternal life sword is exceedingly intricate, involving numerous materials of which I have never heard. Might I ask how you managed to forge it?" Yang Tiexin chuckled softly and elucidated, "In truth, it was only while delving into the sword-making techniques for the eternal life sword that I thought to peruse the ancient tome of weapon forging passed down in my family. My ancestors were once renowned artisans dedicated to crafting weapons for high-ranking martial artists. However, as the martial arts in the northern regions waned, the demand for high-quality weaponry gradually diminished. By the time of my father, we could only subsist on the creation of ordinary weapons. Materials such as submerged wood and ice silkworm silk were fortuitously unearthed from our storeroom, just sufficient for the forging of this sword. It is said that in the quest to create this blade, even the ancestral materials have been entirely consumed." Su Pingyan was equally astonished. He quickly bowed and said, "I am truly unworthy of such favor from Miss Yang. The crafting of this sword is indeed a formidable task. I kindly request you to reassess its value, and I shall not shy away from it." Seeing Su Pingyan's politeness, Yang Tiexin suddenly blushed and turned her head away, softly saying, Why do you treat me so distantly? Young Master Su? The sword is adorned with the hue of drifting clouds, and you are unparalleled in this realm. A single step stirs the tempest, while a glance reveals the moon's frost. This sword is given to you willingly by me. Let us settle this matter of forging the sword. Now, let us turn our attention to the procurement of equipment. Chapter 78. Ambush on the mountain path. Yang Tiexin spoke with such resolution that Su Pingyan was taken aback. Goodness, I have always been the one to compose poetry to charm others. Today, I am unexpectedly reciprocated in verse by a beauty. Indeed, the most precious things are often free. With such a significant favor from Miss Yang, to not offer my body in return seems an insurmountable debt. Su Pingyan, observing that Yang Tiexin had begun discussing the procurement of equipment, acquiesced to the lady's wishes and spoke. To be candid with you, Miss Yang, the recent surge of banditry in Fenglin County has posed a grave threat to both my business and the safety of the local populace. Therefore, I intend to procure a substantial amount of gear to establish a loyal contingent of personal guards. When the opportunity arises, we shall venture into the mountains to eradicate the bandits. I require an order of 50 sets of short armor, 50 standard military sabers, 50 spears, 25 sets of bows and arrows, 25 iron shields, and 100 quivers of arrows. Could you kindly provide a quotation? Upon hearing Su Pingyan's request, the petite girl with dark skin widened her eyes in astonishment. She did not anticipate that this tall and handsome gentleman would place such a significant order for military armor. Should this transaction prove successful, the women of the Yang family's ironworks would be free from financial worries for an entire year. While Yang Xiaohong was momentarily taken aback, Yang Tiexin swiftly began calculating the costs. After a brief moment, she raised her head and declared, Young Master Su, let me give you a discount. The total comes to 520 taels of silver. Currently, we have 30 sets of military armor, 30 spears, 30 sabers, and 10 shields available. You may take these for now. Once the remainder is crafted, I shall send someone to notify you for collection. How does that sound? Not a problem. Su Pingyan readily agreed and promptly retrieved a sum of silver from his bosom, handing 520 taels to Yang Tiexin. This amount was sufficient to purchase a 3-courtyard residence in Fenglin County. Su Pingyan settled the payment in full. The joy of the wealthy is remarkably simple and unadorned. The weapons and equipment provided by the Yang family's iron shop were just sufficient for Su Pingyan to outfit the brothers accompanying him for today's cargo escort. This group had been meticulously selected by Su Pingyan from Qingshan village, comprising individuals whose backgrounds he thoroughly understood, trustworthy and exceptionally robust men. Consequently, Su Pingyan directly distributed the gear into the hands of these brothers, who donned military armor and strapped on their sharp sabers. The personal soldiers of Su Pingyan were all exceedingly joyful. In the Great Jin dynasty, soldiers were responsible for equipping themselves with provisions for battle. Superior weaponry often signified a greater capacity to vanquish foes and secure military accolades. In times of peril, it also ensured a better chance of survival. In other words, equipment equated to military merit and the preservation of life. Following Su Pingyan not only guaranteed a salary, but also provided weapons and gear. Contemplating this, the soldiers' resolve to diligently serve him grew even stronger. After outfitting 30 personal soldiers, Su Pingyan settled their wages for the day in advance. He then granted them half an hour to shop in the county town. Subsequently, the group embarked on their journey back to Qingshan village. As they traveled, laughter and merriment echoed, and upon their return, they spotted a throng of villagers eagerly awaiting them at the village entrance. Among them were numerous women and children, relatives of the soldiers who had accompanied Su Pingyan to the county town. Upon seeing their wives greeting them at the village gate, the soldiers respectfully took leave from Su Pingyan. Once granted permission, they joyfully dashed homeward, bearing the wine and meat they had procured in the county town. Father, we have meat to eat again. How wonderful. Father truly is capable. Remember the kindness of Captain Su, and be sure to follow him closely in the future. In that moment, the village entrance was abuzz with excitement. Su Pingyan was directing the remaining soldiers to transport the purchased sorghum husks to the distillery. At that moment, the village chief, Lu Hushing, approached with a cane, trembling as he walked. He clasped his hands together and said, Congratulations, young Master Su. This afternoon, a messenger from Donghe Fort arrived with news. You are to go to Donghe Fort tomorrow to assume your post at the Yamen as a military officer. You are being promoted to the rank of a military captain. Young Master Su, Do not forget the elders and fellow villagers of Qingshan village when the time comes." Su Pingyan also felt a surge of joy in his heart. He clasped his hands and reassured the village chief, "Rest assured, I hail from Qingshan village and will undoubtedly consider the welfare of our community in the future." The following morning, after a hearty breakfast, Su Pingyan hastily arranged 2 horse-drawn carriages to escort his 3 wives and his uncle and aunt's family, and then swiftly set off towards Donghe Fortress along the official road. Donghe Fortress was not far from Qingshan village. The journey by carriage would take approximately an hour and a half. According to the unwritten regulations of the military governor's office, newly appointed officers were prohibited from forming personal guards or fostering factions before their official titles were conferred at the military fortress. Thus, on this journey, Su Pingyan only brought along his own family members and did not summon the soldiers from Qingshan village. To avoid any suspicion, even Xiao Gizi, Uncle Huang, and Yang Jinshun were not invited. Clop, clop, clop. Su Pingyan drove the carriage through the dense jungle, with 3 exquisite and beautiful wives seated within. Following closely behind was another carriage driven by his second uncle, carrying his aunt, Su Yueyao, and little Do Ding. "My dear husband, how much longer until we reach the military fort? I have heard that Fenglin County has recently been troubled by banditry." Inside the carriage, Mu Wanrong gently lifted the curtain, revealing her graceful and refined visage, adorned with a hint of concern. Su Pingyan turned back and smiled at her, saying, "Do not worry, Ronger. In just half an hour, we shall emerge from this thicket and reach the official road." But before he could finish his words, a sudden commotion erupted on the deserted mountain path. From the thicket, a multitude of birds took to the sky, flapping their wings in a frenzied ascent. "Ah!" Mu Wanrong exclaimed in surprise. The ladies within the carriage became increasingly anxious. "Delang, what is happening ahead?" Uncle Su, feeling a tinge of anxiety, tightened his grip on the reins and inquired of Su Pingyan. As a martial artist of the Qi refinement realm, Su Pingyan's senses were heightened many-fold compared to an ordinary person. He clenched the military knife in his hand, straining to peer ahead. Before long, a herd of wild boars traversed the narrow path. Upon witnessing this, everyone breathed a collective sigh of relief. Su Pingyan consoled, "There is nothing to worry about. It is not so easy to encounter robbers. The military fortress will arrive shortly. Let us continue on our journey." The wheels rolled steadily as the carriage advanced. The forest grew denser, with towering ancient trees whose gnarled branches twisted like dragons, their scattered canopies fragmenting the sunlight into mottled shards of gold. Amid such beauty, a sense of unease began to stir within Su Pingyan. Dismounting, he drew his long blade to sever the vines encroaching upon the path, only to feel a sudden chill at his neck. Instinctively, he grasped the Chongqing sword that hung at his waist. He had begun to cultivate the essence of the sword, preparing for the possibility of encountering formidable foes. Should he face a challenging adversary, Su Pingyan would not hesitate to unleash his most powerful strike before hastily retreating with the women of his household. Inside the carriage were his defenseless family members. He could not afford to engage in a drawn-out struggle. Fortunately, only the mountain breeze, carrying the remnants of morning dew, swept through the trees. "Su Lang, what is the matter?" It was Mu Wanqing who parted the curtain, her peach blossom eyes reflecting a hint of concern, yet also a trace of curiosity. She had traversed the woodland path that Su Pingyan had taken, yet she had never experienced the beauty of the forest herself and was eager to behold the scenery. "It is nothing. The spring winds of the northern frontier are still quite eerie." Su Pingyan smiled at Mu Wanqing. Mu Wanqing playfully stuck out her tongue at him and said, "Indeed. Su Lang is unaware that in the southern capital, the breeze has already turned warm and gentle." Su Pingyan, while leading the little mare, engaged in conversation with the ladies inside the carriage to alleviate their anxious spirits. As they approached a bend in the road, the usually docile mare suddenly raised her head and whinnied. Su Pingyan's expression underwent a drastic change as he instinctively reacted, shouting, "Everyone, disembark! Quickly!" Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the next moment, a torrential downpour of arrows rained down from the dense forest, targeting the 2 carriages positioned in the center of the narrow path. Chapter 79. Eliminate Su Pingyan. Arrows. It is indeed arrows. Su Pingyan's pupils constricted suddenly. He had envisioned countless scenarios of being ambushed and murdered by mountain bandits. Yet, he had never anticipated that they would resort to using arrows. This is a clear intent to kill me. There was no time to reflect on whom he might have offended recently, as he found himself intercepted on his way to take up his official duties. Su Pingyan severed the reins with a single stroke, allowing the mare to flee for her life. He then kicked over 2 carts, his muscles bulging with exertion as he exerted all his strength to position the overturned carts into a V shape. Utilizing the carts as a shield, he aided in deflecting the torrential downpour of arrows. Su Pingyan stood resolutely in front of his family, relentlessly deflecting the arrows that rained down upon him and his loved ones. These assailants were evidently well prepared, even aware of my identity as a martial artist. Thus, they hide 100 meters away in the dense forest. As a result, my keen martial instincts are rendered incapable of detecting their presence in advance. As Su Pingyan deftly wielded his blade to parry incoming strikes, he rapidly assessed the situation before him. Fortunately, despite his inability to detect the presence of this band of mountain bandits in a timely manner, his acute perception as a chi-refining martial artist allowed him to assist his family in fending off this wave of attacks with relative ease. A relentless downpour of arrows descended upon them in waves. Before long, the 2 overturned carts were bristling with lethal projectiles. His aunt clutched the small child tightly to her chest, trembling like a hen sheltering her chicks from the rain. The sisters of the Mu family, Xiao Yi and Su Yueyao, were rendered pale with fear, their teeth chattering incessantly. Being delicate women, they had never witnessed such a scene before. As one of the only 2 men left in the Su family, Su Ershu desperately held up 2 wooden planks to shield the women from above. His hands were stained with blood from the arrows Su Pingyan had severed, yet he stubbornly refused to relent. Ershu, just hold on a little longer. In these times, arrows are indeed quite precious. They cannot continue to shoot indefinitely. Once they exhaust their supply, we can engage them in close combat, and I will have the opportunity to lead you all to safety. As Su Pingyan valiantly deflected the arrows, he simultaneously sought to soothe the anxieties of his family behind him. Hearing his elder brother's words, the little one could no longer contain his tears and began to wail. "Brother, are we to perish?" Just then, the rain of arrows ceased. The sound of marching footsteps resonated from all directions, drawing ever closer. Damn! Such synchronized footsteps do not seem characteristic of ordinary bandits. They have undoubtedly received some form of training. Su Pingyan's judgment was not mistaken. Before long, a group of bandits clad in tattered garments of various hues, their lower faces shrouded in black cloth, encircled Su Pingyan and his family. As his eyes scanned the surroundings, Su Pingyan swiftly assessed the situation. Their movements are remarkably coordinated. This is not the strategy of the military stronghold, yet it seems familiar. This group was evidently distinct from the long-tailed snakes gang. How did they know when I assumed my position? Could there be a traitor in Qingshan village? No, that is impossible. If there were, the Su family would have faced misfortune on the night Mo Huaishan arrived. Then it must be the military stronghold's people? Indeed, only those from the military stronghold would be aware of my appointment. Su Pingyan's brow furrowed deeply. It seemed that someone within the military stronghold harbored intentions against his elevation to the position of lieutenant. Who could it be? Aside from Mo Huaishan, I have not wronged anyone else in the fortress. Yet, Mo Huaishan is already deceased. He cannot seek vengeance upon me. Regardless, I must first navigate this peril before I can uncover the identity of the one who seeks my demise. A brief glance sufficed for Su Pingyan to ascertain that there were a total of 53 adversaries assembled against him. Such a grand display for the mere elimination of a lowly soldier. If I were alone, escaping this encirclement would be effortless. However, I have 3 wives, my uncle and his family, and a little one who has just turned 6 to protect beneath the blades of 53 men. It is an insurmountable challenge. As Su Pingyan pondered this dilemma, a leader among the bandits stepped forward. Su Pingyan immediately noticed him. Although his full appearance was obscured, he discerned a middle-aged man with elongated eyes and a prominent nose. Was it a hawk-like beak? Before Su Pingyan could contemplate further, the bandit leader bellowed, "Kill! Those who slay Su Pingyan shall be rewarded with 200 taels of silver. For every member of the Su family, a bounty of 50 taels." This was dire news. Su Pingyan's back was instantly drenched in cold sweat. The fact that his family members also had bounty rewards was utterly infuriating. Nevertheless, Su Pingyan had no time to dwell on such matters. He charged toward the foremost bandits with unwavering determination. With a fervent surge of energy, the blade, infused with his aura, swiftly claimed the lives of 2 bandits, blood splattering in the air. However, the bandits behind him quickly closed in on Su's family. "Ah, you wretched scoundrels, dare to come at me," he roared, like a frenzied beast. Uncle Su, with his hands drenched in blood, clutched 2 wooden planks tightly. swinging them back and forth in a desperate attempt to fend off the advancing bandits. In an instant, one of them struck, wounding his arm. Blood gushed forth, staining his garments. "Father!" Su Yueyao let out a piercing and sorrowful scream. Uncle Su wielded the remaining arm to deflect the blade that was intended for Auntie's neck. After valiantly dispatching 2 assailants, Su Ping'an swiftly countered, swiftly dispatching the 3 assailants surrounding his uncle. Just as he turned to confront his foes, a tide of enemies surged from behind, and one struck him viciously in the back with a blade. The formidable strength of a chi refining martial artist is immense. Their stamina seemingly inexhaustible, yet they are not impervious like those of the copper skin realm. The sharp saber effortlessly tore through Su Ping'an's long robe, embedding itself in flesh. Su Lang, master!" cried out his 3 wives in alarm. Unable to bear the sight any longer, Xiao Yi rose and rushed towards Su Ping'an, intending to shield him from the bandits attacking from behind. However, Su Ping'an forcefully pushed her back into the carriage. "I am not dead yet. It is not your turn to intervene." Su Ping'an let out a bitter laugh towards his family, then turned and swung his blade. The vital energy within him surged forth, instantly claiming the lives of 3 mountain bandits. Yet, a sense of despair began to permeate among the members of the Su family. "Su Lang cannot protect us all alone. If this continues, Su Lang may perish in battle. However, should we fall, there exists a possibility for Su Lang to carve out a path for survival. We cannot be a burden to Su Lang, our master." Mu Wanrong, Mu Wonking, and Xiao Yi exchanged glances and gradually rose to their feet, charging towards the bandits armed with crude blades. At that moment, a thunderous voice echoed from the winding mountain path behind them. "Kill. Follow me into battle. Protect the family of Lieutenant Su." Just as one of the bandits was about to strike Su Ershu with his blade, an arrow suddenly pierced through his chest. Turning towards the source of the arrow, they saw Xiao Gizi, one hand gripping a bow and the other raising his tattered felt hat high, waving vigorously at Su Ping'an. "Splendid. The brothers have all arrived." With a spirit invigorated, Su Ping'an plunged into the throng of bandits, engaging in a fierce battle. Observing the soldiers wielding long knives and spears, the leader of the mountain bandits, with a gaze as deep as the waters, uttered in a low voice, "Withdraw slowly." Upon receiving the command, the bandits retreated like a receding tide, swiftly yet with precision. Without recklessly pursuing, Su Ping'an remained in place, awaiting the arrival of the soldiers from Qingshan village. Before long, Uncle Huang and Yang Jinshun rushed to Su Ping'an's side. "Captain, we hope we are not too late." Yang Jinshun panted heavily as he inquired. Uncle Huang tore a strip of cloth, beginning to bandage the wound on Su's arm. "Not late, just in time." As Su Ping'an tended to the wounds on his back, he chuckled, for the physique of a Qi refinement realm warrior far surpassed that of an ordinary person. As long as vital areas were unscathed, recovery would be swift. "Ah, Uncle Huang, what brings you here so suddenly?" Chapter 80. Pursued in the dense forest that was close. That was close. We owe our timely arrival to those 2. Uncle Huang wiped the sweat from his brow and turned aside. From the crowd emerged 2 familiar faces. Uncle Shirtu, Uncle Zhouzong. What brings you here? These 2 were the hunting leaders Su Ping'an had met during his visit to Little Ye's father at Lingxi Mountain. They had been transporting coal and wild fruits from the mountains to the workshop in Qingshan village during this time, and thus had become quite acquainted. Greetings to both uncles. Little Yi also stepped forward from the family group to greet her 2 uncles. After a brief conversation, Su Ping'an finally grasped the sequence of events. It turned out that his winery had been rapidly expanding production recently, depleting the wild fruits near Lingxi Mountain. In order to supply Su Ping'an's winery, Uncle Shirtu and Uncle Zhouzong, along with other villagers, had ventured along the Lingxi Mountain range in search of wild fruits. Unbeknownst to them, they wandered into the territory of Hutu Mountain, where they inadvertently overheard a group of bandits discussing a plot to ambush Su Ping'an, mentioning that their leader was already waiting halfway. Upon hearing of the impending ambush against Su Langjun, both Uncle Shirtu and Uncle Zhouzong were filled with urgency. Fortunately, being mountain folk, they were aware of a shortcut through the mountains leading to Qingshan village. Thus, they hastily arrived at Qingshan village and informed the familiar Xiao Gizi. Upon receiving the news, Xiao Gizi immediately relayed it to Uncle Huang, Yang Jinshan, and the village warriors. The warriors, upon hearing of the plot against Su Ping'an, were indignant and, in their haste, did not don their armor, but instead grabbed their spears and sabers and swiftly pursued along the narrow path. They arrived just in time to save Su Ping'an's family. At this moment, Captain Yang Jinshun surveyed the surroundings and, with a respectful gesture towards Su Pingyan, stated, Su Xiaowei. These individuals managed to accurately ascertain your appointment time at the military fortress. They must have come prepared and have been planning for quite some time. If we let the tiger return to the mountain, it may pose a future threat to you and your family. Shall we pursue them? Su Pingyan gazed in the direction where the mountain bandits had fled, contemplating for a moment before declaring in a deep voice, pursue. How many brothers do we have in total? Reporting to the captain, there are 35 of us. Excellent. Uncle Huang, take 10 brothers and stay here to protect my family. Also, examine the bodies of the slain bandits to ascertain their origins, and be sure to sever their heads. Each head is worth at least 5 taels of silver at the county office. Once we exchange them for money, we shall treat everyone to a feast. Very well. Very well. As soon as these words were uttered, the soldiers present erupted in enthusiastic agreement, each grasping their spears, eager to pursue and slay even more bandits. Yang Jinshun raised his arm and bellowed, Brothers, who provided us with food when our families were on the brink of starvation. The soldiers chorused, Su Captain. Yang Jinshun continued, who distributed weapons and armor to us and treated us to feasts of meat and wine. Su Captain. Now, someone seeks to harm Su Captain and his family. Can we allow this? No, no, no. Men die for those who know their worth. The soldiers' roars echoed through the mountains. Seizing the moment, Su Pingyan waved his hand and shouted, Brothers, follow me. Today, on my first day in office, we shall achieve military merit together. Into the mountains to eradicate the bandits. Charge. With spirits lifted, Su Pingyan led the charge, the Chongqing sword hanging at his waist and a military knife in hand, pursuing the fleeing bandits. Yang Jinshun followed closely behind with 15 soldiers, some wielding spears, others brandishing military knives. Little Gizi led a team of 10 archers, flanking the sides of the formation to keep watch over their surroundings. After more than a month of military training at the fortress, each soldier performed their designated role. Some forged ahead with blades to clear the path, while others tracked the bandits' movements. Soon, they spotted a few bandits lagging behind the group. Little Gizi and his men drew their bows, ready to shoot. Unfortunately, the dense trees obstructed their arrows. Yang Jinshun frowned and exclaimed, Damn it. These bandits are far too familiar with this terrain. They seem to have lured us into a trap to lead us astray. Observing the bandits ahead, who were moving hesitantly, Su Pingyan found himself at a loss for a solution. Just then, Uncle Shirtu and Uncle Zhotsong emerged from the ranks of archers, smiling at Su Pingyan. Rest assured, Su Xianzi, with us around, you have nothing to worry about. We have spent our lives hunting in the hills surrounding Fenglin County. Not even wild beasts can escape our pursuit, let alone these lowly mountain thieves. As they pressed on, they soon plunged deeper into the dense forest. The morning mountain air was thick with moisture as the fog gradually intensified, reducing visibility to less than 5 meters for an ordinary person. A moment's inattention could lead to a collision with a tree trunk. Su Pingyan felt somewhat better. The keen senses of a Qi-refining realm warrior allowed him to perceive situations over 10 meters away. However, his condition was not significantly improved. Stay close to us, shouted Uncle Zhou and Uncle Shirtu, their pace unwavering. Both were seasoned hunters, adept at discerning direction even amidst the thick fog. Suddenly, Uncle Shitu's speed diminished. He raised his hand and shot an arrow skyward. The arrow severed a branch, which tumbled down to the leaf-strewn ground with a crash. Ahead loomed a pit several meters in diameter and 7 or 8 meters deep, its bottom littered with sharp wooden spikes. Even a formidable warrior, if careless, would find themselves impaled if they fell into it. Su Pingyan furrowed his brow tightly. Damn, this group has planned so meticulously, failing to ambush me. They instead lured me into the mountains for a surprise attack. If it weren't for Uncle Zhou and Uncle Shirtu arriving today, it would have been disastrous. Gazing at the trap before him, Xiao Gizi's eyes widened in shock, and he gave a thumbs up to Uncle Shirtu and Uncle Zhou. You two are incredible. How did you discern that there was a trap ahead? Uncle Shirtu smiled with pride. Our family has been hunting for generations. When it comes to setting traps, we are the true ancestors. These mountain bandits are mere novices in comparison, like a child playing with a sword in front of Guan Yu. Amazed by the remarkable skills of the two uncles, Xiao Gizi clasped his hands together and exclaimed, Uncle Zhou, Uncle Shirtu, you are amazing. I, Xiao Gizi, wish to become your disciple. Once we capture this group of bandits, I want to learn this skill from both of you, and you mustn't hold back. Uncles Zhou and Shirtu laughed heartily. No problem. We were just lamenting the difficulty of finding a successor. As they continued along the path, the various hidden traps appeared to be mere illusions in the eyes of Uncles Shirtu and Zhou, who effortlessly navigated through them. Before they knew it, they had reached the territory of Tiger Head Mountain. Approaching the heart of the forest, they could see a man-made stone wall in the distance. No wonder the officials had claimed that Tiger Head Mountain was easy to defend but hard to attack, which deterred them from sending troops to eliminate the bandits. The mountain was flanked by natural rock formations, serving as a protective barrier. Directly ahead stood a wall of piled stones, complete with watchtowers and archery platforms. They watched as the bandits quickly retreated back to their stronghold, where more than a dozen brawny men were pulling on thick ropes to raise heavy stone slabs. It was indeed an impregnable fortress. A grave expression settled upon everyone's faces. Chapter 81. Surprise attack from the rear boom. A spring thunderclap echoed through the sky, followed by a torrential downpour. The harsh, unyielding season had finally passed. After today's rain, the entire northern region would begin to warm, life would revive, and the seeds planted in the fields would start to flourish. However, the soldiers stationed at the foot of Tiger Head Mountain wore troubled expressions. The sudden downpour undoubtedly increased their difficulties in combating the bandits. Xiao Gizi quietly removed his felt hat, tucking it into his bosom, and wiped the rain from his face. Inquiring of Su Pingyan, boss, with Tiger Head Mountain already easy to defend, and now this heavy rain, the mountain path is becoming increasingly steep and slippery. What should we do? Should we retreat? Looking up at the bandits provocatively taunting them from within the stronghold, Su Pingyan waved his hand. Currently, the county government's attitude toward eradicating the bandits is passive. I have just taken office as the military officer and have pressing matters to attend to, making it unwise to dispatch troops immediately. However, I have observed that the bandits surrounding Fenglin County are converging toward Tiger Head Mountain. If we delay, the difficulty of eliminating them will only increase. We have already slain over a dozen bandits on our way here. This is the perfect moment to press our advantage. We must not let it slip away. Yet, the question of how to breach the defenses of Tiger Head Mountain remained a conundrum. Upon hearing Su Pingyan's analysis, the soldiers nodded in agreement. At that moment, Uncle Shirtu stepped forward and said to Su Pingyan, Su, once the stone slabs of Tiger Head Mountain are raised, the entire stronghold will be completely sealed off. With just our number, it would be impossible to force our way in. Moreover, I know that the stronghold is quite extensive, even housing livestock and farmland. They can easily sustain themselves for a considerable time, which is why the government has failed in their attempts to eradicate them multiple times. During my previous hunts, I discovered a path that seems to lead up to Tiger Head Mountain. At these words, Su Pingyan's eyes brightened instantly. Where is it? Uncle Shirtu, don't keep me in suspense. Uncle Shirtu waved his hand, hesitating, but this path is extraordinarily perilous, difficult for ordinary folk to ascend. One misstep could lead to dire consequences. Even I have never climbed it. I have seen some herbalists from the village attempt it, but they typically only go halfway before turning back, too frightened to venture further. After pondering for a moment, Su Pingyan inquired, Uncle Shirtu, where is this path? Lead the way. Xiao Gizi, Uncle Huang, you two take the brothers and continue to taunt the bandits at the stronghold to draw their attention. Uncle Shirtu, Uncle Zhou, let us investigate the rear mountain. Before long, Su Pingyan followed Uncle Shirtu and Zhou to the steep cliffs of the rear mountain. Gazing into the distance, the rain poured down from the cliff edges. The summit of the several hundred-foot-high cliff was shrouded in rain, and at the moment lightning struck, the outline of the watchtower atop Tiger Head Mountain became vaguely visible. Su Pingyan drew a dark iron dagger from his waist. This dagger was crafted from the leftover dark iron when Yang Tiexin forged the Chongqing sword for him. It was perfectly suited for climbing at this moment. Under the astonished gaze of Uncle Shirtu and Uncle Zhou, Su Pingyan began to ascend the cliffside. His speed was remarkable, akin to that of a nimble monkey. Indeed, Su Xianzi is truly extraordinary. Observing Su Pingyan swiftly scaling the heights amidst the torrential rain, Uncle Shirtu couldn't help but click his tongue in amazement. Uncle Zhou, unable to contain his envy, remarked, how fortunate old he is. When he first had little Yi, the entire village mocked him for having a daughter, deeming it of no worth. Look at now. Little Yi is wed to such a remarkable figure as Su Xiaowei. I envy that greatly. My own lad seems to falter more with each passing day. Mine too. Perhaps we should send him to enlist, to follow Su Xianzi, and let him be mentored. While Uncle Shirtu and his companion conversed at the foot of the mountain, Su Pingyan had already ascended rapidly to the midsection, the steepest part of the cliff. There he pressed his body tightly against the slick rock face, one hand gripping the dark iron dagger, thrusting it into the stone to secure himself. His fingers delved deeply into the honeycomb-like crevices, the moss crumbling into mud between his fingers, exuding a faint scent of fresh grass. 15 breaths remaining. Su Ping'an silently counted in his heart as the sky grew increasingly dim.